It's in the bag.
That has gotta be the biggest fail I've seen.
Madness! No, this is Dota.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Will you remain immortal, or will you drop down to the likes of Divine? This is the question that many of these teams are going to be facing today. This is going to be the last time that we are actually going to be looking at groups. We have made it all of the way now to that final moment where the teams are going to, we're going to have a couple of tiebreakers, and then from there we're going to have a couple of play-ins, and then we're going to figure out where these teams actually do go. So let's talk about how we are going to be kicking things off today, because we start off with that tiebreaker, Fogged.
You had a... Was that a Jinchuruki symbol on your forehead? Or was that, which clan was that? The Wind Clan? Did you see it? You had a Naruto headband.
I did?
You had a Naruto headband. You didn't see it?
No, I can't see that.
It's gone now. You had a Naruto, the symbol, the circular thingy. I forget what it means.
Well, let's get this show back on track,
Let's
Jutsu.
go. Okay.
All right, let's jump in here and actually talk about Fly to Moon versus NIP. This is going to be the first match that we watch today, and it's going to be a tiebreaker. Whoever does win this is going to play against Alliance, and also when we look at how these teams have looked so far, it's been a little bit rough, to say the least, so far. Each of them only being able to win one time in groups, and Fly to the Moon, that one win was actually against NIP.
Oh.
I would like to
That's
predict
fun.
that this is going to be a very good series. And the reason I say that is not for memes. It's because both of these teams, I'm just going to say, they've been copying shit. At the start, they were copying people. And then near the end, we saw NIP pick Drow. They were one of the first teams playing the Drow combos. Drow Venge. Luna. They picked Luna as well. Nobody plays that hero.
I think, right? Can't remember.
They definitely once. It looked really good the one game that I saw that they played it. So they're kind of coming to their own when it comes to the draft. And then same thing goes for Fly to Moon. They were copying at the start. They were doing the secret, the Wisp stuff. Wasn't working for them. And then they started picking Lifestealer. Like this hero was garbage 2 weeks ago. Nobody was talking about Lifestealer. Now, Team Secret's picking it. And I'm not saying they're picking it because of Fly to Moon, but I think Fly to Moon, I think they're the best Lifestealer team.
Oh, I like that.
I think they play it really well.
Yeah, I think it's the games that you expect to be the worst usually end up being the best. So some people are probably looking at this one like, oh, tiebreakers. These two teams, they're at the bottom of the barrel kind of in a way in their group. So this is going to be the unexpected, right? Like the other day you said, Secret OG, hype matchup. 2 20-minute games. This is where you get into the fun stuff.
Yeah, and also I feel like these teams have already proven that they're somewhat evenly matched. It's going to be very fun stuff to jump into, but let's kind of take a look at everything that's going to be happening today. As we already mentioned, this is going to be the tiebreaker, and then from then we are going to be getting into the play. And so we have some other squads that we do need to be thinking about. And as you can see right now, we're going to start to look at some of the other things that have happened to actually get us to this moment. You already heard Fog start to mention that one matchup. But Jenkins, let's talk about some of the other surprises that we've seen throughout the week as we do finally get to a close with groups.
You know what? I think a lot of people would be surprised by the Liquid OG. I do want to say I really feel like Liquid, the games that they lost, they were kind of throwing. They were picking stuff that wasn't exactly their style. I really feel like this. Like Liquid is one of the teams that could take a game off of OG, but or take a series off of OG. People probably weren't expecting that one though. I don't remember what the other ones were on there. I think it was Nigma Alliance.
Yeah.
People kind of expected that to go towards Nigma.
And then VPEG. I think that one was... they looked very evenly matched, honestly. Like, when we were just watching the games, it was just... EG would get, like, this lead, and they'd kind of throw it away a couple of times. But then VP overall, I felt like they looked pretty consistent, is the thing. They actually were able to make the moves in multiple games.
I feel like some of the other things, too, that we were talking about on the draft panel, I believe you were only on the last one, Jenkins. Yeah, Lizard was on the first two, but we were talking just constantly about some of the picks that we wanted to see from them. In the last game, we see it, and that's when I think VP looked the strongest. But now we're going to be taking a look as well at what we've been doing all of this for. We're going to have the playoff bracket on your screen, and we can start to actually see where the seeding is going to have these teams end up. But it's been a lot of Dota to get to this point, and pretty soon we're going to be moving on through this bracket. We're actually going to be sending teams home as well, Jenkins.
Oh yeah, this first series we're literally deciding who is going to the Divine bracket and who gets to actually play, right?
Yeah, we're going to be figuring out who does get to play against Alliance, and then that's when we also are going to start moving through some of those play-ins as well. Yeah, this is the first one that's not that play-in format where you're straight up like, okay, win this, you get into the bottom side of the Immortal bracket. So it's going to be a pretty important day for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at today, that's going to be really interesting because of all these tiebreak. Well, the few tiebreaks that we have. But then we look at the future. Looking at that, we got hype, right? Like,
dude,
that looks. When you look at that too, like tournament is on. When the bracket is posted and you see upper bracket and lower bracket, you're like, all right, yo, shit's about to get started. We only have a couple days left. About a week, your usual average, like kind of tournament size left. That's when you really start to see these teams like bringing it at each other.
Yeah.
This is always the good stuff. I don't have the Galaxy brain to look at groups half the time and really every single matchup feel the stakes. But once you get to the bracket, you just look at it and it's
right
as clear as day. Yeah, it's always crystal clear. And I feel like this is also one of the days, too, where the stakes are right in front of you. It's very obvious. It's like if you don't do well, you're done. You're going to drop down. And out of the teams that we do have remaining, I mean, Fly to Moon versus NIP, do you think NIP has a real chance, Jenkins, to be able to change their fate even with the last time that these guys did play against each other?
I think so. In the series that they played, I watched that again last night. I don't remember if I casted it or what, but I remember watching it and thinking NIP was basically, they got Lifestealer the first game. They got completely dumpstered. The Lifestealer performance was absolutely amazing. I believe it was V-Tune playing that.
Yep.
And the whole team played around it amazing. And then they tried to copy it. And then Fly to Moon's just like, dude, this is our hero. This isn't going to work for you. They picked Morphling. They completely crushed it. NIP didn't have any good Lifestealer bomb heroes. They had nothing to really pair with it. Like, they were kind of copying the draft without really understanding it. And then after that, they went on to pick their Drow, pick their Luna.
Yep.
So I really genuinely do feel like both of these teams have ascended. Like they are at an apex in terms of skill and understanding the meta, and they have two polar opposite metas. Like we get to see the battle of the stand far away from you agility carry and the melee strength run at you guy. Like right now, we're gonna see which is better in this meta.
I'm wondering what things change too, right? I feel like when you see what Secret does, right? When you see like this kind of change in just from a small patch, you know, Bloodseeker just gaining this massive amount of popularity and everything, how much is it going to affect these teams? How much is it going to change the way that
That's
they're playing
true.
and drafting? Like, it influences you. Even if it's not your style, you go back and you watch those games and you're like,
Right.
we could be Secret.
Do you want to play Lifestealer as well into like a potential Bloodseeker? Like
not really, right? Like, Lifestealer might be off the table now.
What
just
about
because
Sven?
of that?
Do you want to
Similar.
pick Sven into a Bloodseeker? I feel like before Aghanims, it really sucks to be Sven. That's the kiting ability, Rupture. I mean, Drow Ranger, Luna, I don't think they care about Bloodseeker. They just stand there.
So for an IP, it's probably, if they stick to their guns, it's probably better for them. But if Fly to Moon stick to their guns, they might get pressured by these newer kind of hero styles.
But we might be wrong because like I remember in the first game of NIP versus Fly to Moon when they played before, it was Lifestealer versus Spectre, and it's like, well, clearly Spectre wins that, right? There's like a high armor hero. I don't think Lifestealer, he doesn't take towers. They had no tower pressure. Like, how are they going to pressure before Spectre gets huge? They were just diving tier 2s at like 12 minutes into the game. They pressured by having an unkillable carry. So I feel like we could be wrong just on the basis that Fly to Moon understands this hero better than literally any other team.
Yeah. I mean, well, Lifestealer, like in that specific one, like Lifestealer versus Spectre is good in a vacuum. When it's just that hero versus the other one, which when you factor everything else, that it starts being difficult. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it'd be interesting.
I should say the Lifestealer archetype, because I don't want to
Fair enough.
I don't want to focus
enough.
too much on that hero, but I feel like around that archetype of hero, they play extremely well as a team.
Yeah, I think it's important to be thinking about how these teams have situated themselves. And like you've said, even if they're watching some of these other top tier squads and they're going, wait, this looks really good, and they're not deciding to play it, they obviously have to take it into account because their opponents might be using it against them.
Yeah.
But I also really like something that you said, Jenkins, just the idea that these teams are really at the top of their form now after that's what happens when you have, it's been weeks. We've already been here for what? And they've been playing even longer. So this is just weeks and weeks and weeks of playing. It does seem like they are really at their top form.
100%.
Even though we only saw each of these teams manage to win one in groups. I feel like it's one of those things where you look at the results and you just go, oh yeah, they only won one. They're probably not the best team. But I think it is important to go into this and think about how far they have come as teams in this tournament alone, in this league alone, and the fact that they are looking a lot stronger now than they did previously.
Yeah, and I think part of it too is just like no matter what the meta is, sometimes you just are trying things other teams are doing and it doesn't work. And sometimes you just always have to go back. Like, I'm going to go to my comfort picks. Like that's Dota in a nutshell. Like I truly believe that in this game there is enough. Everything's broken. Yeah. Every single thing in this game is broken. I remember telling I was working at some insurance company. I was telling a colleague that he's a League of Legends player. I was like, dude, there's a hero that can teleport around the map on a 30-second cooldown. And he's like, dude, how is that not the best hero in the game? It's like, well, actually, he sucks. It was Nature's Prophet.
At the time,
it was back when Nature's Prophet was one of the brief periods he wasn't that good. And it's like, well, you know, every hero in Dota is broken. So really, like, it's something that you can put your own personality into. You'd rather have somebody that's playing off of like killer lightning fast instincts and playing something that they're really comfortable with rather than somebody playing something that's like 1% better, but they don't have those instincts. You know what I mean? And I feel like Fly to Moon, like both of these teams have figured out what their instincts are built for in this meta that actually works.
I think also like this is a big match for them. They don't want to go to Divine bracket. They want to stay in the Immortal bracket. So you're backed up into a corner. You usually start moving back to your comfort pick. So I think maybe first game we see them, both teams maybe kind of straying outside of the box, going for these adventurous kind of picks, the IOs, maybe the Bloodseekers, something like that. But then game 2 and 3, I think we're going to see them just get back to what they're used to playing, getting these Lunas, getting these Drows,
True.
Getting Charlie on his heroes,
Yeah.
getting V-Tune on his heroes. They're going to just prioritize that.
So you think they might get spicy in the first draft?
I think the first game, why not? Sure, you might put yourself at a part, oh God, we're one game away from losing, but you also might just trick the opponent. You might just get them because, oh my God, this hero is actually that broken, right? You might just found that thing like Secret did.
I was actually doing some scouting. I was seeing what these guys are picking in pubs, and one of the more notable things is that I noticed that Iceberg is spamming Tinker, and he's played a bit of OD as well. Two heroes you do not see in Dota.
Hope
right
we
now.
still don't see the OD.
I mean, you know, it got buffed in the what are we on the D patch now? 7.27D, I think.
What did he get though? He got something pretty
got-
minor.
He got, I think his Q does more damage at level 1 now.
Yes,
like
it scales. It
it's-
scales in a different way.
It scales. It's like better earlier, same later.
I think the hero still has. I mean, we're just going specific hero, but that sort of hero has massive innate problems with astral cast range. Your E is pretty terrible. Your ult has a 3-minute.
The fact that like you need farm but have
Yeah.
no way of farming whatsoever. It's like,
I mean, maybe if it's a specific matchup, like that's what we're saying, right? They might go outside of the box because they've been trying stuff. The pubs, how long's the patch been out now? It's 4 days.
Yeah.
I think it's been 3-4 days.
been
So
not too long.
They've had these guys spam. They might have found something else that they're just like, this is really good versus this. If they see an opportunity, they might just pick in the first game.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing because as much as you're going to be talking about getting spicy in that first game, stakes are still pretty high. You don't want to be dropping down to Divine. So it seems like the reward could be there. You can lead a team down a completely different line of thought throughout the entire course of the series.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you really don't want to be dropping that game 1 if you can avoid it. So we're going to have to find out what these guys are going to be bringing as we get this first game underway relatively soon. And keep in mind, if you are just tuning in right now, just waking up with us, good morning. But also, we got a full day of figuring out who's going to be able to stay in Immortal. This is a tiebreaker. After that, it's going to be that play-in format. Whoever does win this is going to be playing against the likes of Alliance. So it's not the easiest road at all.
Back-to-back games.
Yeah, it's literally back-to-back. And out of these two teams, who do you think has the better chance against Alliance?
That's a good question. That depends on how Alliance is feeling today. I honestly don't know what's better. I feel like there's a divergence in the carry pool right now between the strength guys and the agi guys. I know BSJ would say, "Oh, this Drow hero, it's impossible to beat." I don't know if I agree with that. I feel
Next game, he would say it's very easy to beat.
Yeah, you just pick a Sven. It's so easy. Like Arc Wardens, Drows, Luna's not so popular, but it just depends on which meta is better,
Man.
Oh, here
I
we
mean,
go.
we were talking about Warlock yesterday. Now we're going to
Yeah.
see Warlock just right off the rip there.
We were mentioning how he's trickling up that tier, what we like to call it, for sure. I think he's definitely shown that he's one of the stronger supports. He sets you up to be able to pick these hard. He just sets you up for so many things, right? You have counter initiate. You can pick a super hard carry, and he babysits the hell out of him. He also has this crazy slow that a lot of people forget inside of the game. He amplifies your team's damage. He covers so many bases. So
you can't fight Warlock. That period. Like there's no heroes in Dota that can fight into Warlock.
you have to get him before he gets
You
anything off.
seriously have to get him
Yeah.
before he gets it off, or you fight him around the ultimate cooldown.
Sure. That's why we saw like EG, they forced the storm yesterday, right? Like everyone was really critical about the storm, but it's because they saw that Warlock. They were like, we need something to get on the Warlock, kill this bastard before he gets anything off, and they weren't able to do it really. Even though they were 17,000 gold ahead that game, they kind of threw it away, but
It is like the ultimate backline jumper, though. Even if you have like GPK, who 40% win rate Storm. I don't know if he's feeling it, if he's not feeling it, but clearly, like you could pick his Ember Spirit. But Storm is just way better than Ember Spirit at backline jumping. Like he can actually disable a Warlock and kill him. And Batrider's another really great hero at doing this. He can jump the Warlock as well. He can jump the Queen of Pain. As long as he gets a good start, as long as he gets to that Blink Dagger and there's something to follow up, which I would imagine they're going to pick some sort of follow-up.
It's crazy how similar this is to what we were talking about yesterday, though, because we had the conversation. This is the end of the night before Jenkins stormed off stage. We were having the conversation about Warlock stonks rising rapidly, and then Jenkins, you basically just sang the praises to Batrider, and now we're going to see both of them to start things off.
Yep.
Yeah, I think both of these heroes are incredible at the thing that they like to do. Warlock is the best team fighter in the game. Bat is the best initiator in the game. So as long as you get them to their timings, you will win at that thing that you want to do. That's basically it. Like you just have to hit the timing. Warlock, I mean, you can shut him down, and like if you can't really shut a Warlock down actually, but like Batrider, if you destroy him before he gets the Blink Dagger, the travels, sure. But this goes for any hero in Dota. Like you can always beat a hero in the laning stage by just snowballing on them.
yeah, they can play some super aggressive lane though. That's one thing. Is like Warlock sure just provide you like the heals, but the hero can be kind of slow, and he doesn't really like provide.
Right.
He's weird the way he lanes, right? Because like Fatal Bonds can turn things, but if he has this weak laner and he can just get pressured really hard by something, let's say like a Batrider +1 or a Doom +1, he could die a bunch of times. So.
I think Bat would probably be better. Doom mid, I think will do pretty fine against Queen of Pain. Bat, traditionally would be countered by the co-op, or it could be like a bat support. I don't know. It's really the hero's really flexible. But I do like the idea of just a kill lane versus Warlock.
Yeah.
The guy just sits there and heals his other guy that's in the lane with him. So just, Sand King Leshrac, something like that. Just keep killing over and over, and the heal doesn't do anything.
Something to burst.
Yeah, burst
exactly.
damage.
Burst or super high damage, which
Batrider
provides. Exactly. So the quad pick, though, makes sense, right? Yes, I feel like we've been seeing this a lot now when people pick double 2 heroes that just don't have an inherent, like, lockdown, I guess you could say. Sure, Doom and Lasso are there, but they're very telegraphed when they're going to go off. People are being
and they need items to make it work. And by that time, Quap can have like a Yule's, Orchid, like different ways of getting out.
That's Lifestealer and Spectre bans, right?
Lifestealer ban.
Has to be.
Damn,
Spectre,
Fly to
too.
Moon bans the Lifestealer. So they really respect this hero.
I think it's also because they have Batrider. It used to be like one of those heroes. It's like I think that kind of tells us that the Batrider is probably going to be top, right?
Yeah.
Because like Lifestealer versus Batrider, you click Rage,
Right.
The sticky's kind of gone. Sure, you can play around it as Batrider, but it's not a lane you want.
There's
to.
no kill lane with the bat against a Lifestealer, though.
It's too tough.
Is the problem. Yeah.
And then we do see. Okay, so it looks like the bans are like swapped around, right? NIP's banning the Drow and the Morph that they usually like to actually have in their style.
Which is so interesting. It just, to me, it just shows the like respect that these teams have for these heroes in general. Like they just think that they're overpowered. In that,
like what?
For whatever reason.
How many carries are banned right now? Drow, Morphling, Spectre, Void. Okay, we just have like 6 carry heroes banned out. We might go down to like some dumpster heroes.
I seriously feel like carry is such a strong role right now. Like if you want to carry pubs, maybe that's a bad word to choose. if you want to win a lot of pubs, being a carry player right now is very good. I feel like you always. Same thing goes with like a Batrider. You always hit your time.
It feels like a meta oriented around the 1 position now, rather than a meta oriented around the 3. You know how we had like that year where it was like I think it was 2 years ago, we had 3s and 4 position reign supreme. They dictated the pace of the game. They made everything happen.
Game.
Now it feels like right now, especially in this meta, it's really a lot on that 1 position that
Nature's
just like
Prophet.
Everything.
I remember that.
Yeah, you remember it, right?
Those were the glory days, dude. You could just crush your lane, snowball the whole game.
4 positions roaming,
dude,
boots and everything.
Now I'm just sitting in trees with a pipe. It's like, yeah, go team, have fun, play video games.
That's a
God
Slark
damn
ban.
it.
So yeah, I think that is definitely going to be the Batrider aggro lane then, right? So because I mean, Lifestealer and Slarker ban, the 2 that you never want to aggro against is Batrider. The only other one is PL, but I think that hero's dead.
Yeah, PL's pretty garbage. There's like Jug, but that's also not that good. Naga, not that good.
I feel like we've just been in that position. We saw PL kind of, maybe 2 weeks ago, a little bit, and people were like really trying to make the Catman work. Just wasn't working.
No.
I feel like these bans are really similar to what we saw a few weeks ago as well. I feel like this was kind of what we got into every single game, just getting down to kind of the dregs of what you're actually going to bring as your carry.
Yeah. That's a Grimstroke ban, right? From NIP, the last one? Yeah, I mean, there's a Doom and a Batrider. I'd assume they're going to ban Grim. But they do take Rubik, so I mean, they kind of banned out a hero that he would benefit off of, but they don't want to play against versus double Doom, double Lasso. Also a very good hero that can work well with those aggressive lanes, right? With Batrider, with Doom.
You know the funny thing about picking a Rubik with all of these carries banned right now is like the only carries that are left are these like illusion heroes like TB, PL, Naga Siren, whatever. It's like Rubik just destroys them with the new Fade Bolt.
There's a Sven still left in there.
There's
but
Sven.
We don't know if it doesn't really look like this amazing Sven just yet.
He can definitely, he's susceptible to getting kited by these heroes in the early game, but they do have Bat Doom. Like these are good space creators for a Sven. I feel like it does fit Fly. I just don't know what else there is.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not
There's
really
just
many
no other
carries.
carries. It's like anti-mage is a thing.
So we saw this the other day, actually. They did an Oracle versus Warlock, and they laned them against it, and they kept purging off the the Shadow Word. That was a pretty cool approach.
That's the counter, actually. That's the counter.
Similar versus like Queen of Pain, purge off Shadow Strike. You can do quite a bit as this Oracle, and I feel like it's a little bit of a deny pick. Actually, no, they already had Warlock, so they just wanted it for themselves.
And you know the interesting thing about this Oracle too, just against the Warlock in a team fight, is like if he ults in bonds, you can always save one or two people because it's like it's gonna be mostly magical damage, right? So use the Fate's Edict. I have no idea what these spells are.
That's right. That's correct.
Nice. Okay, so you use the Fate's Edict on one guy, prevent the magic damage, and then you use the ulti on somebody else. You heal them. You also can purge the fatal bonds, the Shadow Word. Like Oracle actually does seem like a great counter.
And they're picking a super carry with it. One of the last few that was remaining kind of in the pool.
Yeah, Oracle TB, man. Just putting that ulti on and then sundering. It feels not fair. It feels really ridiculous.
How have you guys been feeling about the TB? Fogged, I know that...
Not so good.
Yeah.
Against Rubik, too.
Yeah,
surprising.
I love, like, Rubik versus TB is amazing. You have this humongous nuke always to be able to deal with the illusions and to bring him low. You can steal... Two of his spells are amazing. You can either steal the Reflection, or you can steal Sunder in a lot of situations in turn fights. So I do like that they have the Rubik versus it, but I'm still fine with this TB. He has a frontline Doom, he has a Bat Rider. He already has, like, 2 very natural initiators for him, and they're saving their mid matchup. Well, maybe. We're not too sure. They're leaving their options open, because Doom can go mid, Bat Rider can go mid. They can flex quite a bit here still.
This Abaddon hero has a 41% win rate in 6K plus pubs, 6K plus MMR.
I mean, the heal is all nice, and the sustain, and the way to purge off the shield, but...
It's true, it's true. I know, of course, it's not, you know... I think this is probably a carry ABBA, which people aren't really playing in pubs.
Okay.
That's, you know, Beast Coast has run that before. There's tons of teams, like NASA, that'll pick carry ABBA. I've not seen it.
I'm not crazy about this NIP draft right now, though. I feel like they've got, like, no catch. It's like a Rubik and some upheaval to kind of catch people. You're putting so much pressure on your Rubik.
Yeah, TB's actually loving life this game. Other than Rubik, but then again, he's gonna get a BKB. I feel like he will get farm in this game.
Yeah.
With these heroes,
They can't pressure him right now.
This seems like these are good heroes to fight without TB. Like they can just run around as a ball and fight.
Yeah, what's that last band that they just did? Oh god, that's an Arc Warden, I think it is.
It's very far away.
And I believe a Kunkka last band from NIP. And they're gonna round it out with an Earth Spirit. Okay,
so Iceberg Doom mid.
Yep.
Yeah, that's he's done that a few times before.
This looks solid.
I remember in the games. Okay, in the games that. Wait, who was it? Flight of Moon or Flight of Moon 1? Yeah, Flight of Moon 1. And Iceberg solo killed Supreme Invoker with Doom. Like how does that even happen? Before Doom, before level 6, level 5, he solo killed an Invoker as Doom.
He ran at him, right?
He just ran at him.
Yeah.
Like in both games, actually, Iceberg totally crushed Supreme mid.
Yeah, I mean, it could still be a bat mid and then Doom offlane, right?
It could. Oh yeah,
I mean,
actually,
they still have the flexibility of it.
Dude, I mean, I feel like that makes a lot of sense if they're running a carry ABBA. Like you just wait and see this last pick.
Yep.
Because this is going to be the mid.
You get to just pick and choose your lane here. I
Possibly
like
the mid.
I like Flight of
possibly
Moon
the-
setup. They have good ways to get into the backline versus Warlock with the Bat Rider, with the Earth Spirit, with the Doom to find him. So, yeah, I'm definitely liking their draft right now.
Is there anything in particular that you want to see from NIP? I feel like
Catch and disable.
Some sort of catch. What is left?
Because like right now, I don't really feel like they're Fatal. I mean, Fatal Bonds is good because of Queen of Pain period and because of Rubik, but I want something more to be able to keep them keep them actually getting hit by these spells.
Man, maybe this is crazy, but like Tidehunter, you know, it's really good against the Oracle because you stun everybody, and then you can kill the TB because you stun the Oracle. I don't think Tidehunter is good. I'm just saying, I feel like, okay, Sven, so they go with the only remaining carry.
Remaining carry that's left versus this, and I feel like they needed physical damage. When I was looking at it again, I'm actually like, wait, they really need physical and catch. That's the only hero that fits that, right? Because other than that, they were all magic damage versus an Oracle.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit worrying for me.
And you know, if the Sven does pop off, like Sven with the cleave and the fatal bonds is ridiculous amount of damage. Like I could see this Sven completely snowballing the game. Great against TB2 because he just cleaves the illusions down.
So you're putting all the pressure on the Sven then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned for NIP, to be honest. I think they can win with their draft. I just think it looks pretty tough versus what they're up against. I think they have a lot of ways to counter. There's 2 BKB piercing disables versus a Sven, which he does not really like playing versus too much. I feel like it's just harder for NIP to kind of execute.
All right, well, the odds are going to be in favor of Fly to Moon on EGB.com, and it seems like you guys as well are pretty much in favor of Fly to Moon.
I like it. I'm not sure Jenkins.
Yeah, Jenkins.
This is the opposite draft that I expected. You've like the Agi ranged guy
Right.
on the opposite side and the strength dude on the other.
It's really funny because when you guys were talking about it, I think a lot of the lines of thought that you guys had to how this draft could have gone made a lot of sense. But what we ended up seeing, why do you think we see something like this to start off the day, Jenkins?
You know, just watching a lot of the other games, and you know, I'm sure they've been scrimming too behind the scenes that we haven't seen, so they've had time to practice things and feeling these other heroes.
And they got Bat Rider for Doom in their first 2, and then they banned 7 carry heroes. They banned PL, they banned Spark, they banned Spectre, they banned Void, they banned literally every single hero that Bat Rider doesn't want to lane against. So I think there just wasn't many options left. So
Yeah, I think that it was a very interesting situation that kind of led us into a moment like this. Folks, you got to keep in mind, this is a very important matchup. It's going to really set the tone of the day. The winner of this is going to be playing up against Alliance. The loser of this finds themselves in a pretty bad situation, going to be dropping out. And then after we set that stage, it's right into the matchup against Alliance. So these guys really need to put their foot on the gas and not let up. Let's see if they're going to be able to get that momentum to start off the day in game number 1 as we jump into the action.
Thank you very much, Rich. Yes, looking forward to this series. And seeing as it was a big game, I brought across 2 people today. We've got Lacoste and Slacks here, ready to take me through NIP to Fly to Moon. How are you guys doing?
Very good. They decided that I wasn't good play-by-play caster, so they had Owen, and then not a good analyst, so they had Lacoste. So I literally don't know why I'm here, but here I am. Hi, how you doing, Lacoste?
I'm good. We just needed to balance things out. You know, we have one dumb guy and one smart guy. I'm not gonna name any names, but the other dude that we brought in is gonna be sorting things out. Just a pure balance. What about the draft, Slacks? Who do you think has a better draft?
Am I the analyst? Oh, no.
Come on, Slacks. That's what we're here for.
You got Oracle, Batrider. Those are good.
No, just say the name. Yeah, Terrorblade, Oracle, Doom, Earth Spirit.
Doom. Sven. No, I actually do like Sven a lot. And with somebody like an Abaddon, too, which is a pretty hard counter to Batrider, honestly. Looks pretty good for NIP, I must say. I don't think NIP is the better team. Don't get me wrong. Don't quote me. But I do say that a Sven and an Abaddon and a Warlock are pretty good if he gets that Ags.
Yeah, it's a lot of team fight, and it's one of those lineups where you're relying on Sven to do so much, even though they are 2 BKB piercing abilities, something that Sven does not like to play into. And there's also, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Noises.
No, it was a chicken.
It was a chicken.
You don't get to see the sprays that often. I mean, teams don't
what's your
neglect
favorite
them.
kind of spray?
Huh? Axe body spray. Gets me the ladies.
Well, judging by the smell, I would not say you used it today.
Watch out, General!
General, he's going to live. Crap.
You're the caster?
That's it.
Yeah, you're throwing me off, you see.
He's going to win.
He's going to live.
Anyway, matchup mid. What we got here?
Supreme versus Iceberg.
Yeah. Doom versus Quap. Is that good, Lacoste?
It is good. I mean, Doom is going to get the farm. He has a lot of regions, so doesn't care too much about the Shadow Strike, and easily just, hit the jungle if things are not going well. But Doom, not the easy hero to bring down. You can already see him playing extremely aggressive.
Look at these fucking noobs. Nobody has the new Agnum Sanctum lock.
What is the line for doing the 5th level?
He just laughs really annoyingly. Let's do it. That's it. We're not going to see a single one of those in this game, all right? We're Bok plebs over here.
Have people started to complete that level yet?
Of course.
And we're probably not going to see it because, these teams are focusing on winning the games instead of winning the labyrinth.
Maybe. I don't know. Have you seen their win rates in the tournament? I'm not sure.
Damn.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But
that was a great setup. Yeah, so now Sven's going to be playing top with the Warlock. Oracle just ruins Warlock.
Charlie.
Didn't he just TP? Oh my god, if they kill him.
Nah, he's good. He's got the heal. He's got Misha with the Shadow Word. He's got the sustaining.
I love what they're doing. Since it's a tri-cast, they bring 3 against 3 heroes in the top lane.
Very thematic. This is actually good for either team. I mean, who's on the bottom here? We've got Abaddon versus Batrider. I mean, that's a pretty good matchup for, I guess, who wins that lane?
Abaddon.
He doesn't care, does he?
Down. He does not care about sneaking up all charges. He can actually get the kills. General has boots of speed, but if Abaddon gets boots of speed, you might be able to just TP out, but, Abaddon doesn't care too much about those sticking up palms.
But, don't they rely on this Batrider a lot to do stuff? I guess maybe they're just saying, yo, they picked Abaddon, we got countered, Batrider sucks, let's just let them have
bail
on that plan. I don't know.
I think they're cool. Look at the top lane. This Terrorblade, he's 14-2. The Sven's only 5 for 1, so this setup, and V-Tune's having a very good time here.
You want to secure your TB's farm instead of Batrider. Batrider will eventually get the farm. He can easily just, hit the jungle. So can TB, but we've seen in a game yesterday where TB just, I think it was Navi playing it, when he could not do so much because he was level 4 zoned out completely from the lane. So now they swap.
Okay, this makes a lot more sense. Right? I think ES, any, levels and items that he can get are a godsend to the entire team. So, that's good.
I think you're being too serious right now,
An
Slack.
absolute godsend! The Rockman! Man, what do you want from me, man? Rockman's cool. He puts things in that spot, It's neat.
Did you ever play Mega Man?
The actual Rockman?
Yeah, that's what I thought you were
Mega Man?
talking about.
No, I'm talking about Earth Spirit, but yeah. No, Mega Man was too hard for me. I'm too dumb for that. Oh, action! Okay, well, he's dead.
Oh, the tips. Oh.
Oh! Take it easy!
Oh,
God.
he's on a fly. He just got destroyed there. The triple tips coming out from NIP. He's the man they want to tilt this game.
All right, well, nothing happening here. I guess, how's Abaddon doing? Very good. Very good. 10 last hits. Is that good?
He did not read the patch notes. Denies don't give gold. I see more denies than the last hits. Should be the other way around.
Oh, hang on. What's going on here? Iceberg and General. They're not getting this. He's got a blink. So Supreme will be able to jump away. Just for whatever reason, taking as much damage.
That connects. He
Wait,
might actually die.
No.
It did not hit.
Oh, dude, that was so close, though. He was... I mean, he is trying to play it chill there on the co-op. But nearly dying there. Holding onto his blink for as long as he could. Oh, down bottom. Here comes a Saberlight. They've got the damage from V2. He's straight out with the TP if they got the damage.
He's
they
gone.
haven't.
I thought he was going to TP back to tier 1 tower instead. Just use a healing cell. Now he's going to miss a lot of CS and the XP on the bottom.
What is this musical chairs? Top lane now empty. The tri lane has dispersed here at 4 minutes. Terribly now bottom. They fly the moon. I mean, they're avoiding me more than my high school girlfriend. I mean, they're just running away. Why?
I mean, I think it's just they're just making sure that they can get this great game for the Terrorblade. And at the moment, it's working out. The Terrorblade is the top farm. V-Tune's having the best of times. Sven's still got a bit of catching up to do. They will be able to make it happen. I mean, as you say, this top lane being left entirely now by Fly to Moon, so Charlie is going to start catching up and farm.
Radiant structures are fortified.
There'll be these mid players that are going to be the big killers once the sixes are hit. Supreme and Iceberg. Sonic Waves and Dooms down bottom. Charlie, he's moved down here looking for some action onto Roger. Roger able to turn with a kickback.
He's fine. It's only level 1 Shadow Word. When you're playing Warlock into Oracle, you do not want to max out your second ability. Putting more than 2 points, that's what I always say, in Shadow Word, you don't know how to play a hero.
What?
Yeah, but if you put the 3rd point in Shadow Word, you're getting reported.
What are you talking about?
So 2 is fine. Now you need to start maxing other things. Upheaval is the most broken spell of Warlock.
Well, in the laning phase?
No, not in the laning phase, but you're not getting levels with this hero. You cannot flash farm. You're relying on, slowing them down. You don't need more than 1.
Deny him!
Deny him!
Oh, they can save him!
Kill him!
Kill him! Oh, they should have killed him.
You see, that's why you don't care about your teammates.
That's not efficiency. They used mana. They did not deny.
They should have just killed him.
Kill him straight away.
Don't even try. If they're running towards the fountain, just kill them for efficiency. I mean, who's obviously NIP coming out ahead here, which is a disaster for Fly to Moon. If this Sven gets any farm in this stage, he's going to be gigantic.
Sven is level 4. I'm not sure if you're watching the same game as us, Slack.
They're 5-1, bro.
Yeah, but it's not Call of Duty. It's not about kills.
They're 5-1. They're invincible.
Have a look at this Terrorblade. As Lacoste is saying, he's 2 levels ahead of the Sven.
Who cares? Sven counters Terrorblade. It doesn't matter.
Does he?
Yes.
Okay.
He cleaves the illusions.
Oh, hang on.
Check this out.
Replay.
He killed him. Thank you.
Thank you, WePlay, for that replay. And they're not getting kills. I mean, Sven needs to be level 6 to actually be able to burst down this TB.
Oh, hang on here. They're going to commit with a meta. As Misha, he may just get popped. He will fall. An error. He's going to go down as well by the looks of it. So V2 continues to get involved in some nice action here down bottom as his free farm continues on the Terrorblade.
What were you saying, Slacks?
Take what you can now. Sven's definitely going to be able to solo Terrorblade. He just needs an Ags in level 6. This is what we call the laning phase, Lakosh. Might not be... Uh-oh.
All right.
What a coward. Oh! Are they going to deny him? No.
I mean, I don't think they need to. He's a Doom. He's a tanky guy. He doesn't care about no dagger.
I wish they had a hero where if you wanted people to deny you, you know? That was like your whole kit. Just imagine screaming at your teammates, running towards them, begging for death.
But how would the mechanic work?
Well, I've actually thought of this hero, okay?
Yeah.
And you're going to think that's stupid, but when you die, for the cooldown timer, you could take over any unit on the map. Anything that you can A-click on, you can take over it, and they get to... That unit takes your item stuff. So
I don't
you
want
can
to be
literally...
a downer, but that sounds straight up dumb.
What are you talking about? So you're dead for 20 seconds, you get to take over Roshan for 20 seconds with all your items, and when you respawn, you don't get to do it anymore.
Yeah, you know, I've heard dumber stuff than this. We were coming to the office in the morning, and T-Gov says they should buff Roche. So I'm like, yeah, I'm listening, you know, give me some cool idea how to buff up Roche. And he says, what if he can pick up a hero for 5 seconds and then just slam him into a ground? And then you use a Lotus Orb on that guy when Roche is about to do it, and then you pick up Roche and slam him. I'm really glad that, you know, Ice Frog's still working on Dota instead of some of the people that, you know, want to change the game and have some of these brilliant ideas.
Yeah, you see. Ice Frog's stolen so many goddamn ideas from me. I try not to say any more ideas for the good of the game, okay?
Well, what's your biggest claim to fame then?
Literally the Lycan Ags, word for word, bite teammates and they turn into fucking things. Literally, cubs from Ursa showed up in Aghanim's Labyrinth. Little cubs that disperse and farm things for you.
The only thing I like
Black Dragon
about Lycan Ags, when I have it on one of my teammates, I keep saying, bite me, bite me.
Hang on. What's going on here? Iceberg. He's trying to run down Saberlight, but there's the ult up on... Actually, no, he's yet to skill it, Saberlight. Still holding onto that skill point here. He's going to try and turn onto Roger, running him down, but can't quite make his way past the Doom. We've seen the farm continue. Still this Terrorblade, he's leading the way. Sven yet to really be able to catch up to this TB. We'll see if that changes once the Midas is done. Charlie.
Holy shit, look at that stack,
Oh,
Owen.
that's going to help him.
Woo!
That's going to put him pretty close to that Midas.
Have you ever eaten anything as big as that, Odie Pixel? Have you ever had a mukbang in your life?
Wait, what's that? Well, can we talk? What is that?
A mukbang? Apparently it's a thing that YouTubers do, where they just, it's like a South Korean thing where you eat a ungodly amount of food in one sitting until you feel like you're gonna die.
Oh.
So that's, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but I was watching a documentary about some YouTube vegan guy that decided to become a mukbanger and it drove him fucking crazy.
Can you eat yourself to death? Is that possible,
Yes.
or you just throw up?
Well, I think actually, yeah, you probably would. You would have to do it over time. But there's some very large...
Yeah, I mean over time, but I mean like in a
short
period.
You can drink yourself
3
to
days,
death.
I'm just gonna eat so much that I'm gonna die.
Yeah, if you drink too much water, right?
Radiant structures are fortified.
I do have a really disturbing story about that, but I won't share.
Yeah, we'll wait to game 2 for
Okay,
that.
great. When things get real dark. But, yeah, I don't know. You could drink yourself to death. Somebody died trying to win a Wii, a Nintendo Wii, by drinking too much water.
Did they win?
Oh, they
they
did
won.
win. They won the
won.
Wii. The Wii is actually buried with them. Beautiful.
There we go. Midas is online around 11.5 minutes for Sven, so still not bad timing for Charlie. See if that helps him catch up with the TBs still, though. Very passive game. I mean, 12 minutes in, only 3 to 5 hit.
Kill somebody!
Very low on the action. Especially considering we have these two mids, this Doom and this Quap, these killers, but they're not really doing a lot of killing right now. Very slow-paced game, and I feel at the end of the day, I mean, Sven, I don't know, who's you sort of favouring a slow-paced game nowadays, Lacoste? The Sven team or the TB team?
Yes, Lacoste.
Sven is insanely good as a late game hero, you know, now that they added Ags into the spell mechanic on level 15 talent, but still TB with the Oracle. Also, there's 2 BKB piercing abilities against the Sven, something that he does not like to play into.
Yeah.
And the TB gets Scotty. Scotty just demolishes Sven.
Wrong. Sven's gonna destroy the TP.
Wrong.
Wrong. Look out there. Oh, he's silenced. Oh no.
Yeah, he don't care.
Okay. Yeah, he actually doesn't give a shit.
He's just punching back, Iceberg. He's
got-
like, get out of it.
I like that Iceberg is going with the memes. You know,
Yes.
he could took any creep on the map, decided to get the ice armor one.
So back to mukbangs. Now, this is all thematic. So for a mukbang, you're only allowed to eat like only McDonald's hamburgers. You have to gorge on one
Oh,
thing.
well, you can eat yourself to death in afternoon if you're just eating Mickey D's. Man, I'm surprised that Jenkins didn't die. All he eats is chicken nuggets.
I mean, chicken nuggets are a god's food. Wow, nice save there by the Oracle. Oh, and real Dota's happening here.
I mean, I don't think they're going to really go for much more here. I mean,
Saberlight
NIP's
still
coming
keeping a
with this
point.
TP. They've got to be careful. I mean, Misha's looking for a chance to drop the golem down. Is he going to commit with it? He is. He's going to drop it down onto the bat. General doesn't care. He just keeps himself to the side. Sonic Wave comes in. Is it low enough to kill anyone? The stolen Doom dropped down onto Doom. Can they quite finish him? Both General and the Iceberg falling low. Always want to fly. Will go for the deny. Does manage to find it on Iceberg. So Iceberg, he's the only one falling on Fly to Moon, and that kill itself was a deny. So Fly to Moon, they get 4 kills. They only lose 1 hero, and that's not even a kill or a bonus going the way of NIP. So just a bit of a weird defense there from NIP. They came in with the 4 TPs. They dropped down a golem, but they still lose the fight. That's not a good sign for them.
Yeah, Fly the Moon was already in position to take a good fight. Rock used only on a Batrider who already popped the ulti. This is not the target that you want to go for. Huge mistake there from NIP. And I don't think they can take a fight right now. There's a lot of chaos happening with Batrider sticking a palm, Earth Spirit rolls in, and TB, once he has that meta, like, I don't think he can be contested at the moment. So far, did not manage to kill him a single time. Once Queen of Pain gets this Orchid, they need to jump into back lines, try to find Oracle, and just blow him up before the fight starts. This is the best item in the game. I feel like I say that all the time, but Veil is a busted item. 18% more spell amp, AoE, that goes through Magic Immunity. You can apply it. It's just insane.
Did they fix
Not wrong!
Not wrong at all. Did they fix that thing? Uh-oh, forget
What thing?
it.
Oh, hang on. And NIP, they're going to try for Roger. A bit of a short blink in from Supreme, but it's enough to secure the kill. Charlie did pop the God Strength here on the side, but wasn't needed actually for the kill onto the Earth Spirit. Maybe they can try and dive in onto Iceberg, looking at them underneath the tower. Charlie's going to go and focus the objectives. They've got the fortification though, Fly to Moon. So still timing of this God Strength, not really being put to too much work. Now he'll try and move it again onto the Doom. Able to lift him up. He's getting low, Iceberg. They will manage to finish him off. As Iceberg didn't receive any extra help there from the rest of his team as he's left to die on the front lines, and the tower goes down as well. So NIP able to kick back and get an objective themselves.
NIP playing with the catapults. They realize meta is down, so they're using this window of opportunity for them to make stuff happen. How lame is that Doom's ulti is just called Doom? Like, imagine you yelling, "Oh, Sven, just use Sven! He has so much damage right now."
Slacks.
I mean, I would definitely want my ultimate ability to
be
just
your
be
own-
my slacks, and I just punch someone in the face. That's fucking badass.
But, I mean, is it named after his name, or is his name named after his ult?
Yeah, you see,
that's a
he's the
good question.
personification of Doom
What
itself.
came first, the ability or his own existence?
He was bored parents. You know? It'd be
What,
like-
did his parents have the Doom ability?
Yes, that's how he was created. The father.
What did they do?
They
to create
doomed the
Doom?
wife.
Well, there we go. Doom out of the game.
And we've seen that movie before.
Oh,
Roger's in.
he's trying to fight this. He's got the magnetize up,
Roger's
pretty much
out.
the whole team. Yeah, he rolls away. V-Tune taking out the golem at least from the side of this. And NIP with the magnetize on them, they'll chill out.
Magnetize is such a weird goddamn skill. It's like, I feel like it does literally nothing, but then sometimes it does okay thing. That's his ultimate, for God's sake.
Have to agree. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Excellent analysis, that.
Thank you very much. I don't even know what make it do thing, though. I mean, why sometimes it hurt so much? You know? Veil, probably.
Probably, yeah.
Anyway, before I was saying that, Veil, remember when you could mark PL with it?
Yeah.
And then he couldn't get rid of it, and it was like, find the purple PL in the Naga and stuff? Should have kept that. That was great.
How does that even work now? Because you still can't dispel Veil.
Yeah, but I don't think it changes
just
their
doesn't-
model or something.
But just, well, I guess it hits the illusions as well, right?
Remember when you could, you know, use, what was it, the snowball and the hot pepper on PL as well, so you can see the real one?
Oh.
Or use, I think there was a bug with the goal as well, where you just use a soccer ball and you know which one is real. Not sure how that one worked, but it got fixed.
Honestly, if somebody pulls out the soccer ball to find the PL and wait for him to kick it, they deserve to fucking kill him. That's actually amazing. Hell yeah. So anyway, Owen, if you had to do a mukbang, what would it be? The food. You have to eat like a
something that I have to eat
ungodly
a lot of.
amount.
Dolphin meat, raw
Dolphin.
dolphin meat.
An entire dolphin. That it would be like a mukbang.
Like, where would you bite him even? Like, where would you start? The head, in the middle, underneath? Like, what do you think is the softest part? I'm pretty sure they have a hard skin.
I don't know. I've never poked a dolphin.
I can imagine it'd be slimy. Much like
Slimy?
an ant. Yeah. You know, it's
Oh,
a
hang
water creature. Hang on a
Silly!
second.
Oh, Doom. He's been caught out here. The stun comes out for Charlie. Whoa! Charlie, he just one-tapped him. He just came in and he cleaved through the two of them. He's running in for more.
Whoa, Lacoste, what is this? This is so weird. This Sven. Suddenly he's doing
Oh
super
no,
good.
TB, run. Run away, Terrorblade. He's out of there.
No,
They
that-
have-
Light. Oh, he's got an
Almost
abyssal.
got him.
Crap. He's trying to keep the audience on the edge of their seats there.
thank you.
Fly the Moon needs to bring Terrorblade into a team fight with the meta. Otherwise, they don't have enough damage.
Yeah, just gonna get
Yeah.
it wiped out there. Terrorblade farming away. How close are we to Ag Sven? How close are we to this game being over?
Oh, he's nearly got it.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
just
baby.
200 gold. This tower's going to give it to him.
Hell yeah.
And he's going to have it with this.
This was-
Midas, massive Midas, come on,
Come on.
use it.
Radiant's top
Go.
tower
Run to the creeps.
Sell it out of shame. Come on.
Oh, he's
There's no
got it.
creeps.
Oh,
No, my God.
No,
Oh,
can't
no,
use it on
no,
Ace.
don't waste time. Don't hit the ancient.
Quap just stole his other creeps.
No, wait. Oh, no, he's bringing one over. Saberlight's
Oh,
he's
sweet
left some
Jesus,
alive.
Oh, what a
Midas.
player.
Use the Midas.
Thank
there we
you.
Commend Saberlight.
Saberlight, what a bro.
Yeah.
They just left that one little ghost there alone? Oh
Yeah.
no, nice
Oh.
smoke.
Uh-oh. Roger. Oh.
Well, now NIP is in full control of the game. It feels like even though it's only 1k gold lead, they're gonna go into Roach Pit. I don't feel like Fly the Moon wants to contest this one.
Don't worry, Lacoste. When Terrorblade starts fighting the Sven, surely you will be proven correct in this one. I
Well,
think.
you know, Scotty before was a counter, but now that Sven has Axe, he can just get
Whoa.
close to him and rock.
They're going to go for this. In comes Charlie. On to always want to fly. Dropping the golem just for the Oracle, though. Nothing else to be found. But hey, I guess you're taking one hero out around Roshan, so makes it less likely that Fly the Moon's going to be able to come and contest you.
Woo! Oh, I love that shit. Sven's ultimate. What a man move. That's what Doom should do. He should just go, ah, and scream Doom, and then cast Doom. That's how I'd do it if I was a Dota hero. Why not?
What would your abilities be if you were a Dota hero?
I'd probably sleep,
Yeah.
screech, annoying noise.
Oh.
Nice
Oh, no.
work there.
Oh, no, that's...
That's not good.
Don't do that. Do not do that. Oh, no, you give it to him
Stolen
away as
Doom.
well. Oh, not the best target to lasso and Doom. But the target they chose nonetheless there, Fly to Moon.
Do they
All
know
right.
how Abaddon works?
Do not do that.
Don't do that to
Not a good
Abaddon.
move.
So in case you're the coach of a Fly to Moon, Abaddon's ultimate ability, now get this. That's not good, dude.
That it really is not good.
That's
They even tried
not
to
good.
doom him, and Doom got stolen once again. Iceberg's really not playing well this game. Like, maybe it's not the hero, you know? He needs to be on a hero that can make some flashy plays. Shadow Fiend, Queen of Pain, Storm, Lina, you name it. Tiny, but I don't feel like this is his hero. What is he gonna do? Use the Doom?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, here we go.
Hey, Charlie's getting a little low, but he's got the Aegis.
Come on, Charlie.
So they're going to have to do it twice. They get the silence out onto Roger. Surrounding the Earth Spirit, they'll take him out. Iceberg's trying to run for the back lines. They've taken out the Sven the once. Charlie's going to be back for round 2. Iceberg still trying to finish off Era. Will be able to finish the remake, but now Charlie's back with the stun onto Iceberg. Iceberg falling low, will get nuked out of the game.
The Scotty reflection.
Here's VTune with the cleanup, running NIP down the middle lane. The Terrorblade's shown up. There's Manta, Skadi, and NIP are struggling to deal with it. Supreme, he's low on mana. He's trying to bottle up, does manage to just get enough to blink away.
That's a full team,
but there's the catch, straight back over with the lasso. 5 dead on NIP.
Well, maybe I misread the Scotty reflection against Sven. First I said it's good, then I said the axe is also great against TB, but if he cannot go for a target, if they're just falling back with the, 3 heroes, Terrorblade just shreds him. Look at his armor, 43 armor. What is that? That's like 63.7, 72 physical resistance. Wow.
Whatever, man. That was just—it's all about who gets the initiation, you know? Terrorblade has a chance to walk from the back. He'll slowly walk and wipe the whole team. Sven gets on top of Terrorblade. He's screwed. It's all about who takes these fights, Lacoste. You're not right yet.
Who gets the first initiation? That's the thing?
Yes.
We saw them using Lasso and Doom on the Baron first.
See, that
not very
was the
successful.
bait. We are stupid.
I guess, yeah, that was
literally the perfect
I don't
thing.
know how that connected to the
Holy shit!
team wipe they got after, but maybe in some sort of mystical way it did.
I mean, the other team says, look, they don't have Lasso, they don't have Doom, let's kill them all.
True.
And then Terrorblade on the back end, as soon as they overcommit, just wipes them. We actually got baited. This Fly to Moon is the greatest team that's ever existed. Incredible. Here comes a smoke of the ages. Will they be able to find anything? No. Very sad. Here come the pings. They see everything. The ward picked it up, I believe, gentlemen.
Oh, they don't care though, NIP. They're going to keep pushing in. Got the God Strength. And they've got that Chaotic Offering good to go again. The full 5 of them coming down this mid lane. Fly to Moon. Waiting on the high ground. They don't want to fight whilst the meta's down. 20 seconds and it will be back up though. It's going to make it very hard for NIP to push into that again.
Thank you for moving the camera when that creep died. That single creep was with them for that tower. He was a true hero, and then they immediately leave him to go die. And our observer didn't want us to see that.
Oh, hang on. Iceberg. He's got help coming. Roger's just going to go straight in. He's managed to find the silence onto Misha. Misha turning. Iceberg committing with the BKB. They got the Doom down at the quad. Now the Golem comes out, but they're falling incredibly low on NIP. They're just dying to the Terrorblade. As V2 gets the triple kill, Saberlight and Charlie having to run. Roger's able to connect with the stun onto the Sven. V2, he's going to be able to clean up another by looks of it. Charlie, he tries to turn with the stun.
Midas, come on. Yes, that's it. I mean, he died. Let's use the hand of Midas. Just get the goal for the next game. Yeah, TB just shreds them apart right now.
Yeah.
You can see 100 move speed Sven. That's like not moving, being purged constantly.
Oh boy, that Mantha dodge. I forgot these guys are really good and they can do stuff like Mantha dodge.
Well, I mean, he didn't Mantha. He tried to. He still got stunned.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
He didn't quite manage to dodge the stun. He tried though, you know? The attempt was there.
Good.
That's
And
the
he
only
didn't need
reason
to
you
dodge
buy
it anyway.
Mantha.
Is the dodge?
For the flashy plays.
Now they have 2 ways of dispelling. They have Lotus Orb and Oracle, so they can take care of each other. Saberlight should be dead if he gets another roll. Oh man, that was a slow one.
Oh, Saberlight. He's gone. And this game's starting to look very rough now for NIP. 9k down. And I don't know if they have got the answers for this Terrorblade. V2 just scaling that much better than Charlie right now. You look at the difference in the farm that these heroes have. It's over 5,000 gold. V2 is so far ahead.
It's not Call of Duty. Kills don't matter.
Yeah,
What's your excuse now?
True. I mean, V2 is... what was sort of the high kill streaks you get on V2? On Call of Duty. Did you ever play Call of Duty?
Yeah, sure.
You used to get what? You got like the radar at level 3.
You got the nuke, dude, at 25. Remember the
25,
nuke?
you had to get was it 25 or 20 kills?
I think it was 25.
Was it 25 kills for the nuke?
Ah, what a great game. You just spawn in
Call of
AC
Duty.
130, just pound your fucking head as soon as you spawn in 9 times in a row. It's
What was that, 10 kill streak?
Yeah, wasn't something big. The nuke. What a genius idea. Everyone having fun? Well, bye. No.
Should there be equivalent of that in Dota, do you think? You get to a certain lead?
Absolutely.
And
if you
just
could break a
nuke the
40k game lead, Gabe Newell erupts from the Roshan pit, and then he just picks up the Ancient and throws it on the ground. But if you Lotus the Ancient right before Gabe Newell picks it up, he actually slams himself and kills himself, and then the game continues. Very important.
Call of Duty 2. That was the game that I played last time.
2? Oh, that's
It
an
was
old
really
one.
long time ago.
Yeah, I was just around at the age of Modern Warfare, World of War.
Oh, the classic.
Now I'm all about the hunt.
The hunt. 8 people in the chat, super hyped right now.
Look,
they
Dota
played
has
the
mentioned my
hunt.
game.
The
We're
hunt-
talking about Hunt Showdown.
Hunt Showdown. Me and Lacoste play that game. Nobody else does. We've never played it together, but we love it. It is a good
Have you
game.
ever queued into each other?
No, I mean,
No.
we don't, I mean, I play on European servers. He plays on wherever you live.
Yes.
And yeah, well, I invited him like 4 times already. Hype it up, Owen.
Oh, V-Tune! There we go.
My God.
Oh! That's all it takes to cast the TI Grand Finals,
Job
ladies and
done.
gents.
I'll take my payment.
Thank you, thank you.
They pay me by the word. That's why I talk so fast.
Today's an off day for me. I'm just gonna say oh. Oh!
That's a lot of O's.
Woo! Wow. Well,
We
Lacoste,
should
you were
talk
very
over
right.
each other, you know, so that everyone gets a lot of money. Let's try it
That's
now.
sure. Let's just not ever stop and let the other person talk. We'll be rich. What if we just do a cast like Twitch chat where they put it in an emote only mode? They have it on there. When Twitch chat votes for emote only mode, we can only make noises. It'll be the same thing. So the whole time. Oh! Oh!
Charlie!
Whoa.
Woo!
Wow!
Roger, he's in and he's out. See ya. Oh, could Charlie get more? He's got the God Strength, dude. He's going to try and fight the Terrorblade, but he lost the fight. He lost the fight. He did try to fight the Terrorblade, but it was not a close fight.
Aye. Yeah, I believe this game is about to end. You know, V-Tune getting out of control. Even Charlie's using only the voice lines with the...
Yeah. Dude, that... Oh, come on, Iceberg.
He just got Lincoln's.
Iceberg. I know you're winning, but come on. You got denied by your own doom. You've Lincoln's. You've doomed a Abaddon. I know you won,
Oh, but have they?
but have you won in my heart?
Have they? Let's have a look. What does
My
Dota Plus say?
God.
91%. I mean, that sounds
think they
pretty
won.
spot on.
We've seen bigger comebacks.
Yeah?
Have we?
Have we?
We did.
Yeah, we did. Okay, yeah.
Throughout the history of Dota Plus,
Yes.
you probably didn't see it because you did not subscribe to
I
it.
do. I love Dota Plus.
Exposed.
I literally still have Dota Plus. I love Dota Plus. I am not a shill for Valve, but Dota Plus is amazing. Just kidding, but I like having my heroes level up. I just like the hero spam lines, okay? And the avoid player feature. If Dota Plus was nothing but the avoid player feature and they cost 3 times as much, I would probably still get it. It's just so cathartic to be like, into the Shadow Realm, Pickle Rick 69, never again. Anyway, the cast.
What if Dota Plus gave you the function of the direct opposite of a void player?
Find a player.
Where you just queue into that
Stream
person's game
stalk?
every time.
I think there's the function. It's called
You know how many
invite
fucking
friends.
people-
That is true.
Friends.
What a,
I believe the friends list covers this with 100% certainty. Yeah, I bet Valve would sell that though.
they just sell the ability to have friends.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What if
might
Dota Plus
money.
allowed you to do voice comm? That sounds like a good idea
What
for
if-
them to make money.
What if the higher level your battle pass, the higher level your mic volume was when you screeched the
Hell
game?
yeah! Oh my god! I spent 1,000.
You come in with this 2,000 level. This guy with level 10. Hello. Yeah. That, I mean, we got to be careful with these ideas because they're going to start implementing them.
What if Dota Plus allowed you to have new cosmetic sets and
V-Tune is ready to kill them all yet again. Over he goes. NRP's trying to come and contest the fight. Oh, stolen Sunder. That was cute. It's not going to save Error. He's still dead. So Supreme. Charlie, he's trying for it, but he's been doomed. V-Tune, he's
1,
just
2,
going to
3
right-click them
buyback.
all. He's just going to kill everybody. That's another one and another one. Triple kill for V-Tune. The game ends without the Terrorblade dying
Whoa.
the once.
Yeah,
14-0-10 for V-Tune. Easy win for him.
NIP was a bit limited on catch. You know, Queen of Pain can blink in, Rubik is there, but if TB has meta, Like, I don't think they can fight, and the matchup is just TB favored. What do you think about that, Slacks?
Yeah, you were right. Very, very good TB. I guess he died 0 times, so maybe he was okay. I thought it was gonna be better. Maybe in Dota Plus they can replace, 0 deaths. You can just cast death upon someone. What do you think?
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Slacks. What do you reckon the cost? Game 2.
About the game?
Yeah, about the game 2. What are you going to do now if you're NRP? You've just had a game where you sort of had a shot at the start. Charlie was getting good farm on the Sven, but then you sort of fell flat in your face. You never killed the Terrorblade. VTune ends up walking away with the game. I mean, can you sort of point at the draft as NRP and say, hey, you know what, we didn't have anything to deal with it? Or do you think this was a bit of an outplay by Flight Moon?
Flight of Moon had some good moves, moving around the map, just playing around the TB meta. And I would love to see something more aggressive coming on from NIP in game number 2.
Oh, well, we'll see if we get it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 is going to be round the corner as game 1 goes the way of Fly to Moon with an unstoppable Terrorblade. VTune ending the game 14-0-10.
We'll be back for game 2!
Okay, yeah, so
intriguing.
You guys heard Slacks come up with the idea to cast death on an opponent. I think he accidentally just had the death of his casting career, though, instead.
Oh, no.
But let's talk about that game. I think one of the main things to talk about throughout the entirety of the draft, we get to that final pick for NIP, and you're like, wait, they don't have any catch? The Sven might kind of cover that a little bit, might cover a little bit of the physical damage, but it seemed like they were just deficient on catch.
Yeah, they actually had like a good mid-game fight after the Iceberg and General both. They Doom lassoed the Abaddon, and he clicks ult and walks away. And then, NIP, they actually get a Roche, and I was like, oh my god, they're actually in a great position this game. Then without any of their ultimates up, they decide to try to push mid, and they get 5-0 wiped. They lose the Aegis, and from there the game is just pretty much over. Because VTune was already having, everybody else was kind of suffering. You see Iceberg, I think at that point was like 2-6, right? Or something along those lines. VTune was like the highest level in the game with the highest farm still, even when they were losing.
By a lot.
Especially
so he
XP.
was, and then he was enabled so much because NIP made that mistake that it just catapulted him that much forward and helped his teammates kind of catch back up. And from there it was GG.
For me, there's like a specific moment where I thought, like, man, Fly to Moon, this is over. And the moment is it hit about the 5-minute mark. And so there was the whole lane shenanigans going on, right? They were all back and forth, trying to get the Batrider not versus the Abaddon. And the Bat was like supporting, right? The Bat was supporting the Terrorblade in a lane for a bit, which was super interesting. And then at 5 minutes, Bat just starts cutting the top wave. You have this Terrorblade who is super over-leveled because the Sven was also rotating a lot.
Yeah.
He had a 2-level advantage. They defensive tri-laned and completely crushed with the 2-level advantage on the TB, and then the Batrider just cut the wave on the off lane because you can't do that if you're solo safe lane. This Abaddon is like, well, what do I do with these creeps? I can't cut behind and get neutral creeps or whatever. Bat was just farming up the jungle, and there's no way you can have that position on the map and not have your Terrorblade get huge.
Yep.
This aggro like sucked into a 2-level advantage TB.
Yeah, VTune got super high. I think he was like level 12. I mean, it was like, what, 14 minutes in the game?
Dude,
13 minutes.
yeah.
He was super high level.
He was massive.
Which you don't see too often on a Terrorblade, but I love that point that you did actually with the Batrider. General, he looks at their draft, and he's like, we mentioned it 100 times during the draft. Where's the catch? Sven's not going to go running after the Batrider to stop him from pulling waves. He just cuts, and he just gets he gets free levels, he sets up his team for success, and he gives all the space in the world for VTune to pop off, which he did.
Like, I don't want to take away from the rest of the team. They did great. I mean, Roger on his Earth Spirit was fantastic. But I think if you go back and look at this game as NIP, it's like we just got 1v5'd by VTune. This could be almost any supporting cast, any heroes, any players for that matter, and I feel like VTune will 1v5. It's just he had the perfect TB.
Yeah, he played it perfectly, and I mean, it didn't look like the rest of the team didn't look clean. That's the most impressive thing to me. He held his ground.
He kept his cool.
Yeah.
Well, even when Iceberg was trying his best to throw.
Giving up Doom over and over again, dying, dooming the Abaddon. It didn't matter. VTune, he always was in the right place at the right time. This was actually like, if you want to go back and watch like almost like perfect 20-minute game of a Terrorblade, go watch it.
This is seriously it.
Yeah.
He had all the pressure on his shoulders and he carried it.
Yep. It was very well played. Loved his item choices too. He went for Manta, went for Scotty, and then just went for Butterfly and crit. He just went all this damage. He was just like, yeah, I don't need to worry about it. He had backup of his teams. General built Lotus Orb. They looked at Charlie's build. No BKB. You can't even use Sven Ag stun versus Lotus Orb. Yeah, just great planning.
So,
Light of Moon.
Ultimately, just perfect TB game for them.
Yep.
But before we jumped into the series at all, before we even saw the first game, I think one of the biggest things that Jenkins started to talk about was the idea that both of these teams understand the meta, but from a completely different angle. Not necessarily what we saw in the first game, what we expected with how they do understand the meta and how we've seen them play, how we've seen them excel in the past. But Fog, you alluded to the fact that you thought that the first game would be the one to get spicy. It's almost like, yeah, there's a decent amount of risk attached to it because whoever does lose this finds himself in the worst position that you could be. Whoever does win it gets to play against Alliance. But in the same breath, the rewards there as well. Do you think that we might see them return to what we expected to see in that first draft?
Because they kind of they did a role reversal, right? That's what we were kind of saying.
They did, yeah.
Right?
I think so. Well, with the carry positions though, like you know, you've Roger playing his like classic Earth Spirit. They have a lot of catch on Fly to Moon. Like they're playing really fast, really aggressive. Like that's what they do. You know, no Wisp, none of that. That's kind of the secret style, OG style, whatever. Like this still to me is Fly to Moon, just minus the carry position, which I do think we'll go back and probably see the Life Stealer if it gets allowed through.
I think so too. I think there's gonna be a movement in priority of the core after we saw those bans. Maybe it's just because the Bat Doom was there, but every carry was banned, right? So it just made the game. It made it really weird for NIP to draft Charlie's hero because he got stuck with, okay, what other options do I have besides Sven? It's like, okay, either he goes for his Sven, his Luna, or his like Lycan, which wasn't games for those heroes. So.
And speaking of which, I feel like NIP, because of just having this Sven, having this relatively kind of normal meta hero, and it's like, is this really a Charlie hero? I mean, he can play it. He's a good player. He's like a 9K carry player. He can probably play any hero. But the Luna, like, that's his thing. The Drow, like, that's his thing. The Lycan, the Void, like, these are his thing. Is Sven his thing? I don't know. I don't feel like it really is. Get him his specialty.
Yeah, so I think they probably will go back to their...
Yeah. I think, though, that you bring up in that first game as well, just how the draft ended up, how the bans actually panned out.
Every carry.
Yeah, it was literally just going through every single carry. And then when you got to that situation for NIP, it was like, okay, what even moderately checks that box? They didn't really have very many options there.
It was just Sven in Anti-Mage.
And it's not it's not a fantastic game.
What else would you like to see NIP change, though, in this series?
I honestly would have liked the Luna. I noticed that NIP also, a lot of the time when they win, they play on their own side of the map. They defend towers. They like play for the late game. I think in this game against the TB, especially with the game that he was having, they couldn't they couldn't play for the late game like that. So yeah, I think with something like a Drow or a Luna, like they usually win the carry matchup too. Like they pick Charlie's hero last and he's winning the carry matchup. And to be fair, they did do that this time. They picked the Sven last. It's just that I suppose when it's a TB that's snowballing so hard, you're not really countering it because it's a high armor hero that will get an early Scotty that will kite you. I'd honestly say the TB Sven matchup looks kind of 50-50 right now. Mm-hmm. It's just whoever has the items. Whereas if you have like TB Drow, that's hugely Drow favored, I think. Unless TB has like 2 or 3 items on the Drow. So I feel like picking Charlie a more favorable carry matchup or something that's just weird that's going to 1v5 will be better for them.
Mine was, I would say, actually the opener. I didn't like this opening Queen of Pain pick into Doom Bat. I feel like it's just like, okay, well, Supreme's playing Quap mid. You know immediately what he's going to be doing in the entirety of the game. And I actually like Supreme when he's able to make moves, personally. I feel like in this game, I felt like he was just limited. I didn't even feel Queen of Pain in that game, actually. I saw like the one Sonic Wave, but I didn't really feel her so much.
Despite him literally getting a solo kill, he actually kind of fell off after that. Like Iceberg came back with another solo kill on him, except versus 3 heroes. Like he doomed him and then chased under the tower, and then 2 heroes TP'd in, and he still ended up killing Supreme. Yeah, Supreme, maybe go back to his Invoker. Give him that. He does the Quas Exort, which is a little, like a lot of people are favoring the Quas Wex right now. I know Supreme's a big Quas Exort fan. But I'm sure he can play it.
Yeah.
Go back to something like that. Even when he does go Quas Exort Invoker, he'll still roam with his supports. Like they'll pick stuff that can do things with the Meteor and with the Sunstrike. But yeah, no, I agree. The opening was a little bit weird, especially just into Bat Doom.
Yeah, they just see it. It's like, what's Queen of Pain gonna do in the entirety of this game? Sure, they have like the combo with the sword, with the fatal bonds and all that, but I don't know. Like when you're picking a hero like Sven, then you have a Queen of Pain. It just feels weird as these two as the main cores.
I like the Warlock though. Like I think the Warlock's fine, but maybe pick something that's Queen of Pain's not really a flex pick anymore. Like she's just a mid hero now. You've run her as off lane, she doesn't have mana. You run her as a support, she doesn't have mana, doesn't have levels, she's useless. Like you basically have to run her mid. She's not played as a carry. She was played as a carry for a while there. Like maybe pick Warlock and then plus like if you go like Warlock Doom, Warlock Bat, you don't know what position the second hero is going to be. But you know where the Warlock's going. You know where the Queen of Pain is going. It kind of tells what's going to be happening in the game already.
Yeah. I feel like they had no flexibility in their draft because of that. It's like we knew. It's like last pick is going to be Charlie's hero. That Abaddon is going to be off lane. This Rubik and Warlock are going to be the supports. So I feel like we always talk about that, like having flexibility in your draft, just be able to switch things up last minute. They couldn't. It was set.
It felt very set in stone, and also felt like they were on the back foot pretty much every step of the way in that draft. The question is it going to feel that way in the next game? Because if it does, if we see Fly to Moon able to take this one down, they're instantly going to be able to get into right away the next game against Alliance to try to figure out who's going to be able to play in to Immortal and who's going to drop down to Divine. And I asked this question before we saw the teams on the day, how we thought that they would actually look if Fly to Moon or if NIP went up against Alliance. Who would have a better chance against that roster that we've seen quite a lot of? Do you think either of these teams has the upper hand, or does it look like Fly to Moon might just be a little bit sharper?
To be honest, I think that with how Iceberg had some flops in the previous game, I think if they go up against Alliance from when we last saw them, they're going to get crushed. Like, I think Iceberg legitimately needs to... Obviously, they have to get through this series first. You know, that's obvious. But I think he needs to, like, sharpen up, which he has done.
For sure.
Like, there's been games where he just does some crazy shit in the first game, and then in the second game, he's, you know, totally disciplined. Like, it just seems to be his style. It seems to be his personality. You get this guy in pubs, it's the same thing.
He's like that forever.
He's crazy.
It's been like that even when he was crazy. They're playing at TI, and it was the same thing. We're casting them. We're like, you know, Windstrike, okay, Iceberg, popping off Beyond God. Like next game, 0-9. You know, like he's just a high variance player for sure.
Yep. But you know, NIP, I think if they do go back to something that's more special, more close to like what I would consider like an NIP draft, then you know they could look a lot better, I think.
Yeah, it's just a really important thing to pay attention to with the way the day's actually set up, right? Like, you need to be coming out fresh right now in 2 series, back to back, and Alliance is just sitting here watching right now.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're just
true.
watching. They're like, okay, all right. They definitely do have that advantage there already being in the play-in, and going up against this team is going to be difficult for either of the teams that makes it through the series, but obviously, like you said, they need to make it through the series first.
And it'll be big. Like right now, I think this is a huge game for Fly to Moon, right? If they win, and they win in a fashion like they just won the last one, that's momentum, right? You go into this next series, you're feeling pumped up. If they lose this next one and then win the one after that, they might still not be feeling. I feel like this one is actually super.
That is
crucial.
true. That is true. So like psychologically, I totally agree. I think that's really important. But with that being said, the one issue too is that if you're Fly to Moon or if you're NIP, you can't prep for Alliance. Like you have to win this series first. I guarantee you, every single player is not thinking about Alliance in this game. They do not give a shit about this team because they have to win this one first.
Yeah, you can't think about it at all.
You can't,
right? Like, because I mean, the stakes are right in front of you. You're not even gonna, if you don't make it there,
right?
Who cares? But Alliance just has the biggest advantage ever. They're literally just like, well, yeah, what they pay? All right, yeah, sure. So they're going to be in a situation where they're getting nice and ready for this matchup, and they obviously are hearing and seeing everything that you guys were talking about as well. So Alliance definitely getting ready to see who they're going to play against, but we still need to figure out which team that is going to be, who's going to be able to keep on moving forward here in this second game, which should be getting started soon. We already talked about a lot of the things that we do really expect to see from these squads, but overall, let's talk about Fly to Moon and how they looked in groups. They have the upper hand here. This is a team that was only able to win one series. It was against NIP. They're looking to repeat that right now to actually get to the play-ins. What have you thought about them so far?
It's kind of the similar. It's just a volatile team. They're kind of all over the place because their mid player is, I mean, he's kind of crazy. I mean, I love Iceberg. I really do. I love watching this guy for the last several years. He's always been there with these tier 2, kind of tier 1.5 teams from CIS.
Yep.
He is extremely good. But he is so volatile that it can literally just be night and day difference.
I mean, I almost feel like that's the meta right now. I want to say that that's like people. You have this issue where like games are hard to close out, right? You have these outposts. You can't take them until you take the tier 2s. Tier 2s have split shot. Tier 3s have split shot. It's hard to go high ground. All of these games, you have these Svens, these TBs, these late game heroes. Like Liquid, like they looked pretty bad in some of their games. Alliance, they looked horrible in some of their games. And then other games, Nico Baby, 1v5. It shouldn't be possible, but the guy just pulls it out. Fly to Moon, same thing. NIP, same thing. They pull out the Luna. We're all like, well, that's a dog shit pick. They're going to do terribly. And then they completely pop off with it, prove everybody wrong. Like, I really want to say that I don't feel like that's a coincidence. I feel like it's just we're in a volatile time where you have these heroes that just want to go late game and they just stall, and then people that are like, we need to figure out how to beat this. Okay, let's go super aggressive. Let's dive tier 2s at 6 minutes into the game. Like, let's do this crazy shit, because that's what you have to do in order to solve this problem of, I'm going to pick Spectre, you have to beat me.
Yeah, onus is on you.
Late game against me. Yeah. That's how you have to beat it, is you do these crazy strats. So I feel like that's just the meta we're in. So that's why I'm super excited for the playoffs, because I feel like OG, like they looked bad in their last 2 series, right? But you know, they were already in the playoffs. They're trying things. We're in a volatile meta. Like they could win the whole thing. They could crush Secret in the next series. NIP could crush Fly to Moon in this series. Every game feels like I don't want to say every game feels like a stomp right now, but anything can happen, man. Anything can happen.
Games can be turned in one moment, right? The EG series, 17K ahead, ends up losing that game when they have a huge advantage with these super good late game heroes. They just kind of lose.
It looked so unstructured, but in like the best possible way, the most interesting possible way, that EG series.
Yeah, I mean, we're already starting to talk about a lot of the teams that we're going to need to be paying attention to over the next couple days. The bracket is already set. We got our first look at that a little bit earlier on in the day. It's been a lot of Dota to lead to this point where we actually do have the bracket in front of us, and we're going to start getting into those elimination series. If you're just tuning in as well, today really is the day that we get everything set in stone and figure out what it's going to look like for both our Immortal and our Divine teams. But you mentioned Liquid, and I think that this is a team that's been pretty interesting to keep an eye on throughout groups in general, because it was looking pretty rocky. And I do want to ask right now, after what we've seen recently, what do you think caused their slight resurgence over the past couple of days?
I don't remember if it was in an interview or somebody was talking to one of the players, and I shouldn't be saying this, but I remember hearing somebody say that I think Taiga and Boxy were talking about like splitting farm priority. They were talking about letting Taiga be greedier, right? And just basically like the way that they're like positioning their heroes in terms of like farming, in terms of priority, like they change that up to give their different players and different roles like more of a potential impact in the game. So like I think that idea of like the Sand King puck that we saw them do, where they had like both the puck and the Sand King farming, who does that?
Yeah,
who does that? Like you've always had, you know, there's the typical like, oh yeah, you know, the 3 position will take all the last hits, but if the 4 happens to get some kills, sure, they can scale, they can buy core items. It's always been that thing that's in the back of every 4 player's mind. It's like, ooh, if I get an extra kill in this lane, I can be a core. But they're like, nah, screw that. You are a core. Get last hits. Get a Quelling Blade on Sand King 4 position and literally take last hits. Like, I think just changing, like that's not normal in Dota. I think anytime you change something like that, it's either going to be a total flop or it's going to be really hard to beat, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder. I don't know how much I can say, because I was talking to Blitz a little bit about them. I was just.
I think you might have told me. Maybe I should.
I was just like, what the hell's going on? What the hell's going on with the boys? You know, like how's everything going? He was just like, they're not in the. Especially at the beginning, they were like, they're not in full practice form right now. They're still trying to get used to everything. So I think now we're starting to see them just grow, because they're playing together. I think they just weren't actually playing together much beforehand.
And they're starting to get ready when it matters the most. But speaking of ready, our analysts are ready to take us into the draft panel. We're going to jump in and get Game 2 started.
Welcome to the Drafting Pantheon. I've got two lovely men joining me here to break down Game 2's draft. But before that, I actually wanted to ask you guys about Game 1. You guys saw the draft, but didn't get to actually hear your input, and so I wanted to get a chance to pick it up.
Yeah, it was an interesting draft overall. Like your Sven versus TB usually favored a little bit for the TB, but like I was saying while we were watching the game, you can't know for sure because Sven is a different kind of a beast right now. That Aghanim's changes things a little bit. Didn't change way too much in that game.
I was about to say, it didn't look like it had changed a whole lot. T, were you favoring the TB lineup, or?
Oh, for sure. I
think, of course. I mean, because they won after
of course,
all. Yeah,
when they win.
You're such an excellent analyst.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Bravo, honestly,
so if you see here on this page here,
definitely.
No, I think Flight to Moon just came into the series with a little bit better preparation. I think the adjustments to their bans against their previous series against NiP, they overall, I think, just understood what they wanted from the game a little bit more than NiP.
Okay, so in which case, looking forward to Game 2, what do you think Ninjas of Pajamas need to change up to get the advantage?
I think before we look at the heroes, I think we need to look at what NiP favors in the when they're entering a series. They're actually a team that selects Dire out of pick order and side. They're always going for Dire when they have the option.
And why do you think that is?
I don't want to give an answer because I just don't think it's that good, realistically.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Is
it preference?
Yeah, I think it is honestly going to be like a preference thing. Maybe it's about the mid lane because in terms of draft, they normally activate Supreme in some sort of way. He has one of the smaller hero pools out of all the guys.
But isn't Radiant mid lane as well pretty good because we have the medium
Arguably,
camper,
yeah, exactly. But
it's interesting. Like it's funny to me. Like I've been on a lot of panels, right? And this conversation, which side is better, no one ever really answers it very well.
It's a gut
It's very
feel.
ambiguous, you know. It's like, yeah, Dire is better because there's 52% win rate on Dota buff. It doesn't really cut it.
I would argue, so if you want to give like an actual answer to it, it's the fact that losing your safe lane tower as Dire doesn't feel that bad because you have that outpost always available. It means that Roshan at around 18 minutes is always activated because you don't lose that outpost until you lose a tier 2. So naturally, like that side of play is always Dire favored.
Roshan has always been a really key point in many explanations that I have been a part of. It's Roshan and it's Ancients. That's it. And now that Ancients are actually positioned symmetrically on the map, I think the difference on the sides is even smaller.
But I think it's even more interesting when your playstyle changes based off of which side of the map you're on, right? There is, I think, to controlling Roshan, right, it's better for Radiant to be oftentimes a more aggressive team because Dire does have that fallback. They could be a little bit more conservative, lose their towers. Meanwhile, Radiant wants to control the map as much as possible because that's how they get Roshan control.
But you need to take the tier 2. Like, unless you take the tier 2, they're always going to have that outpost. So the game has changed quite a bit, especially because of the outpost and especially because of the changes to how you take them and when you are able to take them. But let's go into the draft because I see something obnoxious on the side of NIP. We have not only a Venomancer, but a Warlock to follow that up with Fatal Bonds, with Gale. Alright, Veno has been nerfed a little bit, but man, this damage that's coming from the two of them, plus the fact that you're shutting down Tiny and Batrider with one pick, looks pretty legit on an IP.
Yeah, it's a really nice adjustment from the first series especially. I think Veno naturally loves playing into these type of heroes because all the play goals that constant slow, it's not too bad. I think the fear is still, they lack the lockdown, the actual, we want to take a fight, we're fighting here. Sure, you have Golem, but after you use that, people just run away. Arguably Upheaval as well, but...
And Gale. And Lift.
Again. All these soft, oh my god, there's a goddamn... No, but Flight to Moon really, I think, if I look at these two lineups and don't look at the teams, because right now, seeing NiP, it kind of, to me, lessens the value of their draft. No offense, but I think Flight to Moon just are too much in their comfort. They've got that first pick Tiny. They're 3 heroes right now, which makes them strong. Doom, Phoenix, and Tiny. And because they're always getting first pick, they're always getting one of these 3 heroes. Yeah. And we've seen it on Iceberg, we've seen it on Roger, there's flexibility in it.
I don't value the Tiny or the Batrider that much in this game. I can see where you're coming from. It is their comfort zone, but for me, NIP have got a decent draft so far. Oracle does mess things up, a little bit. Even if you put it on the offlane together with the Bat, it shuts down the Warlock, and now they have Oracle TB once again.
If it ain't broke.
Dude, I see the joke pick, and I'm like, surely they just like go TB again, like they just clean out the draft, right? Like this is what I mean in terms of. because there's only these two bans at the start, the Doom and the Tiny fill the same role for Fly to Moon. And then like their overall draft style, they don't need to change because NiP aren't really changing up their style from that first game, right?
But why the hell do you pick Jug if you see an Oracle and there's an open TB?
So in terms
not only that, excuse me, not only
please.
that, you have also a Venomancer on your side. It's like, not only now is this TB good versus Jug, he's also great versus the Venomancer. So you're picking a hero that you picked in the first game, and you're killing two flies with one stone.
I realized I'm being a little bit sad, a little bit, down on NiP for. Let's try and show light on maybe what they're trying to achieve with their
maybe
draft.
they're baiting out the TB again because they have a good answer to it.
Sure, maybe they got that mid pick to kind of open it up.
Classically, Zeus's, Tinkers.
And then they'll have nothing in their draft to really hit any timings. But no, so right now with the heroes they have, they are going to have lane pressure in that Veno lane against the TB, potentially. The early fight is favored towards them. The Veno does take away the Batrider.
How do you pressure the TB with Veno if you're playing Oracle TB? That's literally the worst lane for Veno that he can go into.
The Rubik comes in as well and like tickles him around. Dude, I'm trying to show something for NiP, right? This is so bad. This is already over.
So usually
go to the next game. Alliance v Fly to Moon.
It's over, everybody. Thank you for watching.
I'm gonna do
Let's all do a
My
Jenkins.
analysts are going to take off before they even see the last pick.
So look at it this way. When you're playing versus TB as Venomancer, you usually go for Poison Sting and Gale because your wards just get destroyed by illusions. He can just kill him off. Plus he can reflect you. He's just a good hero versus Veno. And now you also have an Oracle, so you can't even go for the Gale. And that Fate Ball that usually messes with your last hits, guess what? Purge from Oracle deals with that as well. So this lane will be extremely good for Fly to Moon in my opinion, unless they mess it up completely. And this combo of Jug plus Warlock, I can see why Jug is picked here. It's good versus Batrider. You will farm, but you're not the true win condition in this game. It doesn't feel like that. And you won't really shut down the Bat as well. At some point, you don't have that slow, you don't have that setup that's going to threaten General if he's playing the Bat, which I suppose he will be.
And now Fly to Moon have to decide, what are they going to put this tiny mid, or are they going to put it into that 4 and kind of last pick that big mid laner to also enable him a bit more?
I would put it as 4, right? Like 4 tiny plus Batrider is really good on the off lane.
Because when you look at the heroes that Roger has left to play, there really isn't that many. Maybe you could go for just another Earth Spirit again, and then just go for like the lane pressure, overall give you more teamfight. But no, they do put the tiny 4, they pick up an Invoker. And right now we're seeing again another well-rounded out draft from Fly to Moon that has the ability to, even under early pressure, they can have a very strong mid game. For NiP though, again, we've been a little bit down on their draft for now. They need to find a mid hero that is able to apply so much pressure in the game that the lack of control, the lack of like the fundamentals their draft's missing is enabled from a single pick.
Like
Technically Kunkka to me is always the hero that rounds out a draft like this. You know, like it gives you the tankiness, it allows you to have that early fight.
Awful win rate overall. Kunkka
Awful
has
win rate.
fallen out of favor for most of these teams.
If you want to talk about win rate, the one hero that does seem to significantly increase Juggernaut's win rate is not that. So I won't talk about it. It's the Morphling.
You're about to hit like a fresh stat and you were like, nope, okay.
No stats here.
No, thank you.
That's actually very interesting. Morphling.
No stat zone.
Okay, so I'm just going to digress a little bit here. Jug, long time ago, Jug PLs used to be played mid as well versus Invoker, and you could crush that lane, but I don't think that's the case here. It still should be the Morphling mid.
It's a Supreme Morphling,
It's a Supreme Morph, yeah. And overall, Morphling does give you that true win condition. Like, it is a hero that can deal with the TB.
But are you still leaning Fly to Moon? Would you agree with those odds?
I would still definitely lean to Fly to Moon.
It's about how like overall the draft looks, right? Fly to Moon, they have all the components needed to take the early fights, to move to Roshan, to pressure high ground, pretty much everything wave clear. NiP though, they've doubled down on the fact that they're missing the ability to fight.
Everything.
So what they're doing is doubling up their cores. They're hoping that the lanes go well enough that they can out-greed Fly to Moon, and when they get to that tier 3 defense, 20-25 minutes, they're going to have Jug and Morphling, both with 2 items, and they can just out-carry this TB. Because of course Morphling is, again, one of the counters to Terrorblade.
Yeah.
I just don't see there being enough space on the map for this Veno to farm, and Jug and Morphling, because the lack of moves that Warlock makes as a hero, Rubik can't do it as well too much with these heroes. I think NiP are going to be very stagnant, very stale, and overall just slowly lose this game. Unfortunately, I just don't like
That's
Nip's
very
draft.
grim. That's very grim.
I just
Should
don't
we
like
just
Ivory's
skip the
draft.
game, or should we watch it?
I think you should watch this game in the hope to see Nip
Can we
fight
rewind
against the
this?
hate.
This is all
Well,
pre-recorded.
sadly,
so-
gentlemen, we do have to actually watch the
Scripted,
game.
brother.
Hopefully, for your guys' sake, we won't be back here for game
Ring,
3,
ring. Oh, is this the
as
mafia?
you
Oh,
guys
sorry.
seem to already call it. But they said in their draft, if you're lacking something, double down on something else, and that's what we're going to be doing next with this TriCast.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, game 2 ready to go of NIP versus Fly to Moon. I'm ODPixel, joined by Lacoste and Slacks for this one. So, lads, the panel seem to doubt a little bit what NIP is going to be able to do with this draft. They had a rough game 1 NIP. They're going up against the Terrorblade once again. Do you like their odds better here this time round in this game 2, or do you think they're still going to struggle with dealing with the Terrorblade issue?
I feel like they have a worse draft than what they had in game number 1. Having Morphling and Juggernaut. I mean, they picked Morphling to be matched up against the Invoker on the mid lane. It's a good match. Shotgun. Yeah, it's a good Morphling game in terms of laning stage, but they have no catch. And also, just by looking at the matchups of the carries, yeah, you have 2 carries, you know, since you picked it, but they might just be ran over in like 50 to 20 minutes with the lineup that Fly to Moon has at the moment. Like, you have a position 4 Tiny, you have a Batrider, TB, we've seen how strong the hero can get in the previous game. Iceberg is just going to be burning the mana on the heroes. These heroes are very, very vulnerable when they don't have mana, and you have a BKB piercing ability against the Juggernaut with the Batrider. So yeah, looking good for Fly to Moon just by looking at the draft.
But, Owen,
Yes.
remember how Venomancer and Warlock are good together?
That is true.
Chains
I mean,
and
that-
Poison with
they've
the
got
right
the combo.
and you know, with the right team fight setup, it could.
Oh.
Wow! Look
Look
at this! Look at these cameras!
That guy's got a face like a spaceship.
Oh my God, he must be the team's mascot.
Yeah.
Very nice. Imagine being the only guy who got tricked into turning on his webcam for your team. Guys, everyone has their webcam on it. Yeah, sure. Then you're just there. Thank you for NIP for turning on all your webcams, though. It's a beautiful
Yeah,
shot.
Deserve
And they're all
that for
wearing
that one.
jerseys. Very professional.
Yeah, they are.
Wow. That is nice.
They're all
How do you
set
know
up.
that's not the jersey for Fly to Moon? Both of them are wearing it.
They're not even the same color.
What are
Nah,
you
they're
talking about?
different. That one
There's
of
just
them,
a
it's got
white
a bit of a
piece.
design on one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, remember Wings? They all had white tees and said Wings on the back. That was fine. Oh, Lacoste, this brings back memories.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what did you guys
Find
talk
the
about
monkey.
last time?
The old 20-minute fly-through of the Dota 2 map. What a joy. Oh, what a shame.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, production said you guys need to go 4 versus 5. I don't care that one of the players is AFK.
Yeah, we
We're
can't
not
be
having
bossed.
that conversation once again.
Oh, Mr. Pixel.
Yeah.
You know what though? These are good teams though. I'm sure NIP. It's not like that. There's a chance. Drafts aren't everything in the game of Dota 2. If they were, some teams would never win.
No, I mean, and as you said, they've got something. They have got that team fight combo to punish. You know, these squishy heroes like the Terrorblade. Obviously, early on, VTune's going to be very susceptible to all this magical damage that NIP will be able to bring. But it's not going to be easy. We saw how well VTune was able to play the TB last game. Didn't get caught out at all. The entire match ended up 14-0-10 in game 1 as the Terrorblade.
Ooh.
So,
And it's much better game for a Batrider. They don't have a Dispel with the Abat in this game, so, you know, he jumps in, is going to get the drag back, so looking like a very, very good Batrider game. He started with Boots of Speed, doesn't have to care too much about, you know, any harassment coming out from Jug. I don't think General will get too much out of this lane, since Jug can just spin. But, yeah, this is what Roger's going to do. 2 heroes with Boots of Speed. For now, Juggernaut is just being left alone. Well, yeah, at one point, you need to bring help.
Can I go off on a small tangent about Batrider? I hate this hero's cosmetics. Why? His name is literally Batrider. His lore is literally went into a cave and he found a bat. Yet all of his cosmetics make it into a fucking owl or a manta ray. Just, it'd be like changing Doom from Doom. I mean, it's all he has.
Yeah, but
he has no other lore. Why is he on a fucking owl?
yeah, but his name is Bat Rider, not Bat Riding. You know, he doesn't just because he's a Bat Rider doesn't mean he only rides a bat. It means that he does ride a bat, but just in this scenario, he's not choosing to ride a bat.
No, it makes me angry still. If you called yourself motorcycle rider and then you just drove around in a fucking car, people would call you an asshole. They wouldn't like that. I don't like it, Owen.
Well, for once, I have to agree with Slacks here.
What?
Like, just change something else. I don't know.
Anything, you know? I guess it's really all he has to work with is the giant bat. Just don't change it then. Give me one real-world example where you would call yourself as X and then people would not be upset if you didn't do X. You know?
I mean, literally everything. People in life don't just do one thing.
If I called myself Lawyer Man and I literally was a doctor, you don't think people would be upset?
Not if you were also a lawyer.
If I got trained to be a lawyer, but
If you were
I'm
a lawyer
currently a
and
nurse.
a doctor, when you were at the hospital, you would still say, yes, I'm a lawyer.
No, but you call yourself Lawyer Man.
You might call yourself a lawyer, but would people still, you know, get anything law-related from you, any kind of advices?
No.
If you're a doctor, probably not. Yeah, same thing here. If I called myself Lacoste Dota and I start streaming other games, people will probably not watch it.
Yeah.
People would not watch it in the first place, but whatever.
When Dota Capitalist goes for his Valorant failed career, I mean, people are going to be like, what's this shit? You know?
Mid lane, Invoker doing much better than I expected. I mean, this is the last pick, Morphling into Invoker, and right now I see Invoker really dumpstering him. 13-6 against 7-4. Double Null Talisman, extra mana regen, Spell Amp. Veno is a brave man, you know, skilling that Poison Sting against the TB, and we can already see Reflection, plus 2 points in meta. You use the strengths of Veno against them.
I mean, when you're in a lane like this as the TB, do you just keep it at the 1 point in Reflection, or do you like to take some others early on?
Just 1 point.
Just
is
the 1
enough.
point.
Yeah,
okay.
you do not want to overcommit.
Yeah, well, yeah, V2, we can see it is CS. Again, off to a pretty scary start here. 3 minutes, 19 and 4. Perfect last taking down on the bottom lane. No early pressure that's really slowing him down.
Whoa.
Whoa, nice glyph from Iceberg. He even gets the deny. I mean, Supreme's just completely losing
He's
this
getting
lane.
destroyed, man. I mean, as you say, this should not be this bad, and if anything, you've seen the Morph, like the Morph can beat the Invoker.
Oh, that
for
was
sure.
cool.
Yeah. It shouldn't go like this. Because, yeah, 21-10 against the 9-4. I mean, that is a considerable difference.
This is big. Not that just he's stealing away region. He's also low on mana, 50%, and it's not gonna come. Can use a full combo. Just needs to, you know, refresh the abilities.
Yeah, when they're back off cooldown, Supreme's got to be careful.
He's not careful, man. He knows. If I don't get last hits, I kill the other mid. That's all I can do.
And this is why you picked him. You see what just Morph did, where he goes in, starts morphing. Pretty brain-dead ability, but, you know, still very good.
Yeah. It's just happening a little too late, it seems. It's already so far behind in that mid matchup. Now, bottom lane, V2, I mean, he's got 32 CS again. He's just getting all the last hits. These plague wards only giving him more things to farm, really, down on this bottom lane right now. Not really posing any threat to him. And again, 5 minutes in, we're starting to see all 3 lanes just be won by Fly to Moon.
It's a goddamn beatdown. Gotta respect the Venom, though, you know? Put in the points and Poison Sting. I can take it. It's my poison. I'm fine. Give it to me. It's not working out, but I mean, it's an alpha move for sure.
I still can't believe this is a thing, what Morphling is doing. Like, how is that balanced?
I literally do not know. If people always say Techie should be removed, literally remove Morphling. All he does is cause issues. Every update, someone gets something cool. It's like, oh, Morphling could steal ES's new ability. Morphling, just get rid of him. It's awful. There's no Morphling spammers out there. Okay? Who's a Morphling spammer? No one. No one of relevance. That's a shotgun. That's cool, though.
What's going on here, Roger?
I love this cosmetic. When you have Oracle in the team, it looks like he used ulti on you. Don't you agree?
I mean, it is that sort of
really
similar.
Is pay to win cosmetic.
There's that, yeah, that big old aura around you. It's happening there, Iceberg. He's going to be able to get back.
Oh!
First blood ends up going the way of Roger. Iceberg will manage to get that invis. Supreme starting to catch up a little bit, but still it's so many denies that Iceberg's been able to get against him that you're going to see quite the level difference in this mid lane.
Iceberg played extremely well first few minutes, just being aggressive, burning his mana, using Cold Snap to keep harassing. Roger's in.
Nice.
He got the first blood, has a tranquil boot, so he can set it up with the toss. It's a short range. Yeah, buddy, I have the same problem. It's shorter than I think.
Yeah, he's struggling to find anything here. He's just going to get killed off. Couldn't find the toss back. Nothing to toss it to. Nothing close enough.
That was the saddest thing I've ever seen. He just walked in there and slowly beaten to death, waiting for his opportunity.
There we go. We'll see that earlier play that Roger was able to make successfully to get that first blood for Fly to Moon early on the bottom lane. We've got 3 heroes now down here, so trying to put a little extra pressure onto V-Tune, but as we've seen, V-Tune just already off to such a great start down here on the Terrorblade yet again, which has got to be a worry for NIP. They saw what V-Tune was capable in game 1.
Very scary stuff. Can't let that guy get farmed, but I'm mostly interested in how this mid lane turns out, you know?
Mid lane done. He has Morbid Mask. Nothing you can do about it anymore. Heals 100 per hit.
Jesus.
Well, I'm exaggerating, but you know
Okay.
what I mean.
I didn't. I've never bought that item. Arcane Ring comes out. My favorite neutral item.
I thought we played techies. You never done Mask of Madness techies.
What the hell's wrong with you? No, why would you do that, Owen?
I thought that's what people do.
Mask of Madness Techie.
I've seen it before.
Well, I'm sure you have. And
Oh, he used Wave just to get some extra regen coming out from that regeneration rune, but still, all the mana is gone. How's our boy Jug doing?
He's fine. He's doing fine,
okay.
top, right? He's only really had the bat to deal with now for the most part, Charlie. So able to control the lane nicely. He's not under too much threat from the bat alone.
Surprised that General is so formed in this matchup. I guess the reason is they left him alone first couple of minutes, and now he's having a really good time. Spell Lamp coming out in some mana regen from that Nully, and getting Boots of Travel just 1,000 gold away. Can you say like he's only 2,000 gold away from Boots of Travel and not being sarcastic?
no, absolutely not. I don't think so.
What if it's Tinker?
He's
That
only
sounds even
2k
worse.
away, ladies and gentlemen. Almost there. As we go on top of this Rubik Tuesday. Tossing him back in.
Oh, dodged the tornado. It didn't matter though. Holds back Misha. Sableye trying to step across. He has got the Poison Nova. Not quite able to get into the center of them all, so Iceberg is just going to enjoy farming some more Plague Wards, some more easy gold here for him as the Invoker, getting the D Ward as well. Realizing that NIP playing this aggressively around this area are going to have that vision. And still, you just see that it's not the biggest of differences, but it's just the fact that all 3 cores of Fly to Moon have pretty much got free farm. They're all at the top, whilst NIPs do sit at sort of 500, 600 behind their counterparts.
Couple of stacks here. Roger will be just collecting the XP and getting some gold towards his Blink Dagger. Tiny is such a strong hero right now because he does not need any of the items. And if you can get something like Arcane Ring, which Slax likes, this is, or Mango Tree, like you have infinite mana, so you don't have to spend a lot of gold into these mangoes and clarities, which Tiny relies on. Bounties spawning, seems like it's gonna be 2 for 2.
Always want to fly. Getting gone on here by Sableye, but will keep himself alive with a false promise. You got the 4 of NIP trying to get in aggressive on this bottom lane. Misha's going to have all his mana burnt away. Iceberg, he's going to bail out of it. Doesn't want to stick around any longer. Gets away before anyone can find him and cancel the TP. Doesn't mean they will lose the tower, though, as Fly to Moon will have to concede that bottom tier 1. NIP get the early tower. Can actually use a lot of resources for it, and still, yeah, the fact that General, he's just been able to live a very happy life on this top lane means that he's going to be able to make some very aggressive plays. And as you mentioned earlier, Lacoste, this time round, there's not really too much to stop a bat from just running you over if he gets a good start.
They got him real good.
Entire team committing for that beautiful Oracle kill.
Still living.
They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. Okay, they will.
Okay.
Supreme's able to swing round from mid.
Thank God.
Yeah, we'll manage to finish off Always Want to Fly. They come in with the Omni Slash onto Iceberg, but he's out of vision. The dust comes out from Error, but Iceberg is underneath the tower. Can they still continue to chase? Supreme zips in. Iceberg falling low. Pops the Fairy Fire. He's still on the run, but Charlie will finish him off with the Blade Fury. NIP are able to find the big kill on the Invoker here. General, he's coming with the TP, but still the 4 of them here. Very hard for General to really do much against the 4 of them on his own. He has to be a little careful.
General, no points in Flame Break. Interesting. Like, you want to have 1 point just for the knockback. 404. He's extremely speedy and farmed right now, but I also feel like General should have committed a bit earlier to the bottom lane because, you know, sticking up bomb charges, they only have one hero who can dispel it, and that's Jug.
If you're going to make the Bat Rider ride an owl, could you at least make it drop snow? Why does he drop fire? Why does he spit fire? It's an owl. Why can't you do these things for the lore, I ask you? Please. Why does he have a flaming lasso?
Wait. Why does it make sense that a bat makes fire, but an owl doesn't?
Because it's a bat. It's a fire bat.
What is a fire bat?
It's a mythological creature. It's a...
How do you know there's no such a thing as a fire owl?
Yeah,
Does that look like a fire owl?
Yeah, what about Oho in Pokemon? Is that not an owl?
What the hell's an Oho? Is that a type of...
Oh, the fire thing. The big bird.
Oho?
In the first ones. Is it Oho?
Oho?
The fire one. There's like Moltres, Articuno.
And Oho?
Zapdos and...
Yeah, Zapdos.
Moltres is the fire one.
Moltres is the fire one.
I don't know
You
what
literally just said
Oho
it.
is. Oho.
I think Oho is a type of British donut. Owen?
No, there's Oho and Lugia.
That's not from the original 150.
Nah, it's from Gold and Silver.
We all know the
You might
original
be thinking about
150 is canon.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
No,
Yu-Gi-Oh! He's thinking Yu-Gi-Oh! The fire owl. What a effed up
serious
show
question,
that was.
why bat with the fire? Maybe he ate something spicy.
It's a fire bat. It's a real thing in fantasy.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Do you think Dota would work if it's a card game?
Dude, I begged Valve when the fucking Valve Index came out to turn Artifact into Yu-Gi-Oh! It was perfect. They had this big focus on VR.
That's a good
you
idea.
have Artifact. Do you know how good that game would be if two
throwing
guys...
out cards and summoning things.
I wrote the whole script.
Yeah.
Me and Sunsfan walk out at TI9. We have the fucking things on our arm, and we're like, I summon Axe! And then he just appears in AR. Holy shit.
That would be dope.
Hell yeah. Someone's going to beat him to it. Hearthstone VR comes out on the Oculus Rift. Everyone's sitting on their couch like a goddamn pleb. We could have done it with an index.
Oh, top lane! Charlie. He's fine.
Very passive game.
Very.
3-3.
I mean, I
14
feel like
minutes in.
We saw this game before last time. I mean, this is even more passive than game one. I think at this stage in game one, it was like 3-5, maybe. But again, there's a Terrorblade. It's V-Tune Terrorblade. He just had one of the best Terrorblade games we've seen. And there's no reason to believe that he's not going to be able to do the same again here in game two. He's just been allowed to fail.
Charlie, he has Hand of Midas, while Fly to Moon, they're just fighting, getting items to fight now. Lasso.
Oh!
There he goes.
Iceberg with the kill secure. I mean, it's just looking rough again for NIP. I don't see if the game continues at. You're just not a fan of the Midas, the cost.
Not really.
No.
Midas into drums. I mean, if you want to get the farming item, you can just get something else. Just get drums as the first item.
I mean, that is how a lot of people have been dealing with TB, is to get more aggressive on their carries, try to get him before he gets the Scotty. You're not winning this race, Jug. Yeah, you should not be planning for the long-haul Midas efficiency. You will be destroyed by Terrorblade.
Tiny has a Blink Dagger. You use a spin. There's no real save besides Vorlok Golem, and I don't think it's enough. They can just bring you to 100-0 in a second with this kind of combo, and look at the way they itemize on different heroes. You have Boots of Travel on Bat Rider, so you can be more mobile, still get the farm. Invoker's going for Spirit Vessel against the Morphling, against the Healing Ward, which is going to be insanely good. Also, they don't have way of dispelling it.
It's a long smoke right there, waiting for the opportunity, but he does have the Blink Dagger. Wanting Morphling to go deep under the tower here by the Tiny. Now it's just depressingly sad. There we go!
Oh! I mean, that's rough.
That's good Blink. He waited a long time for that full smoke duration for that, so he earned it.
You can't have your Morph dying there. Farming in a bit of a precarious position. Leaves him pretty open to being jumped like that by the Tiny in his Blink. I mean,
what if you could... I saw your idea about Hand of Midas 2. What about Hand of Midas 3? Where you can just use it on a hero. Just instantly kill it.
I agree.
Oh, no. I mean, Roger's he's just killed both of the cores in the same position. I mean, Supreme's just died there. And then Charlie's come up and said, let me do that as well. And Roger said, thank you very much. 2 kills in a row on the 2 cores.
They got 3k gold lead. in span of 2 minutes.
I would never leave that spot again as Tiny.
Just well, if they're going to keep coming in. This is where I'm going to make my home.
Let it happen.
This is it. This is the combo.
The combo.
Both of them have vision.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Even tossed back in grace there by Era.
Absolutely perfect.
Oh. Okay,
wow.
Supreme is able to get some revenge. Always want to fly.
I mean, you're not getting out of this, that's for sure.
He's definitely dead, so NIP able to hit back a little bit. I did somehow survive through the false promise. They're still going down at the end of it all, and hey, Bat's in.
He got the morph off, but the Spirit Vessel.
And they've got some damage here from Toon, but the Ghost Scepter will keep him safe. Saberlight comes in, immediately dies to the damage of V-Toon.
Not the best Rock.
Rock's
gone.
It's just gone. It's just gone immediately. More money for V-Toon. 5k lead. I mean, it just feels a little helpless, right? Oh, the Midas is on. Use it.
Use it again.
Use the Midas.
Charlie.
Pop the drums to use the Midas. That's efficient.
It is efficiency.
And then
it's
rebuy the drum.
And then sell the Midas. You've done it.
He doesn't have a TP scroll, looks like.
Oh, he's got it. He's coming
one
now.
Oh,
he's
thank
coming now.
God.
He's got it on the courier. Yeah, 5k lead. V-Toon. I think he knows. He's like, dude, this is just going to be a repeat of what I did in game one. He just won game one very easily.
Yes.
And he's on track to do that again here in game two.
I think we have a budget production here. We just recorded game one and then just replayed it. This is actually not, if you're paying attention, literally the same game.
Yeah, we're literally, we've just said the same things that we did in game one. I think Slacks is about to ask me about mukbangs.
Hey, so have you ever heard about mukbangs now? What would your favorite But yeah, sad tale. However, maybe they can 5-man it. They got some great combos. Once that Tiny got that Blink Dagger, what do they do?
I mean, that was probably the best scenario of events after a Blink Dagger picked up on Tiny that I've seen in a while. He just kills the mid, and then he kills the carry.
Problem is NIP, they don't have a way to start a fight. This is the way they start a fight. They lose one, now it's time to go.
Roger, he's just out, but he will be stopped. There is the counterplay. The Iceberg just comes in with a Tornado of the EMP. They do lose Roger. So NIP able to find the Tiny. They're going to try and run down Iceberg, slowing him down here, but the Ice Wall's out. Saberlight held back by the root. Supreme jumps in onto Always Want to Fly, but the False Promise keeps him safe. Iceberg turns, takes down Saberlight. The Omni Slash will find Iceberg, though. So a bit of a punchback here from NIP. Again, can't help but just feel it's all but a distraction as V-Toon, he's playing on another server. He's just farming away. Terrorblade continues his game. Roger knows. He's just throwing tips out to his buddy. Says, dude, as long as you're hitting creeps, I don't care what's happening elsewhere in this game. This Terrorblade is going to carry me.
Yep, I think what V-Toon's saying right now is just keep them busy. I'm no expert though, but looking at the difference in the net worth, it was 4K 3 minutes ago, now it's 7K. Looks good for Fly to Moon.
And are they going to be able to take that 20-minute outpost back, or are they going to have neither under control at the 20 minutes? It looks like they can't get it back in time. So that's going to be both outposts held by Fly to Moon as well. So going to continue to bump up their XP advantage. See bounties being set out as well here. NIP, they're grouped up as 5 around the mid. They're running down Always Want to Fly here as the 5 of them. They still are yet to really make any sort of move up to the top to try and focus the Terrorblade. And the whole team chasing Always Want to Fly isn't actually going to achieve anything. They have to back out. They couldn't kill the Oracle.
Spin is used. Batrider, no lasso yet. I believe TB has a meta ready, which is kind of his ulti. So yeah, also
he's nearly got Scotty.
1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Rack's being pushed in now by the Illusion with no answer there. That's something.
Here we go.
Rough. Okay, here we go.
There we go. We got
Mangoes.
They got the E-Blade. He's got the shotgun.
This guy just ate 4 mangoes. He's drunk on mango power right now, and he's looking for a kill.
There we have it. And they've got to get something with this smoke. A support kill, that's not enough. They had to find a core. Again, still refusing to play into the Terrorblade up top, despite having the ward above him. General, all right, this is not how the move was meant to start here for NIP. They just lose a Venomancer somewhere miles away from the smoke gang. Era's going to try and go in with the telekinesis. Supreme comes in with the combo onto the Oracle, who's able to easily false promise himself. The Avalanche holds back Supreme. Now the Golem comes out, does get onto the 4 of them. Roger slides out to the side. Stolen toss
They
here,
have
they
no
jump
stuns.
in. But Roger's just walking away. And, I mean, that wasn't the move. That was not the move.
Daddy! Daddy's in the fight! And everyone runs away. As soon as Terrorblade comes, they have literally nothing that they could do except for run for their lives.
I mean, they have a lot of slow. With Venomancer, Upheaval, the problem is they can't start a fight. Well, they try to bait with one hero. Venomancer uses ulti. All right, no ulti on him.
Okay, he killed the Oracle.
He got him real good.
Daddy!
He got the Oracle.
Put away the belt, Daddy!
He
no!
got the Oracle. And that was all. That's all they're gonna get. They killed Always Want to Fly. They'll lose 3 heroes. You know, this game is looking considerably rougher than game 1 right now. It's 16-8, 12k lead for Fly to Moon. VTune again. He's going to end this series without dying at all. This series on the Terrorblade.
But what if NIP win this game? All right, no, listen.
They can
close.
still win the game without him dying.
Yes, that's true. It's true. He could
It's
just
never
hide
a good
in the
sign,
fountain.
but it can happen. I've seen it happen before.
Yikes. I mean, if this guy gets a BKB, is it just completely over?
I mean, he's not even dying. He might not even feel the need to get a BKB this game.
Sure.
He's like, dude, I'm so far ahead. I can just get items that are going to help me kill quicker.
Hey, what does Jug even do against this? He just has like the inbuilt Omni Slash prevention there.
I mean, the only counter would be to go for the full magic build. That's what.
What
you're
is
missing this
that?
game.
On Juggernaut?
Yeah. You go Treads, Veil, Radiance, Bloodstone.
Oh no.
E-Blade.
Oh,
E-Blade.
no.
You finish with the Dagon. Dagon's the sixth
Dagon's
item
the
of the build.
sixth
Yeah.
item.
That's sort of the.
Are we talking about a Juggernaut right now? Oh, no,
Dude,
no.
there's reasons why he's got Blade Fury talents. You know, Ice Frog
Jesus.
wants to see it happen. He wants you to go for the magic build Jug. People just don't understand.
They
And
don't.
it's the Terrorblade counter.
It is, truly.
It
Juggernaut,
Yeah.
with the
Especially
greatest
the
mana
Radiance,
pool of 800.
Where
Yeah,
you
well,
can use
that's why you get the
reflection
Bloodstone.
and
Of
use
course,
Radiance
That's why you
again.
get the Bloodstone.
Easily build a Kaya Sange. Very good.
Can even get the Ether Lens, you know, so you can pop that healing ward out at a little bit of a further distance. With an Ether Lens, you can put out the healing ward at a range where you're actually outside of the
Wow.
healing range of the ward.
What?
So then if you put it in the trees, they don't know you've actually put a healing ward in a useless place that's not doing anything.
That's right. As long as you huddle
you don't have
around
the
those
healing buff.
trees. Dude, what a dope-ass concept.
Dire's bottom tower
Full
has fallen.
Seer Stone Juggernaut healing ward. Get him, dude.
You just when you make it a gang, you just throw it out like a map away, like a
This
screen
is
away
how
from
they
you.
start a team fight. They put Venomancer in, just pray that they can't insta-kill him before he gets the ult off. If he gets the ult off, they're going to use the Fatal Bond. That's their plan right now.
Venomancer, what have you done?
Here comes the Tiny. Oh, he's going to die.
There we go.
Oh, no, he's not. False Promise comes out. The offering's going to be dropped down to the 3 of them. Supreme turns into TB to drop down the Reflection. The Golem gets taken out straight away. General, he's in with the lasso. Onto Charlie. The Jug is dead. Roger comes in with the toss combo onto Supreme. Supreme will fall. That's the 2 calls out of the fight. NIP also going to lose Saberlight as V-Tune's able to run him down. Misha and Era trying to get away. Misha will TP away, but Era... he's not even going to try and TP. V-Tune runs him down, giving him the old high five.
Oh, the combo! They missed.
It would have been,
would've
sick.
been sick.
It would have been sick.
Now they're going to get 4 bounty runes. They just don't have a way to start a team fight. The best thing they can do is put the Venomancer in the front, hope that he can use the ulti, and then follow it up with the Fatal Bonds and the Rock. They still don't have enough damage to kill them. You know, things are not going well when you see Invoker with more than 2 or 3 Spirit Vessel charges. He has 6.
6?
6? He could just use them to farm the jungle now. Oh, no.
Oh, Midas again.
Oh,
Charlie needs to work on his timing when
just
he's
sell
about
it.
to die. No,
Got it.
like, you take a fight.
Oh, he's doing the magic build Jug.
Oh my
He's
god.
taking the talents. He's going to sell the Midas and his full inventory and pick up Radiance Kaya.
This
Mark my words.
is it. The TI
This is
winning
it.
strat. OG, you will see them copying this.
That's what would OG do? They would do that.
Magic damage. Wow.
Oh! False
Almost.
Promise is going to be able to save Iceberg. Always Want to Fly is going to die for saving his Invoker, and they may just find Iceberg as well. That Blade Fury movement speed from Charlie allowing him to run down Iceberg. Iceberg turns with the Tornado. Oh, the dual Tornadoes coming out from Era and Supreme.
Tornadoes, huh?
I see what you did there.
Very nice,
Or
Lucas.
Tornadoes.
Or that, yeah.
Hey.
Any
Roger
other
liked it.
ones? Any other wording for the number 2 that fits into tornadoes? No. Isn't DOS 2 in French?
It's Spanish.
Spanish.
Yeah.
Tornados. There you go.
Reminds me of a game I used to play in middle school where we would try to say as many bro words as possible until someone gave up. Brona Lisa. Bronosaurus. Yeah, it's a short game because it's fucking bad. But okay, watch out!
Oh no, Supreme. Oh.
Jesus
no.
Christ.
Oh no, there's a Daedalus on V2.
Oh god, this is the build that I've never seen before on Batrider. Boots of Travel, Blink, Force Staff into full refresher.
Oh,
what?
Damn, General.
Gee, get an Ags and you just get the whole team.
Yeah, but what do you feel worse about, losing to a bat that's rushed an Ags or a bat that's rushed a Refresher?
That's absolutely true.
This is the hard-hitting build from General.
And it's also, you know, gives you a lot of HP regeneration against Venomancer and Fatal Bonds.
Yeah. And you know you can refresh that wand, so you can quickly use a second use of it.
A second zero charge.
No, not if their spells been
double
cast.
Force Staff.
Double.
You can slide in, then slide out.
Holy shit! I know how that one goes. Very unfortunate results.
Excellent. V-Tune. Oh! He just got Golem!
Please! Well, that was the saddest thing I think I've ever seen. Oh no!
Oh no! I tell you, the saddest thing I've ever seen from a Warlock was. Don't you remember? Were you at the Dream League? There was a Dream League we were casting. This team was getting destroyed, and we were just watching the Warlock. He just walks up to the Ancients.
Yes!
And he just Golems the Ancients.
That guy's in this tournament.
Is he? Who was it again who Golem the Ancients?
He was a guy named Mitch or something.
Some North
remember?
American team.
No, he was on. I think he's on.
Oh, the Cataclysm!
Holy.
Supreme! He's been lassoed. He's dead. No buyback for him. They've got a repair kit, but there's no amount of repairing that's going to fix this game for NIP, unfortunately.
Not even Bob the Builder could fix this.
Bob the Builder. Where's Bob the Builder at nowadays? Is he still going?
No, he's in jail.
Oh.
Very bad. It is sad to look up old celebs like
Bob the Builder.
No, Bob the Builder.
Can we fix
Yeah,
it?
he's doing-
Yes, we can.
Did you have Bob the Builder in America?
Yeah, we had some
You did?
Bob memes.
Oh, that's
I
good.
liked
I
Bob.
thought it was a British show, wasn't it? Or was Bob the Builder American in America? Was it like voiced differently?
His name's Bob. What'd you call it? Is his name
What?
Bob in your country too?
Yeah, Bob's...
Bobby. Yeah,
is Bob
Bobby's.
an American name? Or
Yeah, I think so.
Is it? I don't know.
Robert is
Robert.
like an oldie English name, but I think Bob is somehow Robert became Bob in the most confusing.
Yeah, but Robert the Builder doesn't sound as good as Bob
Robbie,
the Builder.
Robbie the Builder. Make me a pub, Robbie. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Owen's very offended. He just gave me a very dirty look.
No, I appreciate it. Bob the
Very-
All right. Oh.
Hey, that almost killed somebody.
Yeah, but he's not got Sunder actually for 25.
20
but
seconds.
He's got that little old thing called the Aegis. Smoke up. They're ready to catch him by surprise.
And they just walk away.
Yeah.
Without the care in the world. Juggernaut looking for an ultimate here.
Here we go, Charlie. Oh, he's
Oh,
low.
no, not him.
He's low.
Not him.
They've got him. Oh, they haven't got him the once. They haven't got him the once. V-Tune's fine. He's
He
going to
can
be able to
swap.
turn. Where's the Sunder? There we go. Thank you for your
Oh.
HP. As V-Tune's back up to full HP. Saberlight. I want the Poison Nova on one. They do come in with the Omnisaprus. The Cataclysm. Misha and Saberlight getting nuked down low. Misha will buy back. They killed off the Aegis. Can they do it
Midas
again?
on off cooldown.
Oh, dying with it. Off cooldown. And no buyback on the Jug. Supreme as well. He's trying to get himself away. Self-E-Blade. The Tornado comes across from the side. Iceberg's caught the two of them. Supreme will be able to wait for him back to base, but Saberlight is taken out. No buyback on him. They're down 30k gold at 30 minutes. And again, it is a performance where V-Tune, he hasn't done... Oh, damn!
Get him,
RPG
dude,
man
get
to
him!
dodge. Wow!
Hell
but he
yeah.
died!
They got him.
They got him!
Hell yeah.
It's the comeback.
They used buybacks. They got almost
got him.
1,000 gold on Morphling. I mean,
Only
that's going to
28K
be his
ahead.
Manta style soon.
Dude, this is gonna happen.
They got him.
Supreme. They're shoving mangoes in that guy's mouth. Morthling is about to get huge. Everybody, record this on your VHS tape. Slide it in right now. This will be the greatest comeback you've ever seen.
Do you think there's people watching that don't know what a VHS tape is?
100% of them.
Yeah.
Most of them don't.
Most.
Most of them don't.
Do you still have any VHS tapes?
I do. The Land
Yeah.
Before Time. I actually watch Milo and Otis on my VHS tape.
Do you
once in a
Land
while.
Before Time? Do you know how many Land Before Times they made?
Too many. There's like
There's,
13.
Yeah.
Did you?
It sounds familiar, but what is it?
It's the dinosaurs.
Oh, the dinosaur.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I remember.
If you want to go have a bad day, look up what happened to Ducky, the voice actress for Ducky. Don't do it. Not good.
There we go, Supreme.
Almost the full Aghanims on Batrider. He can catch the whole team.
Oh, with the Axe Refresher.
Yeah.
Axe Refresher bat. That's going to be
Please
pretty
do it.
exciting.
TB's out in 7.
Where is oh, wait, there he's got the two of them. Oh, with the Cataclysm by him. General.
Yes!
He's got him the second lasso as well. Grabs in Charlie. General ready just to
It's a
finish
full
this
team
one
wipe.
off.
When it's time
Alrighty,
to call
there.
it,
Yeah,
it's
that's,
time to call it.
Yeah, you
I'll
call
do.
it. You call it right there. And that's it. GG's call. That means, what does this mean? That means NIP knocked down to the Divine League, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And things are all good for Fly to Moon. They're going to get to stick up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
Oh, you guys, you're the host. You should know
I'm
what's
not
going
the
on
host.
with the show.
Okay. Maybe I am the host, actually. But,
They actually don't have one at the moment.
oh, that's
but yeah,
Yeah.
Fly to Moon.
Fly to Moon, easy games. for
Showing
them.
up.
Easy
This
games.
is one of those games
Yeah.
when you say it's a huge outdraft. It's 95 to 5, I would
Yeah.
call it.
Rich.
At any rate, I have to say, though, big improvements from NIP. In Game 1, they never killed the Terrorblade. In Game 2, they got a kill, so it's 100% better
did kill him
game from
once.
them. With those improvements, we could see things even more. So, yeah, NIP, best of luck to you in the other bracket. Perhaps we will see them again, but Fly to Moon was, I mean, that wasn't even a game. It was a flawless execution,
Yeah,
honestly.
they made it look pretty easy, Fly to Moon. I mean, it's just from the off in that game as well, some of the laning. We saw Iceberg on his Invoker have a great game at all positions, and V2, and I think even in the games prior to this, definitely seems to be probably his best hero, the Terrorblade. We saw some games, even the ones where they were losing, he would always get very good farm on the Terrorblade. Like, this seems to be a hero you got to watch out for if you're playing against Fly to Moon.
Yeah, definitely a hero
Yeah.
that he knows how to play, you know.
Yeah.
Roaming
Very
around the
comfortable.
map with the illusions, joining the fights when it's needed. When it's not, he's just on the other side pushing the towers. He was actually knocking on the tier 3 tower at one point in this game, and he was not addressed.
No, they didn't do anything about him. Nothing at all. As that is it, ladies and gentlemen, for this series. 2-0. Fly to Moon will be able to take the easy victory here today against NIP.
Fly to Moon going to be flying straight to the next series against Alliance. In that one, they're going to be figuring out whether or not they are going to be able to stay in the likes of the Immortal bracket or if they will be dropping down to Divine. We're going to have those two series, and each of them is going to be determining the same thing. The stakes are going to be the same. But let's talk about how Fly to Moon actually did look so we can start to think about how they will look when they go up against Alliance, Fogged.
They looked super dominant. I mean, this game much more even so than the last one. I feel like they got a lead in this one, and they smashed them. I also feel like this one was a pretty massive outdraft. I feel like they didn't really have anything left in their arsenal on NIP, and they just picked... I mean, they forced a jug, and then Terrorblade was still left in the pool. Like, you have to expect this Terrorblade is going to come out.
I mean,
then they just get Terrorbladed, and then they have no pick for the last one, so they pick this Morphling versus this Invoker, and he gets crushed in the lane.
Yeah, that was that. I mean, that's supposed to be Morphling favored, right? That lane, like I hear, like all the time. Invoker doesn't do anything to pressure a Morph. He just goes mid and he free farms with like tons of base damage, right?
Especially the first few levels, but we saw the opposite happening. But Iceberg just owned the lane. He just owned the lane. That's just what happened.
It felt like we were kind of in a situation here where NIP got outdrafted in both games, and then ultimately the execution seemed to be on the side of Fly to Moon as well. But you talk about Iceberg, you talk about the high variance that we've seen from Iceberg throughout the tournament. Well,
there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, that's
Look at him
Iceberg
go. He popped off this game for sure. And then, I mean, this one, it really looked like it ended super quickly, right? Like, I mean, sure, it dragged on it, but you could tell from, like, that 12 to 20 minute period, the game was very over. Roger was running around getting solo pickoffs on cores. Roger killed the Morphling by himself, I think with just an Oracle Purifying Flames, and then he killed the Jug by himself when he got Blink Dagger. So a 4 position is killing your 2 carries after a bad laning phase, I think you're screwed at that point.
You're done. Yeah, I mean that's the problem. Is there was 3 lost lanes. Like it's really difficult to win Dota when you have 3 lost lanes. Your back is just up against the wall the entire game. You have to make some miracle plays just to get it back to even. And I think a large part of that is just Iceberg outskilling Supreme in this game, which is what I expected to happen given how the previous series that they played went. Iceberg just looked much stronger, much more of a dominant mid laner.
Yeah.
In the first game, he kind of, there's some throws, but we already talked about how he's quite a volatile player. Roger, man, he was huge this game.
Yeah, he owned. I mean, like we said, he solo killed Chorus. When you're able to do that, it's
Pretty much done in dust.
pretty much done and done.
If Tiny pops off against a Morphling, it can feel like one of the hardest counters in the game.
Yeah.
Because you have to constantly sit at high HP, high strength, and that doesn't feel good because you're not farming fast then. And even then, if Tiny is big enough, he does like 1,500 damage with his with his combo, so he can still kill you as long as you're not being extremely careful. And he had a good game.
What's the real life equivalent of having 3 lost lanes?
Like sharding your pants.
Oh,
I think shitting
I was
yourself.
gonna say something much worse, but all right.
You really?
You've never shit yourself.
I mean,
Not gonna say anything in response to that.
shit story time. Let's go.
I don't.
When
think
I was in kindergarten.
oh really? Yeah.
actually,
You got it out of
I
the
did
way.
when I was in kindergarten.
Yeah, you got it
I
out of the
can say
way.
it out to everybody.
Yeah, I think that you're not really a caster unless you've been in that situation during
Defecated.
a cast or fallen asleep during a cast. I think those are like the two.
What do you mean by falling asleep? Like a slight nod or like a full nod? Like a full nod out?
It's different for everyone.
Okay, I've had like slight little. I had one with like a 30-second brief period. I fell asleep and Owen carried me one time.
Yeah,
I was at like
yeah.
I think Kiev Major.
My dad told me a story, not about sharding, about falling asleep. He told me a few sharding stories, but we'll not go over them. He wouldn't like that. He said the scariest time in his life, and he grew up in Belfast, Ireland, right? The Troubles. There's civil war there, lots of fighting. The scariest time for him was he was driving back from somewhere, driving a truck, a big truck, fell asleep for a brief moment, and then when he came back, the back of the truck was swaying back and forth like this, and he managed to stabilize. But in those moments, he's like, if I don't stabilize this truck, I'm literally dead. On the highway, right? This is going 120.
He fell asleep.
He nodded off, and literally when that happened, and he did stabilize it. It did eventually stabilize, and then he went to a hotel. He's like, "This is
Was he a gamer too?
this is it."
A
No, he's
trucker
not
gamer?
No.
No, not a trucker gamer.
He was just Any
trucker gamers in the chat, if you could, real quick, honk if you're gaming. Glad to have you here. But yeah, that's a pretty terrifying thing to actually happen.
Yeah,
That's kind of like
yeah.
losing 3 lanes.
That's kind of like losing 3 lanes. Yeah.
But he recovered, so lucky for him. And I
You
mean,
can
I'm,
do that sometimes.
Yeah.
It's
And
really
the other
hard to
people on the
recover.
road.
I think this was before I was alive. So like he
God bless.
carried me technically.
Yeah, life is a highway for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's terrifying for anybody on the road. I feel like trucking is, it's not easy.
No.
Because you're kind of driving all night, your hands wet on the wheel,
Yeah.
and staying up is definitely a difficult thing to do.
Very regulated now, I hear. They have a lot of things that are, checking the speed of the truck, making sure they're not going too fast, making sure they're getting proper sleep,
Well,
et cetera.
pretty
I don't know
soon.
anything about
Pretty
that.
soon. I mean, let's get to the brass tacks of it. Pretty soon, there aren't going to be truckers. It's just going to be robots.
This is true.
Tesla's pretty much already drive themselves, right? I legally can't drive, actually.
I legally can't drive
Yeah.
legally right now either.
Yeah.
My license expired.
Because we're both from New York. Yeah,
My license
so-
expired and the DMV wasn't open until just recently because of COVID. So
Well, I
cannot
mean,
get my
you
license.
live a little bit more upstate than me, so
Yeah.
so you probably drive a little bit. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I mean, everybody's being pretty soon. Like, who knows how many Dota tournaments we're actually going to have? Pretty soon, robots are just going to be playing Dota.
That's true.
As long as I can cast them.
You're an analyst. Like, let's be honest, hosts and analysts, we're done. We're the first to be replaced. Play by play, it's going to be hard to have a robot do that.
I mean, have you seen some of these deep fakes though? Like, they're pretty good. Like,
Yeah, there's some like
I-
Slacks deep fake thing that's
Yeah.
pretty decent, I heard.
I feel like the voice pattern emulation thing will be here soon, if it's not already here.
Slacks is probably the easiest human being to deepfake, right? Because
No.
I feel like he's
Not at all.
I
He's
feel like
probably
he's
the
hard.
hardest.
I feel like
No,
he's really hard.
he's easy because he talks so much. The more data that's out there, the quicker the robot can wear your skin. So anybody who is an avid talker, their information's out there. Their vocal information's out there.
Okay.
Then on top of that, you can easily mimic his vocal pattern as a robot by taking additional substance from Gilbert Gottfried, right? To just supplement. So every now and then, you just like
There's a lot of
throw in an
supplementary
Aladdin voice
material.
line, right?
Yeah.
It's pugs, meatballs, and Dota. Those are the three things he talks about. So it's like making a joke for Family Guy. You just write down, like I literally
Just one time.
I'll literally read random things. Wow, meatballs flying straight to the moon. That's Slack's tweet. I just read 4 random things off of my notebook. And you know the other thing that's on my notebook right now? Alliance. Because they're going to be playing in the next series. No robots replacing this team as of yet, thank goodness. And they're going to be playing up against Fly to Moon, who's definitely got all the momentum in the world. Obviously, we're giving the teams a little bit of a chance to take a break here to get ready for that next series. But do you think that momentum will play in their favor now that not only do they get a 2-0, they just actually, to talk about what Jenkins talked about, they made the other team shit in their pants.
Fair. I mean, yeah, they're going to be going based off momentum. And I feel like the one good thing for them is I feel like they played the same draft almost both games.
Yeah.
So
they didn't reveal too much.
They didn't reveal too much,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, Alliance got some information. They're probably like, all right, these guys really do like the Batrider, but we already knew they really liked the Batrider. We really knew they really liked the Doom, right? So I feel like they actually didn't give up that much information. Like, V-Tune, he played terribly both games, right?
Yeah.
They played Oracle both games. They played Tiny, which was just an Earth Spirit substitute. So
Standard,
very similar.
Pretty standard meta stuff, too, currently. I would say that it's actually better for Fly to Moon. Like, looking, we were talking about, like, okay, what maybe Alliance is going to see some crazy things Fly to Moon pull out, and then they can't pull it out against Alliance because they're prepared for it. I feel like this is much better for Fly to Moon, especially because the second game, it felt really good from Iceberg. I feel like the momentum factor is going to be a lot more important than the counter pick factor because you don't get much from this.
This should have been this should have been like the long cross country European trucker haul, but ultimately it ended up going the best way possible. I think you look at the day and you go, man, it sucks to be Fly to Moon or NIP. They've gotten themselves in a really bad situation, having to play a tiebreaker and then go into the play-in. But now I feel like instead of coming in with all of that information exposed, coming in tired after just having to play 3 games. They just had a hot 2-0. They got momentum. They're nice and fresh, and they didn't show anything to Alliance. It's about as much as you could hope for in a situation like this.
Yeah, I think it just really, for me, honestly, it just which Iceberg turns up. Like, V-Tune has showed stability. A lot of the guys have shown a bunch of stability in there. Just, will Iceberg be Iceberg?
It's on you, Iceberg.
Or will he be Iceberg?
It's on you, buddy.
Super volatile, and he's versus a much stronger mid laner in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, the question is, are we going to see the Iceberg's full form? Or are we just going to see the tip of the iceberg? Before we're going to see that, we need to jump in very quickly and watch this video.
So I think if there wasn't an online tournament, we would just still be trying to, get through the open and closed qualifiers for the minors and majors, and maybe I wouldn't even be here making the interview.
I've probably been traveling, playing Dota, same old shit. That would have been our prospects. LA major would have happened. Everything would have been happening. I would be playing TI right now. What are you talking about?
They actually missed lands because playing online is fun, but you kind of miss the stage. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't do a lot of shit that I did, but probably would have tried hard a lot for TI, because right now TI, it would be the time for TI, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would definitely try hard a lot more.
Didn't spend so much money because of coronavirus. I will say it Russian, Russian English way. If no coronavirus, I would just see people and talk to them.
Yeah, I actually like what happened because I was stuck in one place for like half a year, which is like what never happened to me before, like in the last 8 years, because I was like traveling constantly, and that made me, I had a routine. Like I started going on the on a boxing lesson. I started visiting some of my favorite places around my neighborhood, which is like, it's super nice to be like in one place and create all this routine for yourself, where you can like go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, feel good about yourself, like, meet some friends along the way. It's just amazing. I missed that part of my life.
Yeah.
Which is like 8 years before all of that.
I can't say it's the dumbest, maybe the funniest. My former teammate told me, why do you have a girlfriend if she doesn't cook?
There's no global warming from Mr. President.
Earth is flat.
I'm just gonna need like 20 more seconds.
You going on Twitter right now?
I'm going to Donald Trump's Twitter.
Hanskin's chewing gum, like during scrims, and just tell him that he needs to keep it down. But chewing gum, like just chewing in general, it's the most annoying thing.
Oh, I need to use a past teammate here if it's possible. Sure. Because it's the best one. Simon Hanskin.
Mm-hmm.
His habit of when it's getting stressful, it's getting down to the line. That is itching his his nose. That never changed. But I love the guy. Sorry, Simon, to hang you out on this one. But
I mean, one person farts a lot in open space. That's all I have to say. You can make your guesses yourself. I'm sure you guys can figure it out.
Some of the guys, they can. I don't know how it's called, but it's not a puke, but it's like when you do it after you eat.
Yeah. Gagging.
Gagging, yeah. Some of them do this, and it's pretty annoying to me.
Why?
And they think it's normal.
I won't name any names, but like the practice room, you usually have a toilet, right? And it's just, you can't go there, right? You can do like the dangerous stuff, the bombs. You can't do them in the practice room, because then the whole practice room is gonna smell, right? But then, yeah, this kept happening for a while.
Well, Yazid doesn't shut up. That's annoying. He's like a radio. If he likes something, like let's say a video or something like that, you can Google this video, like let's say "Let Me Smash." He will watch that video, right? And that's the video. You're gonna hear that "Let Me Smash" for about 150 times a day. It just doesn't stop. He's like a broken record. He just keeps on going and going and going and going. That's like a dumbass habit. It's fun sometimes, but it's like fun like 15 out of 150 times. But only at 10%.
Tituan and his habit to just be so French, speak French, act French, just talk about French things. Yeah, being French.
Unlike Faceless Void or Morphling, we have 2 ears and 1 tongue, so we can listen more than we talk.
Blade Mail.
You're such an idiot, Slacks, goddammit. That comes from Cap. Oh, look, it has 23 likes. That's about 4 times his normal Twitter engagement. That's great. Oh, good job tagging me, buddy.
Next one. I mean, is there anyone on Earth who is like, wow, oh my god, Capital is going to be on this event, can't wait? He's not wrong. Honestly, I can't even respond to that because he's not wrong. But I've got a good job, so I don't really care that much.
Titty streamer that occasionally plays with Purge is what I've been called. A titty streamer? Well, I'm sure you'd be quite familiar with those, wouldn't you? I'll tell you what, while you're downstairs eating your Tostino's pizza rolls alone in your boxers watching the Just Chatting section, how about you head on over to Dota and watch some gameplay. Because maybe if you weren't staring at my bouncing man boobs, you might learn how to not only spell, but make something of yourself. Okay? So run on back to your pubs, continue to play your pudge, missing every hooks, and we'll see your titties flopping myself.
BSJ's tie is seriously, it's bad. It's like Tommy Bahama was like, yeah, we have ties, and proceeds to cut up one of their ugly ass shirts. But what I have to say to that is, yes, I understand sometimes my wardrobe game has not been on point, and that is something I've tried to learn from. I learn from my mistakes and better myself. Sadly, your parents never learn from theirs.
There's a manic glimmer in Kyle's eyes that I find a bit disturbing. All I'm saying is I have no trouble imagining him picking up a hitchhiker, gutting them in his basement, and letting their body decompose slowly in a vat of acid. I would never do that. Never. I do think it's a little messed up though that's where you went. You know, I'm just trying to have some fun and you're just, I don't know, maybe you've been watching too much Mindhunter. Either way, go yourself. So that's it.
I don't know what interviews you've been watching, but Slacks excels at making people he's interviewing really uncomfortable. You should see what I do with his mom.
Is he being serious right now? I am not a Bulldog fanboy, but I am intelligent to acknowledge his skill and performance. How many times has BSJ made it into a TI or major? Probably as many times as he has.
Kyle is the best Dota player on the panel. That's why he gets hated on. Similar to Taylor Swift. I also have long, flowing, glorious hair. Also like Taylor Swift, and unlike certain members of our panel.
Capitalist, what sounds more like crapitalist? People really need to get more creative now. There's so many ways that you could come at me. I mean, I just look douchey, I look like a frat bro, you know, like I look like that guy who's gonna encourage you to like drink too much, I'm bald right now, like there's so many things you go for and you went for the really terrible pun. Could have done better. Wish you had done better. This video is suffering because of how bad your tweet is, but.
Sir Slacks here looks like John Candy. How is that an insult? John Candy, one of the greatest comedy actors of all time? You know what you look like? Nothing to me. You look like a cockroach. You don't mean anything to me. I'm never going to see you. And that's the difference. While you stare at me on your cameras, I'll never know your pathetic little face. I can only dream of it. And that dream's a nightmare. Thanks for your comments.
Life is short.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win. Omega League.
The tiebreakers are done. It's time for play-in matches because you thought we were going to go straight to the playoffs. No, people have to fight hard to get into the playoffs of the Immortal League. Welcome back to the Omega League. And we're here with 2 series still here today in Europe with the play-in matches. 2 teams going to the Divine playoff bracket, 2 teams going to the Immortal playoff brackets, and all fighting in a best of 3. I'm here with BSJ and Sir Action Slacks, and we're going to talk about our first series that we have coming your way for the play-ins, and that is Alliance versus the team that just beat NIP. I was going to say something a little bit meaner.
No, go ahead. I mean, I casted that game.
I mean, they dumpstered NIP
That was
again. They did it before.
That was worse than a dump. That was a dump. That was where the trash goes after it is done to be recycled. That was not even. They demolished them.
Yeah. I don't know. Like players like Charlie, they're ranked 5, and they just build Midas on Jug against Terrorblade. I don't understand. We saw Midas on ILTW yesterday as Ursa versus Sven, and I'm like, okay, this kind of makes sense. Sven farms faster than you, but Ursa eventually outscales him. But Jug, you're planning on outscaling a Terrorblade.
We probably shouldn't talk about that. We should talk
I'm saying, so Flight of Moon, I feel like, honestly, they kind of got handed that series.
That is
so
true. That's
the
a great
segue
point.
I was going to take is Alliance, they've been looking a bit shaky. Flight of Moon has been all over the place for me, at least. Some of their games look really good. Some of their games kind of look questionable. And in this series, this is going to be the answer for me, because last one didn't really tell me anything just about NIP.
And Flight of Moon also, like, in case people are wondering, their record in the group is they've trashed NIP twice now. They 2-0'd them twice. And then the only other one game they won, the rest are all 2-0 losses. The only other one game they won was against Vikings. So we don't really know what to expect from this series. And they are facing a squad in Alliance that hasn't been the most consistent team yet either. They've been looking good, but at the same time, they can also look pretty terrible sometimes.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Both teams have a lot to prove, and I think you're completely right on that last series. But there are a couple things to glean, and that is probably their biggest weakness on Flight of the Moon is that utter dependence on that carry hero, right? They just expect this guy to get all that farm, and in every series that we see, people take huge advantage of that. They go in, they find that Terrorblade, they absolutely demolish him, they build against him. So I think Alliance knows that. I think it'll be easy for them to pick up on that, but then you have Alliance execution, which we've seen them not execute a lot of really decent drafts, and it's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be a dirt mall, and I can't wait to see it. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the first series that comes to mind when I think of Alliance is when they played Sven against Arc Warden twice, the first round IO Sven, and they're like, maybe they're just theory crafting this patch, kind of similar to what OG did. Hey, we're gonna make it work. If it, our life depends on it with the Oracle Huskar, and I'm not really sure. I feel like Alliance hasn't really found their stride in the recent patch. It seems like a small update, but it will shift the meta, in my opinion, to a point where the premium heroes are still sort of premium, but because the premium heroes are going to change a bit, other heroes are going to come into play too. And I don't think... I think Alliance is dependent on their specific heroes like Faceless Void for Nico Baby, and I don't know. I just don't think that's going to work moving forward.
And maybe Alliance is also focusing specifically, they're relying specifically on Nico Baby to win the game for them. And there maybe is a little bit more of a shift to the position 3 and 4, just having a little bit more impact, being maybe a little bit more greedy compared to how greedy S4 and Hansken normally are. Might shift as well, but who knows? What are you guys expecting them from this series? Because we haven't had the greatest results from either team. Flight of the Moon and Alliance have struggled, which is why they're in the play-ins to begin with, of course. What are we thinking?
I actually think your point was really good. I had never really thought about it out loud to myself the way you worded it, but I had that in the back of my mind thinking, okay, Shiver said it really well. It's this idea that I don't think hard ones are necessarily ideal right now. I feel like teams like Team Liquid suddenly made this surge towards the end of the group stage, and it was off the back of having like a super farm Sand King Puck offense, like you kind of mentioned. And the Svens don't feel powerful to me. It seems like when EG played with the Sven, they were ahead by like 8,000 or 9,000 gold, and then the Sven just wasn't ready to fight in time. These hard farmers, the Svens, the Terrorblades, they need like 2 or 3 items to participate in the game, as opposed to these offlaners who, Mars gets a blink, Darkseer gets a mech, Sand King gets a blink, Puck gets a veil. Suddenly, what are you laughing at?
Like a fucking dolphin fact came on. It was completely irrelevant. They played the wrong sound effect. Instead of the dolphin, it was a brumts, and then it just went away.
It's the killer whales or dolphins. It's the biggest dolphin.
Hey man, whatever they can do to distract people from listening to my
No, it was a great analysis, and then it just came up with a completely incorrect fact that killer whales are giant dolphins. Not correct. It is a whale. That is 2 different things. At any rate, I agree with what you were saying, and it is something that I feel like people are taking from big teams. Secret. Who's the carry in a secret game? Honestly.
I mean, Matuma Man doesn't, in most recent games, it doesn't really matter what he plays, because by the time that his carry shows up when we saw him play the anti-mage against OG, like the game was kind of already over, right? The rest of the game was already played out. So yeah, how important are those hard carries? And if you're building everything around Nico Baby as Alliance.
I mean, honestly, a genius observation from you, Sheever. I mean, you got OG, everyone gets farm, Secret, everybody gets farm. It's this big farm dispersal, and then whoever kind of is the pop-off hero, as long as they have all pop-off heroes, you're good to go. Very interesting.
I even like the way VP's playing. They're kind of similar. Like, yeah, LTW is meant to carry the game, but they have like an invoker who's going to make all the space in the game, and they're only picking the farmers based off of having like a good part to their game plan. You know, they have a lot of team fight and counter initiation. Their carry is going to be a Spectre. You know, they have a Darkseer, you know, Earth Spirit. They're going to run around skirmishing. They pick an Ursa. Like the hero that's farming is about enabling the other heroes, because, you know, Darkseer, when I say enabling Darkseer, I know Darkseer is the one surging the Ursa, but for Darkseer to be fully impactful in the game, he needs to have that hero on his team. So I just find it interesting that that's pretty much happened in the last week.
Yeah.
I'd say.
I mean, because we started this series with everyone's picking Spectre, Troll, like, you know.
Yeah, this tournament, yeah.
Right.
It's Spectre, Mag, basically.
Exactly. And it's like, let's all buff up that one dude. And
Yeah.
now we've separated. But this series, we'll see what we see, though. They are still playing with that, like, 4 go and then 1 farm. Worked for the last series, but I don't know. Could see that switch up. Maybe it's whatever team does that is the one that's going to take the series away.
Yeah. Now, you know, we said a lot of smart things.
Oh, sorry.
That's great, actually.
People weren't ready for
because I know that the place where we're gonna go to is being led by someone that has also wrote a note for me to say to make sure that you guys are also well informed. And I will hereby quote.
Don't do it. They'll clip it.
They will.
It will follow you for the rest of your life. Don't do it.
Yeah, but nobody will believe that I speak this broken English. So
well,
it's fine. Well, thank you. We're about to head to the draft, but before that, I have a message from Rich that I had to say. Sorry. I am Shivar. I poop pants.
And hold it up to the camera so they can see his horrible writing. It is like a 8-year-old child wrote
Can you
this.
zoom that in? It's this one.
It'd be hard to zoom in that camera.
I am Shivar. I poop pants.
Best part about that is he literally doesn't know how to spell your name.
Well, that's my Instagram name, so here's my plug.
Okay.
He's got his priorities in order.
Got the Insta up, and that's all that he knows us by is our dank Insta account.
Well, you know, I said smart things. Let's hear from the draft panels here. They say smart things.
Yeah.
Good point, Cheever. That really does make one think. My name is Rich. I'm going to be leading the analyst panel right now with Kyle and Lacoste. You guys ready to jump into this one?
I am. I'm really excited. We're getting to the end of group stage.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of the tournament.
Yeah.
Like when you go to sleep and the last thing you look at is the bracket.
Yeah.
It's the best feeling.
Yeah, and I especially like the way that our bracket's going to be set up, because like these teams are playing just to stay alive. They start in the loser bracket of the playoffs.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to get up top, you had to win groups. And I look at our top 4, I'm thinking, oh my god, we got OG, EG, Secret, Enigma. Like, you can't ask for more. We haven't seen these 4 teams in an upper bracket together ever. Oh, okay, hang on, we got a draft.
Wow.
Fly the moon.
Haven't
Some
seen
heroes
Sargon.
that can make you fly, huh? Batrider, Tiny Airlines. I'm loving it already. No, don't. Oh, I thought you were gonna hit me.
When have I ever done that?
I saw what you did to Fog the other day in our green room.
What? Okay, guys, wait. There's like a Reddit conspiracy about me. Like with the whole Jenkins thing, we can't make up any rumors anymore. We got to stick to the facts, and the facts are right now Tiny and Batrider for on the side of Fly to Moon. We already saw a little bit of Fly to Moon just a little while ago. Looks like we're digging deep.
Don't pick your nose on camera. Come on, you can do it.
No, it's not. That's a.
I mean, it's very close.
No, I think
that's
thought-
Oskin's thinking tick. He's actually done that all the way back to like 2011, 2012. That's how you know he's focused. straight up.
Twitch actually loves when people pick their nose. it's a very good way to get people cheering for you in general. One of the biggest streamers on Twitch. He's bald and he picks his nose all the time.
Yeah, it's farming gold. It's a very important skill in Dota 2.
Very, very good name or very good word to use there as well. Slark, though, I feel like we haven't seen Slark in a while. We talked about Slark a whole bunch. Kyle, how do you feel about the Slark here?
It's a Nico Baby special. I think if it's any other player, I'm less confident. And in truth, it is a question mark for me because it's also picked up real early. I'm curious to see if there's some sort of itemization quirk that he's figured out because it's great against Bat and Tiny because you kind of eat them alive. It's just, I don't know if I feel like it's the right place in the meta. I just look if this Slark is instead of Void, which of course is banned out by Fly to Moon, you're not giving Nico Baby Void. I just feel like you're more confident because it's going to scale better. You still have mobility, but you're better in lane as well, and it just feels like it's easier to build a draft around him. Whereas Slark has this weird niche where you want to be in long fights, but you want to burst a target down at the open.
True. It's a very it's a first phase Slark, so it's gonna get countered, no doubt about it. And these two heroes, I mean, Slark is good against them, but it's the other way around as well. Tiny can get Slark from 100 to 0 with just one more hero.
Yeah.
There's AoE abilities coming out from Batrider, Firefly, or a Flame Break. But I love the Jakiro as an opener. Like, this hero is insanely good as position 5. I think we're going to see more of him for sure, where you have a hero who, just completely dominates the laning stage, has 800 HP, level 1, has a big mana pool, can easily trade with any supports.
Yeah, I'm all right with it. My only concern is right now Alliance's draft is just kind of owned by BKBs. You got nothing for it. And I'm always a little concerned when one of the picks you've revealed is a carry, because it means you're going to have limited methods of adding BKB piercing or physical damage to your draft. You've made a face at the Oracle.
Yeah, no, I've just seen this lineup in the previous series. They picked exact same 3 heroes, and they picked TB, which is banned out. So it's just the comfort picks for Fly to Moon.
It's odd, though, because Oracle typically isn't the greatest against Slark, because if you get an ult off on somebody and that target's still dying, Slark just gets an extra 15 stacks. I love this pick. I'm so happy Alliance has brought it back. We saw in their previous series, I think earlier this weekend, Limp played a Jakiro and a Death Prophet. I think they lost both games, but I think his DP is either the best in world or second to no one. And ultimately, I think it just matches the way they want to play. Because now with Slark, you can play up-tempo, but the Death Prophet's there to provide that physical damage that was missing, plus Tower Siege, which you have limited because you don't want Slark hitting towers. You want him kind of just circling around. Wait to pounce.
Yeah, great stuff, Kyle. No one could have said it better. They're going to go with Invoker once again. So, Spirit Vessel Carrier against the Death Prophet. They just need a different carry, what they had in game number 1.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lacoste. Nobody could have said that better. But I think one of the interesting things that Lacoste actually already mentioned is we're seeing comfort picks for Fly to Moon. And we also were talking so much about how we were kind of curious. They were in a bad position, right? Having to play first. Alliance gets to sit back, watch the matchup, and we're like, wow, they didn't actually reveal that much. They could have a few cards up their sleeve when they actually get into the matchup with Alliance and be able to break that out. But now we're starting to see, do you think maybe they don't have as much as their disposal, or do you think that they're trying to keep those cards close to their vest during this?
That's really interesting, because I've been a player, I've talked to a lot of teams about this. Players prefer what Fly to Moon's doing right now, which is if you have to play 2 series in a day, it's better to be back-to-back. And I feel like that's because it is a better trade-off to limit your prep time, but you're warmed up now, right? So your advantage as Fly to Moon is like, sure, Alliance knows what you're going to pick, but you're coming to this game warm. You just beat up on NIP twice. You're feeling confident. This is now like the 3rd game I'm playing Tiny. You're feeling yourself. And that's their advantage. Strategically, I think Alliance is certainly ahead. I really like the DP in this game. Just I think Limp's going to have full freedom. But Fly to Moon's feeling themselves.
I hope not. But I think that there's also one of those things, too, where it's like, why would you want to give yourself more homework? Right.
Yeah. Totally.
Who wants to sit there, watch another team play? Just play Dota. And they got to do that today. And also, I think you got to look at the fact that the way that they did it, we've heard different casters refer to it as different things right now. Slacks went on a huge trash analogy. They were on fire. They managed to completely dismantle the team that they were playing against. It doesn't matter that they only won 1 series before they actually got to this NIP matchup, and it was against NIP as well. Right? The thing is when you enter the matchup, No, it does. It really doesn't matter, right? All you're going to feel is the win. And I think that puts them in a great spot when they're playing against Alliance, because this is the most important series that they've played at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Everything else, and that's the reason, like, my brain fails to calculate so the stakes in so many matchups and groups. Anybody's brain is going to have that unless you're a true glowy brain hero sitting there with an abacus calculating what everything can do. The stakes are about as clear as night and day right here as you enter this matchup. You either want to stay immortal or you're going to be dropping down.
Yeah. And if you're Alliance, dropping a Divine is a no-go. Like, this team finished 4th at the last major we had before quarantine. That's their expectations. They're looking to prove that they belong in the conversation for teams that can win tournaments, not just teams that maybe will lose to Secret. And right now, this is a must-win series for them. I'd say Fly to Moon, you know, you're coming in this like completely free. As you said, like, they had to save off elimination once today. They gotta try and do it again. The PL coming out. That is...
All right. I think it's a good Mars game. They banned out Underlord, which is one of the better heroes, against the Phantom Lancer. You know, Firestorm damage. You have a root mechanic. Is Darkseer still in a pool? No, he's banned out. I just love Mars.
What about Brew for S4?
No, please, God, no. That hero is a complete debate. Even though there's some, you know, good spells to dispel. It is, but still, the hero has a very low win rate and just feels like if you misuse your first and second ulti, you're done. Your game's over.
And Darkseer's gone, right?
Gone.
No, they left Darkseer.
No, he's banned.
Oh. Well, and they have Oracle too, I suppose. That was another option. They just pick something that isn't threatened by the PL. The trouble is, into Bat, I was a bit concerned about Timber, whereas I like Brew a lot into Bat. Lanes are going to be very important for Fly to Moon. Especially if we expect a Quas Wex Invoker style. They need their PL to get ahead, but they also need Bat and Invoker online so they can kind of run around the map. And Alliance have a much easier time of capitalizing on teamfight wins and taking towers, because you've got DPL, if you got Jakiro, you got Timber who can just tank. So if they get momentum, like, they're just going to run away with it.
Last time Alliance picked Timbersaw as their last pick, he went godlike. Like, he just popped off. I believe it was against the Drow Ranger and the Venge lineup, but he can do the same here. Like, S4's Timbersaw is pretty amazing. One thing I'm worried about is that Prophet ulti against the PL. A lot of that damage will be spread around the illusions. And yeah, Alliance, they have a good lineup, you know, just closing out the gap, creating a lot of chaos with their heroes. You have two of the best, like, frontliners that go in and don't care too much. Earth Spirit, you have a Timbersaw, and then you also have a Slark, you know, who just wants to get on top. It doesn't feel like a great Oracle game. He's going to have issues using ulti on a proper target.
I was about to make that same point, because Oracle, you're going to get found, and ultimately the issue I have is you don't have anyone to play with naturally. You know, there's not really a ton of synergy with your two cores, and you don't have any like increased healing. Like, no hero has self-sustain. And you're just this naked Oracle who's going to be hunted at all times by Nico and Hanskin.
How do you like the Phantom Lancer? Because I feel like there was so much discussion between, I think it was Fogg and Jenkins earlier today, we were talking about Phantom Lancer and if PL really fits into the meta right now, if it's a hero that we like to see. It seemed like they were pretty much on the side of they're not liking the Catman anymore.
It's not. The hero's got like too much volatility. Again, you look at something like Void or Terrorblade. You have very easy to understand win conditions and power spikes. PL is a lot of I guess discovery that still needs to happen with the item build. Like, you rush this Diffusal, but then you don't really scale as well. If you go for your farming item first, you're just kind of worthless in fights. You're very much, it feels like a level 25 carry, and games are just decided before that nowadays.
I think that's a very good way to put it. I don't think anybody could have said it better, but it's time to actually jump into the game and see who's going to take it. The stakes are very high. Only one of these teams is going to be able to stay immortal.
That's right. It was a great breakdown from our panel, but we also had our own green room breakdown with yourself as well as T. Governor. You guys were talking about the draft, and from what I was listening to, it sounded like Alliance was kind of putting Flight of Moon in a corner in the draft.
Yeah, it did feel like that because, I mean, they got to see them play the previous series, and they just picked pretty much the exact same draft. So I feel like they got to pick and choose and just decide exactly what they wanted to play against. I think they were just like, all right, they're going to pick Tiny Batrider. What's the best two opener for us to cover this? Slark, of course, versus the Batrider, and then
Sure.
Jakiro is good versus both because he can just be tanky and he's very good in the lane versus it. So yeah, I think Alliance set themselves up like perfectly for success.
And then on top of that, they drafted the Death Prophet, which again matches up well against both those duos if they end up going mid as well. So then we have to swerve into the Invoker, which you said doesn't feel like the best pick in the world.
No, I feel like it's forced, but I mean, the one thing is like Iceberg, like we talk about it, super volatile player, right?
Yeah,
so having him on this type of hero, maybe he just does pop off. Maybe he takes over the game, and I feel like this is one of those games that he does actually have to pop off and control. I'm not a fan of Phantom Lancer right now.
Well, seeing as we're kind of setting our expectations for this game one, I'll just give one more bonus to Alliance here, and that they are playing Slark, Nico Baby's second highest win rate hero, 71%. You know what his highest win rate hero is, Fogged? Phantom Lancer.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So both of them in the game, and obviously they have some pretty good ideas on how to play against the PL as well. So, but what are the upsides to Flight of Moon's draft?
I mean, they can play fast. They definitely can set the tempo, and they did look good, especially with like Roger playing this tiny with the Batrider. Bat still can just change a lot of things because how much pressure you can apply. You can do so much. However, he has to avoid the Slark. He has to find a way to play away from that Slark in particular, and they do have a pretty good fighting as 4 lineup, right? Tiny, Oracle, Invoker, Batrider. If they're off to a good start, they can do well. I don't know when PL shows up.
So we're pretty much guaranteed to be seeing the same lane shenanigans that we saw from the first game of the day, right? Which is they have to get the Batrider against the Timbersaw and not against the Slark. So Flight of Moon is going to be doing everything they can to make sure that laning matchup happens.
Yep. What the?
That is adorable.
A little bit of
Roger.
a sombrero. Yeah, Jesus. V-Tune's like, no. None of this.
He's not
no
about
fun.
this.
Not allowed.
Do you watch Adventure Time?
I did. I used to.
Okay. Do you remember the Hat Man? I don't remember what his name was.
Oh God.
The Wizard Man. That's what it made me think of.
Oh, that's true. It did.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I actually did watch.
What a great show.
It was.
You should watch that and feel happy instead of when I was listening to the Slacks cast, he said, "Look this up if you want to feel sad," and I did.
Don't look it up.
Yeah,
don't look it up.
That was a sad trip. Thank you for that, Slacks.
Yeah, as soon as he said it, I was like, I looked this up when I was younger, and I was quite mortified.
Oh, there are terrible things out there in the world. That's why we focus on the good things in video games.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm excited, but I'm worried really, really badly for V-Tune because it's also. He's pretty good versus like Earth Spirit and stuff like that, right? He can be elusive on this Phantom Lancer, but there's a Jakiro. Jakiro loves to play versus Phantom Lancer. You have the Ice Path, you have all of your abilities are good versus him. Literally every single one of them, except I guess you could say Liquid Fire, but even then it's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so much AoE coming out from the whole of Alliance.
Yep.
And it's not like this Slark Phantom Lancer matchup, right? It's not just purely favored towards Phantom Lancer, right?
No. Slark he can just weave in and out of the fights. He can play around the illusions. They only last for so long, right?
Yeah.
Like this hero is going to be weaving in and out of the fights, playing to make sure that he's not just fighting versus numerous. Looking at this right now by Alliance, look at the Earth Spirit. Immediately, he double rolls to the bottom lane with his Rolling Boulder. Like we said, it's all about scouting lanes so they can get those proper lane matchups. Even starting Boots, Hanskin just wanting to reiterate, this is the matchup we want. We want our Slark versus Batrider. We want our Timbersaw versus PL.
And both teams very likely are going to be hiding exactly what their lane matchups are. They're not going to be showing too quickly on the bounty runes, which does always mean some funny shenanigans could happen here. I'm going to start seeing... now, what we've seen in the past is a lot of times both cores will hang out in the mid lane until something shows one way or another.
People just saving TPs all the time. Nico Baby looks like he's trying to maybe get some information or maybe give some false information there, walking forward into tower vision.
Okay, so there's the Slark. The Batrider heads down to bottom. That is where the Timbersaw's going to be heading. It does look like this is going to be the cost.
Are they going to swap it right away?
Yeah,
the mind game, right? Nico Baby showed, so he's like, I gotcha. And then he's going to run top. But they're both going to have TPs available, so it's going to be TP, like you said, TP shenanigans, rotating lanes quite a bit here just to get those matchups.
I love the way that Alliance did this, because this is the best time to do that arduous walk across the map thing. You know, where the creeps, you're not going to be missing too much, let's say, in those side lanes.
And, I mean, they're going to win it right away. Ooh, misses the last hit, actually. Limp there. The Cold Snap messing with him a bit there. They see the lane. And look, Batrider shows bottom. And he's not going to be happy, because Slark is walking down there.
Okay, so what are some things that you can do when you end up with the wrong lanes? Like, how do you fix this besides just TPing, because then they're going to TP as well?
I've seen teams that do, like, you bring a support and you go for a kill. Because even though the matchup might be bad, if you kill them at level 1, it changes it, right? Because then you get that level advantage, and you do have kill threats some of the times.
And then plus, if the carry TPs out to lane, once they die, then you're like, okay, now time to switch.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, you have a couple different ways to play around it. That's the best one that I've seen, is when they just bring the third hero. I've seen like Secret do that a couple times, just like, all right, we get level 2 on our support because he just solo laned in some weird lane. He TPs, you get the kill, swap up the lanes, boom, you're in an advantageous position.
Nico Baby.
Level 2 support.
Level 2 support, and Nico Baby, only level 1 here, doesn't have his pounce up. If they can just see him, they can finish him off, but it looks like Nico Baby hides away into the trees, gets off the healing salve.
That was scary, though, for him.
Yeah.
Power of getting those supports, those early levels, is actually so strong when you do get these wonky little lane switches. So always want to fly. We'll be able to put some pressure at least there, but now they're healed up, and lane's going to go back to normal a bit here.
So our Timbersaw is going to be running across the map, but our Slark is still sticking around. So I guess we'll have to see what kind of happens in this situation.
He knows. Did Bat TP? Didn't he know the Bat TP'd? Oh, no, okay. Bat actually walked, sorry. I was actually paying attention to them going for the kill. So, okay, yeah, he's doing the right move there.
Toss back, good kill on the support while the core is away.
Easy.
Kick these heroes when you see the opportunity, these lane shenanigans. If you can kick a hero out of lane and then just have an empty lane, it's a massive advantage.
Yep. And now we're seeing the switch again. Like you said, musical lane, Slark now running toward top. This mid matchup, though, this is the one where they're going to pull out ahead quite highly on Alliance, I do feel. Like, I think this is just a very DP favored matchup. Invoker will farm. He shouldn't die, but he's going to get out CS'd quite heavily, and he will get the tower. He will get the wave pushed onto him quite heavily. Sure, you have Tornado, you have better mana regen with Null, but so does Death Prophet.
Is there a level where this matchup becomes more acceptable, one-sided or the other?
Not really as Quaswex. You just sustain. You don't ever like actually even out in those last hits. You can make a rotation. You can set up easily for like a Tiny to run in with boots and get a toss back because you have that Tornado to play around. But yeah, you're gonna suffer a bit on those last hits for sure because you're always just gonna have lane pressure onto your side.
In which case, it's up to Iceberg. You talked about his aggression as a player. That's where he's gonna have to be able to make the comeback.
Yeah. But he shouldn't die, and he should still he should stay like this. This is fine. 10-1 to 13-4. That's kind of like the spread that it should be. He should be able to keep himself at least relatively close.
Meanwhile, our side lanes, it seems like Fly to Moon is actually going to accept this matchup now, which I'm a little bit surprised just because I feel like the Timbersaw versus Phantom Lancer just gets harder over time. Yep. And while the Batrider remains a credible threat to Timbersaw the entirety of the matchup. But they do manage to kill Nico Baby, so maybe it just comes down to the support levels instead.
Yeah, the one thing about Slark is when you're in this type of lane, it is weird, right? Like you see the Dark Pact huge, and then that's immediately when you go. Because you get 3 stacks, and then Tiny's a hero that can actually capitalize on that super hard. And Roger's got good levels, so as soon as Dark Pact goes in, Roger's going to play incredibly aggressive. And this is that rotation.
Yeah,
so now he can
really
actually
big.
set up.
Iceberg baits him in. Limp is going to be caught by the rotation from Roger. He's setting up to make sure he gets the toss back here. Pops the Fairy Fire, hoping that the Siphon will manage to get the kill on Iceberg before he dies, but an Avalanche is just a bit too disruptive. Now, Slark did TP out to lane, so I'm curious if Fly to Moon is going to swap things up or if they're content.
I think General's feeling good because of the start he's been giving. Double null, he can actually apply pressure here. Especially with Roger having such a good start.
Yeah.
Roger tried to save his Avalanche in mid, by the way. He was trying to be greedy.
Yeah, I saw.
I want to keep my mana for the movement, but yeah, I had to end up using it. Yeah, great start here from Fly to Moon. They've gotten everything set up. Now they're glyphing the creep wave top.
All right, the Dark Pact goes off. Roger. He's going to hold on to this for now. I think he maybe really wanted to get... Man, Nico Baby did get pretty low.
Yeah, there's a raindrop, though, so he might actually not be in pop vicinity. As bottom, they do find themselves a kill. Bounty runes. They did push them all the way back to the tower, so it should be a double free bounty rune for Roger. But you can see how much that damage. Like when the Batrider starts getting a lead over the Slark right at this beginning, it's not that bad. Just Dark Pact's not really that great. You're hurting yourself a little bit too while you.
Yeah. It just kind of sets up a burst support to really feel good about going on you.
Yeah, I mean they're giving up. You know, they're They're pressuring the Slark more to allow S4 farming, but like you said, this could prove to be pretty problematic. We did see, like they mentioned on the draft panel, like, their Timbersaw went beyond godlike the other day. He took over the game pretty much entirely. That hero.
Tornado EMP with Roger coming in hot once again, but this time around, there's going to be some supports from Alliance. Both of them show up, but it may not be enough to be able to save Flint. The Spirit Siphon keeps him alive. That healing is just enough to stay above the threshold. Meanwhile, bottom lane, V2 going to be chased down by S4. Another round of nukes, he's got him.
Uh-oh. You just mentioned the Timbersaw.
Yeah, and Fly to Moon, they may be regretting not taking that advantage of that lane swap when they had the opportunity. They killed Nico Baby. He TP'd out to lane. They could have swapped if they wanted to.
And Nico Baby's actually kind of just solidified his lane up top. He's in the safe lane. It's harder to dive because he has Raindrop too. See how Fly to Moon actually adjusts to this, as it does seem to be a little bit of a problem. The fact that Roger's having to do this much is scary, right? Look how much he's having to move. Moving all the way to bottom now to try to help
Good job.
this.
I always want to fly, saving himself a lot of damage. Still not enough, but with Roger coming in, they do have the damage to be able to bring down S4. That's a kill streak as well. So in a very weird way, Always Want to Fly's death does pay some dividends over to Fly to Moon.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you're playing the 4 position, right? Roger's like, hell yeah, dude, keep dying. Give me that money.
General still trying to chase down Nico Baby. This very clutch time, man, he was so close to level 6 too.
I realized we always call him Nico Baby instead of just calling him Nico. I feel like for some names we do shorten them, but for him it's always just Nico Baby. I don't think I've ever just called him Nico.
You know what's funny is when No Tail went over to Big Daddy, I could never call him just Big Daddy. Maybe that's just a little too uncomfortable for me. But saying the full name of Big Daddy No Tail, something about that just fit.
I guess I guess that's why it just flows. You know, Nico Baby, just the baby over there.
See our odds. Definitely favored to Alliance, probably as they should be. The panel was talking about how Alliance has had some really good runs through lands recently. They're one of the few European teams who's managed to beat Secret in a series rather than just take games off of them.
Yeah, they've looked solid. They have. They had a couple shakeups in this tournament so far, but overall, they definitely look good. They have cool ideas too. I think they were one of the first teams, even though it was rampant in pubs. They were the ones who did like Klink's Enchantress here.
Sure.
They've done some clever stuff with their drafts.
Is Klink's Enchantress dead since they changed the Enchantress? It's like 400 less HP, right?
It's like 700 less, I think, right? It's
really?
Yeah, it went from 1,200 to 500, I think it is, or something. Like insane how much plus. And dude, but EG played it yesterday twice.
Yeah.
We were confused why they did that, but I mean, it feels like it's pretty dead. I didn't feel Klink's doing much of anything in those games, but could be wrong.
TP coming in from General. They're going to try and kill S4. He just died recently, so this would be a massive kill if they can get it, especially with Roger set up there. It's a guaranteed kill.
Yep.
So S4 is going to have to do that long walk. And in fact, FNG, he completes his TPN, and General's like, okay, I didn't use my lasso, so
it's a freebie.
Might as well put it to work here. FNG, they're going to have to dive for this kill, and the TP's coming in from the Death Prophet. Another late one that's probably not going to result in a whole lot for Alliance.
Nice moves there by General. Just getting right out of the top lane. He knows he can't pressure the Slark anymore. Swift TP. S4 actually just picked up the cloak. I thought maybe, I was like, oh shit, is the cloak actually going to change something here? But nah, too much damage. But yeah, they always will have those kill methods because of that Batrider versus Timbersaw until he starts getting more items. Once he starts getting his hood and his Eels to play around, it's going to be a lot more difficult. But yeah, perfect move by General and Roger so far in this game. They've played this early game to the T.
Yeah, they've looking really good at the very top of the net worth board. There is this Invoker who's a bit farther behind right now. He's just been a part of kills, but I'm not sure if he's even gotten a last hit on one. Yeah.
It's kind of nature of the matchup. Even though he got help, right? Even though Roger came and helped him twice, he still ends up losing his tower, and he's still at a deficit in the lane. That's just Death Prophet versus Invoker things.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I love this little this little tower thing, by the way. You get to see the exact HP points on all of them.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Nice.
And now we're seeing S4. The pressure begins. Who's down here watching? Is it okay? It's gonna be General. Good. I was gonna be like, VTune should not be anywhere near this. He should just be farming jungle on this PL. Make sure that he gets enabled, and they should just have the Batrider to soak the tower pressure. And that's exactly what they're doing. And it looks like he's gonna actually look to get involved early. So rather than going for Manta or Yasha, he's actually gonna get the Diffusal.
Okay.
To join the fights.
that will certainly help them like continue to deal with the Timbersaw, right?
Yeah.
I feel like they do have a decent number of answers between the Clawsworth Invoker, who's naturally going to build into Spirit Vessel, even if it's not the same hard counter as it used to be. It definitely helps. You're going to see that Tornado EMP certainly go to work in burning out S4's mana. He does have Arcane Boots as well as Soul Ring to work with and 12 Magic Wand charges. They push him back and get the deny, but now they're going to get caught on their way out. Level 5 Oracle, he may not be able to help anybody here. Gives the magic immunity over to Iceberg, and Iceberg, he sees they've got no stuns to actually throw out. General flew away, so it's only the 5 position that died. Again, a level 5 position, so not even worth that much experience.
And they're going to look to get, what, 3 bounty runes out of it. All right. Pretty good reset for them there. And we are seeing, like, S4, he might be tanky, but there's a ton of magic damage. And EMP plus, like, PL when he eventually gets Diffusal, the mana drain's going to be really obnoxious this game.
There's something about the tiny setup that makes General's movements feel a lot better, you know, where you've got this big burst of damage, you've got a fair amount of catch from the tiny. Fortunately, S4 was able to read the situation really well and played the distance pretty heavily there.
They're going hand in hand, right? Roger plus General, both of these just on the same wavelength right now in all the games so far that they've played today. Look at this, Roger.
Going for S4 without General's help. Iceberg's going to try and punt out the damage, and it's enough. The CMP will burn S4 out. Another big kill as Alliance rotate here to defend their tower, but S4 is already dead, and Fly to Moon may feel good about going for a dive if they spot anybody.
Dude, Roger being off to this good of a... I mean, level 7 already, he's 600 from the Blink Dagger, less than 600 away. That's a threat. Death Prophet does not like playing versus those type of burst things when you don't have a save mechanic behind you. If he's able to get this Blink really early, he's going to apply a ton of pressure onto Alliance. Even Slark, like, he's not the highest HP hero. I saw he is going for Echo Saber, so he can actually deal with that big burst damage that's on the side of Fly to Moon. But yeah, this is a really good start for them here.
Setting up the 2 supports. They're going to poke their heads out with 2 TPs coming in from Alliance. Hanskin has started the fight and has gotten some damage in, but a Tornado is really good to disengage. In fact, Roger's going to come in, just quickly kill the Earth Spirit, and then start backing away. Unfortunately, General's going to be run down. Alliance, they need to be able to catch more, and it looks like they've got it well in hand here. As always want to fly. He's going to be slowed down by the Spirit Siphon. He's getting himself a lot of healing, but I doubt it's going to be enough. It's going to be close.
He actually survives.
Barely lived. I think that was something like less than 50 HP. As that green health bar was completely empty. Iceberg seeing some couriers here. He tries to snipe both of them. He gets limps, and no, the other one runs up the outpost, and with the TP coming in, Iceberg knows he's got a skedaddle, and he runs right into an Invis rune too. That was certainly needed.
Catch him with the pounce. Dust.
Dust lands on him, and Iceberg, he's maybe dead here. The Tornado, he doesn't have the Ghost Walk for another 5 seconds. Slark is closing in fast. Ghost Walk is almost there, but the pounce lands, and it is enough to be able to get the kill. V-Tune tried to help him out the last second there, but he's just got to go back to farming, back to focusing on this Diffusal Blade. All important. Roger jumping in. Nico, baby, he's already blown his defense mechanism of that ultimate. V-Tune thought about it. I liked how disengaged there, realizing that was going to be going a bit too far. Stops that rush and now goes back into Limp. Limp pretty low on mana here, but lots of charges. General still has that lasso ready to go.
They want someone real bad here.
Yeah, I think S4 is going to be the target here. He's got plenty of napalm stacks, so they certainly got the damage to be able to bring him down. Alliance just completely forfeit that engagement.
And we see those mango. Both sides actually do have mango trees, so we're just going to keep hearing those being consumed inside the fight. And another one. I mean, Roger's got a blink at like pre-13 minutes pretty much. It was when he picked it up. That's a problem. That's a huge problem for Alliance that they're going to have to deal with. Nico Baby actually had to be the one that turns up and gets that like chase to kill Iceberg because the rest of the teams couldn't. But this is a Tiny who now threatens your course pretty significantly because of this.
Yeah, there's a reason that Roger, in his very first tournament with Virtus Pro, won the MVP for ESL 1 Katowice. It was a very impressive performance by him during that time, but he certainly proved that his success as a 4 position is not necessarily because of that VP squad by itself.
Yeah, I mean, him in general have really been on point. Like every single one of their rotations has pretty much been successful. And they did great in that top lane too.
Yeah.
So they're both super enabled by it for the time being. Alliance, they look like they're going to back up, give themselves a little bit of time to farm, finish up those items. I believe S4, he still didn't have the hood the last time when I saw him brought down, so I think he really wants to finish that one. He's actually not that farmed. They put a lot of attention onto him after that laning start.
I like this Force Staff. Initially, I was like, but Blink, like, it's so good potentially getting this fast jump, but Force Staff has a ton of value in this game.
Yeah. Versus that Slark in particular, versus Ice Path. Yeah, a lot of different reasons. S4 just continuing to suffer every time he shows his face.
I like the fact that Flight of Moon, we keep on seeing them. They don't go too kill crazy.
No.
You know, they see an opportunity, they throw out their damage, and if it's not enough, okay, it's not enough. You know, they don't try and dive in too deep and throw away this advantage they built for themselves, which is currently sitting at 3,000 net worth.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you have like V-Tune is probably telling them as well. He's probably like, guys, I'm full-blown free farming. Yeah. Like, I had a little bit of a rough start in the lane because I died the one time, but I'm zooming up there, and I went for a fighting build. I went for a Diffusal Blade, and I'm able to just free farm. Limp still not having his Yule Scepter either, so I mean, he just doesn't have good survivability at all.
Do you think there's
Blink dagger scary?
You think there's a part of him that regrets going that fighting build now, like because his team has been so successful without him?
Maybe a tiny bit. It still doesn't feel bad to ever have it, right? On
Sure.
a PL, it's like, whatever. If you find a support solo farming somewhere, you're going to kill them every single time. And it's not like a terrible farming item. It still has good agi.
And certainly added insurance for the around that 20-25 minute mark, especially since Nico Baby is going to be going for a fighting build himself with an early BKB pickup.
Oh, look at that. That just shows how much he feels threatened by this super heavy magic damage lineup of Flight of Moon. They're not going to be giving a Veil, though. That's something I always do like to see when I see such a heavy magic damage lineup, is trying to pick one up. But, I mean, Roger could, but he maybe wants to get his own type of like defensive item, like a Force Staff at some point, too.
Yeah, it always feels like a shame when just like the natural buildup of all these heroes, just none of them can really fit it in.
Might be worth, I mean, even like, I can't say Oracle. He'll never be in a position to do it. It would have to be the Tiny, but he probably wants Force for the Slark. Smoke revealed. Hanskin.
Another situation, your smoke, like you feel like I see a lot of teams we smoked for this. Like we got to get something, right? Their smoke breaks and they don't blindly blink in or something, you know? They're just like, okay, that's fine. Like we don't know what this situation could be. And in fact, they would be fighting under a ward if they blinked in like that. So good of them just to disengage for now.
Yeah, good discipline. Here they're trying to force some reaction, trying to get this middle tower. Alliance. They have a good D-push with S4, but he does have to be a little wary of his positioning, as they do have that Blink Tiny and that Bat Rider. They have a lot of different ways to reposition people.
Oh, nice initiation on V2. They're going to try and blow him up, but there is the Oracle save from behind. Now, they're going to try and reset off of that. V2 actually thinking he can go back in on Hanskin. He's going to be caught by the pounce. Silence up as well, and he's going to get popped like that. Oh, he could have gotten out, but instead he gets punished. And Flight of Moon, their discipline, it finally breaks, and they get caught in a nasty situation. Always want to fly, going to go for the TP out here, but the pounce is there from Nico Baby. 3,000 net worth lead, all gone off of one team fight.
Oof, and it gives the Surf Spirit now a full Veil, and they hold their tower. Everything just super beneficial there for Alliances. A nice initiation. The Ice Path into the Boulder, into just a lot of silences. That is something they still do have. The Oracle has a tough time walking in, and V2 kind of stayed. He turned. Yeah. I think he started feeling a little powerful, but you're into Death Prophet and Timbersaw as a PL. Like they're just gonna shred your illusions in you incredibly fast. So a little bit of a weird turn by him, but gets punished.
And as a result, that tier 1 mid tower still stays alive, and Alliance gonna get a good amount of map control. And this is gonna be closing in on that timing of the BKB, and Alliance, they're probably just gonna start picking up that 5-man and start trying to pressure down some. Maybe they can get a tier 2 tower before 30 minutes and take that outpost.
Yeah. And we see like these type of fights are actually pretty huge for the supports, in my opinion. Their levels are very important versus the PL. Like more levels of Ice Path, which I think he probably almost has maxed out now, is massive. Like you're going to be that control factor. You are the control factor in your team versus the PL. So that's definitely big that they all survive. They all clean up that fight.
Hell, even a second level of Macro Pyre, which traditionally was kind of like, oh, whatever, Macro Pyre. But now that they add the stickiness of the damage in there, like it actually does make quite a big difference.
Oh, definitely. And this is all because you complimented how disciplined they were, Cap.
I really screwed him up. You know what's funny? They were just like, they look so warmed up from that series too. I was like, man, Flight of Moon's coming to play right now. But that is the problem with Dota, is that at the highest level, you cannot afford too many big team mistakes. Individual mistakes here and there, I think, are a lot more forgiving, but you screw up a team fight, man, and it really starts going against you hard.
Yeah, and it's tough for them too, because looking at their lineup just naturally, if they don't get a toss back, if they don't get a lasso to initiate and just kill a target, their team fight just can't match alliances.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit, Jakiro, like frontline Timbersaw with the Death Prop ult running. It's not natural for them to be able to win a head-on fight without some type of advantage.
In which case, that the way you're describing that makes it sound like Flight of Moon should have been the most disciplined around tower pushes, which is the easiest way for a defending team to set up a team fight.
Yeah, and now it's gonna kind of turn into like a snowball factor where now they go back as like, shit, we need to finish up another item on the PL or something like that, but that gives time for Exorcism to come back online, give time for Hanskin to reestablish his stones.
General maybe could have grabbed Hanskin there, but most of his team wasn't there just yet. Now, Roger's here now. They're going to try and slow down S4.
Bit scary on the high ground.
Yeah, very scary pushing into a high ground like that. Alliance do have a lot of good vision in these areas. You could see 2 different wards on either side of that Bounty Rune engagement. They aren't going to be able to catch the Oracle. As a result, the deeper ward spotted 2 heroes rotating up through the lanes, so they quickly move to catch them. It's the support they grab, though. General quickly on the move here with his boots of travel, unlikely to be caught.
Another heads-up move by Alliance. They're still farming well, though. Flight of Moon, they're still keeping that 2K advantage because they did back up and try to take it, try to just farm during that Death Prophet ult, but now everything's up for Alliance. They're not afraid to take any type of head-on fight. I do believe that the Manta is now done for V2 now. So now he should actually be feeling a lot better to join the fights because he can avoid those silences.
Right.
But still a lot of control. There's still the Jakiro that's always going to be a problem.
Grabbed him before he could Timber Chain away. You could see Hanskin, he's trying to do something to be able to slow this down, but S4 has been pulled back into his doom. A bump, nice hit from General. That's going to be able to catch up to Hanskin here. Hanskin will have another roll soon, and once again, Flight of Moon see that high ground and say, okay, that is not a place we want to just blindly go into.
Yes, for it. Overstayed his bounds, I believe. And he knows it too. He knows it. Even then going for that last creep wave with your catapult, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Those are, I feel like we see that in pro games and in like pubs all the time. That tower, those offlane towers, you really want to get it, but it's a trap. It almost always is a trap.
Yeah, and ultimately,
I'll take that.
I mean, a lot of things in Dota come down to the risk versus the reward ratio, and like, what is the reward for getting the tier 1 offlane tower? It's usually not that much.
Yeah, he was just really trying to capitalize. Damn, we got that Oracle. We're gonna get an objective off of it, but yeah, ends up paying with his life. His team has to back up and wait for him to respawn for a moment. I mean, Nico Baby's still he's farming up a storm though this entire time on the Slark.
Yeah. Level 17.
Nico Baby Slark. Going for that Scotty. Not fun to play versus as an Invoker in particular. Any type of ranged heroes just get destroyed by this item. And he's just going to be really tanky. I think that's the majority of what he wants to do is just, I am not getting popped by Tiny Combo.
Yeah.
I am not getting caught up by like some Tornado, Sunstrike, etc.
And it even has a side benefit of helping him with his mana pool, right?
Yes,
because that's going to be a big problem against Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, that's a good call. Now they're getting on their aggressive posture. S4 is like, I died for this tower. We're taking it, and you're giving me the last hit. Thank you. Always want to fly. He's in the front line.
Catches up to always want to fly. Does manage to purge and get himself away.
Ooh,
turning around, lasso onto Nico Baby. Nico Baby didn't get off the BKB, didn't get off his Dark Pact, and now he's dead. And Alliance, they're like, oh shit, there goes all our damage. It's time to leave, boys. It's time to get out of here, but they're going to get caught. Always want to fly. Going to make sure the opposing captain in FNG is certainly going to be falling. S4 and Limp are on the run here. Force staff forward. Roger, blink up in a second, but I think those other 2 heroes are just a bit too fast.
And Limp popped the Exorcism on the retreat, too. I think he was trying to scare them, being like, oh, okay, they're not going to chase me into it, but, oh, man, every time we hype up a player, I feel like we just curse them indefinitely.
We really did.
We're like, man, Nico Baby, look
Look how fearless he's being. Oh, Jesus, he's dead.
Oh, God, he didn't use BKB or Dark Pact. I think Dark Pact maybe had like a split second, but he didn't use anything. He gets caught by the lasso. The new blink on General has shown and punished the Slark.
It's okay. That's what Jenkins and I were doing with Thompson yesterday. You know, because it's like Thompson, you have to have fun with how aggressive he is, but when it goes wrong, man, it goes really wrong for Thompson.
You're just like, man, look at this genius maneuver. He's cutting tier 2 wave. And, oh, he's dead. Oh, God, he's dead. Why is he there? What's he doing?
It's funny how it always goes. Like, the initial part of it always looks good, and then it's always the added efficiency. You know, it's just that extra 10% more. What if I push yet another wave? Or what if I finish off that range creep? Or maybe I funneled into farming up some neutral creeps as well. That's what's going to get you caught, that greed.
See the similar item build from VTune? Also doesn't want to. I mean, he just wants a long fight, is pretty much that tells me, as his Phantom Lancer going for the Scotty. Versus Death Prophet, another thing, you know, going for range heroes is always amazing. And then he can tank up. It's very similar kind of style that is as Nico Baby for this game, since he's playing versus that Timbersaw. And they're looking to invade now. They're looking to take advantage. Death Prophet ulti, Exorcism still on cooldown for a couple of seconds here.
FNG, they're going to be able to catch up to him. Flame break on the two of them. Nico Baby commits his BKB to going on Iceberg, but Iceberg, he already has a BKB of his own. Quickly deals with that pounce and is able to play a bit of distance away from Nico Baby, just trying drawing him away, tornadoing up the other side of Alliance and getting the rest of Flight of Moon. Well, almost everybody back to the high ground. General's the only one who's a little bit separated from his team.
Nico Baby saw him for a second there with the night vision, but don't know if they're going to be able to catch him. He's hiding in the woods, and he'll be fine.
So that was a death and a buyback for FNG, and Flight of Moon, they didn't really lose anything for that.
Nope, just the BKB charge, I guess, on the Invoker. That's about it.
Yeah, and if
worth it.
Personally, I would trade my BKB charge for the Slarks every team fight, right?
Yep. Definitely. I literally just kited Nico Baby the entirety of that fight. Great item choice here by Iceberg. Just defensive capability.
One small thing we haven't talked about with the Scotty is the health restoration effect that it has now. And that is obviously a big factor in both sides, right? Because one side we got Oracle, the other one Timbersaw, Death Prophet.
That's definitely true.
A 40% reduction could certainly mean a lot. S4 with the pre-Yule Scepter on to General. General, he gets caught in a trap of his own making as he just kind of stumbles into it. Always want to fly ahead to put himself in danger to be able to bail General out. It looks like he's going to be caught by the Death Prophet on the other side of things. Hanskin, who rolled in earlier, now rolls out away from Death. Flight of Moon, though, pretty clean extraction. They didn't lose anybody.
They're actually getting out without losing a single hero. And look at all the mana pools on Alliance. 4 heroes completely out of mana. It's only Nico Baby ready to fight, and that was Exorcism used. They got nothing out of it.
How did they not kill that Bat Rider? I mean, of course the Oracle saved him, yeah, but it just looks like such a nasty situation for Flight of Moon.
He just zoomed out of there. They didn't have any type of extra lockdown. And now it's go time.
Yeah.
They only used the false promise. They have everything else available.
I like this. I like this a lot. Especially as the tier 3 items just spawned, so there's a pretty decent chance someone from Alliance is going, all right, I'm just going to hit this camp and see if I can get some neutral items for us. If they go into the Dire Jungle, they would find a couple of cores. Nico Baby farming it up right now, General. He doesn't get there in time.
They see FNG.
Yeah.
He was dewarding. General wants him. FNG...
got him
does not make
just
it
in time.
See you later. Crisp movements by Flight of Moon. Just, I mean, beautiful disengages, really. That's multiple times now we've seen in this game of them just cleanly getting out of a fight. And yeah, now that Scotty's finished up, so versus that Death Prophet versus that Timber, definitely going to be super good. And into Roche. No DP ulti, no nothing on Alliance, really. There's no way they can contest this one.
They don't even have much poke that they can really, like, especially with FNG being dead.
They have to kind of just commit in there without Exorcism.
Yeah, that sounds really scary, really bad. S4 He's going to be able to offensively use up Iceberg here. Iceberg still has his BKB, and he's not too worried about this engagement, especially as they've taken the Aegis now. V-Tune, he's going to go forward. Nico Baby, he's going to have to commit his BKB. Starts laying some damage, but they're just ignoring him. They're running past him and going for everybody else. Nico Baby does manage to hit the pounds onto General here, but his BKB is going to wear out soon. Meanwhile, the rest of his team still being chased down by V-Tune. They got to get out of here. S4 doesn't have much mana left, and a missed Timber Chain. That is a disaster for him. One more Timber Chain, that's all he's going to have the mana for. A self-Yules, Arcane Boots coming up in a second, but it's not going to be in time. Roger looking for that extra kill, has a Force Staff, tries to get away, saved by the Oracle with a buyback coming in from Hanskin. He wants to make this worth something. He needs to be able to catch them. But is this team fight going to be good? A really good Magnetize and a better Macropyre over the top of the two with a Spirit Siphon Exorcism on the two backline heroes as well. Always want to fly. He's going to die stranded in no man's land while Iceberg does manage to get away with the extra movement speed of Ghost Walk. Limp could not stay on him because of that tornado.
Oh my god, their cores actually are able to disengage out of that there. Huge roll-in by Hanskin too at the buyback, but lacking a little bit of extra catch there. They just walk away from the ghosts again, and look at
V-Tune. He just goes in, no cares. He's got a Scotty, and he's got an Aegis to work with, so he really should not be too scared of anything on the side of Alliance.
And he's fully online. Now it's, now PL looks like a really good hero, right? Compared to the early games where he takes too long to get online. Now he's fully there. 30 minutes, they've got full dominance, full map control. Bounty rune here, bounty rune there, and oh, is that a Nico Baby Slark down bottom? V-Tune is fighting with him for a second.
Almost caught him with the tornado. That's a big one. If you could ever hit him with the tornado after he Dark Packs and pops his Shadow Dance, ooh. That hero starts feeling pretty lackluster. But yes, with a 10,000 net worth lead and V-Tune specifically stretching his net worth lead over the Slark, the Catman has begun to become a lion. Level 20, picking up some tier 3 items.
And they're just unable to really kill like any of the cores. The Batrider, they even got him in a pretty decent spot there that maybe they can bring him down, but he's tanky on General. He went for the 250 health talent. I've actually seen most people take the +5 sticky. He is a really buff Batrider. Even if he gets grabbed, we saw he's survived so many of these different occasions because of how he's itemized.
Yeah, what a
look at this,
really
2,150 HP. Even has another like 3,500 gold on top. Yeah, he's very survivable.
One point that seems to be really missing for Alliance is their ability to get on top of this Oracle. How many times does Always Want to Fly? Like, he's actually been out of position, but they still can't actually get on him, kill him, and prevent him from casting all those spells.
Yeah, and the panel was mentioning there's a lot of different ways for Alliance to actually get on him. With the Slark giving the night vision, Timbersaw able to jump in the back, Earth Spirit too. You'd have think that they would be able to, but not so much here.
Yeah, just been struggling to find the right kind of movements and around the map. I don't know what it is, but
they're just fighting. They're fighting way better, and that's surprising. Like Alliances, their team fight is super strong, but Fly to Moon is just playing around them. They're always finding the perfect engagement and disengage. And now look at this, another perfect engage.
Gonna be able to grab S4, quickly blow him up. Now he does have buyback. So if Fly to Moon, nice Yule Scepter there from General to be able to stop the TP out from FNG. And Roger, yep, he did go in, see if he can catch that extra hero. The Oracle is always there to bail out that kind of aggressive maneuvers, though.
Such clean initiations every single time, all the way up to a 14k gold lead. They force S4's buyback, and S4, he's looking very done this game. He's looking like he can't do pretty much anything.
Yeah.
They have solved the Timbersaw problem. He started what? He started like 4-1. Now he's 4-7. That's 6 deaths in a row for this Timber.
CS4 struggling to grab somebody, gets the Yule Scepter onto Roger, but Roger turns around, lays a whole heap of damage onto S4. He's trying to get away. The Deafening Blast. One more hit from Always Want to Fly. Nukes him down. Hanskin, he tried to roll in after Roger, but Roger turns around and pummels him in the face. Always Want to Fly, even slowing down the retreat of Limp and Nico Baby. This Oracle he doesn't care. He's playing right in the middle of Alliance and still getting off all of his spells. They're just not getting to focus him down. Nico Baby gets away, sure, but it comes at a hefty cost. 3 heroes down with Fly to Moon winning a fight just outside of your base.
Again, into Exorcism. They're just winning every single fight because they're able to get these 1-by-1 pickoffs because of their godly initiation. And even Even Iceberg lives. He got chased by the BKB of the Slark, by the Death Breath Exorcism. Ghostwalk, BKB, TP's out right in front of their faces. It's just flawless plays here coming out from FTM.
Throws out the
Another
backer
grab.
fire, but gets grabbed by the lasso. Hanskin does manage to get the roll in. The toss up in the air from Roger. Quick rebuttal onto Hanskin, and the nuke comes in from Always Wanna Fly. Just as he thought he was going to escape. No, and now he gets the root onto the Slark as well. Nico Baby, they offer some high fives. Nico Baby does not respond, though.
I mean, this is getting close to being pretty much over. I don't see how Slark can ever kill anybody now. They're way too tanky. Even though he builds up all these Essence shift charges, he can't do anything.
Watch for the Bat Rider here. He just picked up a refresher.
Oh.
If he catches Nico Baby in this moment, he's going to go for it. He grabs him. He pops the BKB, but it may be too late. The physical damage is going to come in. Nico Baby's in trouble, but he gets off the Shadow Dance just in time. V-Tune's going to move on to his next victim, though. That's going to be Limp, a self-fuel scepter, but he's stuck. He can't go anywhere. Trapped underneath the ice wall, stuck in the mire and the muck. That is the Fly to Moon lineup that just holds on to their victims and never lets go. 2 dead with no buyback. Limp can't even make it back to the fountain before V-Tune overwhelms him. GG as Fly to Moon 3-0 now in their run of the day.
I think you might have to, they may have drafted a very similar lineup 3 games in a row, but I think you might have to address this tiny Bat Rider.
Yeah, I think so. It just looks too good for Fly to Moon. I think too often we love to be able to break down the drafts and say, like, okay, here's these sort of matchups. We like to focus on the mechanics and the strategy matchups, but ultimately there is a lot to be said for just putting people in their comfort positions, right, Fog?
I mean, dude, Roger General just actually handled that game every single time. I think they only had one team mistake in that game, right? That mid push that they did.
Yeah.
Besides that, I feel like Fly to Moon played this game almost perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. If it wasn't for that one play, I think this game was over 5 minutes sooner.
Yeah,
right?
same. I mean, they set up V-Tune for success. He farmed incredibly well, got the dream items. Once he gets that Scotty online, you're like, oh my god, what does Death Prophet and Timbersaw do? They can't do anything inside of the game. They have no damage versus PL. PL slows them, burns their mana, burns their health regen. It was actually beautiful play by them.
Which one are you going to take away? You said Bat Rider and Tiny. For me, it's the Tiny.
Oh, man.
I've been harping on this hero, but I feel like it just does way too much. If it goes right, it goes incredibly right.
I feel like Roger has more replacements, though. I feel like General does have replacements, but that Bat Rider, the way that he plays and the way he itemizes just breaks teams. So I think I'm leaning that you have to take away the Bat Rider a little bit more.
Okay, that goes directly into what we're talking about, try and put people out of their comfort positions. Fly to Moon, they're in a very comfortable position. They're 1-up against Alliance in this play-in, looking ahead to playoffs as we look to our panel.
Wow, that was a transition. Very smooth, Cap. Thank you. And Fog as well, of course. And let's talk about that game because it was very smooth as well from Fly to Moon. They were just kind of running away with this game. I want to start at the draft, guys.
Yeah.
Because if you look at these first 2 picks, on one side you've got the start off with the Jakiro and the Slark versus Tiny, Meta Hero Supreme, and Bat Rider.
Yes, and
General.
Pretty meta Supreme.
His best hero. I mean, we saw, I don't know what this team's been eating today. I mean, they had a good breakfast. They were just steamrolling everybody. And it is on the back of that General Bat Rider. It's incredible. And people still let him have it. Why?
I mean, the thing about playing heroes in their against counter matchups, like Bat Rider against Slark, is if you're really good at the hero, you'll make it work, right? The specialty of being really good at a hero isn't necessarily playing him in ideal games. It's knowing how to play that hero in all situations.
Yeah.
So I look at the draft and I say, okay, maybe Bat Rider wasn't set up to have the best game because he's counterpicked by Slark in the first round. But I look at Timbersaw as an offlaner, and that's the hero I want to highlight for Alliance, a hero we don't see too often. But simply put, Timbersaw is a guy that stands in front of your face for the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, is super annoying to kill, and then after that, he's a creep. He really is. He does some damage in fights, but maybe he has an item or two that helps the team, like a pipe or Greaves or something. But aside from that, all he is supposed to do is create space for your carry to out-carry the opponent. And in my opinion, the understanding of Timbersaw is your carry has to out-carry their carry.
Sure.
And all he's supposed to do is buy time for that situation to happen.
Sure.
And Slark, I think one of his worst 2 or 3 matchups in the entire game is Phantom Lancer, because Slark is a long fight hero. He wants to take long fights, and he wants to spam his spells, and he wants to hit single targets. So PL is obviously not a single target.
and he burns your mana. So
Yeah.
the long fight just doesn't work anymore. And what I looked like this game to me was that both teams were buying time for their carries. Obviously, there's fights going on and everything, but inevitably, this PL is going to hard out carry the Slark. And I really liked this Scotty, as Fogg mentioned. He made it happen even earlier on in the game than I expected. But even though they countered this Batrider in lane, they then picked Death Prophet and Timbersaw, 2 cores that can't dispel the sticky napalm, and they had no save against the lasso. So it's like, in theory, you'd be like, they countered the Batrider, but past the laning stage, they didn't.
Yeah. And even in the last series, we saw this Batrider rose up against an Abaddon, which is like the hard counter. He can save anybody from lasso, and he did just fine. I really like that you brought up the Timbersaw in this game as well, because we've been seeing a lot of unique stuff in this tournament with Timbersaw where he'll do exceptionally well in some games. But you want to know the games he never does well in? Anyone that can drain the mana. The PL Diffusal. We've seen PL rushing Diffusal, and you are completely right. It doesn't matter how much money Timbersaw gets. He could be incredibly huge. Against PL Diffusal, he is literally a creep.
You just ignore him.
You just ignore him.
You
Without
EMP
mana,
him
he does
and-
nothing.
Yeah, you EMP him, you Diffusal him, and if you compare him to other offlaners, right? Like, I want to keep talking about the Batrider, the Lasso, that tool in the mid to late game compared to a Timbersaw. You have like a Mars teamfight compared to Timbersaw, Darkseer compared to, I'm just comparing what his role is supposed to do in the game, and Timbersaw doesn't do. And all I'm saying is that hero is incredibly specific in the situations that he's supposed to work right now, and I don't think, quite frankly, that Alliance utilized that hero. Like, they picked the hero in a wrong situation to pick it.
Yeah, and the time that they picked him, too. The only really successful Timbersaw games that we see are when he's like a last picked, you know?
He was last picked.
Yeah.
It has to be like a perfect Timber game that is then setting up a better carry matchup to win it.
Sure.
We saw a very successful Timbersaw game last Friday. Navi versus Alliance. S4 went off. Like, it was amazing. So I think that was still...
No PL, though.
What
no
was the carry
PL.
matchup in that game?
I can tell you.
Oh, here we go.
I'm actually curious. I love testing
The
my own
notebook
theories.
coming into play. All right. Nico Baby faces Void, Crystallize on the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, Faceless Void outscales Drow, for sure. Like,
It was
but
also a Timbersaw last pick.
Yep.
that's exactly what's supposed to happen. Drow has a timing window where she's good against Void before Void gets like 2 or 3 items, right? Void suffers against the Silence early. Once he has like Manta, Mjolnir, Satanic, he crushes Drow.
Yep.
But up until that point, it's hard. So that's exactly what Timbersaw is supposed to do. Alleviate this like mid-game weakness that your carry has and then outscale that. So like in this game, if it goes to 40 minutes, Slark gets crushed by PL, and that's the problem I have.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. That's cool.
If I look at every hero, it's like, okay, would you rather play PL or Slark?
In this game?
And no, just in general. You don't know the game. You don't know
Oh.
matchups. If you were to, like, which hero would you rather play?
I know you want me to say PL, but I would much rather play Slark.
I'd probably rather play Slark.
Sorry.
Invoker or Death Prophet?
Definitely.
In this meta, Invoker. Like, I'm not saying me personally. I can't-
Batrider or Timbersaw?
I'd rather play Batrider, yeah.
right.
Tiny or Spirit?
That's close.
That's close?
Yeah.
I'd go for the Tiny.
It's 60-40 Tiny. I'll give it that one.
Oracle or
personality
Jakiro?
test? What are we
No, she's literally saying that like individually, each one of these heroes just seems better. I think that's the point you're getting at.
Yeah,
right?
I think like if you look at
I
these
agree
two
with that
drafts,
sentiment
it's
here.
like, well, there's one that has a lot of meta heroes in it, and there's another that just simply doesn't.
Yeah.
All very situational heroes. So,
But, you know, that's how people innovate, right?
That's true.
You keep trying to keep up with the meta, you'll never be as good as the people that created it.
That's
So
true.
You gotta innovate, but not like that. Don't
Can't go
innovate
too
like
far
that.
off the mark though. 'cause
No.
there's a reason
Innovating
the popular
wrong.
heroes are good, right?
and this is a game that is going to decide whether you continue on in the Immortal playoffs or if you drop down to Divine. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with dropping down to Divine, and we definitely know that our Divine teams are also capable of showing us good matches. But in this case, you really, really, really want to win.
Of course.
And Fly the Moon, you know, I was maybe a little bit worried. This is the first time that we had a team playing 2 series in one day.
Yep.
I think it's favoring Fly the Moon. They love that warm-up, and they're just steamrolling through.
Thank
Dolphins
you, production.
exist.
Dolphins
I learned
exist.
that.
So says the government. You ever seen a dolphin?
I haven't seen a dolphin in like
Cheever?
5-10 years. They might be
I
gone.
have, but only in SeaWorld-like view.
Yeah.
Maybe we made them then.
Holograms. Thank you for the daily dolphin fact.
Yes,
That's
thank
really great.
Wait,
You know-
daily, it's like hourly.
Yeah, I was gonna say daily dolphin fact sounds like there's
Almost
only
like,
one a day.
Right, the 10-minute dolphin fact. Every time we speak of anything, it's a dolphin fact. But yes, perhaps research the facts and create real ones.
I mean, this is like, dolphins exist, I think. They're on point with that.
I'm sure one of the WePlay employees was really researching that all night, trying to uncover the mystery. Do
They
it
did it about
actually
as much.
exist?
I'm not gonna make a political.
Do it.
I was gonna say they made as much. They do as much research as all the people that talk about no vaccines. Right?
Whoa, dude! You can't. I thought you were gonna just rip Team Alliance, as in.
No, he said he
I
didn't
said
want to make it
political,
political, so
Oh.
there was going to be something political.
My bad. I would have said they did as much research as EG's coach about Clinks and Enchantress yesterday.
That's fair.
I said I was getting political, and then you told me to do it, so I went with
I'm
it.
so sorry.
I don't think it's really political. It's more like sciencey.
Well,
okay,
no,
here
no.
we
In
go.
America, we tend to make things
Here
that
we
should
go.
not be
Okay.
political. That's our specialty.
I was asked on Reddit by a user
I'm ready.
not to bring up politics anymore in my things, and
Yes,
I
yes,
will
drop
not
it as
do it
quickly as
just for
possible.
you, my friend. I asked, what political thing did I say? And he said, you haven't yet, but I'm asking you not to do it. So shout out
Don't
to
do
you.
it.
Shout out to that guy.
Shout out to you, Pickle Rick 69 again, my boy.
My boy.
Is it actually this name?
No, of course not. An idiot would name themselves that. Sorry.
Talk to me about Alliance Fly to Moon then, if you don't want to say anything off topic.
Absolutely. So with all of this momentum that Fly to Moon has today, they're going to need to be hit real hard. Alliance has to go. I mean, S4 is so good at so many heroes. Don't stick him on a timber saw.
I mean, he is the
Love
one
of God.
choosing, right?
I know. S4, listen to
Don't
yourself.
stick yourself on the.
Don't do it. All right?
Do it.
I mean, I'm not saying go to Brewmaster. I'm not saying do something stupid. I'm just saying S4, you play so many good heroes. Play something that is actually has huge game impact instead of the walking creep man.
What I don't understand is like when I look at a team like Team Liquid who didn't have the best success at the start, and it seems like they've come into their own. I know I mentioned them at the start of the series. It
There
really
might be
does
people
feel
that
like
haven't
they're.
heard it yet, so
Yeah, it really
good.
feels like the cohesion of their heroes just works. And even though not all of them are meta, like really not many other people are picking Puck at all. For instance, that it doesn't have to be a meta hero, but if you look at the like synergy of Alliance's draft, all three of their cores have no stuns. Like they have no teamfight initiation stunner, and it's just like, yeah, you have Earth Spirit, but actually, from what I understand about Earth Spirit when I talk to my 4-position players, is he wants to be like a follow-up, or he wants to go in and have somebody else who's this massive team fighter immediately follow him up. He's either a chaos creator or a counter initiator, not like an actual, he's not the guy that's supposed to do it all. So I just look at their lineup and I say, like, where's the identity to this lineup? There's nothing. It's just a smorgasbord of heroes.
A what?
A smorgasbord.
Is that not a word that is that an American?
How do you
word?
say that in Dutch?
I didn't know what the English word is. still.
Smorgasbord is just like a
smorgasbord.
random assortment of stuff.
Yeah,
Smorgasbord?
that's
Yeah.
right.
It's definitely a word in.
See,
in
when you
America.
guys speak European, that's how it sounds to us.
I was going to say, it sounds somewhat...
Smorgasbord, blah, 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 blah.
Is that actually an American term? I never knew that
It
was.
sounds somewhat Scandinavian. Smorgasbord.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm like, it
probably
doesn't sound like an American term, but
It's probably some sort of European platter in some country. out
yeah,
there.
yeah. It's just like a
Okay,
random
fine.
assortment of stuff
Smorgasbord.
that doesn't make
I mean,
sense
a
that it's on
board.
the same
Yeah, a
plate.
board is a plate.
Oh,
In Dutch,
so it must
so-
be, what's a smorgage?
Nothing.
Is that a Dutch word?
No.
Okay.
Oh, we
No.
tried.
Well,
It's definitely maybe something Scandinavian.
there's two NA boys trying to be cultured.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Well, good luck with
well,
well, let's
Oh,
not
well.
try that. No. No, I want to talk to you guys about the mid lane because in most recent Alliance games, Alliance, they're here because they haven't performed as well as we thought they would. Fly to Moon actually have impressed me. They're here, of course, as well, but they came in with, I guess, lower expectations compared to Alliance, right? It just comes with the name partially, comes with the players' names. But therefore, I remember a lot of the conversations I've had about Alliance on panels like these, and a lot of them came down to Limp being dominant in the laning stage.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, feeling a little bit lost on some of the heroes that he plays. Is that, how did we think that the mid lane went this time around with the Invoker versus Death Prophet?
I would compare him to be a contrast to No One from VP, where yesterday, even though he's not technically the carry hero, I felt like VP's entire plan was around No One just winning the game.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to be the guy that does everything. And I feel like Limp, his issue as a player is he doesn't excel in situations where it's his hero's job to take over the game for like 20 minutes. Like, that's what Death Prophet to me meant this game. And I don't know if it's rotation specifically. I don't know if it's a mindset problem, but it is seemingly a consistent problem I've seen when I watch Limp play. his laning stage, as you said, I think the first 8 to 10 minutes, he's like mechanically incredible, and his first couple rotations are fine. But then in the mid game, where it's like, okay, now this is the moment where we decide what team's going to get the momentum. This is who's going to take
first
over.
Row,
Yeah, exactly.
like,
I feel like that's where he just drops the ball, and I really don't know why. I really don't know why.
No, that's wrong. What's up, Slacks?
What?
I can't. No.
Are you?
I mean, there's a lot of situations where you start off, you're going crazy. Everything's perfect, going super, super hard. And then eventually, a limp in mid-game, late game, just can't keep that up.
You go limp.
Yeah. I mean, that's where the term came from, I think, was the mid-performance.
Oh, my God.
Going limp, I believe, is what they call it in Dota.
You've actually just created a...
I'm just saying, I mean, it's just what happens.
Every time he dies...
It happens to all of us!
Every time he dies in the mid game now, they're going to say, like, he's gone limper.
Oh, I mean, in the mid game to the late game...
You can't
do
have it
perfect
happening.
at the beginning, and then you just start to go limp.
Sometimes you just don't last long enough.
It's, you throw midway through the battle.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I don't know where to go from this.
I'm so sorry.
Help.
I was a little too good.
It's a metaphor.
Yeah.
I got that far.
Yes. We should move on.
Well, I am sorry to hear that you guys have problems like that.
Not at all.
We're talking, like, about our friends.
It's a metaphor,
Yeah.
Shiver. You might not understand what the word means.
Yeah.
But it's not real. It's
We've heard about it.
So the sentence, like, everybody has it happen,
that's a metaphor.
Yeah.
Not true.
Perhaps you should read a dictionary.
Okay. Well.
Why do you do that always?
Well.
Dot.
Well. Let's head to the draft set. We can't anymore. Bye-bye. Well.
The panel brought up many brilliant questions in their last segment. Are we going to see a smorgasbord, a buffet, or are we going to see a draft that has a true identity? To figure that out, we have Lacoste and Kyle to lead us through every pick, every ban, every thought as we dive into game number 2. And first off, we got to say, I think we're probably all impressed with how Fly to Moon was actually able to play in that first game.
Yeah, it was almost a flawless game from Fly to Moon. The early rotations, the way they set up the lanes, everything was on point. Decision making, who they need to gank, the itemization. Like, it's a Fly to Moon that, they played well in the previous series, but they played against NIP. So, they kept their style. They picked almost the same heroes, and here they go again.
Yeah, if it ain't
broke, don't
that's
fix it.
right. Make it to the moon today, tomorrow, maybe even Mars.
I don't think we'll see a Mars in this draft.
Possibly. I mean, not for Fly to Moon. You can't be at the 2 planets at the time. But possibly for Alliance. I also wanted to see Mars for Alliance in the previous one.
Wasn't the Alliance... never mind, we're going to get too much lore. I like that they go for the Oracle themselves this game. I think that I probably just underrated the hero. I looked at FTM's draft in the previous game. I was like, it's just so solid. There's no really other 5s right now that provide Dispel.
Shadow Demon 5 with the ulti, but it's a long cooldown.
Yeah, and it's also like a defensive Dispel specifically. And in addition, it just kind of complements the way Alliance like to play Dota. Specifically, if they have a Death Prophet with an Oracle behind it, I think that game goes a little differently. But ultimately, I don't know how much draft really played into it. I think Fly to Moon are just, they're playing heroes they're good at, and they just came out to brawl. Like, they just played great.
It just brings up so many things, though, when we look at how they started off the day. We're like, oh, they didn't actually have to expose that much information. They might not have to expose anything, but they might also not even have anything. I mean, that's the big question. The thing is, at the end of the day, they have a solid lineup that fits their playstyle, that's been working, and they're about to take potentially 4 games in a row.
And I'm curious what you think as well, Lacoste. Like, banning out Doom Phoenix again as Alliance to me is a bit odd, because I don't see them as power heroes for Fly to Moon. They're just strong heroes in the meta. And I'm a convert to the puppy school of drafting. Like, you kind of just give people powerful heroes and have a plan against them. Or, if Alliance get Phoenix, I think they're super confident. I think it just benefits them more to leave it in the pool versus, once again, you're going up against Batrider Tiny.
After you've seen Fly to Moon play 3 games in a row, I think they could have gone with a different kind of bans. Like, these are just comfort heroes, and they played these heroes 3-4 games in a row now, which means that they're ready. Some mistakes that you made, you're actually getting better by playing that hero throughout the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're just doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. Of course, you're going to start to feel good.
Well, it also... Fly to Moon is one of those teams, like, they're not a very complex squad. I don't mean to lie. I'm not trying to insult them. They're just, we watch, like, Secret play Dota, right? It feels like at times just, we just lost. Yeah. Like, we're just out strategized. There's this 10-minute timing. This Bloodseeker's got a veil. We're done for. Fly to Moon, again, now an Invoker. Like, they're just gonna play their best heroes and try to win the game. And these are not really, it's not like complex to execute. It's like, hey, I got this guy, Tiny. Oh, I got this guy. Cool. Let's go kill the tower now.
Yeah, they definitely needed a spell for Darkseer Surge and Ion Shell. Like, I just want to see what kind of carry they're gonna go for. I mean, they could go for Slark. Now they have Darkseer to, buff him up and take care of him in the team fights, but it's also dispellable.
Yeah, how did you guys feel about the Slark? Because, Kyle, you kind of almost brought up the idea of, like, hey, look, we haven't seen much of Slark. How does it actually fit into things? And I feel like you put a lot of pressure on that game to actually see whether or not Slark was going to fit into the meta well. But I almost feel like there's a little bit of a dissonance there with how well Fly to the Moon did play.
The trouble I have with it is just you're kind of always... Slark, again, I keep comparing to Void, but, like, Void has something that you're afraid of. Whereas Slark's big ultimate is nearly almost always used defensively. And I feel like you just see Nico Baby kind of lost in these engagements at times. And I'm just not a huge fan of the hero. Maybe if there was like a Darkseer, as we see in this game, it could be a bit better. Because then you at least have something that helps the Slark play Dota better. That is really good in laning phase against this Darkseer Spear combo.
Yeah, some of the heroes that are good in the laning phase are gone. You have AM being banned out, Spectre being banned out, so is Sven. You want to have a hero that can sustain all this pressure coming out from the Darkseer, so you're going to be farming underneath the tower. And Lifestealer, he does not need to care too much about being pressured by Ion Shell, Roland from the Earth Spirit. He can just easily dodge that. They lack a bit of control for this Void Spirit. That's what I love for Alliance. Yeah, you have Tornado, you can dispel his shield, but still... I don't think it's enough, especially when you have Oracle sitting behind them. A much more mobile lineup coming out from Alliance this time.
I mean, you talk about comfort picks. This is a team we wanted to see Lifestealer from throughout the day. Finally, they find an opportunity to weave it in, potentially close out the day, secure their spot among the Immortals. Is there anything in particular, though, that you're looking for Fly to the Moon? You said that control is something that you want, Lacoste. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for in that category to potentially be able to shut down the Spirit?
So Alliance is banning out offlaners. Beastmaster is gone, so they think that this Batrider is going to be shifted towards position 4. Possibly. I mean, they can swap things around. Like, anything is doable with their kind of a lineup. The only thing set in stone, pretty much, is your Lifestealer being the position 1. They just banned Beastmaster and Eng. That's very weird coming out from Alliance.
Could you see them Slardar here, or is that a bit much? Just like to bring back that old school combination.
Sure.
Okay, even better. The General Pango or Roger Pango. It's very open still. Fly to Moon can alter who's playing like Tiny Pango and Bat based on the laning matchups they foresee. This is a big pick for Alliance. It's the Nico Baby hero, and I don't think you want to go Illusion Core for sure, which is typically a direction you want against Lifestealer, but there's too much.
There are not many heroes left in the pool.
Yeah.
Like, all these carry heroes are banned out. What is there left? Jug? PA?
Jug isn't bad.
You need a hero that's good against the Batrider in the laning stage. So Jug comes to my mind. He benefits from Surge Ion Shell.
Could Weaver? But that's real squishy. The trouble I see is you don't have any method of taking towers right now in Alliance, and I'm always hesitant to buy into a draft they have without that. I played with Hanskin a lot, and I think it's just much easier for him and Limp to read the game when they've got a something that just sort of makes sense to play around. Like, okay, we got this kill. Because we have this hero, we can make a play for Roche, or we can just go kill this tower. Whereas without it, you're just kind of forced to always make moves. And they go for the Weaver.
I mean, they needed a hero that, you know, is a good in the laning stage against the Batrider, but I'm not sure you benefit too much from this Darkseer. Not the greatest combo coming out from Oracle and the Weaver, and it's also Weaver into Tiny and Invoker. Like, you can just go from 100 to 0 in a second. It's a very squishy hero.
They do have limited lockdown, though, and to your point, they have the Darkseer you can play with. I like it a lot with Earth Spirit as well. I'm a big fan of either Clinks or Weaver because you find this Invoker, you find this Bat in the back lines open, and Earth Spirit can roll forward immediately. That might just be a kill, and it's on the most high priority target. You really have just 2 stuns on the side of Fly to Moon. The concern is just the mid game, because if you try to push towers as Alliance into Pango Tiny, like Invoker Tornadoes, Pango ults rolling forwards, like I don't actually know how you take a fight at choke point.
Also, what Alliance does not have is any abilities that go through magic immunity, so they can't stop the roll, which is a big problem. So that means General, which is he's a great Pango player, you know, so the rolling boulders are going to be in those team fights, just resetting them. And that's what I like, you know. I feel like you need to have some kind of a BKB piercing ability, magic immunity that can stop the Pango's roll.
Kind of feels like the biggest thing that Alliance does have in their favor right now going to be the odds on EGB.com. And as someone who tends to be a gambling man, I feel like going for the underdog right now could be a wise decision potentially. Keep in mind, jumping into this one, if we see Fly to the Moon take this next game, they will manage to secure their spot in the Immortal bracket. Let's find out if they're going to be able to do it.
That's right. They seem to be rocketing their way up to that playoffs, but they have to close out this series first. Fogged, and, well, we closed out that cast talking about, like, okay, this tiny Batrider's a problem. I offered you a Sophie's Choice that said pick one. You said, okay, it's the Batrider, and apparently Alliance has said, oh, we'll just leave them both in.
Yep. I mean, they made it work last time. It looked real hot, and now there's an even squishier hero. There's a Weaver.
Yeah.
Sure, Weaver is more elusive, I could say, in the lane in comparison to a Slark versus the Bat. But yeah, they popped off, and yeah, they are going to switch it up though, right? Because we did see that Pango as the last pick, so it's not going to be General playing the Bat. So, I mean, maybe that's the little alteration that Alliance did need, not having General playing that one. But love General on his Pango. He is a really, really strong Pango player. We see that Platinum up there, of course. He loves to spam this hero. And I think they have good frequency for fighting. That's the one thing that I did see on Alliance's draft this time compared to last time. They were pretty cooldown reliant the last time, and I feel like Fly to Moon kind of took advantage of that, the way they reset and took their fights in a better manner. Alliance not really cooldown reliant this time. They can look to fight every single time. Match that aggression.
Bounty Rune's about to spawn. Save that for later.
Okay.
And Always Want to Fly already setting up those sticky napalm stacks, but because it's a Darkseer, this is not an easily won fight. And they're just going to have to back away.
There's a lane where you just want to sustain. Always Want to Fly. He's gonna try to kill people or anything that overcommit, but for the most part, it should just be V-Tune just sitting there kind of sustain. As long as they don't get their double waved, I think that's really important. I think they have to actually just play ahead of the lane, exactly what they're doing right now. 2S4, just push him away so he can't actually get double ion shells on the waves to push it in super hard, because they don't have ways to force the lane out. A lot of times when you do see teams versus Darkseer, when they have the safe lanes, they try to kill those creep waves really quickly, but their heroes just don't. So you have to push them away. And let's see how they do up top. This is a tough lane for General.
Yeah.
In comparison to him playing like the Batrider versus melee heroes or anything like that, he is a squishy Pango versus double ranged.
I do not like playing against Oracle.
Ever as the offlaner.
Ever as the offlaner, but especially a squishy one like Pango that is so susceptible to magic damage in the first place.
Yeah.
They're going to need some sort of shenanigans here, and you can see already Rogers doing the pulling behind the tower.
Both teams are actually doing that because of the way. I think this is because of how Fly to Moon played that right initial start. Just because they cut S4 away from the wave, they actually forced these weird plays that Hanskin has to start to do. Okay, and then, yeah, we glance at that mid. Should be I mean, should be pretty good for the Void Spirit. You have a much better animation, but you're going to get harassed a lot. And Invoker should be able to at least make you force a lot of that gold, even though you're leading in last hits on that regen that you're going to have to buy. But yeah, definitely checking runes is going to be really important in this one for Roger. So at 4 minutes, we're going to likely see him leave that top lane to check, because Limp, that's going to be the sustain he needs. Nice deny. Yeah, look at that. That animation is insane.
Yeah, it is really good. Void Spirit. I feel like he, I don't want to say came out of nowhere, because obviously he'd been playing mid pretty consistently since he had been pulled out, but I feel like over just this last month, he's just all of a sudden had this crazy streak of mid play that's been super successful. Yeah, compared to all the other spirits.
I mean, I feel the same way, actually. He's been feeling really strong. I don't know if it's because of like these null changes or anything like that, something along those lines. There's something about the hero, though, that definitely does. And I mean, I do think like Bottle's becoming super popular again, and just like these slight little null changes, I think it does enable those type of heroes to really run rampant.
Iceberg doing the best he can, really trying to pressure Limp as much as possible. Does still have the cold snap, but he does have a healing salve. He has to go out of vision just in case that long-range cold snap could catch him otherwise.
Yep. And the matchup is kind of playing out as we were saying, right? It's going to be leading Void Spirit last hits, but he'll spend money on regen, so we'll probably see that continue. Top, we are continuing to see General suffer. Roger not having the game that he did have in the last one, where he was able to easily set up for some combos.
Yeah, Roger was such a big reason why Fly to Moon was able to take over the game so early. And he had that very early level 7 before 10 minutes, which is kind of insane for a 4 position. And I doubt he's going to be able to have the same kind of success rotating into the mid lane as well, right? Where last time he was against Death Prophet, a little bit harder to lock down a Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, he still definitely can, though. He still can do the, you know, he can smoke up like he did the last game, because he did smoke in the first game as well. And there is a ward there, but that might be able to catch off guard. But yeah, it's about rune checking. So we see he's already in position. Hans can actually get the courier snipe behind tower. Nice, cheeky. But yeah, Roger sitting top rune. They're going to go send the Earth Spirit bottom on the side of Alliance to make sure that, or to hope that Limp is able to find that rune.
I like that. Roger stacking while he's securing the rune. Iceberg heads on over. It's a DD. Thought about denying it. And then he's like, I guess it's free.
That's going to be a good pickup for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Quaswex Invoker, who always suffers just a little bit in the damage department.
Seeing bottom, they're just kind of trading farm. Vtune is able to secure himself farm down here just fine. Bad Rider's helping out, zoning away that Earth Spirit with, I think, 6 stacks. It's something he had on him for a moment. But yeah, tough to threaten S4. Just, you can always surge away. And it looks like he's going to do the Vanguard build again. He's done this a lot of the times he's played the Darkseer.
Another healing salve. Limp is having to burn through decent amount of net worth through all of this one. Jump away, General. He's got the swarm on him. He's got to get rid of that. Fortunately, it's only a level 4 Weaver, so it doesn't really have that true chasing power. Roger looks like he wants to secure a bounty rune somewhere, but he'll get neither as a result of that double push in from Alliance.
Nice play there by them. Yeah, General's probably like, all right, cool, that's chill. I'm fine with this. I don't care if they get the bounties. I got a little bit of a lane. I actually see that General also, he bought an Orb of Venom, even though he's in a tough lane. I usually see that Orb of Venom picked up a lot, but usually when you can get aggressive.
Yeah, usually up against melee heroes that you can actually get hits on in the first place.
Yeah. That's his first 300 gold, too, after like the starting item, so a bit surprising, but it's just a pride preference. Nice little side pull by Roger. Gets that lane back for General, and hey, all things considered, I mean, General's going to be approaching level 5 versus a Weaver Oracle lane, and he's got last hits to boot. I mean, I think he's very happy up here, even though they haven't, you know, made any plays with Roger. He's done the pull, the creep pulls all the time.
Yeah, everything can be forgiven if you get that fast level 6.
Yeah.
Battling up against FNG, does manage to get the lucky shot. Roger looking for just a toss combo here to finish him off, and they do manage to get the first blood. The roll in from Hanskin doesn't quite land on a General. The slowdown is there. General's gonna, he does have a lot of one charges. He should be good here.
Plays with that armor from under the tower there, knows he doesn't have to pop it as well. Very nicely done. And there, I mean, okay, I'll prevent him. You know, he got the slow, you know, so that the Tiny can get into range. Makes sense. Now that's, that's like the dream, I feel like, for a Pango in this type of situation, right? Like, you're playing for double
Absolutely.
range, and you're not having fun there. So.
And a tri-lane showed up.
Yep.
The mid rotated over as well. Now, doesn't catch you. Instead, it catches Roger, the very underleveled Tiny.
Iceberg looked like he wanted to TP there, but too many heroes. It is 4. They're trying to capitalize on a catapult timing, which is very... I mean, this is not something you see every day anymore. The offlane tower getting so punished that they really want this... This is some, like, throwback 8 years ago when people were like, double pull the creep wave, take the offlane tower. Me and Lacoste were actually just memeing about this upstairs before. How this is literally what people used to do back in the day. They're actually going to get this full tower.
So this is a bit of a meme stat, Fonged, but when a team takes the offlane tower as the very first tower, they have like over a 70% win rate.
Okay.
Usually all that means is that the lanes went so shit.
Yeah.
that you somehow lost your offlane tower and the carry didn't feel like he needed to rotate like he normally does, but it is interesting nonetheless, I think.
I mean, it's super... like I said, look, back in the day when we all used to play, that was the thing to do. You single pull, you double up the catapult wave, and you take the tower and you dive the hell out of them, and then you just like win the game. Nowadays, like, nobody does that because it just gives a free lane to the offlaner. So, I mean, general, we said he already started off pretty well. If he keeps this lane static right there, he's able to just TP to any lane and do pretty much anything he wants. But there's going to be a lot of wards, though.
What's kind of cool is that Alliance, they got that aggressive ward inside the triangle after taking the tier 1 tower, so they actually have a decent control of the triangle as a result. It's not like Flight of Moon really needs to make much use of that, though. Their lineup is inherently very aggressive, and they don't have a carry that, like, really plays around Ancients too much, right? Avalanche gonna try and stop this.
They actually got
nice combo. That is the nerf to dissimulate animation that happened a couple patches ago, right?
Those little mini stunts. I mean, Tiny's always going to be able to do stuff like that in turn with a cold snap, too. And they don't have to use the Rolling Thunder either.
Yeah.
So, General able to go and farm, I believe, the stacks that Roger had set up for him. And, I mean, look at Roger. He's like Hanskin's going to roll, and I'm going to catch him.
Always want to fly. Jeez, this is such a deep chase here.
He's forcing reactions.
The Limp, he's going to come in and try and clean up the kill. Double astral step and hits him with the Remnant, so that will be a kill.
Okay. Doesn't end up... Does he clear out any of the creeps? Oh, looks like not many of them died, so I don't think V-Tune will be too mad. He's probably like, hey, dude, don't steal my creeps. But, like, actually, yeah, okay. Looks like one of them died, and V-Tune's actually going to only get experience from one of them there, so, okay. He does, like, mess up the wave a little bit there, but plays with his life.
Pull back. Limp grabs Iceberg. Iceberg has Tornado EMP, so Limp still has to be careful, especially with Roger in the neighborhood. Does have a ward on the other side of the river here to be able to see Roger, so he shouldn't be caught by surprise.
Super even early game here. I don't know who even is like happier about this, right? Because I feel like, I guess maybe Flight of Moon just because of the Pango getting so much at a top, but I mean S4 is massive, so he's probably like whatever.
Hanskin, he's going to have to find an opening to be able to roll away, or maybe not, because FNG's here. He can make a Magic Immune. He can also cleanse off the sticky Napalm stacks. A lot of answers to the Bat Rider.
They're responding with 4 almost every single time on Alliance. Now they have an Urn too, I believe, finished up, so that'll be nice if they do get another situation like that. Great responses. Iceberg, he's not able to make the moves. Limp is getting more active than him in these first few moments. After getting killed, of course, that first time. Speaking of active.
Iceberg coming in, trying to stop the roll away. The Surge instead is what's going to get Hanskin out of danger.
Great save. General still wanting to stay in the area. This is a very tanky Darkseer, though. Like we said, S4, he likes to go for the Vanguard build, which is a bit different, but not a lot of ways that you kill this man when he's sitting above, what, like 1,200, 1,400 HP, yeah. No way that you can die for him. So lane's gonna just go a little bit more static here. Bat Rider always want to fly, wanted to consume some of the levels. I mean, a Nico Baby's gonna have a real fast Deso this game since he just has no pressure on him.
Especially if they can get an extra kill, and always want to fly, who really big difference. Game 1 to Game 2, these supports are very underleveled.
He is really suffering. Limp is on point with his movements. These wards that they have placed out early. Even these sentries, too, to cover the bases. Flight of Moon has no vision. Has no vision toward that top side, so Limp Nice moves.
Always a big fan when you have a greedy 4 position and you have a mid that can run around the map.
Yeah.
And that's what Iceberg has been doing, opening up that mid lane. V-Tune should be fine here, is actually going to TP out while General TP's in. He had Infest and everything, so that was a bit curious.
Guess he just really wanted to switch where he was playing on the map. I think he's just sick of playing bottom, I guess. I'm not sure what else it would be.
Okay.
But now he's gonna, now he's putting himself versus a Weaver, which is not really the greatest thing in the world for him either.
No,
so
not at all.
Roger.
Just a little bit shy there of catching Hanskin. Man, it feels like Flight of Moon just cannot make any moves right now without being spotted. They're going to head out to the bottom lane where big dive is coming in from Alliance right now. Hanskin, he's going to whiff as the rolling boulder doesn't go far enough. The tornado comes through, that also is going to whiff, but a nice jump. The avalanche toss up in the air, and they do manage to lock down Nico Baby with a beautiful rolling thunder on top of all of that. As for a cute little juke over to the side, dodges a lot of damage. The Surge is coming back up. The Ebony disables. He's going to be good, and oh, look at this with the Magnetize on top. Limp has a free fight to win here. Picks up 2 kills, looking for a third on General, as they've got Fortune's End. That's going to be able to catch him, lock him down. He may have another swashbuckle in the tank. Goes for the TP out.
Ooh,
the stuns are there.
Optimistic TP for sure.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Ooh, so much mobility on Alliance this time around. That's what we were talking about, right? They aren't that reliant on cooldowns this time, and their heroes, they can move real quick. They do lose Nico Baby right at the start of it, but Darkseer, the Earth Spirit, that Void Spirit, they can get around the map so quickly to be able to match that aggression. They get there in time.
So
Vanguard paying off.
Do you think that was a conscientious decision by Alliance heading into this Game 2's draft? They're saying, we're going to give them this, but this time around, like instead of focusing on the team fight aspect, we're going to focus on being able to play faster than them.
That's what it looked like, right? At least for me when I see like them going for like a Void Spirit instead of Death Prophet, right? That kind of style. Oh, that's a real big S4. What the? He gets caught. He did not expect them to move there at all. He was farming very dangerously. Yeah, at least from what it looks like, I would imagine that they wanted to just play at a faster pace.
Nice rolling there from Hanskin, and the lucky shot doesn't actually hit Nico Baby, so the damage is still there. Looks like we're going to be trading safe lane towers still.
I'm worried about what Always Wanna Fly is going to contribute in this game.
Yeah.
Especially like Weaver's going to have a Deso pretty much finished up. He's going to get 3-shotted in pretty much every occasion. He's going to just have to be real far back and just be this annoyance with Sticky.
Meanwhile, Oracle has 1,000 more net worth than him, but also Oracle doesn't need a whole lot of net worth to do what he needs to do.
Yeah, exactly. This 5-position Batrider is not going to be able to do much, but Roger, he still gets a 14-minute Blink Dagger somehow in this game.
Yeah. All that space he was given by Iceberg in the mid lane, Roger's just been farming away. He's soon going to have his combo maxed out. If he can get to level 9 with Blink Dagger, then Tiny is officially at a big, big peak.
Yeah, Nico Baby went for a squishy build. He went for the Deso. I saw he does have Dragonlance next queued up, but he is at potential of getting burst by this Tiny in a lot of situations. The rest of the heroes, not so much. Void Spirit still, but Darkseer no. Darkseer and Earth Spirit still going to be those tough ones for him to grab. See Iceberg, this game, not going for the Urn. Not as important when he's not playing versus Death Prophet, not playing versus Timbersaw. Doesn't have to go for Vessel. He wants Orchid because of that mobility in particular versus Void Spirit.
Yeah, we'll see if that lockdown works out. Limp already has an answer to it in the Yule Scepter, but very often Void Spirits like to be able to use that Yule's offensively, so.
Still big that he has it so fast. Every single one of his rotations has worked. He's been able to find heroes all the time.
Catch General, pulls him back into the wall. Hanskin nails him with the roll in.
Nicely done. Yeah, Limp is, I mean, he's on fire. He's really looking, I mean, Death Prophet's a fucking hero, but.
Roger is there.
Oh, he spotted him.
Spots him, managed to get the silence on top of him. So Nico Baby's going to be able to get that kill before Roger gets off a combination.
From the way that they're playing as well, I do have to say, it really does feel like they're all about that faster kind of play this time. Like, it matches their lineup, but it's just, this is what it looks like they want it to be. That matching style versus Flight of Moon, because Flight of Moon likes to fight. That's the type of team they are. They like to try to match the aggression, so Alliance is just meeting them at every single point. And now, I mean, they have a mech now even on the Darkseer on top of that Vanguard, so everyone on the side of Alliance is now much harder to pop from Roger.
Yeah. I feel like, again, that's another thing where we focus so much on draft and like hero interactions and stuff. Like sometimes teams aren't just looking at strategy of against this team, how do we want to actually play? Nice roll in onto the Iceberg Invoker, who dies immediately. Now General has a good Rolling Thunder that's controlling up Hanskin, but VTune is struggling to be able to finish him off, and FNG bails him out with that false promise. Now S4 has free ways to disengage with the Surge, so VTune, you could see he just doesn't pump out enough damage to threaten anybody on Alliance just yet.
No, I mean, it really does feel like they're going to start falling into further and further damage issues as this Oracle is just always... We saw it last game, but from the other side, this Oracle just always in the right place and just negates everything.
And it's such a single target focused lineup, right? Bat Rider, Lifestealer, Invoker, Quaswex Invoker, you know, it's definitely going to be a potentially strong game. We're going to see how Fly to Moon address the Oracle problem, though, because we said Alliance... They really struggle with getting on top of the Oracle first in a team fight, so maybe Roger can do a bit better.
Yeah, it's gonna be really up to Roger in general to find that backline. I think I saw General doing like the Yule's Blink. He has to go for this type of build to find this Oracle in the back.
Right on top of each other, they do go for the infest combination against Hanskin, but Alliance is right next to him. They're going to be able to get the... oh, no, does manage to get off the Rage before the Remnant can grab him. That is a... do they have any Suns? Oh, okay, there's the vacuum. I was so puzzled. I was like, they gotta have a Sun somewhere, right? VTune struggling to get out here. Always Want to Fly was saying, take me instead of him. And Alliance says, well, why not both? And there is going to be Always Want to Fly getting popped before his TP could complete. Now the Astral step forward. Yule Scepter. They have the Remnant to be able to pull him back in. The toss forward, though, comes in from Roger, does a decent amount of damage, and allows General to be able to get off that Rolling Thunder. Chasing Nico Baby. Spots him once. Hits him, trying to bounce off the wall to stay on top of him. Nico Baby, he's pretty healthy. He's got 1,200 HP. He's feeling good right now. Looks to be able to chase into this tier 3. Roger, meanwhile, tried to pop close. S4, but it was so close. Did S4 have a raindrop? The Sunstrike missed him. And Roger, he had no way to be able to get out of that.
They're really starting to snowball. They're all just, it's every single time, it's just like 5 heroes, right? Alliance just ends up with 5 heroes in every single situations. They're just outpacing. And it's really starting to feel like Fly to Moon, they just don't have damage in their draft versus this Oracle. Versus this Darkseer as well with that early mech. They're really starting to run away with this one. Limp just playing way more comfortable, it looks like, on this hero than on Death Prophet. You know, like I was saying, the Death Prophet's one of his comfort picks, but he's looked much better on his Void Spirit recently. He just is able to be more active.
Now, Weaver is one of the oldest counter picks to Lifestealer in the game. Lifestealer has changed a bit. We've also got a lot of different items that were not in the pool in the old school days of Dota.
For sure.
Do you feel like this matchup has changed at all, or do you think it's still a pretty heavily one-to-one counter?
I think it's still pretty heavy for the majority of the game. It's once Lifestealer is able to get like Abyssal Blade. That's the one that changes it, right? Halberd, sure, is going to be able to you take less damage, but you're still never going to be able to actually threaten the Weaver until you have an Abyssal.
Oh, that feels bad. They get the Orchid off, but a Yule Scepter stops the Pango from getting off that Rolling Thunder. He may still have a chance to be able to get it, but he has so much damage coming his way. He's still going to be rooted up. Meanwhile, they've lost the Earth Spirit, though, and chased away the Bat Rider. 1 for 1 so far as General gets away thanks in part to the Infest from VTune, giving him that big increase in health pool.
A golden thread.
Working their way towards bounties, and it looks like Fly to Moon may actually end up the better for it as long as they don't get caught. Grabbing this one here, the Invoker is in some big time trouble. Needs to be able to pop the Ghostwalker Tornado, gets neither off.
That was an excellent fight the way Alliance took it. Poor General. I felt for him in that fight. He's just winding up his Rolling Thunder, gets canceled. Winding it up again, gets canceled. Winding up a third time, gets canceled a third time, and then from there, the fight has taken too long. Sure, they killed the Earth Spirit, but Mech was popped from Darkseer. Everybody else wasn't controlled. They were able to just freely take that fight on Alliance.
It sucks, but I think there's a pattern set where you have to start just accepting, okay, I got a Rolling Thunder from a bit of a distance and kind of come in. I'm not going to get that full duration that I want to, but I don't think you could swashbuckle into these engagements anymore. There's too many near instant stuns from Alliance. You got the stun from Hanskin and the silence. You've got the Yules into Aether Remnant. You've got Vacuum that goes off instantly. Fortune's End is fast enough to catch you.
And now they're in a tough spot because Nico Baby, sure, he might have been, threatened because of Tiny, threatened because of Pango, but his BKB,
yep,
no threat anymore. And with the backing of FNG, who's now about to hit level 12, cast range increased for Oracle on the ulti, so he can sit even further back. He'll probably get it like after the next fight or after a couple creeps here.
Pupil's Gift makes Nico Baby super tanky, and he's got an Aegis. I feel like this Weaver is just not going to die at all.
It's starting to feel like that, yeah. Iceberg, he's not having the game he had last time. It's the opposite, right? It's Limp actually being the one who's dictating the pace, who's making all the moves. Iceberg seems to not be able to find much of anything in this one.
3-man smoke up from Alliance. They continue to keep hitting Fly to Moon to keep them off kilter.
Arcane Rune, Nico Baby's got BKB, so they just have to bail.
Yep, and it's a cute play. I always want to fly with the lasso TP out.
Oh,
saving him, but right into a sentry. So unfortunate for Iceberg. He's probably sitting there like, God, I cannot seem to catch a break, but that's what that ward sentry combo is there for.
Such good coverage by Alliance this time around. Yeah, Iceberg he's not having a game. He's just unable to really do anything. And now as it progresses, it gets harder because they're all getting BKBs, higher levels for Earth Spirit, for silences, for stuns. It's looking rough. Looking real rough right now for Fly to Moon. Don't see how they take any of these head-on engagements with how farmed Alliance is now at this point. With their heroes, this Bat Rider, as we said, he was probably going to be out of it for the majority of this game, but it looks like it's going to be for all of it as they're diving for him again.
They're going to get oh no, the vacuum pull in. General, he has to swashbuckle backwards. V-Tune pops out of General here, but doesn't feel good about engaging, at least not yet anyway.
Ooh.
There's going to be an Orchid just kind of whiffing onto the Void Spirits and Alliance. It's looking like they can kind of freely go in here in a second as Limp is going to do so against the Invoker. Managed to grab him with the Aether Remnant. Nico Baby commits his BKB to ensure that the mid of Fly to Moon goes down. General with a good Rolling Thunder disruptive, but there's no damage behind it. As you can see, V-Tune can't even deal with Hanskin. In fact, he is getting pulled back into his doom. He's dead. He may have buyback, but without the Invoker,
they just call it.
Yeah, they're just done. They said, okay, Alliance, you got us. Let's go to a game 3. Let's just have a nice clean reset and not lose the mentality that got us into this position of just being one game away from heading to playoffs in the first place. Reset, go game 3.
Yeah, I think even though they gave this Bat Rider, even though they gave the Tiny this time, they had a solution. They got themselves the Oracle for themselves, and it was, I just said themselves like 3 times. They got the Oracle for themselves, and it was a really good pick for this game, and I loved Limp on this Void Spirit. He was able to play super aggro, he took advantage, and like we said, Iceberg felt like he had no game. He literally just couldn't do anything because he was just outmatched because everybody was so far ahead after that laning stage, he had nowhere to go.
So, talking specifically about heroes, is Oracle that, because I mean, it won game 1 and won game 2, like it's an obvious standout, right? Like, how would you adjust your draft? Because it sounds like there's that hero and then there's also the pace of the game.
I think just because like they got put in a weird spot, right? Because what was this? They didn't have it in the first 2, right? They got the Oracle 3rd, right? But they picked Bat Rider and Tiny, and then they left the Oracle.
Yeah.
So I feel like they could just easily adjust it if they just had banned it, right?
Yeah.
Because they already picked the Bat Rider in general. He looked super dominant. They see the Oracle. They've done this before. They have to relegate this Bat Rider to the 5 position, which, like I said, Fly to Moon has done it, but I don't think this hero is good as 5 position. He does nothing anymore.
Yeah.
He used to have some benefits, but now he just feels like a useless hero when he's put in that position. So I think they got put on the back foot because of that, because General had to play something else.
Well, Alliance, they bounced back from a rough game 1 into a dominant game 2. Looking good, but we'll see what game 3 awaits as we head to our panel and talk about what's going to be happening in this series.
Yes, we're going to talk about what's going to be happening in this series in the 3rd game, but we're also going to talk about what happened in that game number 2. 23-minute game number 2, actually. Lions, they showed up. Now the question is, BSJ, was it the Oracle that won, or was it the Bat Rider position 5 that lost?
I think this is proof of how people counter Bat Rider, actually. You did say like they landed there, they played it against a Baton in the first series, and it did just fine. But I do think against an Oracle, it makes it really difficult to play Bat Rider in game. They didn't counter it in lane this game, they countered it in game, right?
Yes.
They made it so the whole kit of Bat Rider later on is not impactful, which forced them into position 5, which I think is like an overreaction. You either just give it farm and let it do its job, or get a better, don't sacrifice having a bad position 5 for the sake of making, your offlaner have a better game. I think General will do just fine against an Oracle. Like, it's not going to be great, but I don't know.
Sure. I mean, you can't blame him, though. So much momentum from the Batrider throughout the entire day, and why break something that seems to be
I'm
working?
saying, like, exactly. If you say why break or why change something that's already working,
change it, yeah.
Like, keep it as a 3.
Yes.
You know, like, leave it as a core. Don't overreact to the fact that it's a bit countered. He'll make do. You know, you just pick another hero that goes on the Oracle and have the Batrider lasso somebody else. But I will say, I think Lifestealer is a bait. I think that hero is incredibly underwhelming, especially that I've been seeing it be picked against Darkseer. The difference between Anti-Mage and Lifestealer as, like, quote-unquote counters to Darkseer is Anti-Mage innately kills Darkseer and deals with Darkseer as a hero, because Darkseer has mobility for him and his teammates, and he's obviously a hero you blow up with your ultimate on Anti-Mage. Lifestealer, on the other hand, yes, you basically free farm the lane because Darkseer's kit doesn't really do anything to you in the terms of killing you, but in terms of Lifestealer locking onto targets in the early to mid game, his main source is a slow. It's open wounds that Darkseer or anybody else on his team can just get searched. So it seems like every game I watch Lifestealer in these type of situations has a great start and then just doesn't do anything. But
you know, want to know a similar hero? Pangolier.
Yeah.
So
that hero's trash.
Yeah. Double up on the heroes that do so much in the early game. It looks like they get so strong, but then a few bad team fights, a few wonky initiations, and then
they forced to call GG super early.
Yeah. There's no coming back as a poor Lifestealer or a poor Pango. So.
Or poor Invoker.
Yeah.
You know,
yes.
You need some time as well. You're kind of playing for mid to late game.
Absolutely.
I would say Weaver's not very popular in this meta, and that's because he's bad against what's good. I think that's my assessment of Weaver.
Wow.
And I think he's really good against Lifestealer. So in games where I see a Lifestealer, I'm perfectly fine with teams picking Weaver just because Weaver, he has minus armor, and he has obviously Sakuchi that doesn't care about the slow from Lifestealer as well. So I just look at this game and I say, okay, Lifestealer's going to have a good start, but how unless he gets like Abyssal MKB, I don't see how he's like killing anybody. You need the Abyssal to actually lock them down, and then the MKB to actually do enough damage to kill them.
And what's their team fight really? Like, it's not. You know, if you're gonna be from like fighting from behind, you kind of need some kind of big team fight thing, I think. But they didn't really have that. I don't count Rolling Thunder as one of those.
No, burst damage a big thing too with Tiny. I mean, we've been seeing Tiny in this positioning role where he'll toss people back and then expect other people to take them out really quickly and easily. Don't really have that on this draft right now, you know? Maybe a Pango goes in after you toss him back on Tiny. There's just not much you can do there.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel like Fly the Moon would also... Like, they opened with a tiny bat, right? And in a way, like, how can you be unhappy with that? Considering it has won them the first game as well. Do you think they can also pin this down as like, okay, you know what, maybe Pango Lifestealer was not the play?
It could be, but Shiva, in the words of a very famous man, it's very simple. You kill the bat. I mean, that's all that matters. You just murder the Batrider. They finally did it as the position 5. They put no focus on the bat in the first 3 games that we've seen for Fly to the Moon today.
Who's the famous man?
That'd be the Joker from Batman.
You kill the Batman.
You kill the bat and
I understood it, but
it wasn't a good voice. I'll give you that, but it's a very famous line. Do not see Batman.
I mean, I have seen Batman, but I
Okay,
just
well,
can't
it was just
recall
that bad then for you. Okay, good.
Yeah.
You have to mull that one over off panel.
I'll think about it.
Or now.
Yeah.
Whatever you so
You can mull it over.
I'd rather not be a good guy at imitating the Joker. Those people are typically pretty fucking weird. Remember that year when the Batman came out and everybody was dressed up as Joker for Halloween? It was just a bunch of Jokers walking around being like, oh. It was pretty weird.
What were they like?
Yeah.
Halloween.
You don't have Halloween?
We don't do Halloween.
Oh, I forgot about that. Every day is a nightmare in Touchland.
No, we don't need an excuse to go to dress-up parties. We just have them all year round.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Little masquerade balls and stuff.
Sure.
All right. Neato.
That is neat.
But anyway, yeah, I'm not a fan of Pango or Lifestealer unless they're in like the perfect scenarios. And those perfect scenarios are like giant strength cores that aren't Sven. What are those in this meta? Non-existent, but I don't know. The only time that we thought he'd do well was in that super magical damage lineup where like all they had was magical burst. They picked up Lifestealer. I think he even lost that.
But then you would only be able to pick Lifestealer as a last-ish pick, right?
Yeah.
Last or second.
And then at that point, wouldn't there probably be a hero that's better.
Because if the live stealer was the end-all be-all, it will probably be banned.
Yeah, exactly.
If anybody's ever worried about the live stealer, it will be banned. How many times has it been banned?
No.
This tournament.
No.
What? Flipper.
Flipper is actually a good movie.
It's not a movie. It's a series.
They did make a movie out of it.
They did?
Yeah.
Never saw it.
Well, it wasn't a good movie, turns out. So wrong again for Daily Dolphin
Well,
Fact.
the thing about that fact is it was literally an opinion.
Yes. It's not a fact.
Not a fact.
Even though it's 2020, you can't have a
By
fact.
definition, an opinion cannot be a fact.
Wait, Flipper must have had an intro song as well.
Yeah.
I only know
Flipper.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I only can think of Skippy, but yes,
that's right. But I'm
Never
pretty
saw this movie.
show.
I
never saw this show.
Oh, his name was Flipper. Flipper.
I only know the Dutch version. It's terrifying.
I'm getting good at this. Thank you for this. You know, I was wanted to say I'm very excited to see Game 3. I feel
Me
like it'll
too.
be the first game of Dota that we see today. No offense.
No, none. I mean, I don't think any team will take offense. All three of the games four of the games we've seen so far have been one-sided.
Yeah.
Not eventful.
It's been a lot of momentum for Fly to the Moon. Now they've finally been stopped. Alliance had a great performance in their own stomp, and now we get to see no momentum, great comeback, hard Dota, real Dota.
The way I talk about drafting, sometimes I think I might make it sound a bit too easy. Like, they just pick some bad heroes. What are they doing?
Sure, draft better. Just play better.
Yeah,
Just win.
Yeah, it's kind of easy to just take a stray off the path briefly and be like, oh, that's a really good lifestealer game. It's like, well, okay. I'm sure what happened in the draft was somebody's like, would you be down to play 5-position bat? We could pick something off lane here. And then instead of thinking about any potential 5s, they just drop that idea and go for an off laner. There's a lot of little things that could happen since you're limited on time in a draft.
I mean, are you saying that being an observer, both, as panelists, as Twitch chat, is actually easier than playing the game? There might be unseen things.
No, our
we
job's
don't know?
way harder than
it is
theirs.
difficult.
That's why I chose this one.
Twitch
Challenge
chat
yourself.
has the hardest job of all, of course,
Yes.
to observe and comment all the time. They're all being judged by each other.
Exactly.
There's a lot of pressure.
It is.
There's a lot of
The
pressure.
players have the easiest job.
Sure.
They just
Slackers.
get money.
Yeah.
Who cares? Anyone could play Dota for
Collect
God's sake.
paychecks.
But who can watch Dota?
It's very difficult. By the way, something that people
Or
might
this
not
panel.
realize is that the winner of this series gets seeded into the lower bracket of the Immortal League, and they will have to face against Team Viking. And if you lose the series, you get relegated into round 2 of the upper bracket of the Divine League. It sounded very exciting when I said round 2 of the upper bracket. You skipped the whole round.
Yeah, bam.
Great. Divine League.
Real talk though, I would not want to face off against Viking. Viking has shown some tier 1-esque stuff here. I'd be very scared to go to that bracket here. Finish it off, and it's anybody's game at this point. Honestly. I
It's
think
pretty crazy how much is on the line for one game.
Yeah. It's nuts.
One series. But yeah, it comes down
Effectively one game now, right? These are the type of moments that a lot of players live for. So even though there's no TI this year, this is pretty big for these two teams.
I mean, there's, I don't know. Would you guys be the worst, the best, or the best of the worst? Like you're either on top. Like let's say you are playing with a group of professional players. Do you want to be the best, knowing that there's a whole tier above you that is better than you, but you are at least the best with the people that you play with? Or would you rather play with the best, but you're every time you're the lowest one? You're not. You're the worst.
Hard question for Dota, because of course the international matters a lot. So get one place up, and you probably win $500,000.
Okay, we're not taking into account a $35 million prize.
Sure.
Continue.
I would say in Dota, I would like to be the worst of the best, but in life, I'm cool being the best of the worst. No, wait, other way around.
Really?
I would like to be the worst of the best. I believe that's the current situation I'm in this entire event.
Oh, he's calling us the best.
So, it's okay to be the lowest rung in life as long as you surround yourself with good people.
And as long as you're the best in Dota 2 of the worst. Yeah.
Yes, very, very
I
easy.
completely followed you guys there 100%.
Yes, it was definitely not confusing at all, and we are all better because of it. Thank you.
Being a big fish in a little pond is kind of nice, but at the same time, like, if you have the ignorance that it doesn't exist out there, like that upper league, I
Yeah.
feel like I'd rather be the big fish in the little pond. But since I know it's there, it's just like, well, if I were to ever go up from here, now I'm getting dumpstered, you know? So.
And all the players playing here, they have been, or most of the players have been in that big spot already. So they know what it feels like. So they are 100% aware that they should/could be doing better and, should be winning here.
I heard an interesting fish quote or metaphor last month, and
why?
Well, we were talking about fishes and metaphors. So someone said to me, the only fish that go with the flow are already dead. What do you think about that? Interesting.
That is a thinker.
If you go with the flow, you're already dead.
It's not entirely true. Some fish do, swim.
Literally ride the. Have you not seen Finding Nemo?
Yeah, the turtles literally ride the current.
Is that
They're
a
like
fish? Is a
surfers.
turtle a
I mean,
fish?
Nemo
No.
rode it with them.
Yeah.
He
And
was not
nearly
dead.
dead.
Definitely
Or not Nemo,
not dead.
the dad.
Don't worry. No, Nemo also. Nemo not. No, you're right. The dad.
Yes, the dad.
And
is
Dory.
happening?
We got to get our lore correct.
Please stop just saying random fish names. Nemo, Dory, the turtle.
You don't remember their names?
Who cares?
That's
It's a made-up story.
It's an iconic film.
No, well, the turtles actually do float in the
Finding
current.
Nemo was a terrible thing that happened to the fish community. Those two fishes are not naturally put together, yet every aquarium now has to shove those two fishes together
Is that actually?
for the children. The blue fish actually eats the yellow one. Hundreds of millions of those clownfish die every year thanks to that movie.
Is that actually true?
Not at all. It's funny to think about, though. What if it was?
Why is it funny? You're literally talking about killing Nemo's dad every
100
time.
million times or whatever.
Psychopath.
Yeah.
And he accused me of being a murderer.
No, but they do put those two fish together. They're not naturally together, so it's like a weird thing for the fish.
Yeah.
Very cruel for them.
Yeah, because normally aquariums are very normal for the fish.
Very normal. The fish
Very.
enjoy. All right, real talk. Is this fucked up? But if I was an animal, I would prefer to be in a zoo. A zoo is as close as you can get to a real human life. I mean, I'm practically my own.
That's
zoo.
because you know
You are
what
already
human
in a
life
zoo.
is.
Exactly. I sit in my basement playing my video games. Like, you're a zebra. Do you want every waking moment of your... Okay, a gazelle
Dude,
goes
no,
to get water.
I'm
Fucking
with
crocodile
you.
eats them.
I'm with you here.
Walks on the plains. A crow comes and picks him up. A giant fucking vulture. Sleeps. Lions eat you. A zoo's hype as
It
hell.
depends on the animal you are.
Sure. I mean, the lions aren't happy.
The lions are not happy. They literally have like acres and acres of land, but in the zoo there's like, a couple square feet and that's it. So it depends.
The prey animals, though, time of their... It's paradise.
It is actually being spoon-fed constantly. So I don't know how I'm going to transition this, but any final words about it?
Do it. You can figure it out. I'll buy you a little bit of time.
I'll say that nobody's going to be able to be spoon-fed this series. One of them's going to have to earn it.
Oh!
See, that's what I was lacking.
Shit.
That's what I was lacking. I can't top that, so let's just go to the draft panel. You know, what Brian said.
Welcome, everybody, to the analytical bodega. Pantheon? Pantheon's probably a better word. But the thing that we're really searching for is a great draft from both of these teams. I think we were in a situation just a little bit earlier where it kind of seemed like they were going to make it trouble, they were going to make it double, and they were going to take 2-2-0s back to back. But the question is Fly to the Moon going to be able to blast off at the speed of light yet again as we do look at their draft? Because this time it looked like Alliance was a little bit too powerful.
Oh, yeah. I just felt like Lifestealers couldn't do a damn thing. But ultimately, you're playing against three heroes that you can't touch. Darkseer, Oracle, and Weaver. There's just no method of dealing damage. We figured their mid-game on Flood Moon would be a little bit better, but the lack of direct lockdown meant that Nico Baby and S4 could just run in circles around them.
I felt like you guys really favored the Fly to Moon draft, though, especially the Weaver. When the Weaver got locked in, I felt like you guys weren't super stoked on it.
It's just the feeling that you had. We never actually said it. If you go back and watch the stream, what we've said, we were just praising Alliance. That Fly to Moon does not have enough lockdown, and that Weaver is one of the greatest heroes in the Dota right now.
It is an important thing to put under the microscope, though, because I feel like at the beginning of the day, we talked about the fact that Fly to Moon really did seem like a Lifestealer team.
Yep.
We expected to see it. They didn't have to move off of their preferred picks. They still haven't had to yet. Lifestealer seemed to be one of those. Do you guys just think it's a tough thing to pick in this meta?
It's a really weak hero compared to the other heroes that are meta right now. We could see in the previous game where he starts hitting Darkseer with Armlet and Sange and doesn't deal any damage to him. He's just, hitting him, but actually deals no damage. He definitely relies on getting a damage item, something like an MKB, then he becomes a hero. But Alliance played way too fast, did not allow Lifestealer to get online. I mean, I don't know, just Lifestealer in general does not feel like the great hero. He had a decent amount of farm, was not pressured that much in the lane, still couldn't do that much as many other
feels like
heroes.
almost all the meta carries do some form of spread damage or have some kind of massive utility that just makes them super valuable. Whereas Lifestealer, without the amp of, say, a Slardar, your entire hero concept is I can hit anybody and they have to run away, right? But if you don't have the ability to do that, or if a hero can just kite you, you can't actually stick to a target, you have problems. He had similar issues, and you would deal with him in a similar manner to how you would deal with Sven, but Sven can buy Ags now and, teleport on you while stunning.
And Sven has the spell talent.
Yes.
So you cannot buy Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Cape, Yule Scepter, you name it. Lifestealer does not have any of those.
Yep. Or a stun. And that's really dangerous when you play against an Oracle. You open wound somebody, and then they just get, cleansed and they run away.
How are we feeling with this similar opening coming out of Fly to Moon for the 4th game in a row?
5th game in a row, Rich.
5th game in a row. Sheesh! Wow, your math is fantastic, Kyle.
That's okay. We've been working on it, though.
Big NA brain on the desk would really help out.
Rich, just to clarify, what's 100 plus 25?
Okay, you make one mistake on camera, and all of a sudden you're known as the guy.
It's better not to answer it.
Before I even started hosting Dota, it's been a long-running joke that I do not know how to do math. That's why I talk. So thanks for making me feel insecure about that, Kyle.
That's okay. You can't be good at all the things.
Evidently, I'm not very good at many of them. But when we talk about people being good at things, Alliance has looked very good in the drafts so far. Even in the first draft, yes, they weren't able to win the game, but I feel like a lot of the things that we heard from the casters was the fact that it seemed like they had pinned Fly to the Moon in a corner throughout the entirety of the draft, but Fly to Moon was just able to execute so well in that first game.
They just played with it. I think the lack of the Oracle factor so far undefeated.
Lockdown, we call it.
Huh?
The lack of lockdown.
Yeah.
Lockdown?
Yeah.
Lockdown. I've never heard that before.
You really didn't?
Is that a Lacoste special?
Yeah, it's
you just
one of those
inserting-
stupid puns.
Yeah. Definitely seems like you're lacking something there. Lacoste.
It's like, is there enough oxygen in this room? Like, you guys...
No, the smell of your feet is taking over. Is that why you're worried?
This is supposed to be the draft panel, serious analysis.
I would tell production to zoom in on the feet, but it seems like you did not cut your toenails in a month or so. But so, yeah, let's just stick to the draft.
You want to know the real reason that my toenails are growing so fast? I've been consuming copious amounts of biotin to make my hair grow this long.
The second betting phase coming out, Void Spirit removed.
So now, as we do move forward here in the draft as well, Lacoste, I do want to know, what do you think so far of what Alliance has?
Oracle and Darkseer. These two have a way of dispelling things. There's going to be one carry that's going to amp things up. It's pretty solid. You pick one good hero, you pick a hero that is countered by it, so they don't have anything against the Darkseer. You might need to get, something like a Yule Scepter. There's also Invoker on the other side, I believe. So yeah, they actually have a way of dispelling. I'm just saying some random stuff right now because I'm looking at you, Rich, pointing stuff out on the screen. Not sure what's happening.
No, I was just pointing at Kyle to try to see if he could notify production that on our monitors we don't have the bands right now. So I wanted to make it easier for you. That's what I was trying to do.
Oh, we're just trying to guess. Let's play a game.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Kyle actually is the only one who can see it right now.
That's correct.
That's why I was pointing at him.
That's the one thing Rich always has an eye out for is Twitch chat. Make sure that they're well taken care of.
I just want to make sure that they had it. I wasn't sure if we had a different screen than they did. But ultimately, as we do continue to move on forward here, Kyle, is there anything that's jumping off the page to you?
I like the bans from Alliance. I think that even though Fly to Moon's draft has stayed the same, Alliance is definitely tweaking what they're willing to do here. The Oracle first phase, to me, is going to be the pick of the series, especially if Alliance can execute and get a win. I like the Clockwork. Again, just good synergy with the Darkseer. I think that was instrumental to the victory. There's the Sven we were just talking about in the pregame.
That's another dispel. Once he hits 15, and he hits 15 very fast in the game, especially if he goes Midas, there's going to be some stacks going on. One way to get out of the cogs as well. So looks like a pretty good Sven game. There's also Invoker on his team to amp him up.
Yeah.
So you like Clock?
Yeah. They went Darkseer third pick last game, correct?
I believe so.
So they jumped it up a phase. I think that's a really smart idea when you, even in this game with the Sven coming out, I think S4's Darkseer is just one of his best heroes, and this kind of also goes back to just the difficulty of captaining from a core role.
Yeah.
And when I played off lane for a long time while shot calling, and it's significantly easier to do that on heroes like Darkseer because you can do one, you want to play with your teammates, so ultimately you're kind of always looking for where do you want to be on the map, and where you want to be is oftentimes where you want your team to be, so it just kind of plays into itself. And then also you almost always have a decent laning phase. You can itemize to help your team, and you've got a method of cheap wave clear like the DK as well. Really nice to just have something that's real beefy against the Sven, and it's one of Limp's best heroes, plus great synergy with DS.
I was afraid that Alliance is not going to have enough tower damage in the previous game since they last picked Beaver, but they itemize correctly, I would say, going for that Deso, and which allowed them to play fast. I'm not sure if that's going to be a great Clockwork game. Invoker is fine against it. Tiny can toss him out. Sven, once he gets Aghanim Scepter, can easily just get out of the cogs. I'm a bit worried about the matchup on the mid lane. You know, Invoker against Dragonite. Dragonite's going to get the farm eventually. You know, you can't really just stop him from farming.
Yeah.
It's the same thing we've seen when Fly to Moon played against NIP. It was Morphling against Invoker. Invoker dumpstered him first 2-3 minutes, and then Morphling still gets back into the game.
You know, I think one of the things that we've applauded throughout the day on the side of Fly to Moon is the fact that they've been able to be on heroes that they're very comfortable with. And
he just left.
He's left.
He's gone.
Hanskin left the game. FNG, take over.
I think it's really important, though, that we've been paying attention to when the stakes are this high, trying to be as comfortable as possible.
Yeah.
Because, you know, this game is going to decide who moves forward.
Yeah.
And
this world is
as much as Fly to the Moon in the previous series, and even so far in this one, we've applauded them for having that comfort. When you now look over on the side of Alliance, they're on a bunch of heroes that we know these players for.
Yep.
And we've already seen Limp use the DK to great avail so far in this tournament in a few different games. So now seeing that again is a big deal. But how do we feel about the Grimstroke?
And it's good synergy with the Sven, both the laning phase and throughout the game. I don't know how it interacts with the ultimate, if Sven has Ags and Grimstroke ult something, how does that work? I think you stun the first guy and then leap to stun the second guy, right? Or
I think you just stun one guy and go to that primarily target, and the other guy should get stunned. I might be wrong.
Yeah, that's something for testing. I will say, game 3, not quite an elimination series. Loser goes to play the Divine Playoffs. Winner goes into Immortal. I think Alliance, it's good that they won the second game. I think it gives you a lot more confidence in this decider if you're coming off a win rather than a loss.
Yeah.
Fly to Moon, you've got to think, okay, we got to do something different. Whereas Alliance, they kind of recognized, I think, that the two key heroes that turned it around for them, which is the Darkseer and the Oracle. And now you just keep it simple. You know, Hanskin plays a nasty clock. Limp is the DK. To your point, Lacoste, they've got tower damage now. They've got team fight. And you last pick your game winner for Nico Baby with as much information already on the field as possible. They actually banned out the Weaver this time along with the Lifestealer on Fly to Moon, which makes sense. He did play a mean Weaver, and I think the other thing that gives it a benefit over the Slark is the way you can itemize. The Deso helps so much more in these mid-game team fights than anything Slark could buy, plus helps with tower pressure.
I love Grimstroke since he has everything. This hero is one of the best position 5 heroes in the game, at least in my opinion. You have a stun, you have a silence, you have a wave clear, you have a leash mechanic. The hero scales, especially if you get something like a Philosopher's Stone, if there's a great enemy carry on the other side, add you one. You try to get the Aghanim Scepter. Just overall, great hero that is great in the laning stage, great in the mid game, you name it. It's a great laning partner for Sven on top of that. And this game, they have a lot of stuns. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 stuns out of 4 heroes. Well, I can count Rich. You would not be able to do that.
I'm still trying to catch up to what you just said. 4.
I can do that.
We got it. Yeah, 4.
I can do
Okay.
it backwards. 4, 3, 2, 1. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow.
Say it all at once now.
What?
10.
What did you say?
Never mind.
Man, Kyle, you're just another level, Kyle. I can't keep up.
Underlord also can have a hard time keeping up, especially against these speedy heroes that are going to surge away. Thanks, Rich. I do like it against DK and Darkseer because you can just control chokes. And if Darkseer is allowed, like, you don't want to fight Darkseer and just have him and whoever he surges just kind of moving around freely. It's also... I actually don't even know how I feel about Underlord. That hero is so odd to me.
It was like, so I was hearing some of the analysts actually talk about Underlord quite a bit and how they felt about it. And they were basically saying, yeah, I feel like it's crazy strong as long as you don't have like 3 matchups. They were just saying like 3 matchups completely obliterate this hero's game. And it looks like this might be a pretty solid game this time around. But as you can see, we close this out with a Jug. Lacoste, how do you feel about it?
Jug right now as a carry feels like one of the weakest one compared to the other heroes like Faceless Void, Terrorblade. He just loses those matchups, but there is not a hero in that game right now. Depends how the start's going to be. This Oracle Jug, if they get a kill or 2 on Underlord, they can make his game miserable. But Underlord, I have to agree with whoever you talk to, Rich, that Underlord is just insanely good hero right now if you're not, just being countered early on.
I'm concerned for Alliance's damage output in a full-on 5-on-5. You can assume Underlord's going to grab some teamfight items, probably early Pipe or Mech. You're going to have Sven going for maybe Midas, earlier BKB. But the main issue is that if you look at this, it's Jug and DK as your sources of damage. Oracle Clock do not do DPS, and Fly to Moon, they're just so tanky. These 3 strength heroes, you're going to have an Invoker running around, real tough to lock down. It's going to require a really excellent performance from Limp, I think, to take this game. I've seen him go for this Blink Rush before. I think this is a great game for it, so that they're not completely reliant on Hanskin's Clock to make plays. And if you do that, especially with the Darkseer, you're going to find kills, you're going to make space for Nico. I'm curious to see what items he goes for as well. And I think the bottom lane for Alliance has got to win for them to feel safe moving forwards in this game.
I feel like if Underlord just pops off early on, if they don't feed, and they have so much control in this team, and I feel like they have a much superior team fight with the Underlord just going back in with the ulti, resetting things. Their heroes are good at it, but they don't have that one real save, against the Juggernaut. On the other side, there is Oracle. I think this game is going to be even, the first one we've seen today.
Yeah, definitely the closest of the drafts, and I think that more importantly, if you get a little bit of a lead on one team, it's not just game over.
Yeah.
Well, this is very important things to think about when the stakes are going to be as high as this. We only have one of these teams going to be able to stay immortal, the other one going to be dropping down to mere divinity.
The first game was picked Oracle, and they had a lot of success with it. Fly to Moon was very happy with that pick. They wrote their name proverbially on that hero and its success. And then Alliance comes along and just sees that and decides, I'm going to take that for myself. Kind of like when a coworker, you say you have a refrigerator, where you have a bunch of people's lunches and stuff, and everybody writes their name on it. And some coworker comes along and just takes that, somebody else's food, and eats it for themselves. That's it seems very rude of Alliance to do something like that, right?
It's like the rudest thing you could do.
Absolutely. I just wouldn't be able to stand a workspace with somebody who'd be willing to do a heinous act like that, Rich. But let's get into Game 3 of Fly to Moon versus Alliance.
I was like, I didn't witness some thievery going on here, but I'm assuming something pretty intensely right now.
But seriously, what do you think about this draft, though? Is the Oracle positioned for success again? No, seriously, Rich is a piece of shit.
What a piece of shit. I thought that's what you were right. It looks pretty good. There's a lot of different things he can dispel. I love this Underlord pick, actually. I think it's super good if he gets away with the lane. If he dies a couple times, which is possible, this is going to be our first blood, it can prove to be problems, but I think if he's able to sustain, the hero has some really big benefits this game. Versus this Surge, versus these high HP heroes, the Firestorm is definitely going to be nice. And if he gets Mech Pipe, I'm seeing a severe lack of damage on Alliance. But yeah, I think it's really up to, we'll see what happens in this top lane, see how they're able to, how they're able to play it against versus that Jug. Because you already had to use the spin the one time, so.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to use what is a pretty high damage combo in the laning phase to actually bring down this Underlord a couple times and keep him on the back foot, or if Underlord's just going to be granted some free farm off of the back of Roger doing what he's done time and time again, which is pulling the creep wave.
This has to be the most boring matchup ever. This is just regen versus regen, but DK is going to win. And he's actually been aggressively tipping Iceberg. But yeah, I mean, it's Cold Snap versus Dragon's Blood. It's just not an exciting matchup, and DK has just better animation overall. You have to kind of play around it as an Invoker to, you know, pull the creeps to yourself, do these all those nice little mid lane mechanics to actually try to come out advantageous in it. So yeah, they set themselves up for some pretty strong lanes on the side of Alliance. Very, very obvious lanes, but strong ones as level 2s are hit. At least on the Sven, as well as that Darkseer. Grimstroke not quite there. Lots of kills are possible down here. This is a fun lane. Top lane, I guess, can be fun too, but I feel like if Underlord plays the lane well, he shouldn't actually die to the Oracle and the Jug. Like, you can get these type of sustain items, you get the early Bracer, you get yourself some Fairy Fires, etc. Just keep yourself healthy, and you have just innate tankiness to be able to survive.
Yeah, there's different game plans at top, right? Yeah. Underlord wants to stay away from fighting and just focus on the farming. And then this bottom lane, they've got the same game plan against each other. They both have a combination that can easily get kills. It's just about who's going to execute it a bit better.
Absolutely, yeah.
Toss him onto the range creep. Nicely done by Roger to secure that last hit.
General's like, stop canceling the Firestorm. He's like, I really don't want to use this here. Like,
but I was going to bring up our mid matchup, and then I forgot it's the really boring DK Invoker. He is winning in CS, and that's really all we need to look at from that matchup.
Ooh, nice toss back. Does he have a Mango or anything? He does not. The Nico's actually just going to push away General just to ensure that FNG is safe.
S4, though. Is bottom lane. S4, he's the first one to die in this bottom lane.
I mean, it's all about just a resource management down there. It's like if the Grimstroke and Sven have their Mangos, have their Clarities able to run, they're going to be able to get constant kills down there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit tougher for the Clockwork Darkseer. They still can on the Grimstroke, but yeah, a little bit harder.
And I feel like it's difficult for either one of those two to stop the Chainstone combination of Stormhammer into Inkswell. I guess the best the Clockwork could do is try and go for a Cogs pushback, but if he messes it up, then they're both stunned.
Yeah. Limp 8 denies. Look at him go. Tornado tries to secure 2. Limp doesn't care. Limp continues to not care. 15 and 10. Continues to not care. Another deny. 16 and 11. I mean, he's owning.
Yeah, who cares about tower hits, you know?
Yeah.
Anything just to focus on the CS.
And because Soul Ring got changed, he's versus a Quaswex Invoker again. He's like, sure, I can go Soul Ring in this matchup. It's not bad. I don't want to rely on runes. General.
That's actually really nice.
He'll be fine up here, as we said. Not getting the most last hits, but as an Underlord, if you're not dying, like it's like the super benefit. And bottom,
managed to get the Inkswell stun onto S4. He couldn't get away. This combo, it's just too easy for them to find openings.
The second they see Hanskin like pull the wave, instead of being like, hey, we need to interrupt this pull, they're like, no, we're gonna kill instead.
Yep.
Now they are a little bit low on the mana though. Oh, nice. Iceberg at least denying away that regen. But yeah, look at Sven's mana right now. He's a bit lacking, but I imagine it's going to start being that courier ferrying of Mangos, etc. to make sure they can keep those combos and keep shutting down the Darkseer. FNG. Ooh, he gets the toss actually on the Underlord, not quite onto FNG.
Yeah, that means they're going to miss out on a little bit of damage, and it could be the Underlord going down, but he's kind of blocked in. Nico, baby, couldn't get the rest of that spin on him, and FNG was too scared to try and go for another round of Purifying Flames.
Oh,
there it is.
Nice Cogs.
Cogs. They still managed to get some good damage on S4 here, but Hanskin just gonna walk past him. Whoops.
They're trying to secure the range creep deny and the bounties. Do they have mana up on V2? They don't right now. Always want to fly still does.
Very awkward.
Yeah, they can't contest it. They're gonna have to go for the kill here. They're bottling up Hanskin too, but can't quite. Cooldown not available yet.
This is not going so hot. They just gave up both the bounty runes without being able to get a kill. A little awkward. It feels like this has kind of been some of the story I've seen from Alliance's S4 and Hanskin's lane very often suffers Why do you think that is?
I mean, this one, it's a hard... Iceberg?
Is he gonna die? Does Limp have enough to be able to catch him one more time? The Cold Snap doing so much work there.
General TPs? What?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he's probably like, okay, I'm taking your lane. That's a bit of a scary one. Now he has to like run all the way up there, but I guess maybe they're trying to set up with a kill with Roger.
It's a hard kill to get with level 2 Firestorm.
They're gonna try.
Roger's gonna come in, tosses back over to Iceberg onto the other side of the cliff, but Limp, he just kind of cruises on past. The most damage he took, and that was himself from the Soul Ring.
Yeah. All right, well, that was a bit of an interesting one there. As for the, the S4 plus Hanskin, I feel like they sometimes just play these heroes that just aren't the strongest. It's off-lane kind of thing, right? They don't play these super strong ones a lot of the times. I've been seeing like a lot of times they do the Darkseer, but they're not into like this crazy kill lane that they can actually pose threats.
Inkswell, they're going to be able to catch Limp. He got too close to the tower, thinking that his supports were going to be able to gank Iceberg. Instead, it's the other way around. Nico Baby even showing up. This is something that was it Alliance or was it Ninjas of Pajamas? The very early safe lane hero rotation into the mid lane.
Very bizarre rotation.
Yeah.
He's still level 5. Like, I mean, okay. He gives the lane up to the Underlord a little bit top there. I guess he just really wanted to try to help around that DK ult timing. But it's just weird TPs for both sides a little bit here. General as well as Nico Baby. It'll all fix itself in a moment here.
Yeah, no doubt.
General. He's got the level 6 now.
Not a whole lot they can do to him. FNG, on the other hand, maybe they can kill him. Nope. Defends himself nicely there.
Healing Ward plus Oracle is always going to be a factor in this game, even though there is those like high damage. Oh, they actually have the mana.
Slash. They've got the level 6. They've got the mana. Now they just need a little bit more damage, and FNG puts it out with the Purifying Flames.
Okay. Yes, Healing Ward is probably going to prove to be a very annoying thing. They don't have incredible heroes to actually take it out. Someone has to commit to actually hit that a lot of the times, and it's going to be a factor with Oracle and with DK. Super high tanky hero. And Limp really got slowed down because of that, though. That really hurt. And they're even setting up on him again. This high-leveled Grimstroke, level 5 already. They're actually going to go for it. Can they get the catch?
They do not. Limp, I believe, also knew that there were some heroes in there because they had that scan. They did an aggressive scan to the side of the tower, so it's interesting that Limp chose to go for that anyway. And he was right. He read it correctly. They don't really have the best gap closers when he's in dragon form. You can just kind of cruise on by. Mask of Madness already up for the Sven, who is top net worth.
Yeah, he's gonna free farm. Jug is still matching, but Jug is not gonna be able to match now. Sven is going to pull way further ahead because he does not have any. He has no steroid on this Jug. He has a Darkseer Ion Shell for killing, but not to increase his farming. FNG will get spotted out, attempting to go for a ward here. These three, this is a great kill trio though. They can pretty much kill anybody. Just have to worry about that Jug spin in particular, but they will eventually have Phantom at some point. But yeah, they're looking to invade. They're gonna find S4. It's like, I died there last game. Not again.
Yeah.
Same exact camp, same exact one,
same exact timing, I think, as well. Iceberg instead heads to the bottom lane where it looks like they're going to try and pick up the clockwork kill here.
Ooh, okay, it's level 6, steals the creep. He's going to be spotted, though.
Looks like they missed the tornado, so they missed that combination. Always want to fly. Very did. Throws out some damage before he goes.
Punished for his greed. He was trying to steal the money from the Ion Shell on the creep.
They were going for Hanskin earlier, missed the kill, but a second attempt does net them a win here. Pull back, try to keep him underneath the tier 1 tower so they can have the vision to stun him. But sadly, they do not catch him. Iceberg's aggression is once again rewarded. 5-3 now as 10-minute battle runes coming up. Roger held in place.
Is he going to get the rune, though?
He's going to try. Pick it up, pick it up. No.
That was... You know, we usually say ambitious plays, you know, to not be. That was an extremely ambitious one. He just saw 3 heroes right down the bottom, right?
Yeah.
He just really wanted to go for the trade of the bounties, playing the gold game. All things considered, though, I think Flight of Moon's pretty happy. Like, their Underlord, he didn't die. He only died the one time top from the use of the Omni Slash, and now he's getting quite a bit of farm. I'd be pretty happy if I was in his position here.
Yeah, I think so too.
He just has such natural good matchups in this game versus these heroes. And, you know, for people who don't know, Underlord has been changed quite a bit here. His pit is actually crazy how much better it's gotten. So I actually like when people put value points in pit now. Maybe not because of the matchup he was against. He skipped it, right?
Sure.
Versus Jug and Oracle doesn't really do anything. But that pit really does start to get very powerful.
Yeah.
Even the level 1 is now like 1.2 seconds rather than the 0.9 it was before. It's just gotten buffed a lot of times.
Yeah. I think this is, if your lane doesn't warrant it, I think this is about the time you're going to consider it. Roger, he's looking for the toss away on Hanskin right now, but he doesn't see anybody close enough. Finally, S4 shows up, but he's given a surge. Avalanche trying to cover his tracks as Roger looks to be able to escape with the hook shot. Lands its mark. The ion shell should burn him out here as Roger will not escape back to that tier 1 tower. And the aggression into pushes begins. This is a key component of Alliance's lineup, right? Is they have to be ahead of Fly to Moon in the pace of this game.
Yeah, they have to be playing around those towers. I mean, it's Dragon Knight Juggler, not Darkseer. Like this trio has been a trio that has been played a lot in the past about just getting those early timings, getting yourself a little bit of a lead, and then just rolling with that lead. You don't want to be playing at a disadvantage versus Sven. They both have gone for the Mask of Madness build, though. Pretty interesting to see.
And Nico maybe just going for the single target build of Desolator. So not trying to keep up in a Battle Fury build or try and stat it up. Instead, just the raw damage.
Interesting, too, like raw damage versus Underlord. So then he bypasses Atrophy Aura because he doesn't have any actual base stats. It's just straight damage. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Gets counteracted quite a bit by Warcry in a lot of situations, but it's definitely a way that he's trying to avoid having to worry about Underlord. Did I see that right? I think he switched to SNY actually after we were just talking about it, so.
Yeah, maybe he was going through that exact same like kind of checklist of heroes where he's like, how do I deal with this Underlord? Thinks about that, then he sees, oh god, it's 15 armor, I think it is, from Warcry. Like, okay, maybe I need a bit more sustained focus. It is, I do feel like he is in a very problematic position when net worth is even.
Yeah. And it's just like it's just a tough one because like how do you want to build your damage in this game versus Sven and Underlord? Like you're gonna be reduced heavily. You don't have great targets to stick on either. Like Invoker is gonna be able to ghost walk a lot of the time. So I think he's probably just like, geez, what's the best item build? SNY kind of fits a lot of different variables.
Yeah.
So far, General has not committed his gold here. He's actually just sitting on the plain Bassi. Maybe contemplating the Veil for his team.
Limp gonna be caught. Pit of Malice first. Runs in with the Inkswell. It's going to be a lot of chain stunning, but Alliance still has a chance here to be able to counter-rotate. Oh no, the Soulbind! It catches the two of them. They're going to go for the Dark Rift out. They do have it on the slash. It sticks on Always Want to Fly and brings him down. Iceberg, though, will survive.
What a quick response coming out. They didn't have the Tiny. Roger's actually chilling in bottom, getting his farm on. He's trying to get his Blink Dagger timing, because this game, he's not having a successful one. The other ones, he had the Blink already done. I think if they had him up there, that's actually a kill before they're able to counter-initiate on the side of Alliance. But he's showing on the map, so they know they can just turn it there.
I do like the way, though, Fly to Moon set that up when you said, like, they've got excellent kill combos, and if they bring the Underlord with them, they can always force that kind of response and then just get a free get out. I mean, who cares if their Always Want to Fly dies, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely fair. Sven's just able to farm during the majority of the time.
Yeah, he was hitting on mid-tower a little bit. Speaking of...
Always wanna die.
Die he will.
Yeah.
7th kill of the game for Alliance as they start taking over the Ancient area.
And I love that they do that, right? That's, I think, like the best move that they can make out of this top situation. They're like, we can't take the tower. We get a kill, but what's their best move next? Steal Ancients from Sven. So definitely like that they put some wards around there and emphasized on the left side of the map versus this Sven.
The Underlord trying to do everything he can to stop this Dragon Knight from bringing down this tower. It eventually will get low enough, though, that they'll have to make that tough decision of, do we want to keep it alive? It's only got 2 more hits, and maybe we deny it. Yasha done for Nico, baby. If you were Hanskin right now, what would you be talking about for Alliance? What do you think needs to get done? Because I feel like Fly to Moon, it's a little bit more natural, right? We just kind of like defend our towers, keep playing for the farm on Sven.
I think they can still look for fights, and I think these last wards that they did were so big. Like getting the wards, getting the vision around that triangle, I think that's one of the biggest elements they have. I think just keeping aggressive. They drafted themselves like a pretty similar draft than they did in the last one. Sure, maybe a little bit more cooldown reliant because it's DK form compared to Void Spirit and Jog, Omni Slash compared to like a Weaver, but they can still look to play very active with their team. So I think keep playing invasive. Sven doesn't really want to turn up for quite a long time still. They have a very strong 5-man. DK, Darkseer, Jug. I believe the mech is soon to be done on the Darkseer too. So yeah, they should. I think they can just group up and look for any type of engagements. Just keep making them respond to you while the Sven farms, because you're going to be winning those. You're going to have a 5v4 in majority of the situations.
So finish off this mid tower here. Keep playing around that Radiant Triangle.
Yeah.
Deny the Ancients, which is really big for Sven. That sounds like a pretty solid game plan. And so we head back into the game.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned for Alliance's damage, but we're really starting to see like Flight of Moon's having some damage issues because of Iceberg being so slowed down, and yeah, V-Tune just can't get involved yet.
15-minute bounties will get split. Looks like V-Tune. He wants to even out the tower difference here and take this safe lane tower. It'll be interesting to see what Alliance does, because you said look for these fights, and Nico Baby is already here. See if the rest of the team responds. He's going to pop out.
He's going to get out of this one, though. I think this tower is... When V-Tune shows up, that's when it's like, all right, we're not actually fighting a 4v5 now. This tower is unsavable.
Sure.
Don't risk that one when you don't have everyone set up. When it's on your terms, I guess I could say, that's when it would be better, rather than just a response to Flight of Moon.
And a better opportunity to get those terms is with this Blink Dagger from Limp. So now they've got some clear initiation where it doesn't have to be just the clockwork.
Yep. And on the side of Flight of Moon, they don't have their clear initiation yet. Maybe that's the Blink flying out on the Tiny, I think, though.
Yeah, it should be about that timing for him, right?
Still short. Still 200 short. He's still suffering a bit here. Is stacking some camps, but like we said, there's vision coverage from Alliance. Now they've got their ults back online. Look at them clumping up toward mid. Get that mid tower. Even have Hunskin in a really good spot here.
They see the Underlord is a little bit out of position. If they're going to 5-man anyway into this tower, might as well make the fast move. Catch somebody right away, take the tower, and push in. Look for more. Limp blinks forward. Trying to catch Always Want to Fly. Didn't have the Dragon Tail, though.
Immediately into the triangle, too, because of that ward that they placed earlier. They see poor Roger. And it is poor Roger.
He's got the vision on him. Limp, nicely done dodging that avalanche, and will, okay, doesn't quite get the Dragon Tail just yet, but Roger honestly has nowhere to really run. Nico Baby could kill him at any point, but he doesn't want to blow the Omni Slash. It's not necessary.
He's saving that for the Sven, or for one of those big cores in particular. They're making all the right moves.
Dude, can we see those two wards again? And then the sentry that's right in the middle there on the triangle, it's missing 2 wards.
Yeah, it's pretty much perfectly placed. They did get the 1D ward on the southern side of that triangle, but yeah, I mean, that was such perfect movements there. Probably FNG, right? The one who's calling for that.
Yeah.
Making that invasive play, getting those wards down versus Sven. Yeah, and they're not the usual ones.
Yeah, I have to imagine those wards are specifically placed because you so often place the sentry right there in the middle to cover like both of the tops of the ramps, basically.
Yeah. This one is kind of a usual one because it blocks the camp as well, and it's a very easy one to get in there with at like very little risk. But yeah, they're having a tough time actually dealing with that, and tough time dealing with the aggression that's coming from Alliance.
Radiant
and like Iceberg is just nowhere to be found. He's having a really tough game.
Yeah.
He's got this 4-staff. He's 3-0-0, but you're not feeling that impact of him because he doesn't provide too much versus this DK who has Soul Ring. He doesn't care about EMP. Jug just spins it off, and the rest of them are kind of off the map for the majority. They come in afterwards. This time they're trying, though. S4 is showing his face.
With the Inkswell initiation from Roger, but a nice save from FNG. Forgave all of that magic damage that just came in with the Fate's Edict.
Beautiful. And saves the ult. That's when you know, comfortable Oracle player. He didn't panic ult. He knows this is all just straight up magic damage. I can prevent it easy with just a quick W. Nice Fate's Edict. And now, boom. Time to go. They see where Flight of Movement is positioned. They're looking to fight. They have their blink. V-Tune might want to get... V-Tune's in the area, though. He might want to get involved, and he's pretty strong still.
Did he just pick up
I think it was a BKB,
right?
Yep.
Yeah. Nico Baby's coming forward. They're going to try and blow up the Underlord as quick as possible, separate him from the rest of the team, but here comes V-Tune. He's already coming straight for FNG. No FNG here. Now getting good cleave hits on the Darkseer, as well as Limp turns back to Nico Baby instead. Nico Baby being slowed down by this damage of the Cold Snap, the constant stuns while he's Mask of Madness. plays to his doom, and a really big win for Fly to Moon, because that win turns into a tier 1 mid.
Yep. That's huge. V-Tune turns up at the perfect timing. As his BKB comes, Alliance overextends. They got the tower already. That was just a dive forward to try to get extra kills, and they get punished for it heavily. When V-Tune finally does show up, they have the numbers.
Oh, geez, Alliance, though, they're not slowing down. They actually come right back and try and fight Fly to Moon, take away General before he can get the Dark Rift out. They surge up. You know, I always want to fly is here. Blink is ready to go.
An overextension from Alliance gets followed by an overextension from Fly to Moon. Both tier 1 towers had died, and then they just go for the extra rather than just being satisfied with what they've achieved and what they've gained. So a little bit of mistakes there coming out from both sides. And
Yeah,
we'll
I always
even
find
things
that
out.
funny, like the in front of the tier 2 mid is just such a, like for whatever reason, you do always seem to find yourself there, you know, pushing in. But it is a kind of a no man's land. There's nothing really to be obtained there. You're surrounded by jungle and high ground areas and a tier 2 with its aura. It's like just a terrible area to
And
fight.
you just had used everything, like especially for them. They just used God's Strength. They just pushed forward. They just like everything was already utilized. So, yeah, they get punished for their overaggression, same as Alliance did before. But now Alliance, they get a little bit of breathing room. They get to back up farm for a second, and then DK Form is going to be back up because they did, you know, die initially earlier with it.
Yeah.
So now it's probably going to be back the other way shortly when Alliance does want to make their move. But it's very scary though. V-Tune, he's showing now, hey, you're no longer playing this 4v5 game. I'm going to be showing up to all these fights. That's why I went for this BKB. I went for this earlier type of timing build rather than prolonging it, going for SNY, something like that. He could see that Alliance was starting to really dictate the pace and he wanted to join.
And one of the biggest issues of that last team fight for Alliance was the fact that they got caught by Soulbind plus Pit, and the Sven was able to swing on them. They're going to have to use that mobility, right? While he still doesn't have Aghanim Scepter, that's the one advantage Alliance has.
Yeah, I mean, Aghanims and even the levels, right? Once you start getting levels on this Sven versus Darkseer versus Oracle, you get this Dispel. Starts being a big problem to actually protect yourself. And we saw FNG. He has Aether Lens, which is, I mean, amazing farm. We never see FNG with items, so this is already like, wow. But he was very far deep forward that time. He got caught by the Sven stun.
Yo, love the shovel when you're an Oracle.
It's the best item on Oracle.
Yeah. He makes such good use of the healing salves that are dropped.
Yep. He's like the only hero that actually uses. I feel like everybody else is just like, God, whatever. I'll just tank a creep wave and just use this, whatever. Like, here we go. On the aggression again, V-Tune. He's feeling strong, level 16.
They're going to run right into S4. Catch him mid-surge. Whoa! What a jump in from Hanskin and the vacuum back into the Cog stun. It does a good amount, but V-Tune, he already got off the God Strength BKB and he's laying in the work onto the Dragon Knight. He quickly gives up, though, seeing that false promise. Roger looks like he's going to be the victim here. A beautiful counter initiation from Alliance, but it only results in 2 support kills unless they catch Iceberg. That would be really big. He's so close to being able to get out the Dragon Tail. They're going to give him the vision inside of the trees. Great rocket flare from Hanskin. And that should be the death of Iceberg. He's still got a tornado, but I just can't see him getting out of here as Hanskin's on the other side of things.
Oh, picture perfect. How beautiful by Hanskin. Did he have the... I didn't see it first. Did he have FNG's Fortune's End on him when he charged you guys? I saw the ink swap pop when he charged. So did he dispel it or something? Either way, beautiful initiation or counter initiation by him and S4. That was sick. They just that was looking really disastrous, but then V-Tune's just kited and split up in the fight. They don't have General. Fly to Moon's outnumbered. Alliance has the numbers, and now into a quick Roche with this Deso.
Man, if he did get out that Fortune's End, which I think you're right,
and look,
did.
I saw the
That
pop.
is such fast play for them, because that was a smoke that just broke on them. Granted, they did have a ward, but it's still great reactions.
I saw the ink swap pop, so I was like, wait, something popped it without it being able to like do the full duration of the stun. So it probably wouldn't have changed anything anyway, but it was just cool. I like seeing those type of interactions.
Absolutely.
They're always dope.
I mean, that was a healthy amount of AoE damage as well, so... 4,000 net worth lead for Alliance, and they do have the Desolator, but V-Tune...
He's still really, really strong.
He had, like, the Sanj queued up at some point in time, then he had the Aghanim Scepter. Now he's looking at Daedalus?
I think he's just wanting to kill people during the BKB duration.
Okay.
Right, because he hit DK 3-4 times, and DK actually got relatively, not like low, but he got him down to like the halfway level. But now there's a Halberd coming out, so He might be switching up his items quite a bit here. But
So
I can understand why he would want to go.
It's like two different sides of the same coin, right? He's got this problem, which is they're super mobile, and it's going to be hard for me to hit them. Instead of trying to counter the mobility with mobility himself and the Aghanim Scepter, instead he just says, I'm only going to get a few swings in, but goddamn, those swings are going to hurt.
Have to count, yeah. And he has the thing is he has Quas Wex Invoker too, so high levels of Wex, he gets an Alacrity thrown on him. If he's just doing that crazy high amount of damage, could work. And he does have Grimstroke. You know, he does have at least some tool to boost him up. Inkswell move speed.
And he's also relying on his team to output the disables that he may be missing, and they've got tons of those. Soulbind, Tornado.
Okay, he buys the full Daedalus. All right.
Okay. Well, that could either be a brilliant choice or a total disaster, all depending on this high ground push from Alliance. I'm not sure if they're really going to commit too much, but they may get caught in the process.
They might be sneaky here.
Look at Fly to Moon. They're coming in so fast. The Dark Rift is going to be able to catch them with a Pit of Malice. Stun already going out. Soulbind onto the 2. Look at this Sven, though. He's going to wait until the Heaven's Halberd wears out, and then he just hits whatever he can. Oh, look at the Desolator. Oh, no! He just got ripped apart by that Omni Slash. He didn't expect that at all.
Oh, did you see FNG as well? Was he just Shadow Amulet in the corner so the Sven couldn't find the Oracle?
Uh-huh.
Oh my, he just died immediately. The Deso pays off.
And the Daedalus does not pay off. Sven does not have a buyback. Fortunately, the rest of Fly to Moon does, and Alliance will probably be forced to slow down on their push here. No Dragon form, and the Underlord is up, so I can't really see them doing a whole lot here.
Did he pop the mask too? So did he have even more minus armor?
Yeah,
And then he just, I think he did. So he just got wailed on.
Oh, look, Alliance. They say, no, we're going to go 20 seconds while the Sven is down, but Dragon Knight got caught by the preemptive Yule Scepter. Limp blinked in and instantly got stunned up. Now he's stuck in the mire.
He's tanky, though.
The
and
pit,
fates.
the ice wall, I mean, it's all just creating time for the rest of the team to bang on the tier 3s as he takes no damage thanks to the Oracle.
A little bit of a disarm there.
Sven is back up. Can they get here in time? Can they save this melee barracks? It doesn't look like it. They're going to be able to finish it off in a second. A nice toss back, though, onto Hanskin. Pops his blade mail, does what he can in return, but the rest of Alliance says, see you later, Hanskin. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. We're going to take that melee barracks. We're going to try and get out. Or maybe they're going to try and turn.
Look at FNG. He's trying to be so sneaky. It worked before. The Sven could not find him.
It happened one time. He's right there.
They're looking for the re-engage.
General, he's going to be the target here. Lays out the Pit of Malice and hides into the trees. They don't have the Omni Slash, so Alliance isn't super certain that this fight is a good one. Finally, they see the Oracle here, taking him out, and I think with the Oracle gone, Alliance is saying, okay, now it's time to go.
Enough funny business, FNG. They spotted him this time. They were ready with sentries. That was sick, though. Him hiding in the Shadow Amulet. And Sven, dude, I just watched V2 being like, where is he? Like he's just looking around like, oh,
he's like, I don't want to go on those 2 cores. They're too damn tanky. I got to find that backline heroes, but old Oracle, FNG, he had a trick up his sleeve.
Very nice plays there from Alliance in response to a sneaky smoke, too, from Fly to Moon. I thought that could actually have some success if they got the initiation a little better, but quick reactions from Alliance. As it's been kind of the story of the whole game, quick reactions from them, right? Like the way they've been counter-ganking and the way they've been moving around the map, just quick. And that's, we did mention how in the first game, they suffered a little bit because of these long cooldowns and all that. Yeah, they're really playing to their strength at the best here with this speed.
Level 20 now for the Sven. I believe we also have BKB up for the Invokers. So these are really big upgrades. A lot more stuns are going to be going out. You can see him, V2 continuing to double down. Bought the Daedalus, now going to go for an AC, seeing that damage from the Desolator.
Yeah, I didn't get to see what order he clicked everything in the bottom, because I saw him God Strength and then I saw him Mask. I don't know if he Warcried first.
Yeah, I think he didn't Warcry.
Yeah, it looked like he didn't, because he died so damn fast. So has to be very careful with his button usage in this situation, as Nico Baby does pack a punch. And I feel like Vambrace is actually so good on Jug when you have this Agi one, because it's all about attack speed in your Omni Slash, right? So
yeah.
Now he actually gets an even better item, though. Orb of Destruction.
Orb of Destruction with the Desolator that he already has.
He's on his way to Abyssal Blade, too. That control through the BKB. Looking good right now for Alliance. Really dictating the pace, not allowing the other cores of Fly to Moon really to get online too much. I mean, Iceberg, he's still 4-1, and he still has 4-1, but he's not really
Nice pick off.
Too much.
But if they think to themselves, okay, we got a kill. There's no way Alliance is going to take a fight against us, right? They'd be dead wrong. There's only 3 up here from Fly to Moon, and thankfully for them, they're going to play a bit skittish, just off the line of where Alliance is currently prowled up. Going to back up to their 5-man position.
Wow. I thought Alliance was considering that engagement there too, because they saw the Grimstroke nuke, but just really playing it calm here. They know they got this lead. They don't want to be the ones forcing an issue 4v5.
Man, they're going to give FNG the mobility item. And the spider legs.
Because he can he can sneak. I mean, he was already sneaking with just a shadow emblem. Now he's got the glimmer and the spider legs.
What's our clock have? Ooh. Just because that's a classic clock item. He's going to carry the telescope instead. So that's very sacrificial from Hanskin.
Yeah, very opposite. As you'd imagine them to be holding the opposing items. But they're going to be, their lineup is about that group up, so he should be in range of the Oracle for the majority.
Absolutely. Successful scan there from Fly to Moon on the Shrine.
Bounties, though. Who's going to get greedy for it?
They try and go for it. Always want to fly. He just gave up a slide. Oh, the tornado! It stopped the hook shot that was on Roger. That would have been 2 kills. Good save there from Iceberg. And always want to fly. Did he get that bounty run?
Was it
I feel like he did. He absolutely did, right?
Yeah. They were waiting. They were baiting somebody to get it.
Yeah.
They still have DK form active. Limp still wants to try to find another grab here. He's got an Invis rune too.
Dude, Aether Lens, Telescope, and now the level 15 talent for Oracle. He's going to be chucking out all those saves from quite the distance back.
Yeah, I actually don't know how they find him in the back lines. It's going to be extremely difficult. It's going to be on Roger to try to find that, but at the same time too, they want to focus the targets that get hit by the Soulbind, but someone has to address FNG. So hopefully that Tiny, Roger's carrying a Dust in particular, to be able to chase out into that backline. But yeah, we're seeing this win rate. 93%. Alliance have firm control. Nico Baby is fully online as he's matching the farm of a Sven, which is not a place a Sven wants to be.
I don't fully disagree with that, but I just thought that Dota Plus would give a little bit more to Sven and his late game power, but guess not.
Usually
does have the AC
it shifts a lot when there's okay, when your cores are 0-5.
Yeah.
It shifts a lot when you get a Rax advantage too. But yeah, I mean the other cores just are non-existent really. Like even though it's like we said, Iceberg, he's not dying a whole lot, but he can't contribute too much. Now he feels like he's just this walking setup and then an Alacrity, and that's pretty much it.
They lose their Underlord and then immediately move to the bottom part of the map, where they'd be quite right that there is going to be someone isolated here. Iceberg is going to spot Hanskin. Tornado lands first. Now Rogers going to try and follow that up here.
He's trying to get out of here, though. Okay.
Pretty sure that was a kill, but
I thought so too, because he had the Grove Bow debuff as well. So it's like Tiny's combo is going to actually do a lot more damage there, but I guess he was just scared. They didn't see everybody. I think they saw like a couple heroes with the Radiant Ward they had on the left there, but I don't think they saw everybody. So they're probably just getting a little bit broken now as this game is really turned south quite quickly.
They're going to need Alliance to really screw up on a high ground push. On Alliance, they've already done one very successful push in the bottom lane. And as the Underlord's up in 15 seconds, no need to risk anything. Let's just play for Roshan.
Yep, back it up. They've got all the tools they need. They've got good ward coverage too. Easy Rosh. And the onus is now on Fly to Moon to try to contest this, but it's going to die very fast at this jug with the Orb of Destruction, does so.
Yeah, what he's doing, 450 damage crits.
Yep. They're smoking, though. They want to try this. And Limp's ult is going to be ending in a moment here.
Again, Alliance knowing how far ahead they are, I think maybe they could have taken Roshan fast enough, but no need to take that
risk. No risk, yeah.
Let's just sit on our high ground, wait for Fly to Moon. We have the bottom lane that's always pushing in anyway, so that's going to give us some good information.
Even sending those illusions that he picked up to push out mid. So they know they're getting more out of the map now, and they're actually going to look for this fight instead. They're going to
This is classic.
No ulti on Limp, but they have more than enough to be able to jump if they do find any target.
Yeah, if he just gets the initiation, he's got BKB, draws a lot of attention to himself, and then Nico Baby comes in with the killer, that Abyssal Blade.
This is such a good wraparound here.
They're getting on even grounds. They spot him. They're going to go straight for the support first. Try and finish him off. The Dragon Tail does manage to go down at the same time. Hanskin catches Iceberg. Look at that Omni Slash right in the middle, though. Doesn't finish off V-Tune, but he gets the Abyssal Blade to follow up here. BKB still active. God Strength. Turn around. V-Tune feeling confident he can turn, but now he realizes he's got no support behind him. He's being gone on an FNG. Make sure he can't actually swing. He was disarmed for some of that. He has so many answers to him from the side of Alliance, whether it's the hefty amount of armor, whether it's the multitude of halberds or disarms from FNG. He can't do it by himself, Fogged, and yet he has to try because nobody on Flight of Moon has farm.
Nope. Yeah, they just know they just focus everything on the Sven, right?
Yeah.
General dies immediately to an Omni Slash, and Nico Baby is reigning supreme. 13-1-4, making it look kind of easy this one around, as he just knows exactly what targets to go for. Iceberg gets away.
Yeah.
He keeps his nice 4-1 in whatever he is, but he is not able to contribute, and
GG.
that's that.
Wow. I mean, I don't disagree. There's still 35 seconds for this Sven, but it has to hurt for Flight of Moon, who felt like they built so much momentum, Fogged, where they went into the series, they 2-0'd previously, they came in, took a game off of Alliance pretty dominantly too, and then it felt like they just ran out of steam. Did they get figured out? What do you think it was?
I usually like seeing, I really like seeing when General's on an initiating hero. That's the biggest thing for me that I take away from it. Like this game, he's unable. He's an underlord. He can't actually be the one to start fights, and they have to. It's all on Roger to really do everything. It feels.
He was playing underlord this game, and then the Pango. While that is an initiating hero, we talked about how he could not find that initiation because there were so many answers to him.
Yeah, I mean, it did seem like it was just so hard for them to ever start fights on their own, like on their own consideration. The one situation when they did get the one fight when they did get their fight, it looked great. They got the wraparound from the side, they wiped Alliance, but then afterwards, it was never them starting the fights. It was always Alliance.
So what do you take away from the lesson of this series into the playoffs? Alliance is going to be heading into that playoffs. Is it part of it? Aggression is the name of the game. It's important to be the one dictating how the fights start in the first place.
Yeah, and I feel like just fast-paced heroes. I don't know, like I like Death Prophet in some situations, but they looked better when they could just play without relying on those cooldowns as much. So yeah, just speed, aggression, definitely looking dominant, and ways to take towers. Like that's the one thing Death Prophet does give you that, but so does DK, so does Jug. So look better.
Aggression is the name of the game, and we're going to go to the panel now, where there is one man I would describe as one of the most aggressive people I've ever met in my life.
Wow, that's really not nice to say about Brian. He's not at every event yet, and he's not that aggressive either. Although he did start off by saying right after the draft, and I quote, "I don't think Alliance draft can win this."
Oh,
I don't remember what you're talking about.
Brian's gonna punch me after the panel for that one, Sheever. Thanks a lot. His rage is unbridled.
I have to take it out on somebody, and has to be somebody disposable. So I guess it'll be Slacks. But I looked at all the games that have happened in this tournament, and the carry matchups seem to matter a lot. So going into this, I was just like, wow, they last picked Jug into Sven, and Sven gives his entire team Warcry. So Jug usually has damage issues, but the way Alliance played it was super low cooldown based, which is one of the benefits of Jug, is he can fight much better without his ultimate than Sven can.
Yep.
And the Jug never really had to go first, which I think was a really nice thing. The Clockwork was always able to create a lot of havoc. Darkseer followed up, and then Jug kind of got to pick and choose his targets. And it showed with his item build, right? He went Mask of Madness he had an SNY, but he had the Mask of Madness, Deso, Abyssal. All damage. And it's just like follow up, and even though the Sven was really farmed, it was him against the world, right? He was the only one with farm.
I mean, no offense to the Jugs that we saw earlier today, but that's kind of the strength of Jug. You're a mid-game carry hero. I mean, you're supposed to get in people's faces and fight. And that kind of item build where it's not Midas and trying to actually be a late-game carry, but you're running at people, making that high damage and doing stuff is exactly how the hero needs to be played, and especially in this game we saw that. I think I remember a pro player at TI telling me, if you ever see a Jug that hits level 6 and doesn't immediately try to get an Omni Slash, they're a bad Jug player. And that carry is all about early game, mid game momentum. He's better now with Agnums. Of course, he can do stuff later, but I play the Jug perfect. That's
yeah, the
what
cool thing about it is you don't necessarily have to Omni Slash somebody, but you have to go to somewhere that the opponent needs to defend, like an objective, like a tower, so that either you're getting the tower or you're getting to Omni Slash somebody. So really early on in the game, he rotated to the bottom lane and took that tower, much like you said, and that's important.
And then a hero that fills like complements the jug in that case also is Dragon Knight. You go for tower, you have the healing ward, you go start pushing. Good luck trying to fight into that, and the momentum that Alliance created, it was just very difficult. It felt very, very difficult for Flight of the Moon to fight into that. It was like you could feel their frustration.
Yeah, I
in this
mean,
game.
who do you run at in that draft? It's very difficult, and I don't know. I mean, we saw kind of the win get taken out of Flight of the Moon's sails, which Alliance did a really great job of in Game 2, and then they never really got it back. The magic was lost.
I feel like I was a bit underwhelmed with Flight of Moon's draft in Game 2, and then in Game 3, I think Alliance just played their draft better. So
Yeah,
that was
okay,
nice
fair.
for me to
True,
see.
yeah.
That was the most impressive game of the day so far, as you kind of mentioned. Haven't had the closest games, or maybe one team just didn't bring their A game. But Alliance this time around, I'm very impressed. Happy to see them execute at the level they did this game, and glad to see them get to play it out in the Immortal bracket.
Hell yeah. It is a pleasure watching Alliance play on their A game, you know. We have seen them stumble a couple times, but when they know what they're doing, when they're comfortable, they crush it, as we've seen in the series. So, yeah, always good to see these boys. And then S4, Darkseer, hype.
I doubted that hero, but like I thought he was crushed pretty hard by the nerf. It seems like he's less about the cheese and he's more about just, hey, I'm a utility building team fighter, and in laning stage he's pretty much still the same hero because Surge isn't that great until later. At least the old Surge was. So the Clockwork, super potent in lane. They got a few kills super early on, and even then, like the Clockwork, Hanskin just. That one hook on 4 targets, man, I don't know if I've ever seen a 4-man Clockwork hook in my entire life.
That was pretty hype, actually, yes. They didn't get that much, that many kills off the back of that hook shot, but
yeah, it was like they vacuumed him out, but it led to a good fight afterwards.
Yeah.
It really did show, like, all the problems I thought Nico Baby was going to have as a hero was clearly understood in the draft by Alliance and the way they played the map and started fights. So that's the kind of stuff where I'm like, okay, I didn't see that in the draft. Good to see them executing at such a high level that requires cohesion and you know, people understanding their roles in the game.
Yeah. Overall, I mean, this was the type of Alliance that we want to see. Fortunately for Flight of the Moon, they are the ones feeling the result of that because they'll drop down to the Divine bracket. Yeah, I mean, they're not completely out, but they're out of the Immortal. And that must hurt for them for sure.
Sure.
But hey, let's focus on the positive. Alliance still in the Immortal, and as you're saying, you know, we see when they're on, they're really fun to watch. It's just about the consistency for them.
Exactly. But, you know, it's not a sad thing that our boys Fly to the Moon, they're down in the bottom, because now they get to fight against Viking, which is going to be a hell of a series.
That is true.
So that will be a lot of fun to watch from there.
It is Alliance that got to fight Viking.
Oh, well.
By the way.
Oh, well, forget
because
it,
Viking is still the Immortal bracket.
Hell yeah, that's even better.
Just like Alliance.
Sorry.
By the way, we have S4 with us on the show right now. Hey, S4, congratulations on the series.
Hello. Hey, what's up?
I am very curious to hear from you because we saw you at the first day of the Immortal bracket. You guys crushed it against Virtus Pro. It was 2-0. We had high hopes for you guys in the rest of the tournament, but you had to play in play-ins here, and I was curious if it's not too rude to ask, like, you know, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, what happened? I kind of asked myself that because we were playing really well before the R coding came out. And
That's fair.
I guess we did. We kind of created a lot of bad habits, and I think R coding exposed those bad habits. So, in a way, it made us improve as a team after playing against the R coding. So we become stronger now.
Yeah, I mean, now overall, that's a win in the end, right? Improvement is what it's all about.
That's where I want to ask more of a meta question. You have always been a Magnus god. It's what you've been known for. You know, you are the greatest of all time. And now Magnus has kind of gone in the meta. Everybody's playing him. Darkseer, same kind of thing. How does that feel as a pro player to have, like, your guy, and now everyone else is learning? Do you feel like you have a one-up on him, or is it annoying because you never get to play him?
I don't know if I'm one of the best mag. I think there's a lot of good mag players right now, and actually maybe it's because I don't even like the hero that much anymore. I actually don't think it's that strong.
He was a Magnus
I think
hipster.
it's a bit overrated.
Oh, he's a Magnus
Yeah,
hipster.
exactly.
Oh,
I'm a hipster. I like it when people are not playing it. But I don't know. I think against very good teams, this hero doesn't look that good.
Yeah.
Last time I talked to you, you were at ESL LA, and you were just starting out with Alliance as a captain. And I'm curious how it's been as a drafter and a strategist, going from patch to patch. Like, how has it been figuring out like your own team's identity every time around for you?
It's been exciting. I mean, there's a lot of work to do as captain and drafter. Like, a lot of thinking outside the games, and honestly, I'm having a lot of fun because I get to just do my ideas. And yeah, did we meet at LA, or you mean at?
No, I'm sorry. I mean, like I interviewed you at the event, asking you how it was to be a captain to start, and I was wondering,
that was
like,
COVID still.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the online LA.
Yeah, sorry, ESL LA online, and I'm asking, like, since then, how has it been as a captain? Yeah, I didn't mean to confuse you there.
How is the team been? Like, are you basically ruling with an iron fist, or is there a lot of talk amongst yourselves? Do you get input a lot from your team?
Yeah, I do get a lot of input. Everyone helps a lot, and especially about matchups, it's kind of hard to like know everything, know all the matchups. I definitely think it's important for the captain to actually know the matchups, even if you're a position 5. It's like it's gonna help come together with the drafts easier, because you can't rely on all your players all the time. But yeah,
do you ever have a player tell you, "No, I don't want to play that hero"? You know, you have the perfect hero selected for them, and they're like, "No."
Yeah. How do you deal with like
that's when
Nico
it starts
Baby?
clashing.
Like Nico Baby pulls out his
actually,
shiv
Nico-
from his boot and he says, "Don't you tell me what to do." Is that scary?
Yes, it's very scary. No, but for sure there will be clashes sometimes, especially with carry players. I feel like carry players, they have very strong opinions about matchups because they think about the other carry. And as an offlaner, you're thinking about the 5-man a lot as offlaner, but carry is like 1v1, so it clashes a lot, the ideas, because both are there are good. Like, you have these carry matchups that owns the other. Probably BSJ know a lot about this. But sometimes it doesn't even matter when the 5v5 is like good.
Yeah, so you got to find a good solution with the both of you. It has been a lot of fun watching you guys grow, because we do see the line of improvement also throughout the tournament. So hopefully we get to see you again and talk to you again soon. I know you're going to go up against Team Viking, so you can prepare for that one. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Always a pleasure. And have a good Sunday.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, was as for from Alliance, who now made it through to the actual playoffs. Now there's 2 teams that have yet had their fate undecided. Team Liquid and 5 men. One of these teams will go to the Immortal bracket, the other team to the Divine bracket. What's it going to be? We're going to find out after the break.
Quality is not a last hit. It's a habit, especially if you're solo against a trap.
Maybe like 7.
I would say probably 8 hours. Way too many. Maybe like 8 hours a day plus, bare minimum.
Average, I would say like 8 hours. That's pretty normal.
The last 5 years I've been spending at least 10 hours a day.
10-12 hours a day. But when I'm at home and like we don't have any tournaments, I spend like 5 to 6.
0 to 4. When we get to boot camp, it's probably like 2 to 14, something like that.
From like 8 to 12.
I used to spend much more, but now, I mean, I used to spend like all my day pretty much as long as I was awake, which is like, what, 16, 18 hours?
140 past 2 weeks, so that means 10 hours a day. I mean, I don't really do anything else these days, so...
Including make your bed, huh?
Yeah, including that.
I love you, Omar.
Okay.
That's the one.
That's cute.
With a heart.
Oh, of course.
Spent 2,000 rubles on Piccola Italia. My mother asked me what I ate.
Yeah, it was from Kyle. I'm still the boy on the inside, full of love and wonder, and totally not burnout husk of a human.
Get me out.
Any context?
No context. Just get me out.
Sure. Lamau, why cringe? What did they ask you?
You already messaged somebody about this question, or is somebody listening to us?
No, it was like about the previous interview.
Oh, interesting.
I told them that I was cringe.
Telegram code 68561. You can also tap on this link to log in, and there's a link.
Oh, it's from my grandma today. She said, "Congratulations on your name day, Lasse." Heart emoji. We're waiting for your games.
The last text message?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's yeah. Actually, it's okay. It's no. What is the last one? Let's see. But it's not. It's boring. It's something like, you know, like, oh well, they told us something, blah blah. They should have used that, and that is all. It's boring.
Probably be some algae eating or potential algae destroying animal, right? They could all of a sudden be like, F you guys, we need oxygen less than you, or if you're gonna kill us, we're gonna kill you first, and they just destroy all the algae.
Bears, I guess, like polar bears. If they have our intelligence, they're just gonna like shave their body or something. They're fine. I'm just thinking like the physically biggest animals, you know, the hardest to take down. If they have the intelligence to it, I'm sure it's hard.
Cats. Some dolphin type creature, or maybe even the octopus. Start making some tools underwater.
A whale, maybe. A shark.
How would they challenge us for land superiority?
But they wouldn't need to, because all life comes from water.
What's like really important that the animal has some kind of limbs that they can do stuff with. Because, for example, like smart giraffes, what are they gonna do? You know, they're just they can walk around, but they need like hands or something like that.
I think if ants got human, yeah, ants were done easily. You know how much ant biomass there is on the planet, and that they suddenly got like even more of their shit together. Like they're incredibly intelligent as a colony, and then if they got even more intelligence, yeah, dude, it would be over, and it would be an invisible death.
If that animal named Kyle Friedman.
This is a serious question. There's only one of me.
That's one of the most rare animals species on the planet Earth.
All right. I'll accept that as a sign of respect.
There are only two ways to play pub games. One is as though nobody is a miracle. The other is as though everyone is a miracle.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win. Omega League.
The Omega League continues with one more series to decide which team goes to the Immortal playoffs and which team goes to the Divine playoffs. It is 5 men taking on Team Liquid. That is the series we are having come our way at the moment. We have Lizard and Kyle in the chairs opposite of me, and they are going to talk about this series, aren't you guys?
Thank you, Cersei. Yes, indeed we are. I am definitely going to favor Team Liquid. I think 5 men have got a shot, but I feel like Liquid, this is the typical movement in tournaments, is like they phone it in, they're boot camping, and they're just getting worse and worse and worse. They lose some group stage games, and then they're like, you know what, we're a good team. We're good at Dota. And then boom, skyrocket.
What I really like about the Omega League is, for Liquid at least, is the fact that it's a league. So they get this chance to actually improve steadily and show what they truly got. Because in some tournaments, they show up bad and they get out very fast.
Yes, they have the habit of doing that.
I will say I went home yesterday, got roped into some online Mafia. Misery was playing. I thought he was Mafia. He was actually Town the whole time. And I kind of threw the game for my team. So it's quite possible. I just don't read 5 men too well.
Well, the way you just described Liquid is more games equals better for Liquid. Is that the same thing for 5 men, you think? Because they came from the qualifiers. They had to play a whole bunch more games compared to Team Liquid.
We don't know really, right? Like when you look at 5 men, you can't really pinpoint what their strategy is going to be. If you look at their drafts as well, they're very sporadical. They pick a bunch of heroes. What I would like to see is those cheesy picks for Ace. That's where they kind of look the best.
When you say cheesy, you can say it out loud. I mean, you can see it here. Arc Warden.
Yeah, just Arc Warden. That's it. That's all.
Just Arc Warden.
That's what I want to say.
They've had a lot of success. We were a bit upset with Alliance the other day for just letting Arc Warden go through. They lose to it over and over and over. And then 5 men, with one of the best in the world on it, got it a couple games in a row. Liquid, they had
full team fight. Just team fight. When you look at Liquid, it's team fight on team fight on team fight. They went completely the different way that I thought they would, because every single team is playing in this fast-paced meta in which they're skirmishing all the time. No, Liquid, they just put layer on layer of team fighting heroes.
Well, look at the last 2 games they won. It was literally almost this exact same draft with the Warlock, the Void, the Puck, and the Sand King, and then, who cares what Koifa plays?
And it was versus OG as well, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, exactly. They 2-0'd OG. They showed up as a different squad, though. Like, I feel like they did indeed just, figure something out. We talked to them yesterday. They felt like they have been figuring something out. And it shows. I'm not sure. Have we seen the upward trend from 5 men as the one you described from Liquid? Has there been a very clear upward trend for 5 men?
Hard to say, because, again, like the series versus Alliance was on the back of just 2 pretty dominant Arc Warden performances. I've yet to see them, like when Liquid goes and plays these top teams, they definitely cheese here and there, but they demonstrate, they're on the same level, and they can beat somebody straight up too, playing, some Storm lineup, whatever. 5 men thus far still haven't demonstrated they're on the same tier, I think, as these squads we have already in the upper bracket. So to me, Liquid's like a 4-1 favorite.
Just 4-1.
If not more, honestly. Look, I'm really tight with the Liquid guys. I'm
biased
caster.
A little bit. 4-1.
Biased caster.
How can you know what? I can agree that Liquid is favored, but 4-1.
Is it because you lost Mafia?
No, it's because I'm tight with the lads, and they're working hard. They've been boot camping.
So hard work equals winning?
Sometimes.
No, Liquid definitely is a team that has been hardworking.
That's true.
That's a team that literally, they come into a meta, they lose, and then suddenly...
And this is an organizational thing, too. Look all the way back to TI7, right? Liquid starts in the lower bracket. They climb all their way up. They're
different team. I don't think you can make what it was like
totally
that.
Works.
You know what? We'll wait until the draft is about done, and we'll see the odds then, see if EGB agrees with you. I don't think 4-1 is going to be that. Sorry, guys. Let's find out what is going to happen in the draft, by the way, because we are ready to head to the draft pantheon for game number 1.
I hope you are ready to find out, because we are just as excited as you are at home. Liquid versus 5 men. BSJ, what are you doing on this panel, T-Gov? 5 men are playing. Are you not somehow a core member of this?
He's doing his best Blitz impression, I think.
You got like 2 iPads and a notepad. What are you doing on this panel right now?
Sending the live data. No,
I want answers. Why are you here divulging the most deepest, darkest secrets of 5 men as opposed to helping them right now?
because if they get knocked out into the Divine bracket, they also get the Immortal payout and then can win the Divine bracket and get the Divine payout. So, like, realistically, can they do a deep run Immortal? Maybe not. But can they win Divine? Sure.
Double
so let's
dipping,
get
baby.
the money, baby!
Yeah. This was the Peter Pan Dam optics strat. Win every single minor, then go to the major.
There we go,
Get that
exactly.
cash money.
Yeah.
All right, fine. So then if you don't want to share information on 5 men, give me some info on Liquid. Because Liquid right now, they're on the come up, supposedly. They had beat Fly to Moon, and Game 1 looked shaky in Fly to Moon, Game 2 looked better. Same thing with OG. They were in a trying to beat a Bloodseeker strat, and then Game 2, OG played something OG, Liquid still beat them. What's going on with Liquid right now?
I think the main thing here, it's Liquid. They had quite a large break going into the final 2 series. They've had the last previous 2 days. It is just that confidence, that boost. And also, when you look at their drafts, I think the easiest way to describe it is overwhelming team fight. They're ensuring that they always have stuns, control on like 3-4 plus heroes. And the key heroes of this team so far is like Tiny, Puck, Sand King, Doom, Warlock, all these types of heroes that are coming through. So the fact that they had first pick, Darkseer, Phoenix, they're banned out. They're key instrumental heroes in this team fight, right? But again, you can't take away everything. That's why you see 5 men taking away the Warlock, because you don't want to give Liquid so much easy control in this first phase.
Yeah, I think the Puck's been a pretty instrumental part of it. You did mention the Puck already, but they've really been prioritizing equally distributing the farm between Boxy as well as Taiga, and I think that the Puck being a hero that early on doesn't need all that much to do something, but then later does need farm and does turn into a natural split pushing, wave clearing type hero, really fits that game plan like perfectly. And I don't think there's too many offlaners that do that.
What do you think about Puck as a hero right now? Because I am seeing Puck be tossed around in a lot of different farm priorities. Even the way that they give it to Boxy on Liquid, they don't really play it like a 3. Boxy's playing it, but they give it kind of a 4-position farm priority. Is Puck the kind of hero that can get away with that, or what?
Yeah, it's the coil's just too strong early, right?
I think there's 2 teams right now that can play Puck well. That'll be Secret when they put it position 5 on Puppy, and then Liquid because they have that 3-4 kind of flex feel to it, right? It's a nuisance in the laning phase, and it's really hard to deal with. If the game becomes a struggle, he's always able to like creep script quite safely and just keep the game going. Especially when Liquid, they're like, I don't want to beat on it too much, but their drafts are big team fight. Naturally, that means they're slow. They have a slow entry into the game. So these heroes like Puck, they bridge that gap from always able to skip that one wave, keep the game going an extra 2-3 minutes, and suddenly you have that timing for your team fight, and you literally cannot lose the game because when you want to fight, you will win the fight. But this is why 5 men, they're not really showing their hand, because again, second pick, we've seen a lot of these teams pick up this boss core, cover it with 3 bans. But they don't want to do that right now, because they understand that this Puck Tiny will most likely be the 3-4 combo. And if they pick a core here, then maybe they're showing their hand too early. So they're going to pick up this Earth Spirit and just try and slowly enter this draft and not get too carried away. Because a lot of teams, they insta-snap pick React, and that's where Liquid get you, because again, this Puck suddenly becomes mid, they pick up a really strong offlaner, let's say a Slaughter, and now suddenly they're fully counted.
I like the Earth Spirit because the most annoying thing about Puck is it is a hero that if you don't have an instant silencer disabled, it just plays like a maniac on the map, team fights, etc. It's literally impossible to kill. So Earth Spirit, I'd say Earth Spirit, Tiny, and Earthshaker are the best 4 positions. Maybe Nyx, but he's like not even in the meta right now for dealing with Puck. And that's in a game sense, right? So you're not committing any major resource to shutting down this Puck in the laning stage or revealing too much of your matchup. But Earthshaker, Nyx, pretty much out of the meta. Tiny, obviously already picked. So Earth Spirit definitely makes sense as the prime candidate to respond to that. Also, Magnetize plus Fatal Bond's quite a nice combo.
So in regards to the overwhelming team fight that you like to see from Liquid, how do you often find Quakefa fitting into that mix? Because he's been kind of playing more independent cores. He's been playing like Templar Assassin, Lone Druid. It seems that the other 4 heroes on Team Liquid are very team fight oriented, but Quake was kind of like, I'm gonna, either win the mid lane, break even, and donate the mid lane to Boxy later on, or I'm just gonna be very, very farm priority oriented.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would describe him as like the enabler. Like his heroes, when they get picked, you go, we have to deal with this hero in a certain way. We have to play a certain part of the map to shut him down, or we have to at least think about him, and that unlocks this 3-4 combo to get more farm, because you're always thinking about this too, right? You're thinking about, okay, Storm, let's stop him jungling. Oh wait, there's a Brood or a Lone Druid, let's defend our tower. And that's what frees up the map for these heroes, and this like potential greediness from this offlane, and why we're seeing Liquid, I think, bounce back in this tournament is just the shift in how they're kind of approaching the game as like the group of 5.
I have to... One of the few times I remember specific drafts about teams that I really want to quote here, and I had to ask T-Gov specifically because it is his team. I know throughout the tournament, at least 2 or 3 times, you guys specifically picked Puck to counter Batrider. And I'm asking why you have now picked Batrider second round into Puck.
For 5 men, the Puck pick was normally a Chessie pick mid, right?
I'm saying yes, and it was countering the Batrider though.
Because in this regard though, this Batrider is more a mid/3 flex pick, because their second pick, they don't know what's coming into the draft, and they're just trying to offer it up as a flex option. The Puck in this draft right now for Liquid, it feels like it's going to be in that offlane role. Therefore, the argument that you're suggesting isn't really present because the lane shift is wrong.
We're not talking about it being a lane counter for my sake. Maybe is that how you guys viewed it? Was a lane counter?
It was a laning situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, the way I look at Batrider, he's actually one of the few offlaners, since I'm limited time as an offlaner. I've played him a lot, and he has 2 components of his game. 1, the lasso, right? And then 2, that he wants to be able to farm and run around the map with Firefly, and he wants that to be almost invincibility. The fact that he can navigate terrain freely and have that extra vision advantage, the movement speed, he capitalizes on that ability. So for me, the hardest heroes to deal with are heroes that either pull me back like Disruptor, heroes that can catch me at long distances like Queen of Pain and Storm, or heroes like Puck that can disable me by just locking me in place.
Well, again, the development to that kind of philosophy is the fact that the itemization on Batrider nowadays is this bots BKB, drum BKB, and by the time in which the Puck is trying to really stop that aggression, the Batrider, if it has a good game, Chessie hasn't fed profusely, he will have that BKB, the life's pretty good.
Okay, so it's the change of like the way Batriders are itemizing that part of the game isn't a concern for you guys? Okay, because the way I look at it is, the way that Liquid has now addressed this Batrider is, okay, we already had the Puck to lock him down. We have a Baton now to remove the offensive capabilities of Batrider. And I even mentioned, I think Storm, Queen of Pain are the 2 hardest heroes in the game for Batrider play against. The matchup in lane is honestly Bat favored, but it's not like so bad that the Storm can't play Dota. And then the Storm eventually is so hard to play against, at least from my limited perspective, as Batrider.
Like the way in which this draft's been set up now is because of the way that they picked their carry. They got Luna. They're basically saying, you picked Abaddon to counter our bat. We're going to be able to move to an objective, and your position 5 does nothing to early push. It's great in the early fights, but there is a window in which this overwhelming ability to swarm an objective, this Batrider cutting through, this Luna pressuring, the team fight from Earthstrip Warlock. It's going to be scary for Team Liquid to actually take a fight right now. They need to pick up, I think, a hard carry that can give them that timing, that win condition, and play off of 5 men kind of, I think, throwing the early pushes, because like, their heroes are scary, but they do feel like they kind of fall off eventually against like the high mobility of Storm and potentially this carry pick as well.
In regards to Liquid picking a hard carry, we don't see very much Luna. How hard of a carry is Luna right now? I'm talking Aghanim Scepter build, no Aghanim Scepter build. How boss core is she as
like
the term
10
that we've been
being
using?
hyper late game, 1 being like a
exactly.
I think she's like a valley, right? So like she goes up, starts strong, early pressure, really scary, and then she falls off. She's like nothing, and then she kind of appears back at the end like, she's actually kind of cool. But
what
like,
causes the nothing though? Like why does she dip off so hard?
Because
as opposed to other
the
cores?
items she buys don't actually threaten. It's more like she survives the fight, and then
she goes
then
like Hurricane Pikes and Mantas and stuff like that.
And then she gets to like Satanic +1 damage item, and it's like, oh whoa, we got a Luna in the game. But again, I think it's that early window which they're playing for right now. As we see with their heroes, it's going to be this Batrider Earthspirit starting the fight, the Warlock covering them plus Luna, and it depends what they're going to do with Batrider. I expect it just to be mid, and they're going to pick up a super aggressive offlaner because they are second pick. They get to decide, right? They have the free spirit. They're going to see right now what's Liquid's carry. And what would you in this? Oh, they just go for Io, which
it goes with the Abaddon.
Somewhat expected because Mickey, there's 3 players right now practicing Io carry in their pubs. Shad from Viking, Matumberman from Secret, and Mickey from Liquid. These are the 3 people that, after watching the IO carry come back to prominence, have actually started pushing it through. So yeah, okay, that's pretty interesting from Liquid. Lack of research from 5men.
How about that undying offlane that we saw?
Unlock,
I was ready for that undying offlane that we saw from Team
The
Nigma.
anti-strength carry
Yeah, against
solution.
the Abaddon IO specifically, it's like, I thought it might be a really cool pick.
But importantly, I still feel that 5men, they have the ability to pressure this IO in lane. They're going to be able to take the early towers, and the overwhelming team fight that they have in terms of every hero, right? It's scary. And IO as a hero, he takes time to come online, and he doesn't like big team fight. He likes to be able to kind of be a little bit agile, get in and out, and potentially is a little bit too greedy. I don't know the big output of damage from this IO. If they don't win lanes, I feel like they might feel lost in this game.
I personally love playing Underlord against Storm. It's one of my prime offlane picks against Storm. The root AoE is super annoying. You're also a target Storm doesn't really like to go on. I actually think Storm's biggest issue in the mid game is not anything about getting caught. It's more about his mana pool being enough to kill people, like having the damage to actually bring down targets. And Underlord really does put a damper on that plan. I'm pretty much looking at this game as if 5men is allowed to ball up, they are like impossible to fight into, literally impossible for Team Liquid's draft. But if Team Liquid's able to separate the map with their IO Abaddon on one side and, you know, Storm ganking with the Puck Tiny on the other, then I don't think 5men have the proper resources to respond to that type of playstyle.
You reminded me of a really good point. The reason why 5men lose so many games is they get kind of carried away at that 15-20 minute mark. They kind of 2 heroes push one lane, another hero's elsewhere, and this IO Storm, they're the best abusers of this, right? They're like the map presence, and 5men as a team, they still like to grid it up a bit, and I'd like to see them. They've I think 8-day break. I'd like to see them maybe a bit more cohesive, and with this type of lineup, if they can get to that kind of ball timing and just push through, I think they should have this. But knowing their track history, they're going to get picked off once or twice, and this will be a very close game.
It's okay. You want to greet it up. You could also greet it up with these odds, actually. 5men earning their stripes, 2.86.
Yeah, let's go, boys. These are great odds.
Let's do it. Let's find out also if another team can put IO carry on the map as Liquid try to win another series as we jump into game number 1.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, looking forward to seeing this one. Liquid versus 5men, and we're getting a Luna in the action here. Our heroes, we were seeing that Hans has been buffed up a bit. Does this make the hero viable to play once again?
Yeah, you know, 2 armor, that's nothing to scoff at. I mean, her issue definitely is in laning. That's a big problem with Luna, and now her laning's a little bit easier, and she got the armor removed from the aura, so maybe this is, you know, adding back to that.
Okay, and overall, Jenkins, what do you sort of reckon about the draft? So do you prefer what a certain team's coming in today with?
I think the 5men lineup, I totally agree with Mr. Gov. I think that this lineup is just such a strong death ball. I think it's a lot easier to execute, but Liquid has this snowball potential. You know, they can get pickoffs with Storm, with Puck, Tiny. All of these heroes are great at doing that. So if we can get to a death ball on 5men, then I think they're going to win, but getting to that point is often kind of hard.
Yeah, I mean, looking at sort of the lane setups, is there any struggles early on for either of these sides? You know, who's going to sort of have the toughest time in the laning stage out of these cores?
Well, we'll see when the lanes actually get figured out. There's a bit of shenanigans happening. Oxy heading towards bot. He'll be against a Warlock Luna. I think that's pretty Warlock Luna favorite. I think they'll do fine. I think this top lane, the Liquid side will actually do better. Wisp Abaddon, this is something that we see OG do. Very strong lane against 2 melee heroes. It's about even in the lanes, honestly.
Yeah, I guess in this top lane, the Abaddon and the IO, they're going to be able to keep themselves well sustained. Do they have a good shot at bullying the Underlord on the early levels?
I think so. I think there's, you know, it's slow harass damage, which Underlord is definitely good at, but the thing with IO Abaddon is they do so much damage for so long. Like you can just run at him non-stop from level 1, and it never ends. So yeah, I think this should definitely. I mean, look at this. He's already zoning.
Yeah, straight away. I mean, Zibe's got the level 1 Firestorm, so we'll be able to try and push the wave back.
Izzer is just grabbing the second wave. He doesn't want to bother laning up against this. Not with only level 1.
And then this bottom lane. I mean, he's going to be pretty fine here as well, right? He's going to have the constant heals from Pilot Eye.
Yeah, definitely. And Once again, you also see that we have Tiny grabbing the creep wave. Both of these off lanes kind of struggle in the early levels. Just get level 2, level 3, it's a lot easier to play. Oh, he does orb in, but he's in the trees.
And then on the Luna, you know, seeing this hero come back, are we going to see sort of a change in the build-up? Do you still buy the helm on this hero, or have things changed nowadays when you're playing the Luna in this patch?
No, I think the helm is pretty rough right now. It's been nerfed too hard. It's too expensive. You know, as a farming item, you don't want a farming item to be expensive because the point is, you know, literally to acquire gold. So Mask of Madness, I think, would be the build.
Oh, you would go the Mask of Madness. You wouldn't just go straight for sort of the stats, the tread strums, Dragon Lance.
You could definitely go for like a Yasha. I think Mask of Madness is just like an overbuffed item though, so I've seen Lunas go for that. Meteor Hammer wouldn't be too bad. I mean, that's kind of a
Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, sure.
Right, yeah, I mean, I guess at least in the pubs, I feel like we've seen it coming out on many more of the safe laners. Not so much here at the competitive level.
Not so much in competitive, but it's got a place, I feel like.
Yeah, you've definitely got the setup here on the team between the Earth Spirit and the Underlord in the team fights, and could definitely work towards the timing that we may see 5 men try to play for when they group up. We'll see which way they want to go.
A little crazy, but does let her push waves, and she can max out the beam for kill potential. Io doing very well.
And when it does come to this point where 5 men are going to be coming in with the big old push when you've got those first auras online, do you feel that Liquid have enough D-push to sort of deal with the 5 men running down the lane?
I think it depends on how Puck is doing. If Puck can get to level 4 in both of the nukes, and Boxy's having a good game, which, I mean, it's going okay for him. It's not too bad. I think, yeah, they have some decent D-push with the Storm as well. But they need levels to do it. It really depends also if Zibe gets his pipe, then the nukes don't even matter, and the push is quite hard to stop, and I think you probably have to split push in that sort of scenario.
Oh, Chessie. Oh, Chessie, be careful. One more hit with the Remnant. Oh, he's got him. Damn. He's got him. Not able to get away with that. Firefly tips out as well. Friendly tips, though. You know, these are the non-toxic tips between the teammates.
Yeah.
But that's, first blood in that matchup. I mean, I guess this is always going to be a lane, right, that's a little tough for the bat. You've got to be careful anytime that you're in. Those Remnants, the heavy magical burst is going to hit back hard.
It's true. It's one of those weird lanes where you'd think, okay, Storm's a really slow hero, right? So you just run up on him with a couple of napalm stacks and he's dead. I think most people would probably argue that it's bad favor, but then on the other side you have the Remnant, so it's hard to run up on a hero that's literally what Storm wants you to do, and then if he pulls you into your low HP, well, he can actually kill you. I have seen this matchup go Storm favored recently, so maybe just with the Bat nerfs, it is more Storm favored. If he had more move speed, I think Bat would probably destroy this.
Oh, and a nice rune here for Quoikfer. Haste rune. I mean, now, Chessie's he's got to be careful now. Lane against the Storm, Quoikfer with the level advantage, and now having an incredibly potent rune.
And once he's 6-2, there is zero kill threat from Batrider onto a Storm. There's no way that you kill him. You can lasso him. You can probably silence him with Earth Spirit if he were to level out, which he's not going to because people don't do that. You still wouldn't kill him. It's not enough damage.
I mean, are you a little surprised that we haven't seen any sort of rotation towards that mid lane from 5 men to try and put pressure on a Quoikfer before he hits the 6? Like, could Misery try not to do something top lane? Zibe, he's going to go down. Misery comes across, but he's not able to get here in time to stop Zibe going down here.
I gotta say, this is the first time that I've seen a team execute this Io Abaddon lane and do it, and it kind of looks like OG doing it. Like, it looks really good. OG, when they do this, they pressure so hard.
On Quoikfer. He's going to be able to head over and kill Chessie again. Oh, that's a couple of deaths here back-to-back on the bat in the first 5 minutes. This mid lane it's going to start looking pretty one-sided here. 3-0, 2k lead for Liquid. And Quoikfer 2 kills heads up against Chessie's bat.
Yeah, that is really rough, man. And when he does that, too, he picks up the aggressive bounty rune. So he's still got that bounty rune in the Dire Triangle to grab as well. So that's a gold advantage. That's a full bottle on Storm. That's a full bottle denied from the Batrider. Man,
this mid lane is definitely got to be a concern for 5 men. And bottom lane, Boxy's sort of having the slowest start out of the cores of Liquid right now, but still not necessarily a bad start, keeping himself even.
And look at this too, Taiga, 16-5. They're
hang on.
CS
Okay,
again.
Okay, yeah. When you bear that in mind, then this bottom lane is also going very, very nicely for Liquid.
This is cool. I love that they've made the decision to do this.
They've done this before, haven't they? Because they did this in the game where Tiger was the Sand King.
Twice.
What was Boxy playing that game?
Puck again. Sand
Puck
King
again?
Puck.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's some discussion that they've had in terms of like, okay, Puck is a hero that doesn't need that many items.
Okay.
Puck just needs levels. They've had some discussion about this. I find this so fascinating. Like I've never seen any other team do this. And once again, I talked about this on the panel for a bit. The way teams do this is kind of like a 4 they'll take farm, but in the form of kills in jungle camps, and you'll take farm priority in that way.
Sure, not just a straight up.
It's not just straight up.
Let's share CS.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
I mean, in your pubs.
I mean, if you're fighting with, if you got a Pudge sitting in trees, yeah, I mean, I could see that.
But it is interesting. It's one of those things that, I mean, you got to look at it and you got to sort of say, is this something that really has some basis to it? Is it something that other teams may start to try and do themselves?
I gotta say, Liquid has been looking extremely good in their last 2 series.
When they've done some sort of effect.
Yes, they've done exactly this. So I feel like it's working. This is just such an interesting concept. This is never gonna work in pubs, though. This is why people go down mid. You steal a core CS, it's over.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Dota 2.
Hello?
Valve.
Oh, no.
Oh, get the Valve dev on the line.
Hopefully that's just us, but looking at the players, are they still playing or not? No, Quoke's hands off unless he's doing it one-handed.
Oh, my God.
Mickey's playing one-handed. No, they're all having a sip. Okay.
They're very confused.
Uh-oh.
Visibly confused.
Oh, no. Let's hope this is not another lobby problem. We did, unfortunately, have one of these earlier on in the tournament.
Really?
On the plus side, at least it's early days in the game. But hey, I'm already looking at the bad side of things. It's very likely that everything's going to be fine. We're all going to reconnect and things are going to continue. But we'll see.
I've never seen it stop like that.
Oh, yeah? No, we've had that
first.
before. Yeah, everything just freezes.
That's like a new behavior.
Well, you get that when you're the observer, right? Because when you're playing, I think the client tends to kick you out a little quicker.
I see, yeah.
When you're an observer, you just get to see everybody stop.
Okay.
Everything stops.
Got you.
You're in from a spectate tab, but we'll see.
Man, I'm serious.
Maybe there's a new patch. I'm just gonna check. Is there a new patch?
7.28.
TI Immortal 3 treasures, is it? I'm not to get your hopes up. Probably not.
Please buff Pudge.
What have we got? Anything? Let me check the updates.
Ice Frog, if you're listening to this, I will do literally anything if you buff Pudge.
That's a dangerous thing to do, buffing Pudge.
It's not.
It is.
It's dangerous to have it be a bad hero because it's going to be in games anyway. So why not buff it so that way it's not going to ruin 40% of games. The hero's in 40% of Dota games. And every game is awful. It's awful to have him on your team. It's awful to be against him. Everything about that hero is awful except for the persona.
Oh, there's no updates. I'm not seeing anything on my various channels, so I can only assume that we have got ourselves a little bit of a bug.
Oh.
But hopefully we can get back in still. It's been a little bit of time now, so it's not looking too hopeful.
You know, with Valve's small development team for Dota, it's actually quite helpful to find bugs like this as a player base. It's kind of on the community.
That's true. You know, these events are... This is the game testing.
It is. And you know what? That's what Dota's always been about. It's all about community. It's all about, the forum, Ice Frog, asking people for what's broken, what's good. It's all about the bugs becoming features. Camp stacking wasn't... I don't think that was intended.
Is this true? I'm always told that Malini invented camp stacking. Is there some truth to this?
I have no idea. I didn't play Dota 1.
I mean, I believe it, Would you believe it? I'd believe it.
I believe it. I mean, I hear all these legends.
Yeah.
And Merlini, he's been around. Did you not play Dota 1?
I didn't play Dota 1, no. You did?
No, I did not play Dota 1.
No. I only came in around the early days of the Dota 2 beta.
Did you play Han?
No. Never played any other MOBA. The only thing close that sort of resembles the control scheme of Dota was RuneScape, Age of Empires 2.
Okay.
But even those I played very casually. I only got to about level 40 on RuneScape, got my Mithril armor. That was it.
I feel very guilty about my RuneScape days.
Did you went in hard?
I did. I pretended to be a lot of things.
Did you have a birthday cake? I remember that was like a cool thing you could have.
A birthday? You mean
was it a birthday hat? Party
hat.
Party hats were really cool.
Did you know that they've devalued those?
I imagine they did now
I think in RuneScape.
But that was back in the day. That was like a expensive thing, or was it a high level thing?
Dude, those were worth $2,000.
No, they weren't.
Seriously, it was. Party hats. They were like the Dragon Claw hook of RuneScape.
Did they do it? Was it actually like a good bit of equipment?
No, nothing at all.
It was
Man,
just
you really just got to Mithril.
I remember getting the Mithril. I couldn't get very far because it was back in the day. I was playing on a very old PC, and RuneScape would always crash intermittently.
You know what?
I like a full crash. You know, in the old days when you'd have those crashes where you got to press and hold down the power button.
Right.
I mean, people of course still do have those nowadays.
Blue screen of death comes up, or
not a blue screen of death. Just the stop.
No,
just nothing. Just it freezes.
RuneScape would freeze your computer.
It would freeze my computer.
I gotta say that has literally never happened to anybody else ever.
Really?
That is. I mean,
it would like literal freeze. Like you can't move the mouse, sound stop.
I mean, like World of Warcraft, maybe.
Like you're looking at a screenshot.
RuneScape is, something.
Oh
else.
well, we've got some good news and bad news. Do you want the good news or the bad news first?
Oh, we'll go with the bad news.
Okay, the bad news is that indeed the game has fully crashed. People cannot reconnect. So we are going to have to go with a rehost from minute 0 because, unfortunately, again, there is no means to reload states of lobby games, as that has not been deemed an important feature.
There used to be.
There used to be.
That
used to be.
It
but
never
there
really
isn't anymore.
It never really worked that well, though.
It didn't, but it was there, you know. The effort was there, and it was appreciated. And there were definitely situations where I do remember loading back into a game, be casting online. It'd be something like Na'Vi, the old Cloud9. The game would crash, and you're able to get back in, jump to the 25-minute mark, and you know what? It was good. It worked a little bit. But then we can't do that, so we are going to have to rehost. Unfortunately, that is the bad news.
Back in the day, when I played on Team Leviathan, I remember we rehosted an official match.
Yes.
And I was clockwork cogsed. And when we rehosted and we loaded in with the state.
Oh, now you could load the state back then.
There were 2 cogs instead of 1 on me. So I had to click 8 times. 6 to 8 times.
Sure.
To get out.
But that was still...
And they killed me. They actually killed me.
Yeah, but that was still better than having to start from minute 0, right?
And it's like, boys.
No, you take that. You take
Yeah, but, they were just... I don't remember what team it was. I would just call them out right now if I could. It's been long enough. But they killed me. They didn't let me out.
Yeah.
It was...
Did you win the game?
We didn't do any winning.
Oh, no.
That was not what we did.
Well, then it didn't matter then.
It mattered.
Okay.
Because it was embarrassing. The death was embarrassing.
Well,
there we are
ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the camera. So we're just waiting on, as I say, the rehost to happen. Should be hopefully pretty soon. And again, apologies. There's obviously nothing we can do. Unfortunately, it has been the second time that it's happened here in the league. So I know something must be wrong with the client. It's very rare
this is new
for the bug to happen that many times here. But we're going to go for rehost. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, though. You won't be stuck with me and Jenkins for the full duration of this break, because we're going to send you back to the draft panel, who are going to be able to take you through this little bit of a break time before we get ourselves back into what should be Game 1 of Liquid versus 5 Men. So back over to you guys over at the draft panel.
Welcome back to the draft panel. Unfortunate turn of events. As it turns out, whenever, according to the rules, this has all been set in stone, if a game fails to load before the horn, then you can keep the same draft. However, after the horn blows, if there are errors, then there is a redraft. So welcome back, everyone. Draft panel round 2, game 1, Liquid 5 Men. It's all good. It's not like they whipped out like a Carry IO or something crazy like that.
Anything to catch them off guard.
That would have been wild. But yeah, welcome back to game 1.
Point 1.
Point 1.
B.
Yeah,
Game 1B.
Game 1B. We balance patched it, hopefully. I can only hope that there are stability and localization things added. Yeah, another, like 500 megabyte patch to remove an S.
For sure.
But that's okay. based off of the first minute and a half, who won game 1?
Liquid had it.
Liquid had it, right?
5 men are trash.
That's
coached
what I was
by
saying.
utter garbage.
Do you want me to put a Jenkins right now and walk out of here, BSJ? Do you?
Sick of your shit.
I am sick of... No. These are terrible memes.
Okay, I'm kind of at a loss here.
No, so basically, right now, I think what we have to think about is, out of both teams, I think 5 men are the ones that will think about this a little bit more because, again, we saw that IO pick at the very end. 5 men as a team, naturally, their default double bans opening in the draft is normally IO +1 if they know their team is an IO team. So, the question for Liquid right now is, do they respect the hero enough that they'll push it up in priority, therefore maybe flex it to like an IO Gyro type combo, or put it into the carry slot if they get later on in the draft? 5 men, they thinking about this, could overthink it and then ban it, and suddenly we're seeing that extra hero come through. A Phoenix, the Doom, you know? And now Liquid's draft's completely different, but even more comfort for them. So if 5 men overthink this going into the second game, we could see an entirely different draft from Liquid that on paper should stomp 5 men.
Damn, Brian, this guy's good. He just in theory crafted an entire game 2 draft situation off of
Not even
a
gonna try to
minute
top
and a
that.
half.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to top that.
Thank you.
Unprecedented. Okay. Let's say that they're not an IO team. Let's say that, because I've seen other teams attempt to run it. You were saying what? There were 3 pub players trying to run carry IO.
So-
There's Mike,
Shad, and Matumba Man. Giving credit though, Dota 2 for a tracker, great website.
Yeah,
But yep.
and I think ILTW actually ran it.
Yeah, so in terms of the guys who already run it, it's ILTW, and then of course you have mid one on OG. They're like the kind of the tried and tested.
Sure.
And then these are the new 3 breakout guys who are doing it. I would give credit to Mickey. He did play 1 IO carry game before the OG series, so he did have it in his mind. But as soon as that series came in and hit hard, he then went on like a streak of like 15 more games. Ooh, hello.
Why did they give me another
That's a good look
beard?
for you.
That's beard on beard
Oh
action.
man, look at the physics on these.
You're really
these
dangling there.
pigtails.
Could you jangle it? Like,
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
Shuffle
Let me...
That's you messing.
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Will I break the wall if I try and like? No, I wouldn't even try and do that.
Dude,
I want to touch it, but I know
jiggle
it's not
bones,
actually there.
Like, if I give it a
jiggle
good-
bones are very impressive.
Damn.
That's some serious jiggle you got working there, buddy. Oh.
Well, now I feel inadequate. That other beard was much more impressive than this one. It was gingery also.
Don't talk about inadequacy for your beards, please.
Yes.
That's true.
I have this is like 2 months for me.
People have asked, like, if I don't think you ever summit Beard Mountain. I think there's always a better beard that you're always striving
You're
towards.
always the next best.
Exactly. I mean, I think Dota players can definitely relate to that. You oftentimes feel...
Wait, what?
Whoa. Now that's a work
Is that
of art.
me or is that him? Oh, that's
both
him.
of you.
I was like,
Oh my god! I can move the whole thing.
Try to do the
Wow.
smile. Try to do the famous Mona Lisa smile. Oh, that's pretty
that's
good.
beautiful.
That's pretty good.
that's actually beautiful.
I'm impressed. Let's see if I can I paint on you a little bit?
Get away from me.
Yeah, you're getting into me.
Hey there, brother. Hey, love you.
yeah.
So, what do you think about this second game?
Yeah,
draft?
nice fluff panel we got here. I mean, draft panel.
Joe, what is
Yeah,
this?
very
Where's
nice.
the draft, Tsunami?
Great
I'm
question.
waiting still.
Wait to the green room, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, we got around 2 or 3 more minutes.
What?
Yeah, so you're gonna have to come up with a. Give me a game 3 draft situation. All right, we came up with game 2. It's 1-1. Liquid 5 men smash them in this theoretical crafted situation where I don't know. You said the word Phoenix a couple of times.
Yeah. Okay,
They destroyed the Phoenix.
So game 3.
Yeah.
Setting the scene. They're 1-1.
1-1.
Who won game 1 real quick? Is that
Liquid
5?
did.
Liquid. Then 5 men bounced back.
Exactly.
5 men got overconfident. They forgot
Classic.
to ban the key heroes.
Typical.
Misery
Downfall.
played Morana because they saw an Ench first pick.
Are you serious again?
Yeah, again.
Noobs.
And then
I'm just as furious as these dogs. Can you guys hear the dolphin squeals? Because they are timing them perfectly with you guys opening your mouths.
I mean, we're just squealing over here, so.
You want to go for?
Can you both turn your bottle noses?
Oh.
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 Wait, I need
That's
I need to
actually
reveal my upper lip a
surprisingly
little bit.
problematic watching Tsunami.
That is scary.
I'm not okay with this.
Now, so I want both of you to turn turn toward. I want your bottle noses to touch. There we go. There we go.
I love you, man.
Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Woo! That is.
Yeah, just some male bonding going on.
When are we getting to the fluff panel? We're way too good at this.
They tell me that we're
about to
not
get
living in
promoted.
the future, and then this is the kind of technology.
We're meant to understand the game, and we're here downgrading ourselves.
We are
lowering ourselves,
wasting our potential.
Yeah.
Just wait until
We're
we
not
play.
fluff.
They're gonna
We're
get
draft.
They're gonna get their
let's
hands
save
on
that
this
for Slacks.
Elon Musk
Kyle.
Neuralink business, and the production value is just gonna go through the roof. I can't even imagine what it's like when they're wired straight into my mind.
Absolutely.
Which is what I wish
Hot.
was happening right
yeah,
now.
Cool. Yeah.
And oh wait, we're panning over to
thank God.
a draft of sorts, perhaps. Hey!
Game 1B.
All right.
Venomancer ban, Darkseer ban. All right, so for anyone who rightfully tuned out for the last 5 minutes, let me recap you real quick what happened. This is still Game 1, Team Liquid versus 5 men. For some unknown reason, the game broke around 2.5 minutes in.
In beta.
In beta. You can check your Steam folder. That's what it says.
Oh, 5 minutes
Shut
already?
your mouth. Let me explain what's happening. The horn rang. If the horn rings, then you have to remake the draft. So we are back. All
I'll
right,
be
so you
honest. There should be definitely some stipulations of like, the first minute and a half or whatever.
You'd think so.
Come on, guys.
Come on, man.
All right, forget about
All
the
right,
past.
Tigab, what are you so excited about?
Like, okay, so
Shut your mouth. I forgot to mention. There are no penalties in this sort of situation because it was no one's fault. Okay, Tigab, go ahead.
So there's
Shut your mouth. Vengeful Spirit got banned.
Oh, I love it when you talk to me like this.
All right.
So there's like an honor code, right, in this situation, right? Potentially, right?
No,
in terms
there's
of like,
not.
Oh, the 5 gentlemen agreements?
yeah, exactly.
Yes,
5 men
right.
though, just threw out the window because they were like this tiny. Get rid of it. Done. So adjustment in ban. They've let through the Phoenix. Hold up a second. Kind of what I was saying, but I was mentioning an IO, so technically the same theory, but
I wasn't
here-
listening to a word you were saying earlier, so
Yeah,
feel
you
free
did
to...
say the
you
word
also
Phoenix.
kissed the
I can
painting.
vouch for the word
Yeah,
Phoenix
yeah.
being used.
Yeah, I am from
So
Phoenix.
will 5 men first pick Phoenix here?
Oh my! Can you believe the brains of
Wait,
this
he knows the team
He
he's
knows.
coaching? Yeah, that might be the first prediction I've seen.
guys, can we take a moment?
Who broke this game?
Can we
I'm
all
starting
take
to
a
get some
moment?
suspicions around here.
This is the
yes.
draft panel, guys. We're no fluff, all right? We have had to do some fluff. We need to take a breather and give the draft studio the analysis it deserves. Please.
Sure.
Thank you. So,
It's true.
Phoenix,
Phoenix.
first pick.
Tell me, why are 5 men stealing Taiga 0?
Well, it's basically when you're first pick, you have to cover as much as you can, how much is ground. And when you respect the team, you have 2 bans. Oh, the first phase IO. Does Liquid respect it? Enough. They do. It is through. The predictions are there. Sorry, I'm now fluffing.
The
but
Oracle.
yeah, so the Phoenix first pick can 4 or 5 it. And as expected, Liquid have pushed this IO all the way up to the top because now they can decide, are they an IO gyro team or are they going to be this IO carry team and just push through the same strat they tried to surprise 5 men with in that first draft of this first game?
Is there any possibility that this turns into a support IO, or is this still Mike mode?
Faceless Void.
I would expect after Avoid Phoenix, I would rather it see maybe support. There we go. Because
things
That's
are
a really
getting
good gyro
spicy.
pick. It's
Yeah.
actually way
Yes.
too good of a gyro pick, to be honest with you, because it not only counters Void with this fact that you have like Ag Satanic, but you also counter Phoenix because you can hit the egg and it isn't like an inconvenience to you. You
Praise
just
be,
hit everyone else.
Insania intentionally picks Gyrocopter, and it's an excellent hero in this situation.
I'm not gonna lie to you, 5 men's literally dumpstered right now.
Oof.
Like they're done. Sorry.
Let's
We'll
maybe not
wrap
be
up
so
game
biased
one.
here, guys.
We'll wrap up game 1B.
The question is, though, are they... what's 5 men's answer to this? Like, 'cause knowing Misery,
isn't
right?
one,
He knew that this would most likely be coming, right?
Of course.
And this IO, like, expecting. We take Phoenix, what's on the table left? And IO is suddenly in that kind of answer. So 5 men, they're probably not feeling too afraid right now. Because even though Gyro, sure, it's good against the egg, it's good against the
Everything they're doing, yeah.
momentum, they're going to be able to out-team fight. And we saw Liquid win games due to that ability to have just overwhelming team fight into that mid game. And if 5 men can mirror that strategy, then I think IO Gyro, sure, it's great, but when you chuck it into a chrono, it's very hard
It's
to deal
life
with.
stealing with Satanic and getting saved by IO. Yeah, okay. So basically, I'm surprised they picked Void into IO. What's your thoughts on that as the coach for 5 men here?
I think you're mentioning things that are very itemization based, and you have to be able to farm those items to be able to play the game that you're playing.
IO has to farm relocate?
You said about Satanic. What's happened to you, BSJ?
What?
This second draft's got you all antsy, mate.
No. I like this.
This is
I like
very
this.
volatile. Yeah, he's such a hater suddenly.
Things are equalizing.
You know, here's how I operate. I remember back in school when I was like going through college, it never bothered me if I had like 6 hours of homework. It bothered me on the day that I thought I was done with my work, and then the teacher sends you a random email saying, you have an extra hour of work today that I didn't tell you about till today, and it has to be done tonight. And I'm taking my anger out on you, bro.
But it's just really good Dota that we get to watch.
I literally watched a minute and a half of Dota for this.
Yeah. It means we get to bounce back and see how they react. We don't often get to see this much drafting in a series.
Do you think this 3-game series will go to a game 4?
It now already has gone to it's a 3-game minimum.
True.
Did you expect that?
That's true. That's
Liquid were
exciting.
gonna
That's
lose.
the final series of the day. Nothing else I would have wanted.
Wow, I never thought I'd host a draft debate. Here I was thinking it was either panels or interviews. Now I
So back to the draft as T-Gov tries to distract you guys from things that are actually relevant. Puck, very good against the Faceless Void.
Overwhelming team fight. That's the name of the
Yes.
game, Brian.
Yeah, sets up the IO relocate, shuts down the Void.
Give me a Witch Doctor for 5 men. Give me, I don't know,
A
the
Warlock.
Mars' band. A Warlock, sure.
Yeah, Skywrath Mage. Right now,
Skywrath,
that hero's
well,
trash.
well,
They
let's
need some
slow it down.
some more like soft disable. If they go for like a Warlock, then they are going to be outpaced by an Io Gyro type lineup. You pair it with like an Earth Spirit, anything like this. and just
Disruptor?
constant fight.
Grimstroke,
Arguably,
maybe?
Yeah, I don't
Thinking
mind.
about all the IO counters. And Liquid goes with the pick we haven't seen in at least one day, the Sand King.
But they can't pair it with a Puck this time.
That's true.
But it can still be that 3 or 4. And especially when they've already shown the Void and 5 men, you're not seeing those natural counters that you see teams pick up against the Sand King. So arguably you might see it maybe in that 3-roll, but realistically, knowing Tiger, I think it will most likely be 4.
Is Team Liquid Wind Ranger gamers?
They have dabbled in the Windrunner.
Okay, I think it would be a nice pick here for Liquid.
Man, my boy Misery is looking rattled up there.
He's done for. He
He's
picked
deep
the Void,
in
and he's like,
his
shit.
he's in his like mind palace right now. You know, he's really just working things out.
It's understandable.
What have I done is more of what's running through his head. I mean, to be serious here, Brian, is the gyro this devastating?
I think it's a
against
really
the
good
Phoenix?
pick, but Gyro's not like broken or anything right now.
Right,
So
he's
it doesn't
like
make the pick
carrier
like
in
automatically like if it's a meta where Gyro's one of the premier heroes, I would say the draft's already over. But that's the reason why Gyro is not a premier hero, and thus why the draft is not over, is because he is not one of the his kit is not all that great right now. But his kit is very good against what they currently see. So they could have easily shut that down. What if they consider an Ancient Apparition? Is that a hero you'd ever pick?
If you want to lack disable in their draft, then sure. I feel like they need to keep rounding out with a little bit more stun, but
oh my god,
this is not good.
Oh my god, he stood up.
He stood up.
He's standing
He
up
stood
right
up.
now.
I know more about 5 men than their coach.
I'm not there.
Okay?
I don't like this.
And they're going to
Brian.
follow it up with a Mars.
I can't
okay?
deal with
Mars
this
is
NA
banned.
ego.
Damn it!
Tsunami, help
Well,
me.
it was a good pick.
This is why NA's just not good. Oh, my. Okay, so the issue.
Mark
We have a
this
history
moment down
of
in your
abusive
history
All right,
books,
let's not
guys.
fixate on a prediction. So the AA, of course, it's good
First
against
pick of the
IRA.
tournament.
It's an easy setup. But again, when the Liquid automatically go Oracle, they're enabling their ability to continue going and eat through the AA. The response from 5 men, it is a nice pick due to the fact that you can itemize with the Ags, you can jump the backline, and you can mitigate the save that they have on Liquid, allowing for this overwhelming team fight and just burst that 5 men do have going into those mid fights. The question right now, and how they set their draft up once again, is where are they putting this Phoenix? We've seen them already before. Put it into that 3-roll, they put it into the 4-roll. They're yet to show their offlane. And it's how 5 men have been kind of drafting in this tournament so far, is by pushing Zibe into that kind of last pick and trying to give him a good lane as possible. And when you already see the gyro, they are going to be able to set themselves up for that. Covering themselves with a brood ban, you know, you want to take away the noisy heroes that make you have to think about them and can, you know, enable the farm. And Io Gyro, it farms so quickly, right? So if you take away these kind of activation mid laners, then the Gyro will have a bit more kind of pressure to make moves on the map. So Quap, Broodmother, these type of heroes.
The Quake for classics. Why is my man not ever picking Lone Druid? I mean, probably not in this draft, but I mean, where's that hero at? Sorry.
To be fair though, it could actually be picked here because it is one. And the philosophy, the idea of the hero is right. Like he wants to pressure that mid tower. He'll react. You'll have to defend that mid tower. Unlocks Io Gyro to simply free farm. And it's the whole idea that when I look at Liquid, they're able to make moves on the other lanes, allowing that 3-4 role to be so open, right? It's like we're not seeing the free field pressured because there's so much reaction on the other lanes.
So then what is the Void Spirit contributing to this draft? Because normally whenever I see a first phase Void, or Faceless Void, then you think, I want to put as much damage in his Chrono as possible.
He's saying he's jumping the backline saves with the Ags, right?
Oh, okay.
That's what you're trying to prevent. You need that guy that disrupts the combo breakers for Team Liquid. I am kind of curious now, because of this Ancient Apparition pick, Liquid was forced into an Oracle, which I think they were initially planning on Io Gyro as a lane combo. Possibly they weren't at all, but where is this Io exactly going to go? Is it going to be a 4 Io with 3 Sand King? Doesn't exactly sound like a lane duo. Maybe they're going to put the Oracle as the 4 position in the off lane. Maybe the Io's mid. Maybe the Gyro's mid and the Io's a carry. Only way to find out is this absolute last pick.
Which is?
Going to be a Lone Druid.
Hell yeah. I like the commitment.
Thank you.
5 men, however, looking for an offlaner. Liquid ban out Brewmaster, Centaur, Magnus, Batrider. Wow, Mars. Oh my god, that was Venomancer. That was a lot of offlane bans.
Yeah, see, it's a lot of pressure.
5 men's gonna have to stumble their way. What do they need? Do they need more damage in the Chrono? Do they need just a frontliner? What is a 5-man offlaner looking for?
Underlord, maybe something that builds pipe and damage mitigation, and then a little bit of bonus that hero can dump it into the Chrono. But instead, they go for a little bit of objective taking, which they also lacked. Gives them a low cooldown stun. Also a hero that naturally shoves lanes. They actually didn't have a core that did that yet, and they go for the Visage.
It's that
similar to Lone Druid.
It's it's gonna be able to pressure that mid tower. It's not so active on the map, but it's the fact it's so tanky, so annoying to deal with that by the time that you have answered the Visage, this Io Gyro will have to cut in deep. The question is, it is just gonna be like, what are their lanes right now? Is it gonna be Sand King Visage off lane?
No, it's Visage mid, I think.
Visage mid.
I think it's a Koikfa hero, right? Based on other players, I think it's a Koikfa hero. Like, he plays all these micro, summoning kind of cheese-ish heroes. I actually think it's a really good Visage game. I played this hero once, and I wasn't very good at it, and it felt really strong, so...
Imagine how good it would be if you were good on it.
That's exactly what I'm thinking with this draft.
I mean, with these odds, yet again, I don't know if it was the same as game 1.
Maybe. It was roughly the same.
All right,
we were kind of touching on around about that, nearly 3, and then Liquid were very close to 1.
Peachy.
Yeah. I think 5 men have a nice, well-rounded draft, and they're going to be confident at all points in the game. I think for Liquid, they are extremely scary, based on the fact that this Visage is very hard to deal with, and I'm expecting like the Io to be core in some capacity, or is it the 4 position with Sand King 3? I don't really know what's happening with Liquid. I haven't really paid attention because I've been so distracted by BSJ this draft panel.
Fair enough.
I think Liquid have the potential to swarm and out-tempo the potential greed of 5 men, but overall, 5 men have that Liquid philosophy in their lineup. Overwhelming team fight. If they win that one critical fight, I could see them taking the game.
Yeah, my overall approach was that Lone Druid was going to punish the Faceless Void pick, like by having this low cooldown push that the Dire team can't deal with, and they actually went with the Visage instead. And I think that's more of like a damage amp. He likes to build, like, instead of Lone Druid, he's going to build like Veil and drums and amp up the rest of his team. So I actually like the pick even more.
All I need them to do is complete the game. That's all I'm asking for. Let's get a full game. Shoutouts to EGB.com for those odds, and shout out to Dota 2 for hopefully completing a full game for game number 1 again.
Yes, let's hope things go a little more smoothly this time around. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 coming up of Liquid versus 5 men. I'm OD Pixel here with Jenkins, and we're, of course, getting the different drafts. Jenkins, what do you reckon this time around, looking at the 2 lineups?
Well, you know, I almost feel like after the last... we didn't see a lot, but it kind of felt like Liquid was just way better at laning.
Liquid, last game Liquid won all 3 lanes. Well, or we're winning for all 3 lanes at that
currently
point in time.
doing that,
whatever it was, 7 minutes in. Yeah.
Especially Koikfa. That was looking like a very snowbally Storm game there. So I feel like Liquid is just on. They're just feeling themselves right now.
We're not going to get the carry IO, of course, this time round.
Bad.
Back to the old school. Gyro and IO, Mickey and Tiger. And Saner on his good old Oracle.
Great matchup that they're laning against. I mean, you have the flak to kill the boar.
Yep.
You have the flak off of the egg. You have the attack speed versus the Phoenix egg as well. And you know, the overcharge as well. Very nice.
30 seconds to battle.
Now, 5 men, they've got some solid combos themselves. They have the Void, Phoenix AA. It's going to be an incredibly strong team fight when it comes into play. Obviously, having 2 methods to save will certainly play nicely into that. Tiger and Insania are going to have the work cut out to try and protect those that are caught in that chrono.
This looks like a 3v3 here at the runes, so really just a battle of who has the better level 1 heroes.
And Chessie is going to try and step forward and pick up the runes. Not going to be able to do so, as Liquid will claim 3 of the 4. Chessie also going to take some damage here coming into this middle lane.
Yeah, that definitely hurts. I mean, half HP, that's both his tangos. And he's got to send it to Salve, and that's basically the damage that he just took.
And he's against Quakefa on that ranged hero, the Visage, so Quakefa's going to be able to poke at him a little more as well. And look at the body block. Quakefa able to get the block in the perfect position there, just up the ramp.
I do feel like, though, this is probably a pretty fine lane for Void Spirit because Visage just pokes with slow physical damage, and Void Spirit literally has a physical damage shield. But with that start, it is looking kind of rough.
Yeah, what regen? I mean, he's got the courier coming out, Chessie, so I imagine he has a salve on his way.
Just a salve, yeah, that's it.
He's got the salve straight up, but definitely not the sort of start you want to have there, having to go through the regen at minute 1.
Huh, this is very interesting. So, Boxy's laning down here with Insania.
Yeah, so why are you having the supports this way around, do you think?
So, of course, the Wisp being top, just with the gyro, is very nice. The Oracle can purge off the Cold Feet. I believe that's purgeable. I would imagine it is. I don't see why that would just randomly not be purgeable. So, yeah, that's pretty solid. I think just mostly allowing the Wisp to be up here is nice for the gyro to just keep his farm up. Just heal him, let him push out the wave.
No, Zibe. It's a little low here. Okay. As you say, he's going to be able to continue to farm those boars with the flank. Mid lane, Chessie, he's fully out of regen now. Just sitting at 200 HP with this harass that Quakefa's been sending his way. Still, though, able to get the CS in the mid lane, keeping things even with the Quakefa Visage.
Yeah, Visage is such a nuts hero at level 1, or the level 1 Soul Assumption, I should say. 250 damage on a level 1 ability, on a 4-second cooldown. Sorry, he doesn't have dive. Now he's, okay, no, not enough.
Only just hit the level and popping the point in it. That was not quite soon enough. So first blood for Liquid in that top lane. Bottom lane, how's the farm looking for Ace? Pretty good here. I imagine this time round, I mean, well, I'm seeing Insania have a few CS himself. Are they going to do this now again with Insania being the support down here? Or do you think we're not going to see them split the farm and it is going to be Boxy just playing this more standard position 3 without having someone else look to share the CS with him?
My gut is that it's going to go standard. I mean, it's an Oracle. Do you really want your Oracle to get farm? I don't feel like it does that much.
No.
Compared to something like a support Sand King, you know, or a Tiny. Oracle is just fine with levels.
We'll see top lane, Zibe is able to find the courier there at Tiger, so shuts down some of that extra regen. Bottom lane, Liquid getting in onto Pylite with the combo. Good kill potential here with the Sand King and Oracle in this lane now. The level's been hit. We've got that burst.
Okay, now seeing the build that Boxy is doing on the Sand King, he's going for like kind of the new age Sand King build where you go 2 points in Caustic and then max out the Burrow Strike. Oracle Sand King, like if he goes this build, that is a lot of burst damage. And I mean, you can just kill the Void before he presses his Q.
Yeah, Ace does have to be careful. Pi as well is absolutely a free kill anytime he steps forward. So, has to be wary when he's trying to trade into the 2 of them, and even then Boxy's not going to take too much harass. He's got the Ring of Regen. Still got plenty of regen out on himself as well. Mid lane, Quakefa. Again, just poking back onto Chessie, having to keep getting these salves sent out in the lane.
And once again, that really just goes back to the start. He's just at this regen disadvantage because of the level 1 rune fight.
Bottom lane. I mean, Pi, that's the second time. Just stepping up a little too far. And Boxy and Insania, they get that Burrow Strike on Pi. He's going to die every time in this lane.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then if you have the Sand King soloing against... This is the weird conundrum of this bot lane. You need the AA to go in and be aggressive because Faceless Void doesn't want to be soloing against the Sand King. Because imagine if you're a solo Faceless Void against a Sand King in a lane. He crushes you, right? He just sits there and slowly harasses you with Caustic. So you have to go in and feed as an AA. But it's so easy for them to kill you. It's a paradox.
And we'll see in this mid lane, Quakefa. It's probably just going to hit the 6 around a similar time to Chessie, so And we'll see if there's going to be any window when one of them's got the ult and the other one hasn't, and they're able to do something. Top lane, Mickey's farm, 17 for 1 against the 13 for 10. So we're seeing Zibe's been able to take a little bit away from this gyro. It's not total free farm for Mickey at all on this top half of the map.
I would imagine that quite a few of those denies too are boars, because you get like 3 flaks and then the boar will be within deny range. So going pretty well for the gyro IO. Although, is that 3 runes? Yeah, 3 runes for 5 men. Very nice.
Mid lane, all dead. This window has occurred. Quake's got the 6. Chessie hasn't got his. Chessie won't die now, does hit the 6 himself. Only has the 1 bottle charge left to rely on. So still just this additional pressure really controlling Chessie, but say Chessie has been doing a good job of getting the farm despite this pressure that Quake's applying.
I'm interested what build Quakefa goes for, because I feel like Void Spirit never gets easier to kill as Visage, unless you go for an Orchid, but it looks like he might... Oh, he is going for the Orchid, actually. Okay. It's kind of the new age Visage build that people are doing. Such a cheap item, and also an int item built into a Bloodthorn. Good for the birds.
And then with that Orchid, I mean, you look at the cores on 5 men, none of these really wanting to build any sort of early self-dispel or magic immunity. And the Faceless Void doesn't want to have to go for an early BKB. And that Orchid can definitely help trip them up. The silence combo with the lockdown that they have a heavy amount of on Liquid. All 4 heroes with means of stunning or rooting. So the playmaking's going to be there. The power that we say 5 men do have is that of the team fight. It's going to come down to when they hit their 6s. Ace is able to find setups with the Chronospheres. And bottom, a bit of an attempt onto Ace, but is able to time walk away back to safety. Let's see what sort of build Ace wants to go if he does go for the Midas this game. Can he get away with the Midas here?
I think probably.
Yeah,
I think
he's still just going the Midas on the Void.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's going to go for Mask of Madness.
Okay.
Those are like kind of the 2 diverging builds right now that people are doing. Some people are preferring the Mask, some people are preferring the Midas.
Is that just preference, or what is it about a game that makes you sort of swing between the 2 of those items?
I think there's definitely a bit of preference there, but it's just a matter of like how greedy can you be. I think in this game, you don't necessarily want to be greedy versus an IO gyro. Like these heroes will probably out-farm you, or at least keep up the pace with the Midas, so just get the Mask of Madness and, you know, fight with your superior team fight.
And we'll see this move up top. Chessie. I mean, as he comes up here, though, Misery is going to TP over to the mid, start to get some levels. Does mean that Chessie won't have the Phoenix to make a play of them. Bottom lane, Ace. Lovely little Chrono here onto the 2 of them. That's going to set up for the kill on Insania. Epoxy tries to break away, but the Cold Feet will proc. Ace is able to chase this down, and Ace, he's just going to be able to get both of them by the looks of it. Epoxy pops the Fairy Fire, but the bashes are out. Ace getting the double kill there with pretty much the dream first Chrono, when you're able to catch both of the heroes in the lane and kill both of them.
Yeah, man. A Faceless Void at this point in the game is not really scary. Although, Misery, he dove in.
Hey, he got the DD rune. He got the DD rune, you know.
True. I feel like denying that from a Visage of all heroes is probably about the least important thing.
Oh, Zibe! Oh, and they tipped that. They certainly tipped that. Tried to TP out a little too close to the missile. Didn't make it away in time. Didn't do the calculations. That missile connects and Zibe is dead.
Ace is just like, guys, come on. Like, please, just stop feeding. I'm owning. I just got a double kill. Level 7 Faceless Void. Not a hero that usually gets kills, and I think he's maxing his Q as well, so he's not doing a whole lot of damage. Oh, he's going, okay, 3-0-3. Bit of a mix of the defensive and aggressive build.
I see Insania here trying to maybe get some courier snipes on the way back. He's going to get the ward down. He's going to see that courier, but already stepping a little too far away, so Ace's courier will live.
I think also it's too obvious that he placed the ward if he just immediately snipes the courier, so...
That's true.
I think that's a pretty heads-up play from Insania, just saying like, okay, you obviously want this, you have the impulse to kill it, but how important is the information that's going to come from this deep ward? I think that's an amazing ward. It's so deep for this point in the game.
On mid lane, Chessie. His build going for the Yules. He's going to need it with that Orchid in play. And we'll give them that all-important setup. that will allow them to hit this very potent combo that they do have. Obviously, importance for 5 men will be getting the level 6 up on AA. So Pi's got that Ice Blast ready to follow up this big magical setup and damage that 5 men are going to have to throw out in the team fights. See Chessie again in position up top, seeing if they come for this 10-minute rune, but looks like Liquid aren't going to fall for this. They're not going to try and contest this rune. They know that Chessie's on the move. They don't want to be found by him as Chessie. I'm going to quickly pick up that Invis rune before Quakeford denies it away. Progress on the Orchid still looking very good on Quakeford. It's going to be able to get it online at a time where the Yules won't quite be finished on Chessie.
Yeah, this will be very early. And even if Chessie does get the Yules, like you pointed out, there's so many heroes on 5 men that
Oh no.
Oh
no.
Oh no.
Oh, come on, Valve.
God damn it.
Come on. Maybe we're fine. Maybe we're fine. Are we? I don't think we're fine. Are we fine? We're trying. We're trying. Quick, get the what you call the things that give people the electric shock. We've got to get it back to life.
Pencil. Oh, that's not it. There's too much pressure.
The defibrillator. Oh, someone defibrillate the servers. Get back to life. Come on.
Defibrillator.
Come on.
Defibrillator. Come on.
Come on. Come on. Go. Oh.
This is a rough one.
Yeah, 2 times in a row. If that again, let's not make any assumptions. We don't know yet. We might be fine. We'll wait until we have the official confirmation that we're not fine.
You asked the question. You said, "Hey, Jenky, as a programmer, as an intellectual, these were your words. What do you think the problem is? Do you think it's the Luna?
What is the problem? What is it?
Do you think it's the Luna?" And I said,
it wasn't the Luna. Luna's not here in this game.
And I said, Owen, sit down and let me school you. Let me teach you. And then you said, "I'm gonna go ride my bike." And then you left the room. And so what I'm saying here is, it's not the Luna.
Okay,
you were wrong.
What is it? I mean, yeah, we've got progress. Someone fix this. Someone fix
this. If you hadn't left,
any programmers in the chat? It looks like Valve needs an extra hand. You know, send Gaben an email. Be like, dude, I'm gonna help you fix your game. I mean, maybe, as I said again, we haven't had a confirmation yet if the game is totally dead.
I have a question for you.
Anyway, what's your question?
If Valve said, "Hey, Owen,
hey,
you need to learn programming, as an art, as a skill.
Yeah,
you get to come work for us. You can fix Dota. You can make Dota what you've always dreamt."
Okay.
Would you do it?
No.
Okay. Let's say
because it's a myth.
What's a myth?
Well, no one's fixing the game, are they? Wait, how do I know that role exists?
You'd fix it. There's no roles. I said Valve. We're not talking Riot here.
I mean, maybe.
Do whatever you want.
Someone need. I mean, come on, 2 times in a row. Like, well, what are we to do? What are we to do if that's happening? But again, we don't know. We don't know yet. Maybe it hasn't crashed. Maybe we're fine. Maybe everyone just got kicked and we'll all be able to reconnect.
You are.
Okay, well, I'm afraid we just had the word. We're not fine. It has.
Hey guys, what's going on? Oh, fuck!
What was it? Was that a goblin?
I think that was that was the general sentiment of everybody watching from home right now. I mean, again, just this really sucks. We've already had it once in the tournament. We had it a second time today, and now we've had it a third time in the game, the remake of the first time that it happened. What are we supposed to do? Come on, Valve. What time's it in Seattle? Let's give Gaben a ring. Shall I send him an email?
It's like...
What time's it in Seattle? It's midday. They're working.
It's like noon.
Oh, it's a Sunday, though. It's a Sunday.
It's a Sunday. They're in church.
Well, yeah, they have the day off, isn't it, Sunday? I don't know. Do Valve operate on weekends? I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like Valve is always on the clock.
I don't know.
Can I say something, by the way? I hate to interrupt you, but Tsunami's beard, when he spoke into the mic, it smelled amazing.
No, he definitely looks after
It was like...
He definitely looks after his beard.
It was like flowery.
His beard is better maintained than the servers.
Yeah.
Dota 2.
I think you're right. I think
there's more people working on it.
One.
Come on, man, what's the game doing? We want to just play Dota and have a good time, and you know, this is a lot of money on the line, this tournament. But unfortunately, the game
$1 million
seems to be broken. Seems to be broken. Oh, hello.
Oh my God, they're doing.
What is it? Are we bold eagles? Is this what this is? Or is this a seagull? Is this an eagle? We don't really caw very effectively.
Does that sound real?
No, but
I'm probably breaking.
the beaks don't open. Hello.
1 sec. Can you put your hand out? How does this look?
I'm trying to eat out of my hand.
How does that look?
No, it's really not working. It's totally just disappeared off your face, and it just looks like you kind of got minor
Did
constipation.
they remove it? They removed it when I was
not
doing that.
intentionally.
That was
the
clearly
technology
intentional.
isn't that advanced. You,
Oh,
yeah,
I broke
you
it. I
broke it, Jenkins.
I don't-
Come on.
I've seen,
We're professionals here. Oh, your eyes come through. Look at my eyes. They're beautiful. You can't see my tongue, though.
How does that look?
Only my action. Hello. Well, again, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there's literally nothing we can do. We may be stuck here all night. We've had now 2 lobby crashes in a row. Who's not to say there might be a third one? Because if it's happened twice in a row, Jenkins, how do we know there isn't going to be a third one?
Yeah, it's true. What's the play? Make them play chess.
Chess, whatever game. What about Fall Guys? I'll be down for a remake of Fall Guys. Just get them to queue up, the 10 of them. It doesn't matter if we have some randoms queuing. Just whoever wins, they get the game.
So if like a random group of 5 wins in Fall Guys, they just get to play the rest of the tournament as 5 men.
Yeah, we're going to take the top 5 from that game, and they'll be the new team. Yeah. Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, apologies that this is what's happening here. We have had another crash. And we are going to pass you back to the draft panel, who will hopefully be able to tell you exactly what's going to happen. But yes, a very peculiar situation, and the situation there isn't really any easy fix to, other than people saying, Valve, come on, fix it. But well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll pass you back over to the draft panel. I'm sure we'll see you again soon for the 3rd remake of Game 1. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go and see Tsunami. No?
I want to eat French fries off of the paper.
I want to eat my sandwich! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the draft panel. I'm your host, Tsunami. You're probably seeing way too much of me over the past hour, but that's okay.
They don't even know the half of it.
They don't know the quarter of it, Brian Slam Jamma. And Robson Governor. I don't know your names. Welcome back. I would assume that there may be a 3rd draft.
Game 5?
Game 5.
Would you like the update?
Give me the update.
So, what are they going to do? They're going to change the server for this 3rd remake. Again, after the horn, means a new redraft. They are going to try it one more time. If it fails, they will most likely have to, do some shenanigans, maybe reschedule or something. But at least they're going to give it one more attempt. You know what that means? One more hypothetical draft for the 3rd time for Game 1. 5 minutes going to ban IO.
Game 1C.
Bang. Game 1C. Bang. Beautiful. So yeah, 100% 5 minute banning IO. It's the development of hypotheticals.
Going IO from 5th pick to 1st pick to banned?
Yeah, exactly. It just takes that long for Misery to,
There's
really
no gentleman's agreement about,
Nope,
they let
none,
it through
nothing.
twice and now you're
Literally
going to
none of that.
ban it?
No, nope.
Okay.
What's going to happen now is that some other teams who were not tuned into this series of events are going to be like, damn, you got a first ban IO versus Liquid?
I just realized this is all Nip's game. Because Nip got demolished so quickly in the morning, it's they're DDoSing the servers to make it look like they had a competitive series, so that the 5-man series was scheduled on time. But because they got so in the morning, that's why they're doing it.
Oh man, it's no fun if they know that they're on camera. I mean,
so how long do we have to fluff for this time?
I
Actually,
don't know.
I can just tell. Hold on.
But now I'm gonna be able to do what I always want to do. I'm gonna try to play around with the AR.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
gonna cooperate with me? I wanna see.
Hands on banister.
So we're gonna go over here. You guys don't get to see this part of the AR very often. So we're gonna go real smooth. Now check it out. I'm gonna keep it nice and easy. Check out the statue, guys. Is this statue not amazing? Look at the effort that was put into this. Let's see if I can kind of get like right here.
You need a boulder, mate.
Yeah, you need a
Can I find your? Do you want your sandwich?
You're not
Oh, there you
using
go.
this,
My
are you?
phone works.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Here.
Okay. Okay.
Kind of like need like is she crossing her legs? I can't tell.
No. She's just got the one underneath the skirt there. You
Okay,
see that?
so
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
see.
One slightly in front of the other.
Is my left leg?
Your right leg. Right leg.
Right leg. Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know, right? Look at all the extra effort.
You gotta stare solemnly into your hand. We talked about this.
Oh.
Your left hand.
Oh.
Wait,
Tsunami,
what?
we need
See
to-
what she's doing? She's like.
okay, I see.
Oh yes.
That's
which
beautiful.
Which one's even the statue at this point? It's like being at a museum of art and just gazing upon the beauty.
You guys did see the Omega show intro, right? They dressed us. We got painted head to toe in full-on statue white makeup. It took me 2 hours to get all of that out of my beard, but it was worth it. We got to make sacrifices for our art.
It took you 2 whole minutes to get in this pose.
Well, you don't need your phone back, do you, Brian?
No,
You're
I
a
don't.
consummate professional. Does anyone want to see Brian's credit card numbers?
Yikes.
Dude, what?
Do you have that little?
If anybody screenshots that, we're reporting you.
Whoa! All right, now I'm really statue quality. Okay, so then.
Damn, son.
Let me just.
You're not getting my phone back, by the way.
Yo, this is awesome.
Yeah, not
I'm
too
a
shabby.
big fan of this.
We needed to do the lean on the pillar, you know? Where
Oh,
like...
right. Okay, so.
Wait,
so-
I could do that, right?
I'm-
I can.
No. I don't want to.
Oh, that's true. We would make
toy around with it
yeah,
too
that's
much.
true,
But let's
yeah.
see if I could just like ever so.
Go on, you got the
slight-
lean, buddy. Hold. Wait, a little bit more. Little bit. That'll do.
Right. You know, looking real casual.
Yeah, the nice space between you and the
Liberty.
Oh, yes.
Means responsibility. You know who said that? George Bernard Shaw.
He knew that at the top of his head.
No, let's check this out. Let's continue the tour. I will say.
Oh, I
I
need
will
to collect-
respect
oh,
the boundaries.
You do look
you should trip on those
incredibly tall.
boundaries.
You look like a giant when you stand up.
I can like peek over it like I'm at the draft zoo or something. Okay, wait, let me see.
We
So I
look
get
across
my
the third
hands.
draft. Will it work?
Wait for it.
Kinda.
It won't work, they tell me. But
You should jump over it like a cute little doggy.
You should just roll underneath, you know, just like whoop. See ya. You're
can
gone.
I peek through that side? Can we get me looking at the heroes that we may see for the third time? Because, you know, I didn't get a good enough look at them yet. Let's see. Come with me. Come with me, friends. I want to take you on a journey while I
To the
avoid
great
stepping on my
beyond.
sandwich.
As you try and
Let's see.
not break your sandwich.
Wow. Look at that draft. Look at that no draft.
Are there any drafted?
Look at the lack of draft.
Whoa. Look at that liquid logo. Look at that other statue. This is the power.
Oh.
This is the power of
It's
technology.
gone.
We're living in the future.
I just want, when we load into this third draft, have an AR version, you know, of like Insania and Misery, just boxing or something, just punching each other. Oh, wow. This is where Kyle will be
Wow.
screaming, McQueen, or whatever, you know, the
They're
Kyle
having a
fashion.
ball over there. I can't believe Shiver uses the fluff panel like this during her downtime.
Everyone has such
Oh.
a misunderstanding of Shiva, I swear. She just comes off so angelic and like a pillar of this community.
Exposed. This is
She just asked for a
hashtag
grape.
expo-
She-
Oh my god.
Unprecedented actions right now. But she got a lemon. She got a lemon.
Oh, she's mad.
Jenkins,
She's mad.
she's not
She's
happy.
mad.
She's not happy. Jenkins, oh my. Will he survive this?
We need to let him cast the next game.
But Kyle comes in with the grapes.
Oh, there we go.
Beautiful.
There we go.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, you gotta be
Not
careful
one,
there,
not
Jenkins.
two, but five
Nah,
grapes.
people will screenshot that if you're not careful, Jenkins.
Oh.
You gotta be delicate about those
Jenkins
types of
is
things.
the worst peasant known to man.
Blizzard is deeply in character right now.
He's had lots of experience.
The man's a certified sub.
Tier 3
guys.
subscription listed right there.
Of course, exactly.
Yeah,
Just
and
go
he's
subscribe.
definitely simping right now.
Shiver Gaming. Now's your chance. Toss her a prime if you can.
Is she trying to eat a plastic grape?
He was
I
trying to
didn't know-
actually feed her a plastic grape.
Kyle
This is-
doesn't seem like he's into this.
No, he's really lackluster. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Kyle's not buying into the
He's
whole.
not. He's really not.
Like he doesn't understand Shiva's authority here.
Oh, this is now just us, really into the.
Welcome back.
Wow.
As soon as we have some information, don't worry. We will stop clowning around. Probably. I mean, I don't know.
Can we not do the hypothetical draft again? We nailed that the first
You
time.
knock yourself out, Tigo.
IO ban, done. Right, so yeah, what else do you have to
That was
fluff
easy.
through?
That's about it. Ancient Apparition?
Yeah, maybe. Void Phoenix situation. Are we panning to a draft? Or is this Insania and Misery just fighting each other to the death in the middle of this?
I'm ready.
Oh, it's a
That's
draft.
Warlock fighting people to the death.
Hey,
100% now. This has to be...
Hey, we got a real draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, we got an Oracle, though. Oh,
honestly, he doesn't know anything about
Common
his own team.
misconception. It says BO3 above the Omega League.
BO5.
It's a BO5.
Yeah, Liquid won the first
just for the
draft,
draft.
and 5-man won the second draft. We're in a 1-1.
Yeah, this
effectively
is-
a best of 3 at this point.
All right, let's
Can we have
observe the webcams here. Misery. Honestly, he looks more composed than he did in game 1.
No, but he was one of the people asking if this was just going to be a remake schedule type situation. So he might be on the edge of his tether, some would say.
I see. This is Misery at the precipice.
Potentially, yeah. Also, do you think EGB has the odds on this
Great
game crashing?
question. I like where your head's at,
Thank
Tigo. We'll
If Dota had made it to Vegas already, there would definitely be,
This would be
a bet for
insane.
that. Yeah.
all right, so Puck. So you confirmed an IO ban. I gotta break it to you, boy. It ain't happening.
Yeah, I guess technically pick order did change.
He literally communicated Misery
So-
like one sentence on the off screen, and Misery didn't even deem that sentence worth listening to. So that's
I
why
can't
we
hear
have
you,
no
BSJ.
IO
You're cutting out right now
ban.
because you
sorry.
were playing
Hello?
Hearthstone during all these drafts.
Oh yes. Shut up. I lost my Hearthstone MMR for these remakes. Thank you very much.
There's money on
I'll
the
never
line.
get that back.
Also, Tsunami, I must say, your current captain pose means I can't actually see
Look
any
at
of Liquid's draft.
Look at this man. Look at this. Misery is laser focused.
Yeah, he's in.
He's not even blinking.
Yeah, he doesn't
He's-
need to blink.
Is it?
So
don't tell me we already broke already. Don't tell me the webcam's broke. Please, can something work? Okay, Insania's
Did
changed.
he just move his eyes?
He's not. The man's a statue.
Is he blink?
Oh my god.
Is he that focused? Nah, he's frozen. We're in the clear.
That's not a good thing. I don't want him to be frozen. I need
but
all
it's
the internet's
fine.
working.
PTSD at this point.
Wait, he may actually be broken now that I think about it.
Did he? Okay, but Luna in the first phase. Wow.
Surely he would react if he had picked Luna in the first place.
This is
other
him
than-
like, what have I done?
Okay, let's somewhat try to right this ship.
Quick bans coming out in the second phase. 5 men, of course, going for the Sand King because the natural pairing with the Puck. Other than that,
Liquid's been specifically doing for people wondering why we say natural pairing.
I think exactly. I think the main thing for 5 men is they have the Oracle as the kind of the soft counter to Warlock. Potentially might put that into that Warlock lane to mitigate the heal. And then I think the reason for the Luna in the first phase is because when you see these heroes from Liquid, they see an earlier timing that they can punish. Like, they lose one fight, but at least if spells are down, they can go again and take that objective potentially. Or they just win the fight and objective theirs nonetheless. So I think that's maybe what 5man's trying to play into. Or they've just had a couple good games with Luna and Scrims and just feel it's a little bit more confident. We don't see it from our team, so 5men clearly might know something that we don't. Or
Is
it's just bad.
Is it that Dota
Would you
2?
say Oracle's prioritized so highly because Batrider's so good?
I just think naturally having a hero that has good save in the game plus laning presence can never really go without a doubt.
I just feel like earlier, the Flight of Moon series, like Flight of Moon won the first game because there was a Jakiro first pick, and then they just instantly responded with a Batrider. Now you can't pick Oracle.
Well, he also shows sounds like Darkseer. That's immensely popular. It's a
Yeah,
bit
it kind
of
of just counters these like popular heroes, right?
I think I had asked you on day one what the difference between Enchantress and Oracle was, because it seemed that both of them were being picked primarily for their dispel purposes, offensively speaking, and it seems like Enchantress has kind of fallen off, and now Oracle's on the come up.
Yeah, they just nerfed Enchantress, right? It's pretty much
True.
that simple, I think.
Yeah.
They, like, the
Well,
the
so do you consider
fine-tuned-
it to be a flat nerf? It's definitely a nerf to the Clink's Enchantress.
It's also a
strat.
nerf just because a lot of the heroes that had a tough time killing the creep are magic damage heroes.
So,
Like
like, support
prior, like
heroes?
if you were a hero that was able to click the creep enough, the effective HP is about the same for physical damage, and then now you just have less health towards the magic. So I would just argue that Dota is a very finely balanced game, right? And sometimes when you have two heroes that fit a similar role in a game, the Enchantress, who had a bunch of other pairings that could potentially make her much stronger, just like the Clinks, and now like that aspect of her game is not as good. Oracle, on the other hand, also offers the defensiveness of the Purge and everything. So their teams are maybe valuing that portion higher than the Enchantress's kit now that she's been nerfed.
I think so far as well.
Yes.
Misery.
Misery.jpg?
Misery, blink if you want to win this game, buddy.
Oh my god.
He's not doing it. He doesn't want to win. He's done.
He doesn't
Third game in, he's
want
done.
to win. He will just win. You know,
Yes.
it's fine. He's got it covered. But anyway, the Oracle Luna, potentially we're going to have to look at laning setups right now. Even though we've only got 2 picks in, if they were to maybe do like an aggro tri-lane into this defensive Warlock lane, the amount of pressure it would provide doesn't really go well for the Warlock +1 lane. So I think right now we're going to have to see maybe what type of hero they can pick for position 4. The bans from Liquid, really good covering that, because Earth Spirit and Clockwork are pretty good in this kind of aggro situation where they can easily move away and still have kill potential into the mid lane. But finding that 4 hero for 5 men will be the key factor in deciding what are they actually doing with their laning setup.
I talked about it in the first game, 1A, I'm talking about here, with the 4s that were good against Puck, and the other 2 are Nyx and Earthshaker, and they're just not heroes in the meta right now. But
especially
are they
when you
forced
have
to
a
pick
Luna,
something like that, though? Like, what do you think? Like, you do have to pick something to deal with the Puck. You could go the DK route, like the core route of dealing with Puck, one of the signature instant disables for the Puck. I honestly think Darkseer is not too great against Puck, but it is like a aura building, pipe builder, team fighter. Luna, not exactly the dream surge target, so might have to consider a last pick, something like an Ember Spirit that capitalizes more on the Surge Iron Shell combo.
I would actually really like it if 5 men pick up the Ember Spirit next, I think. My fear is if they go for like a Spirit Breaker type situation.
They're not going Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, it's like
Puck,
they'll
right?
have nothing exactly if they do that. Like, but I'm just trying to think of like what's the mechanism for Darkseer, and
Ooh, the Doom pick against the Darkseer.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like what's the way, how are they enabling this Darkseer right now? And all the natural pairings are pretty much removed from the game, and the ones that are left don't sound that great.
Let's go for some Booty Hunter, baby.
Misery Bounty Hunter. Remember the time where like killing couriers was actually a valued stat, and now it's just like washed up and just pointless because everyone kills couriers because so many in the game.
And they give so little now.
Yeah, it's so pointless. I kind of hate having like 5 couriers in the game. It took away like the finesse of actual like like the management of itemization and timings.
Interesting.
Rubik.
You guys have proposed some truly fascinating ideas.
We have had 3 drafts to think about it.
So I guess Rubik's a decent 4 to pair or to pick against the Puck. That is an instant stun. That's why the other ones I was talking about being prime candidates. Doesn't exactly pair well with the Darkseer.
But it's a banging Rubik game, mate. Look at these heroes. Like,
Warlock, Doom.
If Misery like turns off his monitor, I'm sure he could still quick cast a good spell for someone. You know.
Do you think he could do it without blinking?
Yeah, of course. He's trained the
I mean,
entire draft.
you have to get 2250 gold first before you can do that, Brian.
Oh,
I gotcha.
Wham bam, thank you, man.
You know who doesn't need a blink dagger? Sven with his Aghanim Scepter. You don't need that shit no more. Tell me about Sven.
I actually don't like the hero that much, honestly. He's nice against Darkseer, but like the lane's good, the wall doesn't do anything to you. But I've been seeing him lose all day. I think if I see like a more mid-game centric Sven build, that's different. But people tend to be going like Echo Saber Midas and stuff, and then just hitting a bunch of creeps. And by the time they're online, the game's like already 5k in advantage of the opponent team, and that's like the exact opposite of what Sven wants.
But
so,
this is
I don't know.
for this game. It's completely different though for this Sven, because you look at the lane. You're against a Darkseer Rubik. There's not that innate pressure on the hero. In that the mid game, you're covered by so much team fights, and naturally the Sven games that have been going bad is because there's so much kite, and it's hard for the Sven to really feel confident in the game. And also itemization, the cores the Sven play against naturally want to buy halberds and yours and be elusive and annoy him. When you look at the 5-man roster,
true.
These heroes cannot itemize for Sven, and they can also not pressure in lane. Therefore, the Sven is just activated.
They ban
and
the DK.
the team fight as well. Like it's
I'll
actually a
take
very
credit for
good
that
Sven
one.
game.
Yeah, I think last time around the Sven against Juggernaut matchup, when I say last time around, I mean last series. Sven versus Juggernaut in a vacuum is very good, but it was dealing with DK, who's like pretty much impervious to Sven's damage, and he also eventually gets that level 3 Elder Dragon form, which that attack slow just destroys Sven, so it's also very good against Puck. So very sensible ban coming out from Team Liquid, as they also ban out the Storm Spirit on the side of 5 men, as they are truly lacking disable. All they have is Rubik, and they've now banned out Batrider on Liquid. So I really like those 2 bans. DK was really hard for them to kill. Batrider kills all of them because they have no save, and Doom, Sven, as well as Warlock, kind of just food for Batrider in the mid game. Even though these heroes are supposed to be like sustained, tanky, that's exactly what Batrider loves playing against. And Zeus, a hero that I was so puzzled about getting nerfed in the patch I saw Excalibur playing it on his stream today a lot, and I see Quakefa still playing it.
Yeah, it's not too bad a
odd
hero.
enough, yeah, it's weird that it's hardly picked, but apparently it's pretty good.
It's all about being able to defend and to get the game to the state in which you want it. And when you see Liquid's lineup, we mentioned how Sven can play. It's about getting to that point. 5 men, their roster, their lineup is basically what Alliance had in that Jug game. It's they want to try and play early, sweep the map, and never allow the timings to truly come online and just kind of hold the game in their favor. So Liquid, they need to decide right now: is like the Doom mid? Is it off lane? You know, what like is the Puck off lane? What's their situation right now? And how can they continue to kind of get over that hurdle that is this early aggression?
It is a Doom mid, it looks like.
Yep. So again, there we go, Doom mid, and then the Grim will then be 4 with the
Or it
Puck
could be Doom off lane, I guess, right? Puck
yeah,
mid.
there's some flex there, you know, Puck mid, Doom off lane, etc. But either way, like they have the well-rounded, all the team fight centric that they're known for, and their like mid game is super scary, and their tower defense is very scary as well. And
it's actually a sick Grim pick.
when you think of 5 men, when they move to that tower, if they get golemed, if they get, you know, coiled, they will mostly just die. So it's really important that 5 men play really well together and can set the tempo themselves. This is why I think like the Ember that we mentioned earlier could still be a very good pick, just because it gives you that kind of aggression to play with. But
Darkseer mid?
Slardar mid, boys.
Oh yeah, Slardar mid against the
The
Doom, so
secret-
they'll rotate
yeah.
it to Puck mid almost certainly.
Yeah.
Slardar still does fine there, I think, but yeah, we saw Secret. Was it Secret?
Yeah, do you wanna know-
absolutely destroy mid with Slardar versus Doom.
Do you want to know a fun fact about the Slardar mid? It was
Yes.
something that we ran at Chaos when we had Matumba Man in the TI team. So this is a thing that Secret have run with Matumba Man, and again, 5 men are aware of the strat as well because, of course, Secret just played
Wow.
it, and TI
Small
back in the
world
day.
we all
so
live in.
it's it's a beautiful thing
That's
to
actually
see.
a really cool little thing there, a little network of players.
The
just
network
in-
of knowledge of the Slardar
The
mid.
spread of
and
knowledge.
the network of odds, which are the same. It's
Yeah.
the same, Robson.
Yeah, it's
You
the same,
questioned
buddy.
it. EGB delivered it. Map 1, baby.
Clearly, it doesn't take into account drafts,
No,
No, it doesn't at all.
which is fair, you know.
that's
Play
what the dynamic odds mid game are.
Ah, I see. Well, thank you for that, Tsunami. I like the idea of 5 men's draft, but I fear they eventually run into a massive wall of just overwhelming damage from Liquid. And even if they own the early parts of the game, they are going to make the errors that this stack has been known to do. So I do favor Liquid right now. I have, you know,
Can I
hope
interrupt
that
you for a
5 men
second?
can do it, but yeah.
I think Liquid's the team that might run into a wall.
I get it.
Wow.
I get it. A
Thanks,
wall of
BSJ.
replica. This guy right here.
just trying to give you some real analysis here, you guys.
Probably,
It's third game of game 1, where there's no real. Your points were good. Continue if you had anything left to
No, I'm
finish.
done. But your puns were better, man.
I like Team Liquid's draft too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liquid's it is Liquid's draft. That's the key thing. I think the sad thing is the first game, 1A, that draft, I think Liquid could have easily lost that because they were experimenting with the IO carry, bringing it out. Game 2.
This is very Liquid heroes. Or okay,
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
Game 2.
Game 2, it was like, I think Liquid had a very strong draft, but I think 5 men had it. And then Game 3, I think this is
game 1.
way too Liquid.
Yeah.
This is way too like Liquid in their prime right now.
Yeah.
So I'm very scared that 5 men, after the 3 iterations of draft, it went from strongest, even, to now Liquid. So
If the Slardar Luna have like a really good start, I could see 5 men taking this. Like when I say really good, I mean they're winning their lanes by like 1 or 2 levels each. But if that's not the case, on even footing, even slightly, I think Liquid's draft just functions better.
I kind of hope the game crashes for 5 men, kind of.
Nice.
Just so that we get to reschedule for another day at least, and then
come back.
What do you think
drawing
about
board.
the Pirate Tsunami?
Yar! I be liking the Liquid as we finally pass it on to game number 3 of game number 1 to our casters.
You've lost your.
No, me sandwich! Me sandwich!
Oh no, F in chat please for Tsunami's sandwich there, as unfortunately his sandwich eating was interrupted yet again by the 3rd remake we've had. Hopefully this one's going to be alright. You know what they say, Jenkins? You know, third time's lucky, 3rd time's a charm.
I've heard that.
So,
I've
you're
heard that.
superstitious. We should be fine. We should be good to go now as we get ourselves into the 3rd remake of Game 1. And, wow, nice and easy. I'll just ask you the same stuff, Jenkins. We're here. We've seen the drafts. What do you like this time round?
Stop asking me. I don't know. I just watched a pirate. I just watched PSJ and T Governor do serious analysis with a pirate tsunami.
That's life. That's the reality you're living in.
Oh, this is not life.
This is the real world.
Who's draft?
Yeah, what do we got? We got the Luna again. Luna's back in play. So for all the Luna fans out there who were disappointed to not see Luna come back in the redraft second time round, it's back here in the third one.
Yeah, all those one Luna fans out there in the audience. Shout outs to Bill. Bill, the Luna fan.
Any Bills in chat?
Can Bills press 1 in chat, please? I don't know what to say at this point. All right, okay, well, they're doing some interesting Quake for top, Boxy Puck mid, and then Mickey on Sven in the offlane with an aggro into the Luna. I mean, so Liquid is, you know, they're still focused up in this one. They're still innovating when it comes to how they're playing these lanes. Doing pretty well down here, given that it's a Sven. But it is a Sven Grimstroke. That's a spooky combo right there between the stuns and damage.
Yeah, so Ace has got to be careful on these early levels. The mid lane, as talked about in the panel, the whole put in the mid Slardar against the mid Doom, switch it around. Now there's a Puck against the Slardar. Still a good time for Chessie? Despite maybe not getting the 1v1 you specifically picked it for?
Yeah, I think so. You know, this is not like a pun because he's a fish, but you would think that Slardar would really favor the mid lane because he's just sitting in the river the entire time and he can control the runes because of that, and he can gank side lanes because he gets that extra speed. Ace?
And this is the combo that's going to be pretty deadly early on in the laning stage from Liquid to the point where, I don't know, when does this kind of get easier for Ace? They're going to be able to continue to do this, just run him down as the Luna in the early levels.
It doesn't. This was a very good choice by Liquid.
Yeah.
And it doesn't surprise me after watching 2 games of them winning the lanes with these decisions that they do it a third time. It really seems like, given the information that we have, Liquid is definitely above. They're definitely better than 5 men at laning. But with that being said, you know, group fights in the mid game, those do matter. There's tons of teams that win with those group fights. It's not just about laning as much as people praise laning phase. It's not that important.
And we see in the mid lane this time around, Chessie is going to have a very good start already. Flying ahead, 19 for 3 on this mid Slardar, so we'll see some very quick timings from him this game. And well, when you are playing the mid Slardar, do you just try and get that blink online as quick as possible? Do you still go for the stats on the way like a drums, or is the blink rush the big catch?
I think this game a blink makes sense because he doesn't have any other catch. His best catch is Rubik. That's kind of awful. But the Aghanims is just such an amazing core Slardar.
Oh, nice move, yeah, from 5-man top. Zibe's able to set up with the double Iron Shells. They take out Insania. They're going to look to dive in onto Quakefor. Quakefor's trying to run, but he should go down into the Iron Shell damage. He does. Double kill for Zibe as they play that very nicely. They're getting right underneath the tower as the waves pushed in, and Liquid can't do anything against that double Iron Shell damage this early on.
All right, forget literally everything that I said about Liquid destroying 5 men in laning. It looks like after 2 lost laning phases in 2 drafts, 5 men has figured something out that's working. I mean, this is a weird draft from them.
Yeah.
Slardar mid, you don't see that. Boxy's not traditionally a mid player, although I do hear he practices mid. And then Rubik Darkseer, like that's not a lane you expect to be able to get kills, but you know, Misery, I was going to call him Miracle. Misery's doing a good job keeping on top of them with the shell, despite being a ranged hero. You know, you do have the lift into melee range, so that's pretty nice. It's something.
Zibe. And again, he's going to start working Quakefor down a little bit with the Iron Shell, but Insania is able to offer up that heal. And with the regen and the Shadow Word, Quakefor doesn't mind taking a bit of a beating. 5-minute runes coming up. See if Quakefor wants to try and contest the high ground one. No, looks like he'll settle for the low ground. Still has to respect what Misery can do in terms of turnaround.
I like what Liquid just did there, by the way, in that lane, where they Fatal Bonds the wave and they just push it with the W on Doom. Like, they're losing the lane. Just push every wave. Just get XP. Just get last hits. If you can get that, you're doing great. Unfortunately, they can't get the rune.
Yeah, they didn't actually stick around for the rune, Liquid. They backed away before it spawned up top.
Yeah, really hard to fight the rune. And then also Chessie gets the aggressive rune. So that's 3 runes going the way of 5 men.
See bottom, another attempt onto Ace. This time around the combo, not quite enough to catch the Luna. Ace will be fine, salving up. Still falling behind a little in farm compared to Mickey. Just able to find that bit more as the Sven in this lane.
His other lanes are space makers, though. So, you know, Slardar eventually is going to start moving around. So is Darkseer. Especially together. Like, this is a great combo to play together. So Ace will eventually have space. Whereas Mickey, it almost feels like he's going to need to make space for his other cores a little bit. They're not doing... Well, they're doing okay, but could be better.
Mid lane still continues to see Chessie just have a confident lead here against Boxy. And very good in this matchup.
It's a problem where he just... You can't phase shift. Like, Slardar doesn't have any cooldowns that you can phase shift, right? He just walks up and goes to hit you, you phase shift, then he just hits you after.
Boxy top. Quaifa could be in trouble here. Zibe's hunting him down again. Quaifa trying to speed away with the Scorched Earth, but it comes to an end now. Zibe bottling up. Misery's going to have his spells available in a little bit. And Sania, he's over to offer up the Shadow Word heal. As that should be enough. And Quaifa still just a little too speedy with the brown boots. Misery just with the Windlace right now, so can't quite get in range to offer anything else up.
Level 2 Warlock heal coming in clutch there, too. If he doesn't have that, he dies.
Another bit of an attempt there, but Misery's actually going to have to end up TPing out, and we'll do so in time. Straight back to base for him. He's able to refuel.
They both?
They did both go back. I guess the damage from the fail bombs was hurting Zibe a bit too much for his own liking.
I mean, you know, Darkseer is commonly just really low mana if you don't go for a Soul Ring build, so...
Mid lane, look at this damage from Chessie. You got to be careful as Boxy. It's very easy for Chessie to go in and one spell, bam, that's nearly the entire HP of this Boxy puck gone.
He's got to be using a lot of salves in this lane, just given how that went. I think if we looked at net worth, yeah, it's not too bad. Probably spent a couple hundred gold on salves.
Oh, here we go, Mickey. Charging in. This time going over towards Pi. There's not enough damage there between the two of them. He's actually got to turn and stun Ace to hold him back. They've got the root coming out to Mickey, but the full stick, full wand in fact, gets him back up to full HP. A rotation is inbound though. Misery comes in from the side, lifts him up, and a lovely move here from the Rubik. Makes things happen for 5 minutes. They take down Mickey.
Yeah, now that we're at the 5-minute plus mark, Zibe can get doomed, I guess.
Surprise! As this should be a very dead Darkseer. Unless Deny can come into favor. Actually, will he be able to live out the Doom damage?
He's Warlock healed as well. He's definitely dead. Yeah, the Warlock nuke is just... That on top of the Doom is just too much damage. It's weird Chessie didn't try to deny him there.
Yeah, just decided to favor trying to run them down. Bottom lane Tiger. I mean, he's going to end up going down here as well. Misery's still in the neighborhood. And the three of them there, there's some pretty strong killers. These kills as well, giving Misery some great XP on the Rubik.
Yeah, that rotation to the bot lane I think is super good. I mean, you have this hero that you can leave in the off lane and the Darkseer. Well, against the Doom it's a little hard, but it's a long cooldown, right? So he can just go back, he can cut the wave, he'll be totally fine there, he can jungle. And then you have this aggro tri-lane with the Sven. He can't really run top against a high-level Darkseer. Like, he has to jungle. And he does have stacks, so...
Oh, yeah, some nice stacks here. I think I'm going to be able to get another 2 here. Insania. Did he get the timing? Looks like he did. So this is a lot of gold for Mickey. This will pretty much give him the Mask of Madness. So very nicely done here from Insania. One of the best stackers in the game.
Chessie, though, man, he knows. He knows this is what Liquid has to do for the Sven to have a game. So he's trying to pressure, but he's alone, so it's not that easy. Quaifa even turns up mid just to defend the stacks even more by having his presence in that adjacent lane.
And then another poke from Chessie. Broom handle to be found. That'll be nice for Chessie.
Look how fast he is, man. Just 2 points in sprint, and he's still this fast in the river.
I mean, as you said, it's nice. Rune control and just general movements.
Yeah. You'd think it would get picked a lot more, but it doesn't.
I mean, what is the downside of it, like a Slardar mid? Like, what is it this hero doesn't do that you're normally looking from a mid hero?
I mean, you can just purge the movement speed if he enters into a lane, if you have a purge hero, as well as, like, it doesn't really let you set up on people. It will get you from point A to point B really easily, but you can just run away from him or stun him and then walk away, and then it's on cooldown.
Boxy is actually going to try and drop the coil down for this kill. We'll get it. As Misery. There's a free kill here, but at the same time, top lane, so is Insania. Both teams dropping ults there to secure the support kills. As we'll see 5 men with that kill, able to put some pressure onto the tier 1 top. Bottom lane, Ace is being looked towards as Quakefa is going to come charging in, actually dropping down the Doom to make sure that this is a kill, but maybe it isn't. Pi offers up the save. Is there going to be enough heals? He gets a couple of Purifying Flames onto him. That's probably going to be enough to save him. It is. He's going to be more than fine here, Ace, as Pi with his last breaths able to counteract the damage from the Doom and keep his carry alive.
So they lose top tower on Liquid, but the trade is bot tower pressure and mid tower pressure. This is a really nice move from Liquid, pairing the 2 cores up mid and then putting the Doom bot with the Grimstroke to pressure this tower. I mean, the question is, like, do they get it? If they don't get it, it could come back to bite them, but we'll see.
Okay, he's back in with the defense this time. Pi, again, by his side. It's a hard kill to go for. Sure, the false promise isn't there for 70, but without the Doom, and Quakefa being as low as he's sticking around far too long and far too low there. Quakefa on the Doom.
I mean, that's a mid lane position Doom that you kill there. He wasn't mid, but he's taking he's the highest farm in the game, and he just gives away a kill like that.
Oh, there. That's a very juicy kill for 5 men and just get handed to them like that.
He just went Travels on Doom. I just saw Travels pop up.
Do you like that?
That is
what do you reckon?
Very interesting.
All mid. Golem's going to be dropped down as well as the coil. Boxy getting low. He's able to jump to the side. The soul bind out from Tiger, connecting the 2 of them. Quakefa charging in. They'll be able to get these 2 kills as both Zibe and Chessie go down. Misery trying to hold back Quakefa, but he's going to come charging in onto Misery. He's got the bots. He's got that movement speed. You're not running away from this Doom right now as Quakefa comes back in for the finishing blow. Liquid, they will hit back hard at 5 men as 5 men going for some of those moves we sometimes see this squad make, right? That even in games where they get ahead in the laning stage, they sometimes dive a little too far, and that one, certainly one of those there, underestimating Liquid's turnaround potential with the ults that Liquid had available.
I get it. You know, you have this momentum that you're feeling in the game. You want to pressure with that momentum. You want to take a tower, but you don't really have any tower hitters. You have killers. So it's like, we need to get a kill before we can take a tower. But then, like you said, you dive a little too far. You're playing into these really strong teamfight ultis. It's not that easy, but with a smoke, this actually does change it up. If you get a pick off
because you've got all the ults out of them, right? So now Liquid's at a vulnerability. As 5 men, they're very much ready to fight. They've got their longer ult cooldowns available. Darkseer's walls there ready to pop, and so's the false promise. And Liquid don't have a lot. So this time the dive may pay off as Chessie comes charging in. The root will be dodged by Boxy. He'll get the bash in. Will manage to nuke down 1. The Dream Core's actually back up from Boxy. And Mickey, he'll throw out the stun from the side. Upheaval as well from Insania, starting to slow them down. Pylai actually a little spooked there as he pops the false promise upon himself, despite not seemingly in any sort of threat. And we'll get the tower, and they did get the kill, and this time at least not losing anyone for that aggression.
I love these smoke mid wraparound plays because even if you only get a kill on the Grimstroke or you don't get a kill at all, you could still see that Liquid had to move off of the tower because of the fact that they were getting flanked. It's so different from just running face first into the tower where you let Liquid get into a formation. Like, going for the wraparound play is absolutely the only way that you take that tower with a kill lineup like this. Even if you don't get a kill, I think that still works.
Oh, in the river. Okay. Just trying to get in onto Pylai. Does manage to find a haste rune as well. Not going to dive any further. Bottom lane, the creeps finishing off that tier 1 as Quakefa is able to come in and help get the job done. One thing to celebrate though, we are 14 minutes in and the game hasn't crashed.
That's good.
That's good. Everybody, give it a clap.
The server.
14 minutes in, the game hasn't crashed.
Maybe it isn't Valve's fault. Maybe it's whoever runs the server.
Well, is that not Valve?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Does Valve have an office in like EU West and EU East?
I don't know where the servers are. I don't know how it works. You know?
Some outsourcing. Probably.
You know, I don't understand these computer things. To me, it's all magic and wizardry that makes all these fancy things appear on the screen.
Some of it is. Really. A lot of computer people that made it don't even understand, I think.
I'll see these 15-minute bounty runes come up. Who's going to go for these top lane? Quakefa has the Doom ready to drop. Chessie and Zibe already in. Greaves going to be nearly done on Zibe. We're going to see Chessie go straight for this BKB after the drums, so he can continue to run it as he's liked to do so far. Blink Dagger picked up on the puck. So Boxy will be ready with the strong setup for the team fight that Liquid do have around the Dream Coil and the The offering and, of course, that double doom. God, this travels. I find this so interesting. Like, this is one of those things that I want to see how it plays out. I mean, so far, so good, right? It's good, yeah. You're doing all right. It's quite fun. He's kind of a mid-position, kind of carry position. He was in the safe lane, so he could be greedy. I mean, I love the move speed. Like, with the Scorched Earth, it's base move speed from the travels, and then the Scorched Earth is percentage move speed, especially with the talent. So you're getting a lot of effectiveness out of that, more so than any other hero that doesn't have some percentage move speed modifier. So it seems pretty nice, but it's a lot of gold investment is the only thing. I mean, and you do need to be speedy, right? Yeah, you're against a Slardar running around and a Darkseer with a Surge. This is true. You got to go fast if you want to counter them. Yeah, I mean, technically, like, think about if you doom somebody who's not the Darkseer and they Surge, it's only hasted, right? So now you've got a better chance of actually staying on top of them. You can actually stay on top of them. Getting an extra couple of hits in at least. That's keeping him in range of the burn. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like that. I mean, once again, you know, we'll see how it plays out, but I think Liquid has done such interesting stuff with their play and their items. Bottom lane Ace should be able to clean this one up. How's his farm looking? Manta's nearly done, so still very good progression here from Ace. Yeah, he's pretty huge. He's been kind of silently chilling down here, farming up the whole jungle. I believe both carries this game to get that excellent item at the Talon. Something that the Sven and, of course, the Luna were very happy to find. That's got to be like the best tier 1 item, man. It's either that, Faded Brooch, or Shovel. But if you're a carry player, it's 100% it's definitely between the Talon and the Faded Brooch. Love me some Ancients. Nethershell coming out for both sides here. Anyone going to get good effort out of that? I mean, it's physical coming out really from both teams. Not really the best of games, right, for another Nethershell. Yeah, but if you're a Puck, you're not really trying to get hit at all. Extra damage. Yeah, extra damage. Puck's going to take it. But then you got to be careful, right? You get caught out by a bash, and then, my goodness, you are getting shredded. But, you know, this Chessie build, he's going BKB first, so it's very difficult to catch people. You are banking 100% on Misery, which, if they can pull it off, I mean, if they can always live with the Rubik, he is huge. He does have his Ether Lens already. Then, sure, it's going to look really good to go for this BKB. He's going to be super tanky on Chessie, but otherwise, he's your only pick-off on the Rubik. Yeah, you've got to make sure that there's follow-up behind Boxy when he's dropping these Dream Coils. Him alone is just not going to do it. Imp Claw, also a very nice one for Ace to transition into after he's done with the Iron Talon. Yeah, that'll be... although I do see carry players holding the Iron Talon until like tier 3 items. I do see that. Really? Because it's just that effective? It's that good. It's that good. But Imp Claw, I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty solid item. Although I have heard carry players say that item is a debate. Why? That it's not that much. It's straight up damage. It is straight up damage. What's the downside? I think people just, from what I've heard, people are like, it's not really that much damage. You know, you'd rather like attack speed or something like that. I've actually got a Dota mechanics question for you regarding Imp Claw. Okay. So when I'm playing PA, and I get an Imp Claw, and I throw a dagger, if I'm getting the crit for the coup de grace, does it overwrite the guaranteed crit? It does. So I'm not losing out on potential big crits? No. You don't? No. Okay. That's good. You do get the crit animation, though, either way, which is pretty funny. It always shows it like a crit. Well, it should, right, because it's Imp Claw. You're getting the guaranteed crit. I know, but it's not the same crit, really. It's not a coup de grace. Oh, this smoke. It's got the catch on Ace. Ace is going to be false promise, but this is a lot of damage coming in on the Luna. Is there going to be enough heals that Pike can get out onto him? I don't think so. This is way too much. Ace will pop. As Liquid come in with a fast smoke and catch 5 men off guard and get the big one. Ace, he's still sitting there at the top. They do need to start shutting this Luna down. Mickey might even find another target here. He's going to look to chase down Zibe, and here's those boosted travel coming into play as Koikfa looks to join him down bottom. Zibe with the Jukes, trying his best to keep himself over the other side of the tree line, and it's working out. Boxy will jump in. The surge coming to an end, and Insania prepping that upheaval, slowing Zibe down, allowing Mickey, Koikfa, and Boxy to close the gap and claim another. He was just being a little bit too greedy, trying to push out that wave with shells. You know, whenever your team's getting picked off, especially a Luna, you kind of go into the mode where it's like, all right, let's just get all the lanes out as quickly as possible, so that way they don't get anything for the kill. Man, you know the best solution to a hero like Oracle? Ironically, the hero that saves people single target and that is one guy that you need to go on, it's AoE.
Like, you use the coil on him, you use the silence on him, he can't do anything. But then you're also silencing the person that you focus, right? So you're like, I think Tidehunter Ravage is actually one of the best solutions to a hero like Oracle. Because you just ravage everybody, focus one guy. You don't have to kill the Oracle in every fight. And Puck functions very similar. Doom with the AoE, Warlock with the AoE, Sven, AoE Sven stun, Cleave. So much AoE.
Let's see this attempt here from 5men to go for the Roche, but Liquid, they're aware of this, and they've come around the pit. Chaotic Offering and the Dream Core ready to go. They've got solid team fight around this area, Liquid, and 5men are a little spooked. They know that this is very hard to go for when Liquid's there as 5, ready to fight them. So they're going to have to leave this Roche for now.
I almost feel like if they had the Sven ult, they would probably just walk in and try to take it.
It's back up.
Do they have it?
God Strength's just come back online for Mickey.
I think they go for a play for this. He's got the Ags too right now.
Yeah, he's pretty big.
Oh, they're going to try to sneak
They're going to try and finish it with this smoke.
Man,
the smoke back into the pit. Liquid going to be aware of this? They scanned it. They know that they're back in there. They know that they're back in there, but it's too late. It's already been dropped. They've got the Aegis straight away onto Ace. Golem's been put down, but Ace is able to kill it off. We're still going to see this deep commitment onto the backlines from Mickey, but he's not able to finish off the kill. Chessie turns with the crush. They're going to start to control it. Mickey's getting bashed by Chessie. Ace turns. Vacuum grabs him. Both the two of them, Mickey and Insano, will fall. As that quick smoke play, and now the crush from Chessie securing yet another kill onto Tiger. 5men, that quick smoke back in. Sure, Liquid came out with the scan, but it wasn't quite quick enough as 5men get the Roshan, and Liquid just not able to get a team fight together after that. Mickey, he went in with a very deep Aghanims dive with that initial stun, and he just couldn't commit for the kill on the backlines. He was just surrounded by 5men.
Yeah, I love that play. The thing is, even if you do kill the Oracle there, you're just dead afterwards. You have an Aegis Luna that you're fighting into. You're fighting into 5 heroes that are surrounding you. Man, that was a nice smoke into Roche.
Yeah, Ace is just massive now. He's got a BKB done after that fight on top of the Manta and the Aegis. Nearly to hit level 18. They can move down bottom. They've still got 2 towers to take down here.
Yeah, they can just chill in this triangle now. Farm it up, push the lane in, take the...
Oh, my.
No.
My.
Oh,
I mean...
God. No. Oh, God. Oh, this is
well, we don't
good.
know if it's properly crashed. I mean, I don't blame
You
him.
are such an optimist.
Game over. It's just...
You are such an optimist. See, when the first game crashed, I was like, "This is."
I think that's it for the games. We can't play. We can't play Dota. We're not playing anymore.
We need a.
There's no way.
We need a mini patch. But you know what? At least this is reproducible.
This is a joke. Yeah.
Because it's always an issue when you have a problem that's not reproducible. Just throw Liquid in a game versus 5men. You'll get it. You'll get the crash to happen. All Valve.
and
check the logs.
And just to clarify as well, we did switch server, so this was also on a different server.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We're still having the same issues. And I mean, yeah, we'll see what the official word's going to be. But you know, my gut feeling is, I mean, we can't play, right? If this is going to happen 3 times in a row, then that's it.
The good news is, though,
send me a DM, Carl. Just send it to me. What we got on the DMs?
We will play until series ends according to production.
Okay, so we play being the crazy lot they are. We're apparently going
according to Epic. According to Epic.
Okay, we're going to keep playing.
We are going to keep playing.
I mean,
infinitely.
I think that's a bit of a wild decision, personally.
You know what?
As it's literally crashed 3 times. I don't really see the point, but maybe 4th time lucky.
I like this.
Maybe 4th time.
I like this challenge, though. I feel like this is
just to finish a game.
Well, I think for us, it's like number 1, you have to cast with me. Like that's already pretty hard. But now you have 3 games, and we're gonna go 4.
And we're
5,
apparently gonna
6,
go again.
7,
I mean,
and we have to keep it as.
I don't know what's going to be different the 4th time, but I'm just happy there's people in the world that seem to be more optimistic than me. You know, I'm kind of like,
I don't think there are. I think that's not true.
Well, apparently so. 3 times this has happened. I don't think Dota's going to work for us today, but we're going to try again.
I think if Owen is
we're
saying
going to try again.
If Owen is being the pessimist, then everybody should be a pessimist.
No, we are apparently. So the word is we're going to try again. There is going to be another redraft, and we're going to give it a 4th time. Again,
I seriously think Fall Guys.
This is the official word from the admins. Said obviously I'm not an admin, and probably a good reason too, as my opinions are probably very bad. But yeah, we're going to go again. I mean, what's your thoughts, Jenkins? I mean, what's happening?
I don't see. Yeah. Like, I'm actually blind right now. I don't see. Help! I actually need medical attention.
Okay.
No, I have no idea. I feel like it's not gonna work a fourth time.
I mean, it's not worked 3 times in a row.
As a, what is it?
Like, we need something needs to be fixed. Like, there's literally something very wrong with the game if it's crashed 3 times.
Tell me one sang with 4. 3rd time's the charm. Fool me once. Fool me twice. Everything up until 3. There's nothing with 4.
Because what is the saying for 4?
There's nothing, because at the 4th time, it's like, screw this. We're done.
Well, yeah. Well, so again, I mean, apologies to all the viewers, and of course, you know, from myself to the teams, obviously nothing I can do about this, but I really do feel for everyone that's been involved in this, especially the players having to go through this 3 times. Apparently, as I said, I'm getting word they're going to try it 4th time. I think that's a little crazy, but maybe it will work. Who knows? Anyway. Don't worry, it's from me and Jenkins. I'm sure we'll apparently see you again soon. We're going to pass you over to the panel. They'll be able to discuss this more in depth as we pass you back to the panel.
There is nothing to discuss, Owen. We haven't had a game end.
We've been working so hard, though, Sheaves. Like, oh my God, Blizzard,
Man,
you guys can't even
catch a break anymore.
No. I feel very sad for the teams, first of all.
I'm also really, I'm so sorry. We got Sheaves the wrong flavor of ice cream. She asked for Rocky Road.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Blizzard got her
I won't ever do that again, Mike Queen. I'm sorry.
We couldn't find the right ice cream. We went to the supermarket next door. They didn't have it. Then we went across the street to the mall. They didn't have it.
How am I supposed to work with these guys? They don't even know that ice cream is not my thing. It's like,
you said you
it's
wanted.
Not your thing, but you said you wanted ice cream.
That's what you said.
She's just playing with us, man.
What do you?
I say we riot. I say we riot.
We can't.
You guys, I want to talk about a little bit about.
Yeah, tell us about the game, Sheaves.
No, I will inform people at home that at the moment there are discussions going on behind the scenes with the admins, with the teams, whether we are going to try again or not. As you might have heard from our commentators, we did try to host it on a different server. Same thing happened, so we don't know what the issue is, if it is a server issue or, you know, who knows? Hopefully we'll get an answer soon and we'll keep you up to date.
It's a really curious situation, Sheaves, because it appears that, you know, the internet here in Ukraine is just fine. You know, we're obviously still live. Everything seems to be working. The webcams from the players also still working, still live. The webcams and the internet from the 5-men players is also still working.
Misery is not so well.
Yeah, Misery's camera is a little shaky.
But everything else works perfectly. Yeah.
It's just interesting. What could possibly be going wrong, Sheaves?
We don't know. We just don't know.
I'm flabbergasted.
This is not the Dota that I ordered today.
No.
No.
It's just a shame. I wish there was something we could do about it. I wish there was something someone anywhere could do. There's just no solution.
What are we seeing? What does he have on his head?
Is anyone?
Where's my bow and arrow? That's an apple, right?
She would actually take bow and arrow and shoot that apple.
And you know what? I would hit it in the apple.
Of course you would.
I'm a great shot. So
yes, we know. What the? Oh, we're practicing at transitions. This is cool. Hang on.
Oh, can someone throw like
Are they gonna
a different fruit at the apple?
I think that's a great idea.
Can I run over with an orange?
T-Governor, come on. Try again. Try again.
They can do it. They can do it. T-Gov.
Blocking.
Does he blink? That's he does.
What? That was a notebook.
Hey, you know, it might not be Dota, but at least it has a conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay. It's more fun to spy on people. I don't know if they can hear us.
They cannot. They can probably hear us. We could hear them previous time as well. They could just not hear us. So it's the other way around. But yeah, so while we're here, you know, we are waiting for any kind of update. But I figured we could talk about other things.
Okay.
Anything.
It does not Dota related.
Sorry, is it from the list you gave me? The things you needed?
No. Is it from the list you gave me? The things that you allow me to speak about?
No, please.
I just can't believe. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Right, look, I'm having fun. I'm surrounded by my friends. I haven't seen any of you guys in like 6 months. I'm in a really good mood. But hang on.
Hang on.
Jesus.
What?
Surrounded by our friends, correct? Yes. Continue.
Can I just say I was joking for all the Reddit conspiracy theories?
There will be a lot of people that.
Yes, we
you
were
know.
joking. We were joking.
We were completely joking.
No, I mean we were talking about this earlier. How nice it is to be here with a large bunch of people.
Yeah.
You want to go first? Go for it.
I really like. I'm in a great mood, but I just can't keep suppressing the inner rage that I feel.
Frustration.
Because
it's more like frustration than rage.
Okay. Do you know what the NBA and Overwatch League and the Call of Duty World League and the Rocket League Championship Series and the LCS and the LCK, you know what all those leagues have in common?
What?
Is they're still operating because we're esports, because we're online. We can play our sport from anywhere in the world at any time.
Okay, you gotta you
don't
can make
have-
your argument, but it's always better to make your argument with words rather than with emotion.
But we don't have a DPC. How do we not have a DPC league? It's been 6 months of
no.
the pandemic. You're telling me it's just pushed back.
Yeah.
We also can't play our tournament.
All right, I'm gonna. It's not that I don't agree with you, but you can also look at it from a different perspective. So basically, the goal is TI, right? Agreed.
We're the
Goal is
only
TI.
game. We've directly funded our competitive scene, Sheaves.
I know.
And we're the only game that doesn't have one.
I know. Wait, what? What do you call Omega League, Kyle?
We have it.
We have it. We made it. Epic Esports event, the teams, and WePlay Esports have made the competitive.
I agree. I would love to get a piece of the 150 million to help.
Shiver.
What is this?
Shiver, it's your time to shine. Show us.
Give me a lemon. It's behind the vase in the corner.
This is. Can I give you an?
No, I'm not gonna hit with a no. No, those are attached. A lemon is in the corner because that's where I threw it earlier.
Oh, I see.
This is I will say this show is a very surreal experience. I have enjoyed it thoroughly.
Ugh.
And also shout out to WePlay and the production team because honestly,
Pick up my lemon. I'm not gonna throw my notebook. You know how hard. You know how heavy this thing is. All right. Dude, I have 5 notebooks in one. I'm not going to throw a notebook. You've ever heard of paper cuts?
Sheaves, please don't hit me in the face.
It's a lemon.
Please don't hit me.
Can I hit him in the face?
I don't want to have.
Will you catch it if it seems like I'm going for the face?
Yes, I will.
Don't punch him in the head while trying to catch it.
Let me test this. Yeah, I will.
You know, stretch a bit. You got that look.
I'm caught between laughing and intense rage.
Let's go, Sheaves.
Are you catching it if I do hit it over? No. Oh goodness. I've got to see the velocity.
Sheaves, it's not that complicated.
Should I shave him? Save him?
Please don't shave him. Not in front of all these people, at least.
It was so close, though.
Yeah, it nicked it.
Okay, that was less close. But it's the win!
Wait.
I made the wind blow past the apple.
You get 3 shots.
check
You get 3 shots.
Okay, I got 3 shots.
Okay, yeah.
Hang
One
on.
more.
My hair's too poofy.
I am very happy that Tsunami basically saved you from raging all over this in-between show.
The only one time I didn't save his face.
Well,
Can we have a slow motion?
at least you got the apple. No, that's James Bond Skyfall. Just
Thank you. Can I have the apple as well? I will allow you the same opportunity.
Okay. Are you sure? Hang on.
I mean, I was very gentle. What did you do with the apple?
I don't know.
The apple
There's another
fell
one
as
right
well, didn't it?
Where's my
Here it
apple?
is. Here.
Oh,
Here you go. Thank you.
please don't hurt me.
I'm not gonna hurt you.
I want to look at. I gotta look at him.
Yeah. Well, it's more important to get the shot right. Yeah. What are you doing?
What is he doing?
I don't know who's gonna stay. Your head's too ovalish.
There's no such thing.
No laughing.
I have like a crown made of braids. It should be able to be.
You got
still.
the talking and everything is like displacing the apple. There we go. All right. If I will just say it for the record, if I hit Shiver in the face with this, it is not intentional.
Of course.
It's just a tough shot. Hang on.
Wait, he wasn't hiding.
Oh shit.
He wasn't hiding his face. It's not.
It's fine. Sheaves, just trust me.
No.
I won't hit you in the face. Okay, a little high, a little high. A little high, one more.
No, you are only allowed
three
3
shots.
shots. That's what production said.
One more.
Production said.
Well, that's what I said.
Production in my ear also said
Oh,
that.
high every time!
Yeah.
Told.
Okay.
You guys, I have information.
You
I
gotta
like
go.
your way of walking,
It's
by
over.
the way.
Yeah.
Wait, give me the. Oh!
Don't throw it at him.
Give me it.
I have information.
Okay, no.
What is the date today? Did you say 1st of September? All right, well then I have information for you. This match between Team Liquid and 5men, it is a deciding match. Which team of these two teams will continue on in the Immortal League and which team will drop down to the Divine League? It will be rescheduled due to server issues. It will continue on September 1st, or continue/start again on September 1st at 11 a.m. CEST. I think that's tomorrow.
No, it's 31 days in August.
Is it the
Tomorrow, though. Tomorrow. Okay, here's what it is. Tomorrow, we'll have the opening 4 series. 4 BO3s.
4.
Divine playoffs. You don't want to miss it. D2. There's the schedule.
Here's the schedule. Oh
my God.
All right. You guys.
Damn.
There's actually so many fun matches here because Siberian versus Megaloo will be a lot of fun, but I am kind of slightly skipping to Ninjas in Pajamas versus Cyber Legacy.
Yeah.
That will be the real deal.
Indeed. Cyber Legacy, I don't think I've lost a series.
Yeah, what about Navi Hellraisers as well?
That will be
That's
hype too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both Navi and Ninjas in Pajamas dropped down from Immortal to Divine. It's time to prove if they were worthy of the Divine League to begin with, or if they belong. Or if the Immortal League to begin with, or if they belong in Divine. You guys know where I was going with that. But yes, that does mean that for today, we are done. Tomorrow, we are continuing with the Divine League playoff. We'll have 4 best-of-3s, as Kyle just said. And the match between Team Liquid and 5men will be rescheduled. It is happening on 1st of September, which is Tuesday at 11 a.m. CEST. That's early in the morning for you guys, perhaps, depending on where you're from, I guess. But yeah, thank you for sticking with us. And apologies once again for the delay. Unfortunately, out of our hands. Out of our hands. Thank you. Yes, indeed. And, sorry, don't know where that came from. Thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with more Dota 2 for the Omega League. See you then.